Chapter 1. The Marriage Proposal Stolen Upon Rebirth. In her chamber, surrounded by a delicate cloud silk curtain adorned with pearl-beaded drapes, a long table displayed a crinkled bronze mirror atop a dressing table. Smoke curled from the ornate bronze incense burner in the corners, diffusing the fragrant scent of begonia flowers. This was her boudoir. Astonishingly, she found herself reborn in the very year she returned to the Jingyang Duke's residence. 15 years prior, the virtuous king usurped the throne, plunging the capital into chaos, and the Jingyang Duke's household was thrown into turmoil. Lady Gu fled with her servants, but they became separated, leaving her with only a young maid, who sought refuge in a rural household to give birth. Coincidentally, the wife of that household was also in labor, resulting in a swap of infants. Gu Xiling, the true daughter, grew up in the countryside, barely clothed, while the false daughter, Gu Shirong, enjoyed a life of luxury in the Jingyang Duke's residence. The disparity between the two was vast, reflected in their vastly different temperaments and knowledge. Though she was the legitimate daughter of the Jingyang Duke, her upbringing in the countryside rendered her less significant than the ever-present false daughter, Gu Shirong. "Greetings to the second miss," announced Yu, the head maid beside Lady Gu, though she did not even bend her knee, revealing her disdain for the true young lady raised in the countryside. This also subtly indicated Lady Gu's lack of concern for her biological daughter. In her previous life, Gu Xiling had been blinded by the splendor of the Duke's residence, striving for her parents' affection, unaware of her own ignorance as a girl from the countryside, illiterate and yearning to engage in poetry and song, ultimately making a fool of herself. "Sister Zhou, has mother given any instructions?" Gu Xiling feigned a naive expression of surprise and eagerness. Suiyu smiled slightly. "The Duke has arranged a fine marriage for the second miss, and sent me to summon you." The inevitable was finally upon her. Gu Xiling followed Suiyu into the main courtyard of the Jingyang Duke's residence. Lady Gu, now 35, still possessed her charm but bore additional wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Upon seeing her daughter, she expressed great concern, grasping Gu Xiling's hand. "Linger, do not cause any trouble." The marriage between our Jingyang Duke's residence and the Longning Marquis household was arranged by your grandmother with the old lady of the Longning Marquis. Shirong and the Marquis heir have been childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. You are so kind-hearted you would never wish to tear them apart. Your father has arranged a good match for you, a 6th-rank minor general, Xiejin, handsome and valiant. It is a double blessing that you and Shirong will wed on the same day. Gu Xiling lowered her gaze to mask the mockery in her eyes. Could she still hope for her biological parents' affection? In her previous life, the false daughter, Gu Shirong, married the talented and favored Zhou, the Marquis heir, while she was wed to the impoverished branch of the Xie family. This marriage was a complete scheme by Xiejin. She later learned from Xiejin during a drunken confession that to marry into a noble family, he had sabotaged Gu's family horse in a bid to save her father, Gu Hongjin, thus securing the marriage. The false daughter Gu Shirong was about to ascend to the position of the Marquis' wife. She could only become a mere consort of a fallen clan. Feeling deeply resentful, she yearned to reclaim the marriage that rightfully belonged to the legitimate daughter of the Jingyang Duke's residence. Yet ultimately, her struggles were in vain, as she was forced into the bridal sedan, delivered to the Xie household. Her efforts were futile, as she suffered physical and emotional pain, only to be escorted to Xiejin's residence. Furthermore, the dowry that should have been hers was seized and given to the obedient and well-married Gu Shirong. This time, she would not cause a scene. Seizing upon Lady Gu's guilt, she aimed to secure a more substantial dowry to avoid entering the Xie household in a state of poverty, unable to even reward the servants properly. "Mother, I was foolish before and caused you worry," Gu Xiling said, her eyes filled with affection as she clung to Lady Gu. "Linger is your biological daughter. You must love me. I believe in you, mother." Lady Gu, as if hearing heavenly music, gazed at her daughter, who bore a resemblance to her, feeling a pang of guilt. "Good child, both the palm and the back of my hand are flesh. I cherish you and Shirong equally. Though the Xie family has fallen on hard times, Xiejin is strong and wise, destined to achieve great success. If I grant you a larger dowry, as a daughter of the Duke's residence marrying down, the Xie family will surely cherish you, and life will be good." "Thank you, mother, you are the best," Gu Xiling replied candidly. Even her compliments straightforward, pleasing Lady Gu immensely. At that moment, Gu Shirong appeared flustered. Her steps hurried, the sound of her ornaments clinking, her usual grace replaced by urgency, as she suddenly collapsed to her knees. "Mother!" Lady Gu, startled, quickly shook off Gu Xiling's hand and rushed forward, supporting Gu Shirong. "My child, what is the matter?" Gu Xiling was equally astonished this had not occurred in her previous life. Gu Shirong remained on the ground, her delicate frame resembling a willowy branch, her tear-filled eyes gazing upward, evoking sympathy. "Mother, the engagement with the Longning Marquis was originally meant for my sister. I have occupied your position for 15 years, receiving the love of father and mother, and I am deeply grateful. Since my sister loves the Longning Marquis heir Zhou Jin, I willingly relinquish my claim. I owe her that much. As for Xie Jin, he is father's savior, and I am willing to marry him to repay the debt." Yu Xiling gazed at Gu Shirong, who appeared resolute in her refusal to marry into the Xie family, utterly dumbfounded. In her previous life, Gu Shirong had never feigned such eagerness to marry into the impoverished Xie family. Suddenly, Gu Xiling had a revelation. Gu Shirong must have also been reborn. After Gu Xiling married into the Xie family, Xie Jin had feigned affection for several years. Once she bore him 2 sons and a daughter, Xie Jin, feeling secure, began to indulge in debauchery. To protect her children and avoid repercussions, she had to devise strategies for Xie Jin, tirelessly working to secure his advancement. Following the death of the previous emperor, Xie Jin's power grew immensely, and he became the regent. Gu Xiling rose to the status of regent's wife, elevated above all. In contrast, Gu Xirong's husband, Zhou Jin, was indeed talented but bore an arrogant demeanor, often clashing with those in power, leading to his repeated demotions and eventual loss of title. His career waned, and he became embittered, drowning his sorrows in drink and revelry. When Gu Shirong returned home for a visit, she was a shadow of her former self, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. In a drunken rage, she accused Gu Xiling of stealing a prime match from the Xie family and usurping the position of regent's wife. In a moment of despair, Gu Shirong even attempted to stab her with a hairpin. Fortunately, Gu Xiling had some martial skills and managed to kick Gu Shirong down, resulting in a hairpin piercing Gu Xirong's neck and leading to her demise. Now, reborn, Gu Shirong sought to reclaim a marriage that had once belonged to her. Did she truly believe that by marrying Xie Jin, she could attain the high status of regent's wife? In reality, Xie Jin's capabilities could never support his ambitions. Every time Xie Jin created chaos, Gu Xiling, as his wife, was forced to devise plans to protect their family from annihilation. Without her cunning, Xie Jin would have long been condemned as a traitor and executed. Though Gu Xiling had no desire for Xie Jin, she could not allow Gu Shirong to have her way so easily. With a resounding thud, Gu Xiling knelt before Gu Shirong, weeping more sorrowfully than Gu Shirong herself. "Linger was once ignorant. Please do not blame Sister Shirong. Though I am your biological daughter, Sister has selflessly served our parents in my stead. I am eternally grateful and have no way to repay her. Sister has been in love with the Longning Marquis Zhou Jin since childhood. Our parents have often expressed their sorrow for you, and several times they have suggested that I relinquish the engagement. I have come to understand and sincerely wish for Sister Shirong and the Longning Marquis heir to enjoy a lifetime of happiness." This time, it was Gu Shirong who was left speechless, her forehead beating with sweat as she hastily replied, "Sister Ling, please do not say such things. I have taken your place and enjoyed the riches of the Jingyang Duke's residence while you have suffered in the countryside. I feel deep remorse and cannot find peace. Now is the time for us to return to our rightful places, otherwise I would be guilty of usurping your position. I apologize, Sister Ling, and I am sorry to mother and father, and to our departed grandmother." Chapter 2. Strike First. Gu Xiling feigned ignorance, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes. "Now that I've come to understand, I shall no longer contest with you. My father has just arranged a marriage with the Xie family, and you, unwilling to accept it, have come to usurp my engagement. What is your true intention? Do you wish for me to remain an undesirable spinster for the rest of my days?" Madame Gu, cherishing her daughter Gu Shirong, was loath to see her wed into the impoverished Xie family, believing that Gu Shirong was making concessions to spare them from difficulty. "Indeed, my dear, the Xie family is the match your father and I have prepared for Ling and Amp. Oppos. Do not overthink it. Simply focus on marrying into the Marquis of Chongning and Amp. Oppos. As household. Gu Shirong, aware of her mother's affection, thought highly of the Marquis's heir, Zhou Jin, as a suitable match. Yet, in truth, he was nothing more than a man of empty promises, arrogant and self-indulgent, passionate yet cruel. It took her 2 decades to recognize him as a worthless individual, splendid on the outside but rotten within. In this lifetime, she would rather die than marry Zhou Jin. If she were to wed, it must be to the formidable and ambitious Xie Jin, the future regent. Gu Shirong shook her head vigorously, her heart racing. For the sake of future wealth and glory, she must seize this marriage. Sister Ling, I just had a dream. I dreamt of our grandmother, who scolded me for being ungrateful, taking advantage of my status as the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, while coveting the marriage meant for her. Gu Xiling was taken aback, recognizing Gu Shirong and Amp, Oppos' cleverness in placing blame where it could not be refuted, as the late matriarch could not respond, thus showcasing her filial piety. I cannot believe you would truly forsake the esteemed Marquis of Chongning and Oppos as household. Can you truly part with the lavish bridal procession and the substantial dowry? Gu Shirong was convinced that marrying into the destitute Xie family would not prevent her mother from providing a generous dowry. The hidden wealth and land would not be lacking. At that moment, she was not concerned with such trivialities. With her silver tongue, she would do anything to find solace. If my sister does not agree, I will have no choice but to end my life. Madame Gu quickly grasped her daughter, who feigned a desire to throw herself against a pillar, holding her tightly. Her eyes reddened with emotion. My child, why must you put yourself through such hardship? Gu Xiling observed the affectionate display between mother and daughter. A smirk concealed in her gaze, her brow slightly furrowed. With the bias of Madame Gu and Lord Gu, they would surely provide Gu Shirong with a generous dowry. Even with 128 bridal chairs, her marriage to the Marquis of Chongning would still be a mere facade, lacking substance. Gu Xiling had no desire to witness the glaring scene of motherly love and filial piety, and gracefully stepped out. She lifted her gaze to see the beautiful maid Zhou Jin and Amp, Oppos' favored concubine, biting her lip in silent fury as she looked at her mistress Gu Shirong. Gu Xiling paused, recognizing her as Zhou Jin and Amp, Oppos' beloved. A smile crept onto her lips as a plan formed in her mind. As she passed Zhou, she whispered, Sister Rong is resolute in marrying into the Xie family, where Xie Jin possesses a fearsome appearance and a scar upon his face. He pales in comparison to the gentle and charming Marquis of Chongning. If your heart belongs to him and you wish to serve him, you must rely on me. Meet me by the rockery after dinner. Gu Xiling chuckled lightly. Her spirits lifted and departed from the main courtyard. Zhou's countenance shifted in fear, hastily lowering her head. Only when the footsteps faded did she dare to glance at Gu Xiling's retreating figure. After Gu Shirong and Oppos' betrothal to Zhou Jin, Zhou had secretly harbored feelings for the dashing and talented Zhou Jin. After a brief hesitation, she made her decision. As night fell, the courtyard was engulfed in darkness. Zhou, fearful of lighting a lantern, quietly approached the rockery and called softly, Second miss? Gu Xiling, cloaked in a mantle, emerged from behind the rockery. You truly came? Zhou's heart raced. Willing to take a risk for her future desires, she inquired. What must I do for you to allow me to accompany you into the Marquis of Chongning and Oppos' household? Gu Xiling smiled lightly, pleased she had not misjudged her. Tomorrow at this time, bring me the list of dowries prepared for Gu Shirong's marriage to the Marquis of Chongning. I will then request you as my maid of honor. Zhou was momentarily stunned, but after a moment of contemplation, she grasped the intent behind Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppos' words. Very well. They parted ways, returning to their respective quarters. The following morning, Madame Gu dispatched a maid to inform Gu Xiling that a splendid match with the Marquis of Chongning had been arranged, allowing her to prepare for her marriage with peace of mind. Gu Xiling acted according to plan, receiving from Zhou the dowry list prepared for Gu Shirong and Amp, Oppos' marriage to the Marquis. Zhou appeared anxious. Second miss, I have succeeded. May I truly be your maid of honor? Indeed, Gu Xiling replied with a light laugh. Simply await patiently. With that, she concealed her lovely face within her mantle and departed from the rockery. The Jingyang Marquis family was a prominent clan in the capital, and distant relatives were coming to bestow gifts upon Gu Xiling and Gu Shirong. As the one destined to marry into the Marquis of Chongning and Amp, Oppo's household, Gu Xiling found herself the center of attention, receiving praises from the aunts and cousins gathered around her. They left a favorable impression on Gu Xiling, ensuring that when she invited them to future gatherings at the Marquis's residence, they might assist in finding suitable matches for their daughters. As for Gu Shirong, the impostor destined for the impoverished Xie family, she would not require any expenses. With a gentle smile, Gu Shirong concealed her inner fury, wishing to strike down these relatives of the Gu family. Once she ascended to the position of the esteemed regent and Oppo's wife, she would not even spare them a glance as they knelt before her. After the guests departed, Gu Shirong clung to Madame Gu and Amp, Oppo's arm, feigning tears. Mother, the gifts from relatives and friends are far too meager. You must provide me with a more substantial dowry. Madame Gu tapped Gu Shirong and Amp, Oppo's face lightly. The betrothal gift from the Marquis of Chongning and Amp, Oppo's household are ample, as are the dowries. As for the Xie family, alas, only 18 bridal chairs. I can only allocate a portion from Xiling's dowry to supplement yours, bringing it up to 68 chairs. You may do with that. Gu Xiling and Oppo's eyes glimmered with sorrow and mockery, affirming her suspicions. She would not hesitate to take the initiative. Standing in the garden, Gu Xiling awaited her moment, and after a while, she spotted the plump and anxious Mama Qi glancing around hurriedly. Gu Xiling intercepted Mama Qi on a shortcut, succinctly stating, "The inventory in the storeroom is accounted for. You saved your son, but sacrificed yourself in the process." Mama Qi and Oppo's eyes widened in alarm. Second miss, please do not say such things. I did not steal. Gu Xiling merely smiled, offering her a silver note. 500 taels. This is a 200 tael deposit. I need you to accomplish something for me. At her words, Mama Qi gasped, her eyes gleaming with greed. After a moment of contemplation, she eagerly accepted the silver note. Second miss, what would you have me do? Chapter 3. The angered groom, Gu Shirong, wept and wailed, knowing that her mother would inevitably distribute my dowry to her. She would rewrite the dowry list anew. Qi Mama was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the cleverness of the second young lady. Go ahead. Gu Xiling nodded, handing Qi Mama 200 taels of silver, donning a cloak, and disappearing into the night. Upon returning to her residence, Gu Shirong arrived with 2 maidservants. Sister, I know you lack accompanying maidservants, so I have brought you 2. In the unfamiliar surroundings of the Chongning Marquis and Oppo's residence, it was better to have familiar faces around. Gu Xiling could not help but chuckle at Gu Shirong and Oppo's blatant desire for her to suffer. One was Xiuzhu, the favored concubine of Zhou, and the other was the beautiful maid Xiulan, whose child had perished, having directly caused the death of Gu Shirong and Oppo's young son. They were indeed ruthless. Thank you, sister, Gu Xiling said with a smile, relieved that she did not need to ask Madame Gu for them. She extended her hand. May I have them? Gu Shirong feigned ignorance, stating that she only had 4 major maidservants. Did her sister wish to take them all? Gu Xiling chuckled lightly. I require their contracts. Since they are my maidservants, their contracts must be in my possession. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy. Gu Shirong inwardly cursed Gu Xiling, the simpleton from the countryside, for understanding such matters. Sister is still young. It would be better for mother to keep them for you. Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow, suspicion evident in her gaze. I see that sister is still pining for Zhou, the heir of the Chongning Marquis. Do you wish to control my maidservants to gather news about him? Does General Xian know of this? Gu Shirong laughed awkwardly. Sister, please do not speak nonsense. I simply forgot. I will have someone deliver their contracts to you right away. Gu Xiling nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Gu Shirong handed over the 2 contracts, eagerly awaiting the spectacle that Gu Xiling would create. On the eve of the wedding, the dowry was to be sent to the groom's family. Gu Xiling whispered instructions to Xiuzhu, who looked momentarily taken aback. her gaze towards the second young lady filled with admiration. "I shall surely fulfill your instructions, Mississippi. With an increased dowry, your reward shall be greater." Gu Xiling smiled sincerely. At least for now, their interests aligned. First, she needed to enter the Chongning Marquis and Appo's residence and then establish her position. The dowry, tied with red silk, was delivered amidst a raucous atmosphere of drums and horns to the Chongning Marquis' residence. As for Gu Shirong's dowry, it could only be sent to the Xie family 2 hours later. Upon arrival, Xiuzhu immediately sought out the head maid at the Chongning Marquis and Appo's residence to inventory the dowry. The maids from both sides inspected the intricately carved redwood boxes, comparing the contents against the dowry list. They discovered that many significant items listed were absent from the delivery. The servants, hesitant to make a decision, quickly reported to their masters. Madame Song, upon hearing this, was slightly startled and realized the necessity of clarifying the situation with the Jingyang Duke's residence. The Chongning Marquis' residence could not afford the tarnish of being accused of embezzling a bride's dowry. She sealed the Zhou courtyard, tallying the items on the list and noting the missing ones, preparing to send them to the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residence. "Understood, madam," Yuan Mama replied carefully, not daring to be careless. Soon, the tally revealed that the actual dowry was 40% less than what was listed. Yuan Mama inwardly cursed the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residence for their greed, as it barely amounted to half of the Chongning Marquis and Appo's betrothal gifts. Xiuzhu, claiming the need to guard the dowry, did not accompany them, following Gu Xiling's orders to ensure her safety. When Yuan Mama, along with relatives from the Gu family delivering the dowry, arrived at the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residence, she presented the dowry list alongside the list of missing items. "Madame Gu, could there have been a mistake made by the servants?" The madam of the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residence, upon reading the documents, turned pale, nearly fainting. Gritting her teeth, she concluded that the servants must have been negligent. "Please excuse me for this. Wait a moment." Madame Gu, sweating profusely, struggled to stand, with the help of her maidservants, rushing into Gu Shirong's courtyard. In that moment, she was like an ant on a hot pan, urgently demanding, "Hurry and gather everything on the list and send it to the Chongning Marquis' residence." "Yes, madam." The maidservants understood that the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residents had embarrassed themselves today and dared not breathe a word, hastily attending to their tasks. Gu Shirong was inside, applying her makeup and practicing her most enchanting smile and alluring gaze, eager to captivate Xie Jin after marrying into the Xie family. Upon hearing commotion outside, Gu Shirong peered through the hexagonal gauze window and turned anxious. "Mother, this is my dowry. Why are you taking it away?" She obstructed the servants from removing the dowry, knowing its immense worth, including ancient texts and famous paintings that were invaluable. Madame Gu felt a mix of suffocation and fury, sensing her dignity evaporating in that moment. She risked offending the Chongning Marquis' residence to arrange a good marriage for Gu Shirong. Yet her motherly intentions were trampled by Gu Shirong. Faced with Gu Shirong's accusations, her anger flared, and she raised her hand, delivering a heavy slap across Gu Shirong's face. "It's all your fault, you foolish girl. You refused to marry into the respectable Chongning Marquis' residence and instead wish to wed into the impoverished Xie family. A life of servitude is not worthy of such a splendid dowry. Gather it and take it away." Gu Shirong was taken aback, her eyes filled with resentment. Lowering her head, she vowed to rise above and make everyone kneel before her in the future. Meanwhile, Gu Xiling, separated by a wall, listened to Madame Gu and Appo's furious rebukes, her expression mocking. It seemed that Madame Gu and Appo's affection for Gu Shirong was limited, overshadowed by her own dignity. However, all of this was no longer her concern. The Gu family was in disarray, hastily assembling the items listed in the dowry and sending them over once more. Madame Gu wished to investigate further, but with 2 young ladies from the Jingyang Duke's residence getting married, there were far too many matters to attend to, leaving her no choice but to swallow her grievances. The next day, adorned in a red wedding gown and a bright red veil, accompanied by celebratory music and firecrackers, Gu Gu Xiling was carried into the Chongning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, residence. She performed the customary bows to heaven and earth, to her parents, and to her husband, before being sent into the bridal chamber. A life entirely different from her previous existence began. Sitting on the edge of the bed beneath the red veil, her heart was as calm as a spring lake, tranquil and undisturbed. Suddenly, the veil was lifted by the groom's hand. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiling slowly raised her head. The once jubilant Zhou narrowed his eyes upon seeing Gu Xiling, stepping back in shock. How can it be you? Gu Xiling had anticipated Zhou and Amp, Oppo's reaction. She stood gracefully, slightly bowing, exuding calm confidence. I, Gu Xiling, the legitimate daughter of the Jingyang Duke and Amp, Oppo's residence, greet you. Yuan Mama hurriedly ushered the matchmaker and other guests out, positioning herself in front of the new lady, fearing that the heir might lash out at her in anger. Young master, there are still guests outside. The Marquis requests your presence to entertain them. Zhou and Amp, Oppo's complexion was as pale as jade, his features handsome, his figure tall, adorned with floral pins, truly deserving of being the scholar favored by the emperor. Yet, in that moment, he was furious, his face flushed with anger, filled with regret. Gu Xiling, even if you have taken Shirong's marriage, I will never develop any feelings for you. With that, Zhou flung his sleeves and turned to leave, leaving Yuan Mama in a cold sweat, her heart racing. Chapter 4. You may not love her, but you must respect her. Yuan Mama was momentarily taken aback, worried that the new bride might cause a scene and tarnish the dignity of the Longning Marquis estate. She quickly sought to placate her young master, saying, Madam, please do not be upset. The old servant will immediately report to you. Gu Xiling smiled gently. Do not rush, Mama. I am not angry. I can understand the young master's disappointment at not marrying his beloved. Today, my mother-in-law has worked hard in preparing for the wedding. Let us not cause any distress to her or my father-in-law tonight. Upon hearing this, gratitude flickered in Yuan Mama's eyes. She knew that if the new bride were to stir trouble, it was uncertain whether the young master would face punishment, but she certainly would be in trouble. Yuan Mama respectfully bowed to Gu Xiling, assuring her, Madam, do not worry. The decisions in the estate rest with the Marquis and his wife. The implication was clear. As long as the young master, Zhou behaved himself, Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's position as the young mistress of Longning Marquis would remain secure. Gu Xiling, aware from her previous life that the Longning Marquis's wife was a person who valued propriety, thought that even someone as unruly as Gu Shirong could be tolerated. So surely her minor grievances could be as well. Thank you for your reminder, Mama. As I am new here, I hope you will guide me if I falter. After speaking, Gu Xiling discreetly signaled to the anxious Xiuzhu, handing her a pouch. Yuan Mama, delighted to receive the token of appreciation, responded, This is merely my duty. Madam, you must be hungry. I shall have someone bring you something to eat. Thank you, Mama. Gu Xiling replied cheerfully. Zhou and Oppo's abrupt departure had not diminished her appetite. After satisfying her hunger, Gu Xiling changed out of her wedding attire, removing the jingling ornaments from her hair, and summoned a maid to bring hot water for her to wash. Dressed in a peach-colored silk robe, she reclined on the inner side of the marriage bed. Having been up since the early hours, she was both weary and sleepy, and after a hearty meal, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Though the young mistress had claimed there was no need to report to the Marquis's wife, Yuan Mama felt she could not bear the consequences if the situation escalated. Seeing that the young mistress had eaten well and fallen asleep, Yuan Mama finally exhaled in relief, suppressing a smile as she instructed a maid to inform the main courtyard. Upon learning that her newlywed daughter-in-law had been publicly humiliated by her son, Zhou, the Longning Marquis and Oppo's wife, Song Shi, felt a jolt of concern. While the young mistress and Oppo's reaction, Yuan Mama stifled her laughter, recalling how the young mistress had said Zhou's disappointment at not marrying his beloved was understandable. Yet, the young mistress had remained composed, eating when hungry and sleeping when tired. By the time Yuan Mama had arrived, Gu Xiling was already comfortably asleep. Hearing this, Song Shi chuckled softly. She was indeed a resilient one. It was for the best. as one could not survive long in such a deep-rooted household without a strong heart. Yuan Mama bowed her head. Such thoughts were for the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's wife to express, not for her to voice. At that moment, Zhou Jin entered with a stormy expression. Mother, the engagement was originally with Gu Shirong, so why is it Gu Xiling who has come to marry? Zhou Jin was frustrated. While his wife need not be a literary genius, she certainly should not be a peasant girl who could not even recognize the simplest of characters. Song Shi took a sip of tea, maintaining her composure as she spoke gently. Jin and Amp, Oppo's, you have misunderstood. Your grandmother arranged this engagement because, at the age of 7, you suffered from a high fever that lasted for weeks, and the palace doctors stated you would not survive. Your grandmother then sought out Master Yuan Hui from the Golden Light Temple, who foretold that you were exceptionally talented, but that fate was against you, and thus it was imperative to find a girl whose destiny aligned with yours to ensure your survival. We searched the capital far and wide, finally finding a suitable match from the Jinyang Bo family, and even enlisted the help of the old dowager to finalize the engagement in haste. Zhou Jin was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that his marriage had such a convoluted history. This cannot be true. Marriage is too serious to be treated lightly. With tears welling in her eyes, Song Shi gently wiped her unshed tears with her handkerchief when her grandmother placed the engagement document, which detailed the birth dates and destinies of you and the Gu family and Oppo's eldest daughter. Before the ancestral shrine, you miraculously recovered from your fever that very day. Not only did you awaken, but you also devoured a large bowl of rice porridge. From that day forth, your health improved remarkably, and you were free from illness. My son, the girl you were engaged to is Gu Xiling, and if you do not marry her, but instead choose a counterfeit, the fate of that girl will not be strong enough to counterbalance yours. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of your grandmother and me? Zhou Jin was speechless, the weight of his mother and Oppo's words began to sink in, making him reluctantly reconsider, but it could just be a coincidence? Song Shi continued. Upon hearing rumors of a substitution of the true daughter of the Gu family, I dispatched someone to investigate. During the period when you were recovering from your illness at the age of 7, the genuine Gu Xiling fell ill with a high fever that lasted for weeks. Isolated in a shabby farmhouse without any medicine or care, only to awaken after enduring great hardship. It was then that you fully regained your health. Though miles apart, your grandmother, and I firmly believe that she bore the brunt of your calamity, allowing you to survive. There are divine beings watching over us. Whether or not you believe in the divine, you must show them respect. Xiling is the child we prayed for, and you must honor her for the sake of your grandmother and me. Zhou Jin found himself at a loss for words. Despite his reluctance, he realized that resistance was futile. He sighed, acknowledging the reality he faced. As he walked back to the Zizhu courtyard, Zhou Jin felt a heavy cloud of frustration lingering in his heart. He composed a poem expressing his turmoil, once longing for the pair of mandarin ducks to dwell together. Deep in the southern woods where the leaves are dense and obscure, who, besides the parrot, can understand this longing? Do not let your hidden affections spill into tears. The maidservants hastily greeted him. Welcome back, young master. Zhou Jin waved them off as he entered, expecting to find his new wife in tears, yet instead, he discovered Gu Xiling peacefully asleep, her face flushed and rosy, her delicate legs draped over the quilt. His pent-up frustration reached its peak. Despite his mother and Oppo's soothing words and his own upbringing preventing him from striking his newlywed wife, he felt a mixture of anger, exhaustion, thirst, and hunger, and he could not bear to see Gu Xiling sleeping so soundly. He reached out with his long fingers and poked her cheek twice, feeling its warmth and softness. Gu Xiling was lost in a beautiful dream, feeling a tickle on her face and unconsciously swiped at it, her rosy lips parting slightly as she mumbled in her sleep, adjusting her position beneath the vibrant quilt. Zhou Jin's irritation flared. Why should she sleep so comfortably while he was in turmoil? Thus, he pinched her round face, asking, "Is your husband not asleep yet? How can the bride be sleeping?" Chapter 5. Dampen his spirit, she deliberately ignored Zhou Jin. For a man whose heart belongs to another woman, indulging and flattering him is utterly futile. Rather than subjecting herself to humiliation, Gu Xiling altered her strategy, choosing not to regard Zhou Jin as significant. With his upbringing, he would never resort to violence against her. Gu Xiling was not afraid at all. Yet, she did not expect Zhou Jin to be so uncouth, for instead of striking her, he actually pinched her cheek. Gu Xiling opened her eyes, pushing away Zhou Jin and Appo's hand that was pinching her face. After all, she had to pay respects with tea to her in-laws tomorrow. Why was the young master not asleep? Zhou Jin was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Gu Xiling, lacking in decorum, could so boldly retort him. Did she not know the importance of serving her husband while only thinking of tomorrow's tea ceremony for her in-laws? Gu Xiling sat up, arranging her hair with a leisurely demeanor and a clear voice. I am the new bride of the Marquis of Chongning, brought in with great ceremony. It is my duty to serve tea to my in-laws. As for you, young master, aside from the marriage ceremony, we have not yet consummated our union or shared a cup of mutual wine. What makes you my husband? Why should I serve you? Her bright eyes and pearl-like teeth, combined with her serious tone, showcased her defiance. She had no intention of sharing a bed with a man whose heart belonged to another woman. Even if they were to consummate their marriage in the future, it would only be when Zhou Jin's heart was truly hers. The usually eloquent and quick-witted heir of the Marquis of Chongning found himself at a loss for words, irritated. For his mother's sake, he respected her, yet she was utterly ungrateful. Since that was the case, let us see what else Gu Xiling is capable of beyond her sharp tongue. With that, Zhou Jin left with a grim expression, his lips pressed together in a cold huff, and strode away with an air of arrogance. Be careful, young master. Gu Xiling instructed the servants, watching him depart. Zhou Jin wanted to amp. Appo's. He turned back. He will surely regret not coming after me. Yet, as he stepped out of the Zhou courtyard, no call for him to stay came from Gu Xiling. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and stormed into the study. Seeing this, old Madame Yuan was taken aback. Having just received the silver for the young mistress, she quietly advised, Madam, the Marchioness has already persuaded the young master to return. Cannot you soften your stance and keep him here? Gu Xiling arranged the bedding and crawled back under the covers, letting out a sigh. She felt grateful for her mother-in-law's support and vowed to serve her in-laws well in the future. The young master harbored resentment for not marrying the one he loved. Why should she force the issue? Zhou Jin knew of Gu Shirong and Appo's merits, but remained oblivious to her own, seeing only her faults. Yet, she believed that in time, with her mother-in-law's guidance, he would come to appreciate her virtues. Old Madame Yuan paused, realizing that since the young mistress had her own plans, further discussion was futile. Then, you should rest early, madam. Gu Xiling covered her yawning mouth, adjusted herself comfortably, closed her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. A good diet, ample rest, and good health are essential for longevity. In the grand estate, living long enough is the key to ultimate victory. Temporary gains and losses are of little consequence. Old Madame Yuan instructed the maidservants to attend to the young mistress well, as all the courtyards were locked, and they would have to wait until morning to report to the mistress. The following morning, as the locks of each courtyard were opened, old Madame Yuan hurried to the main courtyard to relay the conversation between the young mistress and the young master to the Marchioness Song. Song was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, her eyes filled with mirth. Jean, born into wealth, quick-witted, had navigated the imperial examinations smoothly, yet his character was inevitably proud and spoiled. The first setback he faced in life was perhaps this unsatisfactory engagement. However, in my view, Gu Xiling's refusal to pander to him is not a negative. It serves to temper Jin's spirit. Remember, time is on our side, as long as our family's reputation remains intact. Let the young couple handle matters in the Zhou courtyard themselves. Unless it is of utmost importance, these trivialities need not be reported to me. Yes, madam. Old Madame Yuan withdrew, not looking down on Gu Xiling merely because she had not yet won the young master's affection. In the inner chambers, gaining the Marchioness's favor was sufficient. At that moment, a tall, handsome man with a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes emerged from behind the screen. This was Zhou Zhe, the Marquis of Chongning. The Marchioness has insightful judgment, and her assessment of Jean is quite accurate. It is time for him to sharpen his wits. To govern a family and the country, one must first understand the affairs within their own household. If he cannot manage matters here, he will struggle in the official realm. Song chuckled, acknowledging her husband's wisdom. Xiling, having finished her grooming, was ready to proceed to Yulan courtyard to serve tea to her in-laws. Zhou, anxious, kept glancing around. Second miss, the young master is still in the study and has not come. Xiling's pace remained steady, though slightly slowed as she turned to Zhou. I am now a lady of the Zhou family. From now on, refer to me as the young mistress. If the young master has not come, that is his affair. I will focus on fulfilling my own duties. Yes, Zhou replied, unable to meet Xiling's gaze. Why did the young mistress not soften her stance toward the young master? Continuing this stubbornness would not bode well for her future in the Marquis's household. Xiling smiled knowingly, her gaze seemingly piercing into Zhou and Amp, Oppos, heart. Do you wish to take my place? And no, I dare not. Zhou quickly knelt down. She had exerted great effort to enter the Marquis's household as a maid, with the intention of becoming Zhou Jin's concubine. Yet, she understood the rules. If the mistress did not bear children, her fate would be dire should she overstep her bounds. Without the young mistress's intervention, the Marchioness could easily bring about her downfall. Rise, Xiling said in a lowered voice. Following the rules prevents chaos. Anyone who disrupts my order shall find their path obstructed. With that, Xiling continued on her way. After she left, Zhou finally rose from the ground, her legs trembling in trepidation. Upon reaching Yulan courtyard, the Marchioness, Song, and the Marquis, Zhou, were already seated. Noticing Eugène's absence, Song exchanged a knowing glance with old Madame Song beside her. Moments later, Zhou Jin was brought in by old Madame Song. In stark contrast to the rosy, fair complexion of the new mistress, the young master Zhou Jin appeared rather haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he had not slept well. This comparison led the Marquis and Marchioness to share a knowing look, shaking their heads in amusement. Indeed, he was lovesick. Seeing Zhou Jin approach, Xiling knelt on the mat to serve tea to her in-laws, receiving 2 substantial gifts in return. Thank you, father and mother. Zhou Jin remained silent, still fuming. Once the tea ceremony concluded, he abruptly announced, Father, Mother, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he rushed away as though pursued by someone. Watching Zhou Jin's hurried departure, Xiling felt no anger. Instead, a smile graced her lips, her eyes shining with amusement. The Marquis, Zhou, observed this and thought to himself, this child can still smile? Is she not afraid that Jin will not accompany her back for 3 days? Chapter 6. A master of deception, yet not beyond her perceptive gaze, Xiling was radiant and poised, her bright eyes and flawless teeth sparkling as she responded to the inquiry from the Marquis of Chongning with a charming smile. Father, you and mother have always adhered to propriety. The esteemed reputation of the Chongning Marquisate is well known, and the heir is both dignified and courteous. He will surely accompany Xiling back to the estate of Duke Jingyang. Upon hearing Xiling's words, Madame Song, the wife of the Marquis of Chongning, did not smile, but instead wore a serious expression. Yet you showed no signs of yielding just now. Jin harbors resentment. How do you expect him to accompany you home? Should I and your father forcibly take him back? Madame Song could not fathom what brilliant idea Xiling might have and was eager to hear more. Marquis Zhou of Chongning, taking advantage of sipping tea, deliberately delayed his departure, wishing to hear what this audacious daughter-in-law had to propose. Xiling, undeterred by her mother-in-law's stern demeanor, smiled confidently. Mother, there are no knots that cannot be untied in this world. The heir harbors feelings for Xiling, and it is the duty of the daughter-in-law to find a way to unravel this knot. Oh, pray, elaborate, Madame Song replied, slightly taken aback. She had seen brides who, due to their husband's indifference, were anxious and resentful, yet they feigned humility in an attempt to please their spouses. However, Xiling spoke boldly of her husband's affections for another, contemplating how to eliminate the object of his unattainable love. Was this not a fanciful notion? Xiling spoke with composure, her voice clear and melodious. Mother and father, it is known that I am the true daughter of the Gu family. raised in a humble farming household, lacking in literary prowess and charm. Thus, I could only rely on the guilt of my biological parents to survive within the estate of Duke Jingyang. Such a prestigious match as the Chongning Marquisate is coveted by all. However, my parents are more concerned for Gu Shirong, who resides nearby, and have arranged a marriage for me with the Xie family. Yet, for reasons unknown, Gu Shirong wept and insisted on the match with the Xie family, claiming that if I did not marry into the Chongning Marquisate, I would dishonor our late grandmother, bearing lifelong guilt for usurping her place. Though Gu Xiling did not comprehend her motivations, she was certain that Gu Shirong did not wish to marry the heir, while the heir, in turn, was still infatuated with Gu Shirong, believing that I had snatched away her engagement and directing his ire towards me. The expressions of the once nonchalant Marquis Zhou and Madame Song grew increasingly grave. They had presumed that the estate of Duke Jingyang had experienced a change of heart, only to discover a web of complications. Madame Song, seizing a moment while sipping her tea, masked her underlying fury. While she may have disliked Gu Shirong, how could a mere impostor hold disdain for her son? At that moment, Marquis Zhou inquired, "This is all well and good, but how can you be sure the heir will believe you?" Gu Xiling smiled faintly. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. Should the heir doubt my words, he shall undoubtedly believe Gu Shirong. Tomorrow marks my return home, as well as Gu Shirong's. I am certain the heir would not wish to be deceived and would seek the truth. Marquis Zhou paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, what a splendid idea. On the day of your return, do be cautious, for propriety between men and women must be upheld. Do not act rashly." Madame Song forced down the corners of her mouth, unwilling to display weakness before her daughter-in-law. Gu Xiling inclined her head slightly, responding softly, "Yes, father, mother." As they exited the main courtyard, Gu Xiling walked ahead, with Granny Yuan following closely behind. "Granny Yuan, what delicacies does the heir enjoy?" Gu Xiling inquired, intending to visit Zhou Jin's study, for she could not arrive empty-handed. In truth, this was not merely to curry favor with Zhou Jin, but also to please her mother-in-law. As a mother-in-law cannot abide seeing her son treat his wife well, nor could she tolerate a daughter-in-law who does not show kindness to her son. Upon hearing Gu Xiling inquire about the heir's preferences, Granny Yuan exhaled in relief, her aged face breaking into a smile. "Madam, the heir delights in eating hibiscus cakes, which the Marquise also enjoys. The kitchen keeps a steady supply. Are you planning to bring some for the heir?" Gu Xiling nodded, her smile bright. "Please bring some hibiscus cakes. I shall invite the heir to join me for breakfast." Granny Yuan leaned in and whispered, "The heir is currently in his study writing and has yet to have breakfast. If you personally invite him, he will surely be in good spirits." "Let's hope so." Gu Xiling chuckled softly, thinking he might not have much appetite. Upon reaching the Zizhu courtyard, Gu Xiling moved gracefully, her earrings and the golden hairpin atop her head, along with the rings adorning her skirt, only swaying gently. Granny Yuan watched in astonishment. Who said the heiress' wife was born in the countryside and lacked grace? She would be the first to disagree. Arriving at the Zizhu courtyard, Granny Yuan instructed a trusted maid to go to the kitchen and prepare breakfast for the heir and his wife, while she remained close by to assist Gu Xiling. Under Granny Yuan's guidance, Gu Xiling arrived at the adjacent Qingzhou pavilion, which served as the study of the heir, Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin's personal attendant, named Lai Fu, was of average height with a round face, cheerful and lively, quick to smile at anyone. Upon seeing Gu Xiling approach, he hurriedly greeted her, offering his respects to the heir's wife. Having witnessed her take away their master merely with a few words the previous day, he was in awe. Gu Xiling chuckled lightly, her voice melodious. "Would you kindly inform the heir that I have important matters to discuss? If he does not see me, he will surely regret it for life." After speaking, Gu Xiling signaled to her maid, Xiaolan, who handed Lai Fu a plain blue pouch containing a silver ingot. "Thank you, Brother Lai Fu, for your hard work," she said sweetly. Lai Fu, taken aback by Xiaolan's beauty and charm, felt his face warm as he stammered, It's nothing," clutching the warm pouch from Xiaolan. Lai Fu grinned foolishly and hurried inside to deliver the message. In the study, Zhou Jin heard Lai Fu's arrival and scoffed to himself. "I thought Gu Xiling was exceptionally bold. Yet here she is, coming to beg for my attention. He scoffed at her claim that he would regret not seeing her. What audacity! Lai Fu gently pushed open the door, respectfully announcing, "My lord, the heir's wife wishes to see you. She claims to have urgent matters to discuss, and, if you do not listen today, you will regret it for life." Zhou Jin, seated with his eyes closed, feigned indifference, deliberately ignoring Gu Xiling outside. After a long pause, Zhou Jin finally opened his eyes. "Granted. Yes, my lord." Lai Fu exhaled in relief, fearing Zhou Jin's temper might send the submissive wife away again. Gu Xiling entered with a radiant smile, greeting Zhou Jin warmly. "Husband, may you be blessed with good fortune. Such flattery is unwarranted." Zhou Jin did not spare her a glance, his demeanor aloof as he held his brush. "Painting on rice paper. Aside from our wedding ceremony, we have not yet tied the knot, nor shared a cup of wine, nor consummated our union. What right have you to call me husband?" He returned her previous remarks with interest. "Oh dear, how proud he is." Gu Xiling covered her mouth with a soft laugh, realizing that the heir's fade was no match for her discerning eye. Though Zhou Jin appeared nonchalant, his hasty brushstrokes betrayed a restless spirit beneath his composed exterior. Chapter 7. This time, firmly in control, yet for some inexplicable reason, Gu Xiling fell silent. Could it be that she was overwhelmed by his words? However, she had indeed said something quite similar to him yesterday. He was merely returning the favor and had not bullied her in the slightest. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Jin finally lifted his gaze, only to encounter Gu Xiling's gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. At this sight, Zhou Jin's expression darkened with anger. "Gu Xiling, are you mocking me?" Gu Xiling shook her head lightly, her voice imbued with sincerity. "My lord, you have misunderstood me. My laughter just now was not one of derision, but of joy, for I am blessed with kind and principled in-laws, and a husband who is not only handsome and graceful, but also cultured and talented. Though we have yet to consummate our marriage, I have just offered tea to my parents-in-law and listened to their teachings. We already bear the title of husband and wife. My lord, you're magnanimous. Had anyone else heard my words yesterday, they might have struck me down then and there. Yet you merely came to the study, choosing not to stoop to my level." Caught off guard, Zhou Jin found himself astonished to hear Gu Xiling yielding. It felt as if his anger had been wrapped in a cloud of cotton. "Flattery. You managed to marry into the Chongming Marquis' house by deceiving Shiro. I cannot harbor affection for a woman who schemes with such cunning and ruthlessness." In response to Zhou Jin's accusation, Gu Xiling remained calm, letting out a soft sigh. "My lord, how painfully deceived you are. You are like a flower, yearning for affection, while Gu Shirong remains indifferent. In your heart, you believe I have usurped Gu Shirong's betrothal, yet I am merely a country girl from a farming family, unloved by my parents in the Gu household, living off their guilt. How could I possibly compete with Gu Shirong? The Xie family is a marriage arranged by my father, the Duke of Jingyang, in gratitude for Xie Jin's life-saving grace." Gu Shirong cried and protested against marrying into the Xie family. "Impossible," Zhou Jin retorted without hesitation, his eyes not only filled with anger, but also with disdain. "Gu Xiling, you are not only a smooth talker, but also a purveyor of falsehoods. My Chongming Marquis family is a prestigious lineage, steeped in culture and scholarly pursuits. We cannot be compared to the declining Xie family." Seeing Zhou Jin's ire rekindled, Gu Xiling remained unperturbed and did not retreat in the face of his words. "My lord, do you not believe me? How could this humble servant convince you of such absurdities?" Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow, his fair and handsome face now tinged with coldness. Gu Xiling tilted her head slightly, gazing at Zhou Jin. "In 3 days, I shall return home. Accompany me, and you will discern whether I have deceived you." "Oh, so all this time, you have been trying to persuade me to accompany you home?" Zhou Jin scoffed, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. "Do you think such words will entice me to go with you?" Seeing that the moment was ripe, Gu Xiling's expression turned indifferent, a smile lingering on her lips. "My lord, if you are infatuated and allow yourself to be deceived, do not blame me for not having warned you. Should you neglect to uncover the truth, your baseless allegations against me, Gu Xiling, of scheming and usurping marriage, would be nothing but slander. When word spreads that the esteemed Lord harbors feelings for the CF family, Gu Xiling, do not be embarrassed when the truth comes to light. Tomorrow, I shall return home, as shall Gu Xiling. Your opportunity to discover the truth lies tomorrow. Whether you choose to come is entirely up to you. Given Zhou Jin's proud disposition and earnest manner, it was certain he would accompany her to the Duke of Jingyang's residence the following day. After saying this, Gu Xiling offered no chance for Zhou Jin to ponder or retort, turning on her heel and taking the lotus cake she had placed on the table with her. Her attitude was so dismissive, denying him even a taste. As Gu Xiling's skirt swayed with her movement, her garments billowed elegantly, her steps light as a lotus. Making not a sound, Madame Yuan stood in stunned silence, having just witnessed the once smiling lady of the house being driven away by the lord. She hurried after Gu Xiling and paused before Lai Fu, encouraged the lord to reconsider. Lai Fu remained silent, but winked at Madame Yuan, signaling that he understood. Take care, mother. As Xiaolong passed by Lai Fu, she bowed deeply. Brother Lai Fu, what the lady says is indeed true. Miss Gu Xiling cried out in her desperation to marry into the CF family. Hearing Xiaolong call him brother again, Lai Fu felt a surge of joy. Although he maintained a serious facade, Sister Xiaolong, the Lord is exceptionally clever and will surely discern the truth. That's good, Xiaolong replied with a sweet smile, lowering her head slightly before turning to chase after Gu Xiling. Lai Fu watched her retreating figure, momentarily transfixed. Zhou Jin's attendant, appearing disheartened, cursed, "What a useless lackey! Why do you not hurry and serve the master in his drawing?" "Coming, my lord. I am here," Lai Fu quickly answered, rushing inside to attend to him. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Jin was distracted, having wasted so much paper that he had drawn his wife as a fearsome hag. Madame Yuan returned to find Gu Xiling savoring a bowl of bird's nest porridge. In silence, she stood by to serve. After Gu Xiling finished the porridge, consuming 2 lotus cakes and a couple of slightly sour plum pastries to cleanse her palate, Madame Yuan speculated that Gu Xiling had not been upset by Zhou Jin. Dutifully approaching to inquire, "My lady, why put yourself through this? The Lord will surely be angered. He may refuse to accompany you tomorrow, leaving you with no face." Gu Xiling chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your concern, but there is no need for worry. Tomorrow, we shall see. With men, one cannot remain consistently cold nor overly warm. A balance of warmth and chill, with subtle shifts, allows one to gradually seize the initiative." Madame Yuan regarded her with skepticism, having witnessed Zhou Jin grow up. Aside from the matriarchs of the household, she had never seen him soften for anyone. What gave Gu Xiling such confidence? She was eager to see if Gu Xiling could teach this old woman something new. Only because of Gu Xiling's auspicious fortune did the Chongning Marquis's wife, Song, wish to bestow dignity upon her. The gifts prepared for the return were sumptuous, sufficient to reflect the esteem and importance the Chongning Marquis family placed upon Gu Xiling. Accompanied by Xiaolong and Madame Yuan, Gu Xiling made her way to the main courtyard. "Thank you, mother. And where is the lord?" The Chongning Marquis and Appo's wife inquired. Song Mama replied, "The lord left early and is not currently in the residence." The Marquis and Appo's wife narrowed her eyes slightly, observing, "You do not know how to yield. This time, you return home alone. How will you maintain your dignity?" Gu Xiling bowed to her mother-in-law, unhurried. "Thank you for your guidance, mother. Your daughter-in-law shall remember." Once in the carriage, Gu Xiling closed her eyes to rest. Xiaolong and Madame Yuan sat on either side, filled with concern. Today's return home was undignified for the lady, subjecting them all to ridicule. As the carriage rolled smoothly along the stone path, it suddenly halted at the last corner, the driver exclaiming, "My lord?" At that moment, Madame Yuan leaned out of the carriage window and spotted Zhou Jin on horseback. She let out a sigh of relief, marveling at Gu Xiling's cleverness. This time, she had managed to take control with finesse. Gu Xiling opened her eyes, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, though no warmth resided in her gaze. "My lord, time is short. We must hasten, lest our parents and brothers grow weary of waiting." Chapter 8. Let her take pride and be wild. That radiant and handsome face, which once exuded carefree joy, now bore a countenance of cold arrogance and indifference. The sound of horses' hooves echoed against the stone pavement, resonating with the heartbeat of Zhou Jin. Grandma Yuan, wary and solemn, understood that today was crucial. The wife of the heir must not be bullied, lest the dignity of the Chongning Marquisate be compromised. At the entrance of the Jingyang Duke's residence, Steward Gu had been waiting. As soon as he spotted the carriage from the Chongning Marquisate, he promptly sent word to the Duke and the eldest son, Gu Hongjin. The Duke of Jingyang and his son Gu Qingze lightly lifted their robes and hurried out to greet them. As the carriage came to a halt, a stool was promptly placed. Xiling descended from the carriage, assisting Grandma Yuan, who dismounted cautiously. Grandma Yuan gently patted Xiling's small hand, expressing her gratitude. Subsequently, Grandma Yuan and Xiling stood beside the stool, supporting the elegant and noble Gu Xiling as she stepped down. After you. Thank you. Gu Xiling moved gracefully, alighting steadily on the ground. Just then, the carriage of the Xie family arrived. The carriage from the Chongning Marquisate, grand and spacious, boasted wheels adorned with gleaming brass nails, a body inlaid with gold and silver jewels, and curtains of exquisite brocade fringed with tassels. In stark contrast, the Xie family's carriage was merely an ordinary, drab old and small vehicle. Yet, it was not a coachman who drove it, but Xie Jin himself. Before he arrived, his hearty laughter preceded him. Father-in-law, brother, your son-in-law has arrived late. Xie Jin's voice was robust, his laughter boisterous, overflowing with the joy of newlywed bliss. All eyes turned to the other new son-in-law of the Gu family, Xie Jin, whose face was slightly tanned, with a full forehead and a sturdy physique. Only Gu Xiling did not turn her head. Once, she had admired Xie Jin's masculine spirit, allowing herself to open her heart to this man. Who would have thought? Never mind, that was all in the past. The truths and falsehoods surrounding Xie Jin were no longer her concern. By contrast to the reserved and aloof Zhou Jin, Duke Gu Hongjin favored the forthright and exuberant Xie Jin. He stroked his beard and smiled in approval. As the carriage halted, Xie Jin leapt down, gently lifting the curtain. My dear, we have arrived home. Thank you, my husband. Gu Xiling sat within the dilapidated carriage, and upon seeing the mutual disdain between Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin, her feelings of regret and dissatisfaction abruptly faded. A priceless treasure is easy to seek, yet a beloved partner is hard to come by. In this lifetime, she was destined to be the apple of Xie Jin's eye, cherished and eventually to become the lofty regent's wife. Gu Xiling's delicate hand fell into Xie Jin's palm as she lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. Leaning out of the carriage, Xie Jin placed one hand on her back and the other under her knees, effortlessly carrying her down. It was evident to all that Miss Xiling and the young master of the Xie family shared a deep bond. Father, brother, sister, and brother-in-law. Once stable, Gu Xiling offered her greetings. Upon meeting Zhou Jin's gaze, she quickly lowered her eyes. From Zhou Jin's perspective, it seemed as if he could perceive Gu Xiling's myriad grievances. Gu Xiling smiled faintly. Indeed, Gu Xiling was an odious woman. Perhaps Gu Xiling had not intended to covet what was not hers, but she sought to sow discord between her and Zhou Jin, wishing to make things difficult for her. Ever since Gu Xiling's appearance, Zhou Jin's emotions had been tumultuous, especially upon witnessing Xie Jin carry Gu Xiling down from the carriage, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. Gu Qingze was aware of the affection that once existed between Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin, now overshadowed by awkwardness due to their unfulfilled destiny. Sisters, your sister-in-law awaits you at the second gate. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Duke Gu Hongjin chuckled. Indeed, please enter. Yes, father. Gu Xiling and Gu Xiling responded in unison, their eyes clashing. After you, sister. Gu Xiling's graceful visage now held a hint of the allure of a new bride. Her gaze filled with triumph. What if Gu Xiling had married into the Chongning Marquisate? Once inside the Marquisate, a woman without her husband's affection was akin to a drifting reed, devoid of support. The Jingyang Duke's residence was prestigious compared to the Xie family, yet it paled in comparison to the Chongning Marquisate at this moment. The Gu family might offer some assistance to their married daughters, but they would never offend the Chongning Marquisate to lend their support. Gu Xiling was acutely aware of Gu Xiling and Appo's Xiling arrogance and provocation. Thank you, elder sister. Xiling, disinterested in modesty, smiled gently, with Xiaolon aiding her ascent up the steps. Xiron's smile froze, clearly lacking the grace expected of an elder sister. She hurried after, her tone laced with mockery. Sister, you are indeed beautiful. I trust you have captured the heir's affections? Xiling chuckled softly, finally understanding why Xiron, despite holding a winning hand in her previous life, had squandered it so recklessly. A woman who constantly spoke of winning a man's affection could possess neither the breadth nor the vision needed. Not to mention, you have so quickly won your brother-in-law's heart. Since Xiron is so concerned with such things, Xiling intentionally lowered her stance, allowing Xiron to bask further in her pride, inciting her arrogance even more. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiron, adorned with jewels and finery, swayed her head in delight, feigning consolation. There is still plenty of time ahead, dear sister. Good days are yet to come. The phrase good days was deliberately emphasized by Xiron. Seeing the arrival of her two daughters, the Gu family matriarch, Mrs. Gu, greeted them with a light smile. Ah, my dear daughters, you are here at last. Your mother has been waiting for quite some time. Thank you, elder sister. Xiling and Xiron acknowledged her respectfully. As the group entered the main courtyard of the Jingyang Duke's residence, the maidservants and nannies accompanying them were invited to enjoy tea and did not follow. The moment Mrs. Gu saw Xiling and Xiron step over the threshold, she abruptly hurled her teacup at their feet, her expression darkening as she sternly commanded, "Kneel." Accustomed to being obedient, Xiron immediately knelt, adopting a submissive posture. Mother, please be well. Unfilial daughter, Xiron acknowledges her mistakes. Seeing Xiron's display, Mrs. Gu slightly nodded. After all, her daughter's fault was not grave, and acknowledging one's errors was commendable. From this point forward, whether as a Gu family daughter or a Xie family wife, she must uphold decorum and propriety, lest the family's dignity be tarnished. Yes, mother, Xiron dutifully complied, bowing her head once more, swallowing her humiliation, vowing to repay today's disgrace once she attained power. At that moment, Xiling stood tall, dignified and gracious, embodying elegance and nobility. Rebellious daughter, you swapped the dowry list, defied your parents, and plotted against your sisters, committing one wrong after another. Why do you not kneel and confess your sins? Hearing this, Xiling performed a deep bow. Mother, your words are mistaken. I have done no wrong. The Chongning Marquisate bestowed a generous dowry. A substantial dowry is only fitting. The original dowry list was intended for the bride of the Chongning Marquisate. It would be unjust to alter it simply because I am the one marrying into it. Since Sister Xiron cried and pleaded to marry into the Xie family, it is only reasonable to provide the corresponding betrothal gifts. And it would be absurd to use my dowry to compensate. In her previous life, she had entered the Xie family bearing superficial and meager possessions, facing great adversity. Having suffered in the past, why should she allow Xiron, who had taken everything from her, to thrive? Chapter 9. Mutual Exploitation and Contest of Wits. Xiling once again bowed deeply, urging her mother to quell her anger. Why persist in rage over matters that have already transpired? The Chongning Marquisate has accepted the explanation from the Jingyang Duke's residence, attributing the misunderstanding to a servant's error. Was it truly necessary for her mother to rally such fervor and impose punishment upon her daughter? Would this rectify the dowry situation with the Chongning Marquisate? Or was the hope that her daughter would return to her in a crippled state? Lady Gu found herself momentarily silenced by Xiling's words, surveying her daughter with a critical eye. This daughter, raised in the countryside, lacked literary refinement and displayed a certain coarseness, often causing her embarrassment. In contrast, Xiling's sister, Xiron, was gentle and attentive, well-versed in poetry and the arts, excelling in every endeavor. The comparison only deepened Lady Gu's discontent towards her own flesh and blood. Yet, the recent switch of the dowry list and Xiling's defiance ignited a suspicion within Lady Gu that perhaps her daughter had been concealing her true abilities, stirring a sense of caution. Regardless of personal feelings towards Xiling, she was now the wife of the heir to the Chongning Marquisate. a familial connection that the Gu family must nurture diligently. Seeing her mother at a loss for words, Gu Xiaofu's wife, Qin, refrained from further provoking her. Recognizing her mother-in-law's realization that the earlier confrontation was inappropriate. As a daughter-in-law who had endured her share of difficulty from her mother-in-law, she found a certain satisfaction in witnessing her discomfort. Yet, as a mother herself, she placed great importance on the relationship with the loaning marquise. Dear sister, do not take offense. You have misconstrued our mother's intentions. Had I known you were unwilling to share your dowry with Sister Rome, I would never have taken the liberty to draft a new list, Qin explained. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Lady Gu understood that prolonging the argument would yield no fruitful outcome. She had lost her grip over her own daughter and needed to adopt a different approach. Alas, both my palm and the back of my hand are flesh, Lady Gu sighed. Xiling, indeed you have misunderstood me. As your sister-in-law has stated, had I known your reluctance, I would not have acted so foolishly. Gu Xiling smiled. Mother, sister-in-law, since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us put it behind us and refrain from mentioning it again. As a married woman, I can no longer serve you in person, and I shall depend on sister-in-law to look after you. Gu Xiaofu's wife, Qin, smiled warmly. It is my duty to honor my in-laws. The younger sisters are indeed cherished guests. Should there be any shortcomings, I ask for your understanding. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. I have brought gifts for you and Sister Yun, which I shall send over shortly, Gu Xiling replied smoothly, her words flowing effortlessly. Meanwhile, Gu Shirong remained kneeling on the ground, feeling as though she had been forgotten amidst their amiable conversation. Was this the consequence of a lower marriage? Her mother's negligence, her sister-in-law's indifference, and Gu Xiling's disdain all left her feeling as if a thorn lodged in her throat, festering with resentment. It was not until Mama Song reminded Lady Gu to let Gu Shirong rise that her mother finally remembered her. Frustrated by Gu Xiling's sharp retorts, Lady Gu dismissed her with a wave. The spring weather is delightful. The courtyard is adorned with blooming flowers. Go outside and enjoy yourselves. Yes, mother. The others responded in unison. As Gu Xiling stepped over the threshold, she glanced around, her gaze landing on a sturdy maid sweeping the courtyard. Upon meeting Gu Xiling's eyes, the maid lowered her head, gathering leaves into a basket to carry away. The maid encountered the loaning family and Appo's, his eldest son, Gu Qingze, and exchanged a nod before continuing on her way. Xiaolan, seeing the maid approach, slipped her 2 taels of silver, taking a shortcut to the garden. Before long, Gu Qingze suggested a spring outing to admire the blossoms with his 2 sisters-in-law. Zhou Jin, preoccupied with her thoughts, spoke little. Although she could not voice her disdain towards Xie Jin, who had married Gu Shirong, her countenance was far from amiable. Xie Jin feigned indifference, yet inwardly harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhou Jin. He was merely a fortunate beneficiary of ancestral favor, arrogant and aloof, destined to achieve little in the bureaucratic realm. Today, Zhou Jin looked down upon him, but in the future, he would ensure she would come to rue the day she underestimated him. The Gu family's eldest daughter-in-law brought her 2 returning sisters-in-law to the garden, where the sight of blooming spring flowers and budding greenery greeted them. Just then, a servant approached, reporting that the bird's nest in the kitchen was subpar. Qin hurriedly excused herself to attend to the matter, leaving only Gu Xiling and Gu Shirong in the garden. The smile faded from Gu Shirong's face as she clenched her teeth. Gu Xiling, you possess such a substantial dowry. Why are you so greedy as to seize mine? The previous day, upon discovering that her own dowry was far less than what had been listed, her mother had turned against her, refusing to accept her tea and forcing her to kneel for an hour. Had it not been for Xiling's compassion, she might have been left crippled. It turned out that Gu Xiling had switched the dowry lists. Her mother, in a bid to maintain the Jingyang Duke's reputation, had reclaimed the dowry that was rightfully hers. Gu Shirong's hatred for Gu Xiling grew. Amused by Gu Shirong's accusations, Gu Xiling retorted, me? Steal your dowry? Shouldn't the amount of a dowry depend on the bridegroom's betrothal gifts? The Xie family's gifts are inadequate. Thus, your dowry is understandably modest. Gu Shirong disagreed vehemently, recalling her mother's promise to provide more. She believed that her mother had already allocated part of Gu Xiling's dowry to her, and that Gu Xiling had schemed to reclaim it, wishing to see her suffer in the Xia household. Gu Xiling listened patiently to Gu Shirong's grievances, her gaze discreetly drifting toward Xiaolan, confirming that Zhou Jin had indeed been led behind a nearby rockery. Whether or not she could unravel Zhou Jin's emotional turmoil depended on today's events. Sister Rong, if you despise the CF family for their poverty and inability to offer a proper betrothal gift, why then did you choose to marry Xia Jin? After all, you were once so enamored with Zhou Jin, so deeply in love. This truly perplexes me. I must investigate what qualities Xia Jin possesses to have captured your heart. Gu Xiling mused. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirong's face turned from white to red with anger. Her only support now was Xia Jin's affection. From this point onward, she must distance herself from her past. Do not slander me with your wild accusations, sister. I merely admire the talent of the Longning Marquis as heir. There are no romantic sentiments involved. How could you suggest otherwise? The Xia family may be poor, but their aspirations are not. Xiling possesses a bold spirit, a heart of chivalry, and is well versed in military affairs. He is a heroic figure worthy of admiration. Gu Xiling was momentarily taken aback, as she had anticipated a lengthy debate to elicit such sentiments from Gu Shirong. To her surprise, it was far too easy. Gu Shirong, with an earnest expression of deep affection and high hopes for her husband, stood in stark contrast to her usual greedy and narrow-minded demeanor. Had Gu Xiling not known of Gu Shirong's cunning nature, she might have been deceived. Surveying her surroundings, Gu Xiling caught a glimpse of a dark blue garment peeking through the gaps of a row of pine trees. It was the color of Xia Jin's attire. Gu Xiling stifled a laugh. She had intended to use Gu Shirong to dishearten Zhou Jin. Yet it seemed Gu Shirong wished to leverage her own feelings to prove her genuine admiration for Xia Jin, rather than harbor ulterior motives. This time it was a stalemate. Chapter 10. Wishing sister good health and abundant harvests of wild vegetables throughout the entire conversation between Gu Xiling and Gu Shirong, Zhou Jin remained expressionless. His aloof demeanor prevented him from engaging in any disrespectful actions, and he turned to leave. Xiaolan glanced towards Gu Xiling and Oppos, as direction and then at the departing figure of the heir, hoping that this time, Miss Xiling could break the impasse. Hiding behind a pine tree, Xia Jin's heart soared. It turned out he held such a lofty position in Gu Shirong's heart. He finally realized that Gu Shirong's dowry had been taken away by Gu Xiling. In contrast to Gu Shirong's gentle and considerate nature, Gu Xiling's haughty and indifferent demeanor perfectly matched that of the proud heir of the Longning Marquis. Zhou Jin felt neither anger nor disappointment, but rather a complex swirl of emotions with no outlet for expression. Having discovered the truth, he no longer wished to remain and play the part. He directly left with Chang Sui and Lai Fu. Lai Fu, recalling Xiaolan's request to persuade the heir, cautiously inquired, "Your Grace, you haven't had lunch yet, and the heir's wife is visiting." Zhou Jin did not pause, snorting coldly, "You are my attendant, not the heir's wife. Speak further, and never expect to marry your Xiaolan." Lai Fu shuddered at this remark and immediately fell silent. The doorman dared not stop Zhou Jin, the heir of Longning Marquis, but swiftly reported to Madame Gu. Just as Madame Gu had calmed down upon hearing of Zhou Jin and Oppos' abrupt departure, she became furious and shattered a teacup. Useless. Can't even keep a man. And that one, willingly debasing herself, choosing to marry into a fallen family. None of them are reliable. Seeing this, Mama Song hastily advised, "Madam, do not be angry. With Miss Xiling's abilities, it is only a matter of time before she establishes herself in the Longning Marquis' residence." Madame Gu's furrowed brows relaxed. "I wish to see how that arrogant girl will break the deadlock." Soon, the news of Zhou Jin's abrupt exit spread throughout the Jingyongbo's residence. Such impolite behavior directly reflected the lack of favor towards the second Miss Gu Xiling. The servants of Jingyongbo's residence whispered among themselves. Yuan Mama and Xiaolan also received the news, their hearts anxious. At that moment, Gu Xiling and Gu Shirong were still in the garden, enjoying the flowers while pretending to share a sisterly bond. Just then, Xiaolan and Gu Shirong's maid, Xiao Qin, arrived in the garden to report the same matter. Gu Xiling smiled. Confirming her expectations, Zhou Jin had run away. Fortunately, having lived two lives and experienced life and death, She had learned to see through everything. Had it been her previous life, she would have likely felt upset for a while. Hearing the maid's report, Gu Shirong's smile deepened, and she could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, truly. Oh, sister, how can you still laugh? The heir has already left Jingyang Bo's residence. Are you not angry? Gu Xiling raised her gaze, calmly regarding the grinning Gu Shirong. What was there to be angry about? It was to be expected. However, her sister's gloating laughter was indeed somewhat grating. Gu Shirong suppressed her rising smile, chuckling awkwardly, her heart brimming with pride. Whether Zhou Jin still held feelings for her or did not favor Gu Xiling only pleased Gu Shirong further. Sister, what are you saying? I am clearly worried about you not receiving favor and having a hard time in the lonely Marquis's residence. Gu Xiling smiled enigmatically, unable to hide her thoughts while feeling quite pleased. With a single remark, she could silence Gu Shirong rather than worrying about me. You should think more about how to reclaim your meager dowry. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. I hope that the next time I see you, you are not even able to afford new clothes. You. Gu Shirong was about to ask how Gu Xiling knew, but realized that she was stepping into Gu Xiling's trap. She then smiled, with my husband supporting me. That is far more precious than a dowry. I will have everything in time. Gu Xiling observed Gu Shirong's expression of contentment, raising an eyebrow slightly. Then I wish sister good health and many wild vegetables to harvest. Miss, lunch is ready. Please proceed to the dining hall, a maid announced. Gu Xiling nodded and turned to leave. Gu Shirong was still pondering the meaning behind Gu Xiling's harvesting wild vegetables. Was she mocking her? Wild vegetables were something only someone raised in the countryside, like Gu Xiling, would eat. She had been raised in luxury, and even if she married into the CF family, it would be difficult to have only mountain delicacies. She would never resort to eating wild vegetables. Gu Shirong was puzzled, but soon she would experience the harvesting of wild vegetables that would leave her distraught. In the dining hall, they took their seats. Madame Gu, noticing Gu Xiling's calm demeanor, tentatively inquired, "Do you know why the heir left without a word?" The men and women were seated at separate tables, separated by a screen. Not only were the women curious, but the men wanted to know too. At this moment, Gu Xiling could not disclose that Zhou Jin had left in a huff, having realized that the woman he once admired did not regard him at all. My husband is busy with official duties. There is no need for concern, mother. Gu Shirong lowered her head, suppressing her laughter. Today's events would bring her joy for a long time, further affirming that marrying into the CF family was indeed the right choice. Let Gu Xiling, the unfortunate one, suffer in the lonely Marquis's residence. Madame Gu wanted to ask more, but the eldest daughter-in-law, Qin, smiled gently. The second son-in-law is a talented scholar and now a court official with a promising future. He is naturally busy with work. This served as a reminder that even if Zhou Jin was displeased, it should not be made known outside the Jingyang Bo's residence. Otherwise, what benefit would this marriage alliance hold? Madame Gu understood and nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of her words. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, she would remember to adhere to the principles of obedience and propriety, ensuring she did not offend her in-laws or husband, and thus preserve the dignity of Jingyang Bo's residence. Understood, mother, Gu Xiling replied. In such a setting, there was no need for her to retort. It served no purpose. After a satisfying meal, she would rest for a while before departing. There was no need to waste words. Even if she spoke eloquently and left others speechless, it would not change the fact that Zhou Jin had not accorded her the respect she deserved. Both the men and women were lost in their own thoughts. But only Gu Xiling truly savored the meal at the table. Today, the cook had put in great effort. The dishes were visually appealing and delicious, showcasing the depth of Jingyang Bo's residence. Xie Jin, in his attempts to forge a connection with Jingyang Bo's residence, was likely drawn to this aspect as well. After lunch, Gu Xiling took her leave. As she settled back into the carriage, Yuan Mama observed the heir's wife resting with her eyes closed and a worried expression crossed her face. Madam, today and Appos, this abrupt departure of the heir must have been embarrassing for you. Upon returning to the Marquis and Appos' residence, I will certainly report to you and take your side. Gu Xiling opened her eyes and smiled gently. Today, I can forgive Zhou Jin's petulance. Given his nature, if I were to be angry, I would have felt utterly humiliated and ashamed when he questioned me last night. Yuan Mama, please do not inform my mother. I do not want her to be upset, making it seem as if I am merely complaining and incapable. I already have a plan to win the heir's heart back. We must not rush, but rather proceed with caution. Chapter 11. The ambitious handmaiden of the dowry Madame Yuan, filled with suspicion, cautiously inquired, Madam Young Master, do you possess any remarkable methods? The Countess had personally assigned her to serve by the side of the young master's wife, making her the primary responsible party. If the young master and his wife maintained a harmonious relationship, she would be rewarded. If discord arose, she would face punishment. Xiling smiled faintly. I cannot divulge. Once spoken, it loses its significance. Yuan Mama and Xiling exchanged perplexed glances, both baffled by the riddle posed by the young master's wife. Upon returning to the Chongning Marquisate, Xiling proceeded to the main courtyard to pay her respects to her mother-in-law, Madame Song. The Countess had already learned that young Master Zhou had visited the Gu family, but had left without partaking in lunch, abandoning Xiling to face the turmoil of her family alone. She felt vexed that her son Zhou had acted thoughtlessly, bringing shame upon them. Upon seeing Xiling, who remained composed and respectful, Madame Song could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Xiling, do not be upset. Shortly, your father-in-law and I shall reprimand the young master. Xiling approached and stood beside her mother-in-law, gently massaging Madame Song's shoulders. Mother, please do not scold the young master. He is quite troubled in his heart. He is upright and courteous and will gradually adjust. The daughter-in-law firmly believed that time could mend all wounds and felt no need for haste. You manage the entire marquisate. Worrying about my husband and me must be exhausting. Please take care of your health. Madame Song was taken aback, but as Xiling continued her soothing massage, she felt her tension ease, warmth spreading through her. How did you know my shoulders were in pain? Xiling replied softly. Upon returning to the Gu family, I learned of the engagement between the Gu and Zhou families. I inquired and discovered that when the young master was 7, he fell gravely ill, and his mother carried him from the foothills of Jingguang Temple to the summit, enduring 3 arduous hours, straining her arms and shoulders. How could such hardship not leave lasting effects? Madame Song patted Xiling's arm, her nose tinged with emotion, vividly recalling the panic and fear of losing her son. Good child, we must also be grateful for your auspicious birth. Otherwise, the young master might not have survived that ordeal. Xiling shook her head, asserting, at that time, I was far removed from the young master. I dare not claim credit. It must have been your heartfelt prayers that moved the heavens. Such words were music to Madame Song's ears, and she affectionately patted Xiling's hand. We, the Zhou family, are truly fortunate to have a daughter-in-law as understanding and sensible as you. She continued, I know my son well. He possesses a proud nature, yet he is not ill-natured. With a bit of patience, he will come to appreciate your virtues. Xiling nodded with a gentle smile, affirming, I have always believed this, and your management is commendable. Even if my relationship with the young master remains unconsummated, no one dares to treat me poorly. It is all thanks to your care, for which I am eternally grateful. This was the truth. In other households, if the groom did not consummate the marriage on the first night and they quarreled, the bride would find it unbearable. Madame Song was thoroughly pleased with Xiling's understanding, gentleness, and patience. She immediately reprimanded Yuan Mama and the other servants, instructing them not to slight the young master's wife. Yuan Mama silently lamented that the young master's wife had merely given Madame Song a shoulder massage, yet had won over the strict countess. Now, the young master, still prideful, would inevitably fall into the young master's wife's grasp in due time. Upon returning to the Zhou garden, Xiling removed her outer garments, took off the exquisite jewels from her hair, and donned simple, comfortable attire. Feeling slightly drowsy, she leaned against the window, inhaling the fragrant blossoms outside, and began to doze off. Outside, Zhou pulled Xiling to a corner of the courtyard, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiling, is it true that Miss Xirong is truly favored? Xiling pried Zhou's hand away. Sister Zhou, Miss Xirong's favor is her own affair. It has nothing to do with us. Our current mistress is Miss Xiling, or rather, the young master's wife. Zhou pursed her lips, her brow furrowed in hesitation. Xiling, do you not find it strange? Previously, Miss Shirong and the young master were in love, and they had a quarrel with Miss Xiling, both hitting their heads. Yet now, Miss Xiling does not insist on marrying the young master, but agrees to wed General Xie. It is even more astonishing that Miss Shirong, who had barely managed to secure a good match, suddenly renounces it, crying as she insists on marrying General Xie. Xiling was equally perplexed, recalling that Gu Shirong had previously expressed remorse for the deceased matriarch, not wishing to take her place. As her personal maid, she understood Gu Shirong's character and did not believe a word. Sister Zhou, regardless, we have now followed Miss Xiling to the Changning Marquise, and we must serve her well. Do not speak such words in the future. If overheard, it may lead to misunderstandings about Miss Xiling, I mean, the young master's wife. Zhou chuckled awkwardly. I mean no harm. I only wish to help. Since the young master favors Miss Shirong, why not adorn the young master's wife to resemble her? In her attire and mannerisms? Surely that would win the young master's favor. Upon hearing this, Xiling was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces. Sister Zhou, how can you utter such nonsense? If the young master's wife wished to learn, she would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Clearly, the young master's wife is her own person and will not imitate anyone. Do not act recklessly, or you will surely incur the young master's wife's wrath. Seeing Xiling's disapproval, Zhou pressed her lips together. The young master has not come. How can a young master's wife conceive? If she does not bear a child, how shall we serve the young master? When will we ever have a son or daughter? Hastily, Xiling covered Zhou's mouth. Sister Zhou, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak such words? Zhou shrugged off Xiling's hand. We are all handmaidens of the dowry. When the young master's wife is unable to attend to the young master, is it not our duty to serve him? Her heart was set on betraying the mistress she had served for 7 years, Gu Shirong, and following Gu Xiling to the Changning Marquise, driven by the desire for the status of a concubine. Sold to the Jingyang Marquise at the age of 7, having grown accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. Zhou no longer wished to remain a servant or marry casually, living a life of hardship. If she became a concubine, she would hold a position of half a mistress. Any child born would also be the young master or young mistress of the Marquise. Xiling shook her head repeatedly. Sister Zhou, I do not wish to become a concubine. I cannot speak for others, but you should know how many handmaidens and concubines have met their end in the Jingyang Marquise. Zhou frowned. Xiling, are you content to remain a servant along with your child? Xiling, confused, shook her head. I do not know, but I know I do not wish to become a concubine or a secondary wife. Having said this, Xiling hurried away, unwilling to continue the conversation for fear of attracting trouble. Zhou watched Xiling's retreating figure, narrowing her eyes slightly. She could not believe Xiling's words. A handmaiden who did not wish to become a concubine would not be a good handmaiden of the dowry. If she did not assist her mistress in vying for favor, she would have no chance. In her daily duties at the Zhou garden, Zhou maintained a cordial relationship with the servants of the Changning Marquise, gradually building her connections. However, as she waited and waited, there were no signs of the young master's wife softening. The young master remained aloof, coming and going at odd hours, never visiting the Zhou garden. This left the ambitious handmaiden, Zhou, in a state of agitation. Chapter 12. Look how anxious. But what use is anxiety? Gu Xiling spends her days in leisurely comfort, exercising and practicing calligraphy. In her past life, she had already mastered the art of delicate silk flower calligraphy. Yet now she must feign ignorance, writing in a haphazard manner. The entire household of the Longning Marquis is waiting to see how the young lady of the house will soften towards the heir. Madame Song, the wife of the Longning Marquis, is anxious, but Gu Xiling remains unfazed. On the 10th day after entering the Longning Marquis' residence, Zhou could no longer contain herself. My lady, are you truly not worried? Gu Xiling, engrossed in her calligraphy, did not look up, her gaze fixated on the paper as she replied in a calm tone. What use is worry? Zhou, nearing 19, fretted that if the young lady delayed for another year or 2, she would be 20, a spinster no longer appealing. And how could she compete for favor then? The heir sleeps in the study every day. You should at least bring him some food or necessities. But you, my lady, remain indifferent. I am worried for you. Seeing Xiaozhu's distress, Gu Xiling set down her brush, raised her eyes with a smile, and said, "The air is not so easily won over. If you believe that worry will help, then by all means go ahead and try. If you find yourself punished or scolded, do not blame me for not warning you." Xiaozhu was taken aback, hastily explaining, I wouldn't dare. Do not shy away. You have plenty of ideas." Gu Xiling chuckled lightly, accepting the tea from Xiaolan and taking a few delicate sips. "If I were to stop you, you would surely blame me." Realizing Gu Xiling was not testing her, Xiaozhu cautiously said, "I am willing to share your burdens, my lady." The heir, Zhou, as a scholar, served closely under the emperor, responsible for drafting edicts and explaining scriptures. In the palace, one could not speak freely, and saying too little risked losing one's presence before the emperor. Recently, due to ineffective disaster relief, many commoners were displaced, and the relief funds have been stolen, inciting the emperor's fury. Zhou and his colleagues felt the weight of the emperor's wrath, and as investigations progressed, they learned more of the troubling secrets behind the scenes. Zhou detested the oppressive officials who exploited the common people but felt powerless against them, especially when they involved royal relatives. Upon returning, Zhou secluded himself in the study, silent and fasting. At this moment, Xiaozhu approached Lai Fu with a plate of lotus cakes, cheerfully asking, "Lai Fu, this is the heir's favorite lotus cake. May I bring it to him personally? Did the young lady send you?" Lai Fu's eyes brightened. Recently, the heir had been in low spirits, facing disappointments in both love and career. Xiaozhu nodded slightly. The young lady is concerned for the heir. Lai Fu, being astute, could see through the facade. Having entered the Longning Marquis's residence at the age of 5, there was little he did not know about the household. If the heir's wife truly wished to soften her stance, she would come herself rather than send a beautiful maidservant. "Please wait. I shall report this," Lai Fu said. "Thank you." "Lai Fu," Xiaozhu replied, her eyes gleaming with hope, wishing to catch the heir's attention today. Zhou was currently writing, seeking to calm his mind, yet the more he wrote, the more troubled he became. Upon hearing Lai Fu's report, Zhou raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming. "Let her in. I wish to see how Gu Xiling, so capable, cannot manage her overly ambitious maidservant." "Yes, my lord." Lai Fu bowed, retracting his head slightly, casting a look at Xiaozhu that seemed to say, "Good luck." "Miss Xiaozhu, the heir wishes for you to enter." Enveloped in excitement at the prospect of seeing the heir, Xiaozhu failed to notice Lai Fu's warning. She entered gracefully, holding the food box, mimicking Gu Xiling's soft voice to greet the heir. Zhou, hearing a voice reminiscent of Gu Xiling's, glanced at Xiaozhu, who was imitating Gu Xiling's coy demeanor, and recalled Gu Xiling's fervent declarations. The affection he once held for Gu Xiling was now cast aside. The contrast of Xiaozhu's performance to Gu Xiling's earlier demeanor revealed the latter's duplicity, making Zhou feel deceived. "Did the young lady send you?" Zhou inquired, thinking of the more cunning Gu Xiling, who appeared virtuous but was truly cold-hearted. Xiaozhu, with a delicate tone, replied, "Yes, my lord, the young lady sent me here." Zhou cold gaze swept over the overly eager Xiaozhu, his disdain deepening. "Is this how the Gu family teaches decorum? So impatient?" Xiaozhu was taken aback. Her mouth agape. "My lord, I wouldn't dare, but..." Zhou scoffed, turning away. "No, you are quite bold, and you have acted upon it. The Gu family's teachings may be lacking, but the Longning Marquis's household cannot accommodate an overly ambitious maidservant. Take her out and give her 20 lashes as a warning." Xiaozhu's eyes widened in disbelief, and she knelt, pleading, "My lord, I truly only wish to serve you. I meant no harm. Please, spare me this once." Zhou turned his back, no longer glancing at Xiaozhu. Lai Fu hurriedly led people to take her away. Xiaozhu, filled with disbelief, wanted to cry out for mercy, but Lai Fu covered her mouth, insisting she must not disturb the master's peace. Within half an hour, news of a young lady's maidservant being beaten spread throughout the household. Xiaolan, pale with fear, approached to report, "My lady, Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu has fainted from the beating." Gu Xiling lightly waved her fan, speaking softly, "Mother Yuan, please summon a doctor to tend to Xiaozhu. We cannot afford to give the heir any leverage." Madame Yuan complied, hastily stepping out to instruct the steward to invite a familiar doctor into the residence. Once Madame Yuan departed, Xiaolong dared to shed tears, choked with emotion as she asked, "My lady, Xiaozhu has suffered so much. Are you delaying your appeasement of the heir out of fear of punishment?" Gu Xiling shook her head, gently explaining, "Xiaolong, I do not wish to appease him yet because the timing is not right. One must seize the opportunity to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Given the heir's pride, upon discovering Gu Xiling's duplicity, he will certainly not remain infatuated. Yet Xiaozhu continues to mimic Sister Rong's mannerisms. If she does not face punishment, then who will? Furthermore, the heir's steadfastness in maintaining distance, choosing to spend his nights in the study rather than consorting with maidservants, attests to his adherence to propriety. He aspires to great heights and will undoubtedly avoid the reputation of indulging in the frivolities of concubines at the expense of his wife. Xiaolong was greatly astonished. In light of this, she suddenly realized that Xiaozhu's cleverness had led to her own downfall, suffering punishment for no reason. Gu Xiling's words were not only directed at Xiaolong, but also intended for Madame Yuan, the Marquise, and even Zhou himself. Contemplating Xiaozhu's grievous condition, Gu Xiling felt a sense of melancholy. Look how anxious. But what is the use of anxiety? Tomorrow presents a prime opportunity. Countless lessons have taught her that haste makes waste. Individuals like Zhou, endowed with exceptional talent and a proud disposition, are stubborn and cannot be swayed by direct confrontation. One must rely on cunning and slow cooking to achieve their ends. Chapter 13. The abduction at the palace gate in a state of unconsciousness. Xiaozhu endured a fever throughout the night, but by dawn, her condition had improved, preserving her fragile life. The once eager maidservants fell silent, their mischievous thoughts quelled by fear. Gu Xiling merely dispatched the maids to care for Xiaozhu, choosing not to attend herself. When she paid her respects to Madame Song, the wife of the Marquis of Chongning, she requested permission to visit Jingguang Temple to offer her respects to the elderly matriarch of the Chongning Marquisate. Madame Song, reflecting on the neglect since her son's marriage, her daughter-in-law and son had yet to pay their respects, decided it was time for a visit. With numerous household matters demanding her attention, she felt unable to visit the matriarch herself. "Xiling, if you are concerned for the matriarch, then go ahead. Take a few guards with you." "Thank you, mother," Gu Xiling replied, her gaze lowered. Her mother labored for her and the heir, while her grandmother offered blessings. Xiling felt immense gratitude and vowed to honor both her mother and grandmother. "You are thoughtful," Madame Song smiled, attempting to persuade Gu Xiling to relent. However, recalling her son's anger from the previous day, she deemed it best to refrain from further discussion. Upon returning to Zizhu courtyard, Gu Xiling instructed Mama Yuan to load their belongings onto the carriage, while also preparing the heiress luggage. Mama Yuan hesitated, her face displaying confusion. The heir had not mentioned a trip to Jingguang Temple. "He will go," Gu Xiling insisted confidently. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Today would determine whether she could break the ice with Zhou. Despite Zhou not having returned to Zizhu courtyard to rest, ample clothing had already been prepared for him. After half an hour, Gu Xiling boarded the carriage bound for Jingguang Temple, flanked by Xiaolong and Mama Yuan, who exchanged puzzled glances. Gu Xiling instructed the coachman, "Let us wait at the palace gate for the heir." "What?" Mama Yuan exclaimed, further perplexed. "The heir is not due to leave the palace until afternoon. It is still early, and he is attending to official duties." Gu Xiling wore a mysterious smile. "The secrets of fate are not to be revealed. Let us wait patiently." The coachman obeyed her request and drove the carriage close to the palace gate. Mama Yuan and the coachman stood outside, keeping watch by the gate. Lai Feng, Zhou as personal attendant, stood guard at the palace entrance, ever ready to serve his master. Upon noticing the carriage from the Chongning Marquisate and recognizing Mama Yuan, Lai Feng approached. "Mama Yuan, is there a matter at the estate?" Just as she was about to explain, Gu Xiling's voice called from the carriage, "Lai Feng, go to the palace gate now. If you see the heir, inform him immediately that there is an urgent matter at Jingguang Temple. Do not delay." Lai Feng's pupils contracted in realization. Was it about the matriarch? "Do not speak recklessly," Gu Xiling reprimanded, lifting the curtain of the carriage window. If the heir inquires, I will inform him personally. Hurry, guard the palace gate. Seeing the serious expression on Gu Xiling's face, which bore the intensity of a sword, Lai Feng felt a tremor of fear. Yes, madam. He hurried to the palace gate, his plump face flushed and panting. Before he could catch his breath, the palace gates swung open, and several guards escorted a group of young officials out. Among them Zhou, clad in green robes, his countenance aflame with anger, attempting to argue with the guards. Such commotion at the palace gate was forbidden. It was unacceptable for the heir to engage in disputes or recite poetry there. Lai Feng, sweating profusely, remembered Gu Xiling's warning. If something had indeed occurred at Jingguang Temple, it could be disastrous. Zhou, consumed with rage, was about to voice his grievances against corrupt officials and the royal family when he heard Lai Feng's urgent call, momentarily startling him. Jingguang Temple? Isn't that where my grandmother offers her prayers? In that instant, Zhou's focus shifted from the corrupt officials to his beloved grandmother, his heart racing with concern for her well-being. He quickly made his way to the carriage, urging the coachman to hasten towards Jingguang Temple. Gu Xiling kept a watchful eye from the carriage window, relieved when Lai Feng guided Zhou into the carriage. She then instructed the coachman, follow closely behind the heir's carriage. Zhou, filled with anxiety, was consumed by thoughts of his grandmother's gentle visage. Once they exited the city, he gradually calmed, turning to Lai Feng. What has happened to grandmother? Speak. I do not know, my lord. Madam instructed me to say this, Lai Feng stammered, shrinking his plump head. Madam only mentioned there was a matter at Jingguang Temple, not that it was an emergency. I mistakenly said too much when I saw you being escorted by the guards. Gu Xiling? Zhou's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. What did she tell you this? At the palace gate, Lai Feng replied quietly, peeking out the carriage window to spot Gu Xiling's carriage trailing behind. Upon hearing this, Zhou gritted his teeth, his expression icy. Stop the carriage. The coachman, confused but obedient to the heiress' command, pulled the reins tightly, bringing the horses to a halt after a few more paces. Zhou, his demeanor frigid, forcefully lifted the carriage curtain and leaped down, striding angrily towards Gu Xiling's carriage. The coachman behind them, witnessing the sudden stop, also halted. Mama Yuan and Xilan inside the carriage were caught off guard and nearly toppled over, while Gu Xiling steadied herself, only slightly swaying. Get down. Zhou's voice boomed from outside the carriage. Mama Yuan and Xilan exchanged glances, sensing the heir's fury. Gu Xiling remained composed, instructing Mama Yuan, Xilan, you both proceed to the front carriage. Yes, madam. Mama Yuan complied. Xilan, recalling the injuries inflicted on Xiuzhu, worried that Zhou might lash out at Gu Xiling. Madame, I will serve you. Gu Xiling gently patted the trembling Xilan, reassuring her with a light laugh. Do not worry. The heir will be too pleased to see me to react with anger. Oomph. Zhou's disdainful scoff echoed from outside. To dare curse his grandmother. Did she truly believe he was a gentleman who would refrain from striking back? Hearing Zhou's mocking laughter only heightened Xilan's fear. Gu Xiling smiled. Do come down. We wouldn't want to keep the heir waiting. Seeing Gu Xiling's unruffled demeanor, Xilan felt a slight easing of her tension and finally exited the carriage. Zhou stepped up into Gu Xiling's carriage, pulling down the curtain after him, his expression grave as he locked eyes with her. Take us to Jingguang Temple. Zhou's voice emerged through gritted teeth, his gaze piercing into Gu Xiling's face. The coachman urged the horses onward, continuing their journey. Mama Yuan, resigned, led Xilan to the front carriage. At that moment, Gu Xiling's face radiated calm, her gaze meeting Zhou's. Why did you curse my grandmother? Zhou's voice was frigid, feeling that the Chongning Marquis had been too lenient with Gu Xiling, allowing her to speak without restraint and with impunity. Chapter 14. Brazen and Unashamed. Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, questioning the prince's assertion. From where does your accusation arise? I hold my grandmother in great esteem, and today, with my mother's permission, I am going to pay my respects to her. It is utterly unreasonable for you to reproach me. You just mentioned that there were matters concerning Jingguang Temple. Are you implying that something has happened to my grandmother? Zhou Jin's jaw tightened subtly as he clenched his teeth. He had already witnessed Gu Xiling's sharp tongue on their wedding day, and today he was eager to hear how she would wriggle out of this predicament. Gu Xiling, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, a gesture unbecoming of a virtuous woman, decided that such an expression would be reserved for private moments. After all, to roll one's eyes would be to reveal a loss of composure. Feigning surprise, she replied, "My lord, you have misunderstood me. I merely stated that there are matters at Jingguang Temple. I did not say anything has gone awry. Furthermore, having matters could encompass both good and bad news. Today, as we pay our respects to my grandmother together, I am certain she will be delighted to see her dutiful and courteous grandson alongside his virtuous and gracious granddaughter-in-law. Such joy will surely lead her to eat more, and with a hearty appetite, she will be healthy and live a long life. Is that not a good thing?" Even if she did not voice her true intentions, Zhou Jin would soon discover them upon their return to the capital in a few days. Zhou Jin lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. Instead of engaging in a verbal spar with Gu Xiling, he directly addressed her. "How do you know I was expelled from the palace?" While she could evade other inquiries, this particular question demanded a straightforward answer. The calamity in Yingzhou has far-reaching implications. During the visit, the Marquis repeatedly cautioned you to observe and reflect rather than speak too freely. However, the uncle of a nation has been ineffective in disaster relief. Funds meant for aid were lost, and supplies were exchanged for moldy rations, resulting in widespread famine and civil unrest in Yingzhou. The prince, filled with empathy, denounced the injustice and implored the emperor to punish the primary offender. Yet, while the true culprit was not Li Guojiang, his negligence contributed to the calamity. As the queen's brother and the crown prince's uncle, the emperor was bound to protect Li Guojiang. For doing so also safeguarded the crown prince. Even if the prince and his colleagues were to sacrifice themselves as a warning, the outcome might remain unchanged. Zhou Jin, who had initially been filled with righteous anger, found a newfound gravity in his expression after hearing Gu Xiling's analysis. He questioned her. How does a woman of the inner chambers come to know of court affairs? Gu Xiling was not angered by Zhou Jin's inquiry. Instead, she sighed softly. Though we may not share the bond of husband and wife, our names are intertwined. From the moment we pledged ourselves to one another, we became one. Therefore, we share in each other's honor and misfortune. Within the Longming Marquisate, I am cherished by my in-laws and respected by the servants. My days there are far more pleasant than those in the Jingyang Duke's residence, and naturally, I wish for the prosperity of the Longming Marquisate. Hence, I often instruct the steward of my shop to pay attention to the outside world and regularly inform me of the rumors circulating. Zhou Jin regarded her with skepticism, his gaze scrutinizing. You mentioned that those are merely rumors. They may not necessarily be true. Indeed, not all rumors are verifiable, yet they often contain a kernel of truth. There are many who disapprove of Li Guojiang, and naturally, various messages will circulate. I sift through these whispers to discern the truth. You may choose not to believe me, but you cannot deny that my deductions have proven accurate. At the palace gates, Lai Fu arrived just in time to escort you away. Zhou Jin's composure returned as he recalled his earlier outrage at the palace gates and the poem that had been brewing within him, sending a chill down his spine. At this moment, Zhou Jin lowered his gaze, his once straight posture gradually softening and bending. He pressed his long fingers to his brow, his deep and distant eyes now glistening with moisture. With a long sigh, he lamented, "That is the fate of countless lives, tens of thousands of souls." Observing the genuine compassion reflected in Zhou Jin's eyes, Gu Xiling was convinced of his sincere sympathy for the afflicted populace. Born into a family of nobility and privilege, it was indeed rare for one to possess such empathy for the common people. Perhaps Zhou Jin was not the self-righteous figure that tales of his past have portrayed. With a heart full of benevolence and a profound sense of empathy for the disaster-stricken, Gu Xiling held him in high regard. You and your colleagues may speak out with righteousness, yet it seems futile. The emperor has merely exiled you, not imprisoned you, indicating that he is aware of the full situation. If speaking out cannot resolve the issues at hand, why not consider the problem from the emperor's perspective and seek solutions? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin's earlier melancholy transformed into fierce indignation. His eyes narrowed as he glared at her. Are you suggesting that I should conspire with someone as inept and treacherous as Li Guojiang? Gu Xiling chuckled lightly. You have misconstrued my meaning. The emperor's decision to protect Li Guojiang for the sake of the crown prince does not imply that he condones Li Guojiang's actions, nor does it signify a reluctance to address the mess at hand. The court belongs to the Qi family, the realm belongs to the Qi family, and the people belong to the Qi family. What I meant to say is that if you desire to save the people, you should consider how to assist in disaster relief from the emperor's viewpoint and ponder what you can do for the suffering populace. For instance, while I may not be able to contribute significantly, I have taken 2,000 taels from my dowry to purchase rice and grains, arranging for them to be sent to Zhou. I will do what I can to help a few souls. That is what I, as a woman of the inner chambers, am capable of doing. You, my lord, possess unparalleled wisdom and will undoubtedly conceive of better methods to aid the people, rather than merely composing verses at the palace gates in a fit of anger, which serves little purpose. Yet, having been relegated, you find yourself barred from participating in disaster relief and aiding the populace. Upon hearing the phrase, composing verses at the palace gates, Zhou Jin's handsome face betrayed a flicker of embarrassment. How could Gu Xiling possibly know his innermost thoughts? I would never compose verses frivolously, Zhou Jin retorted, though his tone was somewhat lacking in conviction, and his gaze wandered elsewhere as if evading her scrutiny. Suppressing a smile, Gu Xiling cleared her throat and then imitated Zhou Jin's tone and expression, reciting, Once I longed for the pair of mandarin ducks to dwell together, where the southern valley's dense foliage obscures the leaves. Except for the parrot, who knows of my hidden feelings, do not let my quiet sorrow be revealed to others. Excerpt from Tsang Jiachuo's Love Poem No. 14. Originally, Zhou Jin had harbored a growing admiration for Gu Xiling. But hearing her expose his penchant for composing poetry, especially a piece inspired by his unfulfilled love, left him flustered. Gu Xiling. Zhou Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes aflame with indignation as he ground his teeth, enunciating each word. If you were a man, I would surely reduce you to a battered pulp. Gu Xiling mimicked Zhou Jin's melancholic tone, reciting the poem once more, successfully inciting his ire. At this moment, all thoughts of Li Guojiang and the emperor's incompetence seemed to evaporate from Zhou Jin's mind. All he wished for now was to reach out and strangle Gu Xiling. In Zhou Jin's presence, Gu Xiling shed her facade of virtue and propriety, rolling her eyes and settling into a comfortable position against the carriage. After all, maintaining such pretenses could be quite exhausting. She had disappointed the prince, but after all, she was a beauty of striking grace and charm. Each time Zhou Jin engaged in conversation with Gu Xiling, the eloquent and articulate young man found himself rendered speechless by her sharp retorts. At that moment, Gu Xiling's complexion shone as smooth as cream, her cheeks adorned with a smile, and her bright eyes glimmered with charm. She was indeed a vision of beauty, captivating and enchanting, brazen and unashamed. Zhou Jin dared not gaze too long, as if fearing that Gu Xiling might discern the turmoil within his heart. With a cold countenance, he dismounted the carriage. Chapter 15. Such a master of disguise. Has the sack been enchanted? A sly chuckle emanated from the carriage, belonging to Gu Xiling. Zhou Jin's body stiffened, and he pressed his feet harder against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His misplaced affections had become a source of mockery for Gu Xiling. That poem, it serves as evidence. What a blunder. Henceforth, he must refrain from composing poetry so casually. Lai Fu had been attentively watching the carriage behind them. At that moment, he noticed it had come to a halt, and the young master jumped down, his expression a mix of frustration and panic. Oh, what has vexed the young master this time? His curiosity piqued regarding what the young mistress had said. Stop the carriage. Lai Fu, without time for idle conjecture, hurriedly instructed the driver. Yuan Mama, Xilan, please disembark. The young master has arrived. Xilan promptly leaped down, assisting Yuan Mama. Yuan Mama had intended to speak further, but upon seeing the young master's embarrassed countenance, she instantly fell silent. As Yuan Mama and Xilan boarded the carriage behind, They found Gu Xiling unscathed and even smiling. "My young mistress, how can you still smile?" Xiaolon's eyes widened in astonishment. She could not fathom what Miss Xiling had said to provoke such a reaction from the young master. "Dear mistress, I am concerned for your well-being," Xiaolon said. Her voice choked with emotion. Although her time by Gu Xiling's side had been short, she felt the young mistress's kindness towards the servants, never demeaning them. Unlike Miss Shirong, who appeared gracious and gentle in public, yet would scold them behind closed doors. Gu Xiling smiled. At this moment, the young master only remembered her anger and had ceased to concern himself with court affairs. A fortunate turn of events indeed. Though Yuan Mama was unaware of what transpired in the court, she knew that the young master had been escorted out of the palace by guards, undoubtedly angering his majesty. With that thought, Yuan Mama's expression sharpened, her heart filled with gratitude. The two carriages proceeded towards Jingguang Temple, arriving at the foot of Jingguang Mountain by late afternoon. As the sun set, they finally reached the temple. The old matriarch of the Chongning Marquis was elated to hear her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had arrived. Clad in simple cotton attire and adorned with no jewelry, her kindly face lit up upon seeing Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin enter. "Xiling, come here. Let me have a good look at you," said the old matriarch warmly. Gu Xiling obediently approached, performing a deep bow. "Grandmother, may you be blessed with health and longevity. I beg your pardon for my tardiness in paying my respects." The old matriarch reached out, pulling Gu Xiling close and patting her hand. "Child, thank you. Without you, my Jeaner may not have turned out so healthy and wise." Gu Xiling humbly lowered her gaze and smiled gently. "The young master's robust health and remarkable talents are a result of your prayers to the Buddha and the diligent guidance of my in-laws. I do not presume to take credit." Before the old matriarch, Gu Xiling displayed utmost gentleness and propriety, instantly earning her approval. Zhou Jin was taken aback. He had truly underestimated Gu Xiling. She was remarkably adept at concealing her true self. He had heard tales of foxes and flowers becoming sentient, but never of a sack doing the same. "Good child." The old matriarch then took Zhou Jin's hand, placing it atop Gu Xiling's delicate one. "On the day of your wedding, I prayed for you both. The oracle's words are splendid. Meeting each other is an auspicious sign, and may you remain devoted to each other until old age. Fate is a divine arrangement. Do not squander a lifetime of love." At that moment, Zhou Jin's large hand enveloped Gu Xiling's tender little hand, feeling its warmth and softness, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Xiling softly replied, "Grandmother's oracle is indeed wonderful. I assure you that the young master and I shall not disappoint your kindness." "Excellent, excellent," the old matriarch said, reaching out her frail hand to gently pinch Gu Xiling's smooth, round face. Noticing her grandson lacked the joy typical of newlyweds and seemed rather distracted, she admonished, "Jeaner, one must cherish their blessings." "Yes, grandmother, I shall heed your teachings." Zhou Jin responded with deep respect, grateful for his grandmother's decade-long devotion to spiritual cultivation for his sake. The old matriarch's eyes flickered with reproach, as someone who had experienced life. She could easily discern the awkwardness between the two. There was no hint of the passionate affection typical of newlyweds. "Jeaner, when your grandfather was alive, I always thought him a rough man. Yet after his passing, I realized that the man who frequently bought me sweet treats would never return. Reflecting on a century of life, one must cherish those present. Outwardly, I trusted your grandfather completely. Within the home, he placed his utmost faith in me. Our bond as a married couple meant shared glory and shared hardship. I pursued his honor while he fought for our family's prosperity." Gu Xiling's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting slightly. Compared to her previous family, she could hardly believe the present family was so governed by principles and reason. Such a family was indeed rare. In this nurturing environment, if she could not earn Zhou Jin's respect and deepen his affection, it would be her own failure. With both the grandson and granddaughter-in-law accompanying her for dinner, the old matriarch's appetite flourished, allowing her to consume an extra bowl of rice. She instructed someone to take the couple to the Eastern meditation room for rest, while she retained Yuan Mama to inquire about matters in detail. Though her expression remained calm, her heart harbored many concerns. However, she did not reveal them. Upon hearing of Gu Xiling's directive to Lai Fu to rescue Zhou Jin at the palace gate, her demeanor changed dramatically, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes before she smiled. Cui Zhu, return and advise the mistress to counsel Jiner gently. You must not be harsh on Xiling. This child possesses her own ideas and can manage her life well. After they grow to understand one another, everything will naturally fall into place. Yes, old matriarch, I shall certainly convey your message. Yuan Mama nodded, recognizing the old matriarch's genuine approval of the young mistress. Even without the young master's affection, the young mistress's position was secure. Serving her well would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Meanwhile, Chongning Marquis Zhou Zhe had just emerged from the prison, exhaling a long breath as the weight on his heart lifted. The individuals arrested were Zhou Jin's colleagues, but his son was not among them. Upon learning of several courtiers being detained for improper conduct and discussing state affairs, he rushed over in alarm. As the sole heir of the Chongning Marquis, Zhou Jin could not endure such turmoil. A misstep could extinguish their lineage. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Zhe returned home, only to discover that his son had been rescued by his daughter-in-law before he had a chance to discuss state affairs. My dear wife, our daughter-in-law possesses great fortune. Had it not been for Xiling, Jiner might very well have ended up imprisoned. Zhou Zhe lamented, a wave of relief washing over him. Initially unconvinced, the Marquis's wife pondered Zhou Zhe's account. After contemplating the day's dangers, she asked, My lord, do you truly believe this was mere coincidence? Simply luck? Zhou Zhe was taken aback, inquiring, My lady, what do you mean by that? The Marquis's wife, Song, recounted how Gu Xiling frequently summoned the steward from the bridal shop to relay messages, informing Zhou Zhe. As you suspect, was Xiling not certain that Jiner would encounter trouble, thus waiting at the palace gate to rescue him in time? Zhou Zhe was astonished, stroking his beard with delight. Indeed? Song nodded. Otherwise, she would not have detoured to the palace gate to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Moreover, she mentioned going to Jingguang Temple, but did not say she would accompany Jiner. Zhou Zhe squinted slightly, his voice filled with approval. A wise wife leads to fewer misfortunes. My lady, your insistence on marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jingyang Marquis is indeed a blessing for our Chongning Marquis family. Chapter 16. For the sake of competing for the same man, the Xie residence was ablaze with light. Xie Jin, his face aglow with joy, strode into the estate without paying his respects to his elderly mother, heading straight to the courtyard where Gu Shirong resided. He found Gu Shirong sitting by the window, engrossed in a book, her brow furrowed in concentration. Shirong, my beloved wife, he exclaimed, enveloping her in his embrace and planting a kiss upon her delicate, fair face. Hubby. Gu Shirong feigned shyness, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion, her hands instinctively clasping around Xie Jin's neck, as if wary of falling. Xie Jin, youthful and exuberant, felt the warmth of her softness against him. He was not the stoic Lu Xianghui, untouched by temptation. Unable to quell the stirrings of passion ignited by Gu Shirong's alluring gaze, he succumbed. My dear, we must still pay respects to the matriarch and partake in our meal. Gu Shirong's voice was a soft, seductive hum, playfully resisting while inviting further advances. Sensing her allure, Gu Shirong felt a swell of pride. After all, no man could resist such charm. With her captivating presence, she was certain to ensnare the rugged Xie Jin. Fear not. My mother desires nothing more than to hold her grandchild, Xie Jin replied with growing urgency as he began to loosen their garments, revealing her peach blossom-patterned undergarment, which playfully concealed her most intimate areas. When he struggled to untie it, he tore it with a forceful tug, the fabric yielding with a soft rip. Gu Shirong gasped in surprise, the atmosphere thickening with an intoxicating allure. The red drapes fell, yet could not obscure the purity that lingered within the room. The moment was more entrancing than their wedding night. Outside, the maidservants, overhearing the passionate sounds from within, blushed deeply, their eyes glimmering with a hint of longing, wishing they could take her place. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Xie estate, Madame Xie, adorned in a sapphire blue brocade gown, her long face pale, wore a somewhat playful gold hairpin shaped like a magpie. Her serious demeanor clashed with her attire. Upon hearing reports from the servants about her son's arrival, bypassing his mother-esque greetings to rush into the Gu residence, engaging in carnal acts before nightfall, her expression darkened. Such a disgraceful display of debauchery. She seethed, observing the cold dishes on the table as night fell and the moon ascended. Yet her son and daughter-in-law remained absent for dinner. Her gaze grew increasingly malevolent, her lips pressed tightly together as she swept the dishes aside in frustration. This is the upbringing of a daughter from the Gu family? All she knows is to cling to a man utterly shameless. Seeing her distress, the ever-concerned Granny Xie quickly intervened, recalling the young general's instructions. Madam, tread carefully. The young general requires the support of the Gu family. We must not offend them. Madame Xie clenched her teeth, taking a few deep breaths as she reflected on the Xie family's decline. Once her intimate friends enjoyed prosperous marriages, while she, having lost her husband early, had drained her dowry to raise her son. Regaining past glory depended solely on him, and she would not allow anyone to obstruct his future. Very well, I shall swallow my pride for now. Madame Xie loathed her daughter-in-law from the depths of her heart. Since her son's marriage, his visits had dwindled, and each time he appeared, it was merely to pay his respects before hastily returning to the Gu household. Even though this daughter-in-law aided her son significantly, it did little to diminish her inner disdain. Unable to express her anger directly, Madame Xie sought to vent her frustrations elsewhere. The following day, when Gu Shirong came to pay her respects, she was made to kneel outside for a full hour and a half before being permitted to rise. In pursuit of a good reputation and wishing to portray herself as a dutiful daughter-in-law and a virtuous wife in Xie Jin's eyes, she swallowed her indignation. She would bide her time until Xie Jin could not do without her. Then she would deal with her venomous mother-in-law. In this contest for the affections of the same man, both women harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Gu Xiling arrived at Jingguang Temple the day after, and to ensure the performance remained convincing, the elderly matriarch of the Longning Marquis summoned a doctor from the mountain to confirm that Zhou Jin had come to the temple to attend to his illness. Rather than abandoning his duties, Zhou Jin wished to return, but found himself confined by the matriarch within the meditation room. For 3 days, the matriarch remained bedridden, and Zhou Jin, recognizing her good intentions, dared not defy her wishes. On the 5th day, the matriarch finally rose, gradually recovering. Zhou Jin repeatedly requested her return to the Marquis's residence, but she remained resolute, wanting to continue her devout prayers at the temple. Zhou Jin, feeling helpless, stared silently at the koi in the pond, his handsome features marred by a frown. Gu Xiling took her daily stroll, even in the rain, wandering the halls. She approached the pond with a sense of tranquility, retrieving half a steamed bun from Xiu Lan's hands, breaking off a piece, and tossing it into the water. The chubby koi eagerly leapt to snatch it, sending ripples across the surface. Seeing Gu Xiling delighting in the moment, her melodious laughter pierced Zhou Jin's ears, further unsettling his already troubled mind. Just as he contemplated leaving, an idea struck him. Gu Xiling was eloquent and persuasive, adept at charming both his dignified mother and kind-hearted grandmother. Perhaps he could enlist her help in persuading his grandmother to return with him. Gu, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you assist me? Zhou Jin's voice was low, tinged with embarrassment as he briefly glanced at her face. Gu Xiling smiled brightly. What are you saying, my lord? We are husband and wife, and it is only natural for us to support each other. There is no need to speak of asking. Zhou Jin was taken aback, unable to believe that the sharp-tongued Gu Xiling was being so agreeable. Was there a catch? Yet he soon rationalized that regardless of her intentions, as long as she aided him in bringing his grandmother home, he would be grateful. My grandmother is advanced in years, and the mountain is austere. Her health is waning. I implore you to persuade her to return to the residence for her recuperation, but she refuses. Your grandmother has taken to you with great affection. You must convince her to return with us, Gu Xiling replied, her lips curling into a smile. She had awaited Zhou Jin's request, and feeling empathetic towards his filial devotion. She assured him, wait here, I shall go and persuade her. With a playful tug on Zhou Jin's hand, she placed the remaining bun into his palm. You assist me in feeding these plump koi, and I shall await good news." With that, Gu Xiling swiftly turned, lifting her skirts as she hurried towards the matriarch's chamber. Today, she wore her hair in a celestial bun, adorned with a golden butterfly ornament. As she ran, the wings fluttered gracefully, embodying agility and charm. Zhou felt himself uplifted by Gu Xiling's exuberance. His gloomy spirits began to lift. Upon entering the meditation room, the matriarch turned her head with a gentle smile. "It must be my Jeaner who sent you to persuade me to return. I shall not go, so do not waste your breath." Gu Xiling's smile radiated with warmth, her voice ringing clear. "Grandmother, the mountain is harsh, lacking in medical care, and considering your advanced age, it is ill-suited for prolonged stays. You have remarked upon my good fortune. Now that I have entered the Longning Marquis's residence and united with the heir, it is no longer necessary for you to devote yourself solely to prayers. There are far more pressing matters that require your presence." With her words, she was certain the matriarch would promptly agree to return with her to the Longning Marquis's residence. Chapter 17. To be thoroughly consumed, eventually the old matriarch of the Chongning Marquis gazed affectionately at the young lady seated on the couch, playfully swaying her arms, her eyes glimmering with delight. She had longed for a sweet, soft granddaughter, one who would tug at her sleeves for treats, yet her desires had remained unfulfilled until now. To her surprise, her granddaughter-in-law had granted her this wish. "The Chongning Marquis's household is managed by your mother-in-law, and it shall soon be entrusted to you. I am growing old, and aside from my quiet cultivation, I am at a loss as to what more significant matters I can occupy myself with." Gu Xiling retorted, "Grandmother, you are not old. You will live to be 100. The old matriarch shook her head, chuckling softly. "In the few days we have spent together, I can see that you possess a silver tongue adept at charming others, merely seeking to amuse me." Gu Xiling feigned innocence, continuing to shake the old lady's sleeve. "Grandmother, you know best the temperament of the heir. While I managed to pull him out of the political turmoil this time, I may not succeed again." It wasn't merely a complaint from a granddaughter. When the heir learned that I had sent live food to rescue him from the palace gates, he was furious, nearly ready to strike me. The old lady patted Gu Xiling's delicate hand and laughed. "You have said it yourself, my grandson. I know him well. You act in his best interest. Even if he were to err, he would not strike you, let alone when you are right. Though I may be old, I am not foolish. You cannot deceive me, my dear." At that moment, the old matriarch's eyes sparkled with mischief, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Gu Xiling pretended to be offended, continuing to sway the matriarch's arm. "Grandmother, there's nothing I can hide from you. Since you are so perceptive, I shall speak the truth. Do not mock me for my lack of modesty." Very well, I shall not mock you," the old lady, slightly dizzy from Gu Xiling's antics, declared. "In this room, we are all aware of the truth. It will not reach other ears." Gu Xiling then paused, her cheeks flushing. "Grandmother, I trust you have learned from Mama Yuan that I and the heir are wed in name only, without the substance of a true marriage. Although we are technically husband and wife, there is no affection between us. If you do not mediate, I fear we shall only drift further apart. Moreover, do you not wish to see a chubby great-grandson secretly playing with your staff? Or a sweet little great-granddaughter adorably asking you for treats?" Upon hearing this, the old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her eyes narrowing as she envisioned a chubby, fragrant child leaping from a traditional painting into her embrace, calling her great-grandmother. Just the thought filled her heart with warmth. The old lady turned her gaze to Gu Xiling, whose skin was as smooth as cream, with a charming smile and sparkling eyes. With Gu Xiling's cleverness and beauty, her grandson would inevitably be thoroughly consumed, but the timing of it could be either long or short. At her age, if she were to witness the birth of her great-grandchildren, she could boast to that unfortunate, rough old man who had passed too soon. The old matriarch, a person of utmost sincerity and decisiveness, recognized that with the fortunate Gu Xiling now married into the Chongning Marquis's household, she would surely bring blessings for Jeaner's health and peace of mind. She promptly instructed her servants to pack her belongings, declaring her intent to return to the capital at dawn. As she witnessed her grandmother's spirited demeanor as she prepared to bid farewell to Master Yuanhui, Zhou stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Xiling turned to the dazed Zhou. Heir, how did I assist in this matter? Zhou's beautifully elongated eyes brimmed with suspicion. Gu, what exactly did you say to grandmother? Despite his efforts to persuade her to change her mind and return with him to the residence, Xiling had managed to alter her decision in less than a quarter of an hour, prompting her eager departure to bid farewell to Master Yuan Hui and return to the Chongning Marquis' household the following day. With a grin as bright as a silver bell, Xiling playfully declared, "A secret cannot be disclosed." She laughed lightly, her voice ringing like a silver chime as she turned back to the Zen room. You. Zhou's eyes sparked with intensity, his lips pressed together as he took a step forward, intending to pursue her. Yet, Xiling's joyous laughter and her sly expression halted him in his tracks. He would not pry further. There was no way he would lower himself to inquire again, thus losing face. That evening, back in the Zen room, Zhou was restless, unable to sit still. He even lost his appetite, consuming only half of his usual dinner portion. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, Lai Fu observed that the Buddhist scriptures in Zhou's hands were upside down, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Having grown up alongside Zhou, Lai Fu was well aware of his master's anxiety. Young master, I am rather familiar with Miss Xiling, who is close to the young lady. Would you like me to inquire about her? Zhou stiffened, feeling as though his thoughts had been laid bare, and he felt a surge of frustration. No need, I do not wish to know. Lai Fu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the scriptures in Zhou's hands. Following Lai Fu's gaze, Zhou glanced at the upside-down scripture, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickly tossed it onto the table, his hands retreating behind his back in awkwardness. However, as the master, he could change his mind at any moment. It wasn't out of curiosity, but merely for the sake of strategic advantage. Very well, Lai Fu replied, suppressing a grin. Fortunately, the young master's instruction aligned perfectly with his desires, allowing him to approach Miss Xiling openly. He was even a year older than the young master. The young master was already married, while he had yet to settle down. Previously, he had felt no urgency, but now that he had encountered someone worthy, he could not afford to hesitate, lest he be beaten to the chase and regret it for life. Lai Fu had previously requested a 9-layer cake from the kitchen and approached Xiling. By chance, Xiling emerged holding a copper basin, and upon seeing Lai Fu, she broke into a radiant smile. Brother Lai Fu, why are you still awake at this late hour? Lai Fu took the basin from Xiling's hands with one hand while offering her the delicacy with the other, his round face beaming like a slightly emaciated Mithriya Buddha. Sister Xiling, here is the renowned 9-layer cake from Jingguang Temple. Do give it a try. Xiling's eyes widened in surprise. The 9-layer cake is the signature delicacy of Jingguang Temple. It can only be enjoyed on the 1st and 15th of the month. Brother Lai Fu, how did you manage to get it today? Lai Fu grinned with pride. I once helped the kitchen here with a task, and they made this especially for me. Brother Lai Fu, you are quite remarkable, Xiling praised, her lovely face flushing with excitement. As she accompanied Miss Xiling to the Chongning Marquis' household, Zhou was busy establishing connections, preparing to become a concubine. However, Xiling had no desire to be a concubine, having served a concubine in the Jingyang Marquis' residence who met a tragic end. She was terrified. She preferred to find a respectable and capable servant within the Marquis' household to marry. Although she thought Lai Fu was not particularly handsome, he was cheerful, spoke sweetly, and was well connected as the young master's close attendant, promising a bright future. Seeing Xiulon's bashful demeanor filled Lai Fu with joy and excitement. It appeared that his affections were reciprocated. He emptied the basin of water, for the moon was rising and shadows were lengthening. As they shared the delicacy, Xiulon and Lai Fu engaged in quiet conversation, exchanging tales of their backgrounds and pasts. By chance, they both revealed that they had been sold into servitude at the tender age of 5 and had lost contact over the years. They found solace in each other's shared experiences, feeling a sense of kinship. As for the young master's directive, it had already slipped from Lai Fu's mind. Chapter 18. Dreams hold everything. Zhou anxiously waited in the meditation room. Drowsiness washed over him. His eyes felt heavy with a hint of moisture, and he dozed off at the table. With a creak, the door swung open. Zhou opened his eyes to see Lai Fu entering, and instantly, his fatigue vanished. Lai Fu, have you gathered any news? Well, Lai Fu's smile froze as he recalled how the young master was often driven to fury by the young mistress, causing his temper to flare. He could not afford to let the young master know he had forgotten to inquire, as he had been preoccupied with conversing with Miss Xiaolan. You haven't forgotten, have you, Lai Fu? Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. If so, he would face dire consequences. Lai Fu, startled, shook his head vigorously. Young master, how could I forget? This is of utmost importance. Just moments ago, Miss Xiaolan was outside the old lady's meditation room and didn't hear anything from within. Oh really? Zhou Jin caught the fleeting look of guilt in Lai Fu's eyes and silently gritted his teeth. He suspected that Lai Fu had entirely forgotten his instructions in the presence of a beautiful woman. It must be said, Zhou Jin was astute. As long as he didn't catch them red-handed, those around him would naturally attempt to defend themselves. What could sway the old lady's heart was none other than the safety of the young master and the inheritance of the Long Ning Marquisate. Yes, the legacy of offspring, a compelling reason indeed. Young master, you wrong me, Lai Fu exclaimed. Although Miss Xiaolan didn't hear everything, she did catch snippets mentioning grandchildren. The old lady surely longed for great-grandchildren. Zhou Jin was taken aback, quickly realizing that this reasoning could indeed touch his grandmother's heart. Gu Xiling, with her silver tongue and shameless demeanor, could articulate such sentiments. Zhou Jin secretly scoffed. Each encounter with Gu Xiling left him exasperated. Yet she dared to suggest having children with him. This proved that Gu Xiling had not been as indifferent as she pretended. She was secretly maneuvering to reconcile their relationship. There was no way he would grant Gu Xiling her desires easily. At the very least, she must submit, admit her wrongs, and genuinely adhere to the principles of propriety and virtue before he would reluctantly accept her. With a strategy to leverage Gu Xiling in mind, Zhou Jin felt his spirits lift. He relaxed fully, lying down on the bed, and soon drifted into a sweet slumber. In his dreams, Gu Xiling not only bore him no ill will, but also catered to his every desire. Her demeanor gentle and submissive. He was elated, planning a visit to Zizhu courtyard, knowing it would send Gu Xiling into a frenzy of joy. If he didn't go, she would be consumed by thoughts of him, unable to eat or drink. He would speak, and she would not dare to respond. She was that obedient. ISNT it said that dreams encompass everything. Meanwhile, Gu Xiling was also lost in dreams, though Zhou Jin was absent. Today's mention of children had stirred her thoughts, leading to dreams of her children from a past life. To avoid a complete family annihilation, she had dedicated herself to plotting for Xiajin, leaving her children in the care of wet nurses. They grew closer to their caretakers, distancing themselves from their birth mother. As Xiajin ascended to the position of regent, he was mere steps away from power. The wet nurses, too, became increasingly cunning, attempting to incite rivalry among the children for the title of heir, hoping to share in the glory once Xiajin claimed the throne. She permitted her two sons to compete, but forbade any foul play that would turn them against each other, resulting in a deadly feud. She ordered the execution of both wet nurses, who then bore a grudge against her sons, vowing revenge. The moment she overheard her sons uttering such words, she realized her bond with them had reached its end. Only her youngest daughter understood her suffering and weariness. In this rebirth, she had no attachment to anything related to Xiajin. Only her delicate, soft daughter remained in her heart. Yet, in this life, her husband was Zhou Jin. Would her precious daughter still come to her side? Yearning for her daughter, Gu Xiling wept in her dream, tears slipping down her cheeks. Xiaolan, sleeping nearby, awoke to the sound of her mistress's sobs. She quickly lit the oil lamp and rushed to Gu Xiling's side. Miss, why are you crying?" Jolted awake by Xiaolan's shaking, Gu Xiling blinked and sat up. Xiaolan placed a peony pillow behind her and poured a cup of water. "Miss, drink some water." "I'm not thirsty," Gu Xiling replied, shaking her head while wiping her tears away. Xiaolan squatted by the window. "Miss, I know your heart is heavy. I may not be well educated or understand profound principles, but life must go on. Tonight, Lai Fu, the young masteress attendant, came looking for me. He seems to have feelings for me. I inquired about him with Granny Yuan, and he is good character. I wish to ask for your blessing to marry Lai Fu. This way, I can gather information on the young masteress' whereabouts easily. And with the favor of both the mistress and the old lady, we can gradually build a life in the Marquise. Though Gu Xiling had dried her tears, her thoughts remained steeped in the longing for her daughter. Upon hearing Xiulan's words, she paused slightly. Xiulan, you are my maid of honor. Do you not desire to become a concubine of a young master like Xiu? At the mere thought of Xiu's brutal beating, Xiulan shrank back. Miss, I have no lofty ambitions. I merely wish to live a peaceful and stable life. She believed that her mistress was far more capable than she. She had no intention of competing with her for a man, fearing she would become a thorn in her side. Gu Xiling was astonished. In her past life, this Xiulan had been Zhou Jin's concubine and had ruthlessly poisoned Gu Xirong's young son. Yet now, Xiulan expressed no desire for such a position and even sought her assistance in arranging a marriage with Lai Fu, which felt genuine. How rare it is to find someone so astute. Gu Xiling smiled. Your request is granted. I will leave it to Granny Yuan to handle the arrangements. Yes, miss. As night deepened, Xiulan advised, let us retire early. We must rise early to continue our journey. Gu Xiling lay down, and in the darkness, she found solace in Xiulan's words. Life would indeed carry on. She would willingly devote her life to virtuous deeds in exchange for her daughter's return, to love her as she ought to. The following day at dawn, the coachman inspected the carriage once more while servants loaded the luggage. Watch your step, grandmother, Gu Xiling softly reminded, assisting the old lady into the carriage. Zhou Jin supported the other side, his cold gaze occasionally darting toward Gu Xiling. Noticing her lack of overtures to appease him, he reminded himself to remain composed. Disorder would spell defeat. Whoever falters first, panics first, loses. Gu Xiling shared a carriage with the old lady, who, though elderly, insisted on enduring the slower pace. Yet, after just an hour, the frail old lady turned pale from the jolting. Gu Xiling sat beside her. Grandmother, lean against your granddaughter. It will be more comfortable. No need, I can manage. I'm still holding up, the old lady replied, demonstrating her resilient nature. Seeing this, Gu Xiling wrapped her arm around the old lady's back, gently urging her to lean against her, speaking softly and sincerely. Grandmother, please don't stand on ceremony with your granddaughter. Without you, I would not be where I am today. I am foolish and cannot repay you. I only wish to serve you and express my gratitude for your protection. Chapter 19. Witnessing the worst of evil and enduring the bitterest of suffering upon retrieving his biological daughter, Gu Xiling, the Gu family had no intention of acknowledging her. Instead, they sought to treat her as a distant relative of the Gu matriarch. Naturally, the old matriarch opposed this. Her elaborate efforts to secure a betrothal with the Jingyang Duke's residence were not due to Gu Xirong's beauty, but rather the astrological compatibility of Gu Xiling. Now that the person had changed, how could the astrological readings possibly remain valid? She personally caused a stir at the Gu family, seeking to restore Gu Xiling's rightful name and declaring her engagement to the Longning Marquise estate. At this moment, the old matriarch was unaware that had Gu Xirong not been reborn, she would likely face disappointment once again, leading to a further decline in her health and an eventual sorrowful demise. The Longning Marquise matriarch patted Gu Xiling's hand. Child, you possess a kind heart. From now on, the Longning Marquise residence shall be your home. Do not burden your thoughts too heavily. Yes, grandmother, Gu Xiling replied. You are unwell. Allow your granddaughter to hold you, and let us rest for a while. The old matriarch had adhered to a vegetarian diet, her frame slender. Gu Xiling couldn't help but marvel at the old matriarch's deep affection for her grandson. Throughout their journey, Gu Xiling and Mama Yuan took turns supporting the old matriarch. They finally entered the city before nightfall. During this time, Zhou Jin had been prevented from returning from Jingshan Temple by the old matriarch's orders. He wondered how his fellow officials, who had jointly petitioned, were faring now. Anxious, Zhou Jin instructed the coachman to head to the Wang residence to find Brother Sherwin. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Jin noticed the steward of the Longning Marquise residence hastening toward him. Young master, the Marquis is waiting for you at the estate. You must return swiftly. Zhou Jin was taken aback, a sense of alarm brewing within him. Something significant must have occurred. Despite his urgency, he dared not act impulsively. Very well, I shall return to the estate at once. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the Loaning Marquis's residence. Zhou dismounted and carried the old matriarch into the estate. Upon learning of her return, the Loaning Marquis's matriarch ordered the servants to thoroughly clean the pine crane courtyard. The furnishings within were identical to how they had once been. Everything was in perfect order. Matriarch Song was exceedingly respectful. Mother, I have prepared millet porridge for you. Would you care to have some before resting? Very well. The old matriarch surveyed her surroundings. You have managed the household diligently over the years. It has been arduous for you. Song smiled. This is what a daughter-in-law ought to do. It is you who should be commended for praying for Jean and Appo's well-being. That is truly laborious. The exchange between the two was marked by mutual humility. After consuming a bowl of sea cucumber millet porridge, the old matriarch washed up and fell into a deep slumber. Matriarch Song and Xiling exited the pine crane courtyard in succession. Xiling, we owe you much this time. Not only did you save the young master, but also brought the old matriarch back to the estate. Xiling slightly bowed, her demeanor respectful and humble, her tone sincere and gentle. Mother, you flatter me. The young master is my husband, and the old matriarch has shown me great kindness. As a woman of the Zhou family, my fortunes are closely intertwined with the Loaning Marquis's residence. Previously, she had only been aware of the young master's exceptional talents and poetic prowess without delving deeper. Though her time in the Loaning Marquis's residence had been brief, she gradually came to understand the young master's virtuous nature. He could not abide corruption, decay, or injustice. If the young master had thoughts that eluded her, it was only natural for her to strive to do more for her husband. I hope Mother will not find me too rash. Matriarch Song halted, turning to gaze at the composed Xiling. Child, you must have endured much hardship over the years to think so thoroughly. The term child brought a slight sting to Xiling's nose. In her previous life, she toiled endlessly, her efforts unacknowledged. She was flesh and blood, a delicate woman who, deep down, yearned for love and care. Tears glistened in her eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. Having witnessed the worst of evil and tasted the bitterest of suffering, Xiling aspired to protect the goodness and truth of the world. Matriarch Song was profoundly moved, gently taking Xiling's hand. Child, it is indeed a blessing for Jean to marry you. Do not worry, he will recognize your virtues. Indeed, Xiling nodded, her gaze lowered with a soft smile. Mother, I understand. Good things take time. Even if it is a stone, I can warm it. Her words struck a chord with Matriarch Song. It is getting late. You should return and rest early. No need to rise at dawn to pay me respects. Come after breakfast, and we shall converse. This is not out of concern for you, but rather for myself. Should you arrive early, I must rise early as well. Let us all have breakfast together, and then pay our respects to the old matriarch. Thank you, Mother, Xiling replied, her words brimming with gratitude. The earlier sentiments were half true, half false, yet they brought joy to her mother-in-law, gradually allowing her to accept Xiling from the heart. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, Xiling summoned Mama Wang. Has Steward Lu sent any word to the estate recently? Mama Wang produced a letter from her garments. Here it is. It was delivered this morning. Xiling opened it and exhaled in relief. Steward Lu has done well. He has increased his monthly salary. Xiling, tomorrow morning, go find Lai Fu and inform him that I have matters to discuss. Xiling was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment, thinking it might pertain to her marriage. Yes, young madam. Xiling embraced the old matriarch, her body weary after a bath, soon finding restful sleep. Meanwhile, in the study of Loaning Marquis Zhou, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room, shattered teacups strewn across the floor. Loaning Marquis Zhou struggled to contain his anger. You're grounded at home tomorrow. You shall go nowhere. Zhou Jin's eyes flared with rage, his expression defiant. Father, my colleagues who petitioned alongside me have been demoted, yet I remain unscathed. What will they think? They're departing the capital tomorrow, and you do not permit me to see them off. Is that not unjust to your son? Loaning Marquis Zhou coldly retorted, You are not the only one unscathed. There is also Wang Sherwin. He was rescued from prison by the Ximping Marquis' residence the very next day. His Majesty is merciful, merely demoting him rather than stripping him of his title. Should he fail to repent, his fate will be far worse. Zhou Jin's expression fell, lost in despair. We, who harbor the welfare of the people, seek to punish the corrupt officials. What wrongdoing is that? His Majesty shows mercy not just to those treacherous scoundrels, but even favors them. I have studied the classics since childhood, diligently striving to achieve success, loyal to His Majesty, and advocating for the people. Yet now, it all seems a farce. It turns out that the common folk are the first to be sacrificed when the people are valued more than the sovereign. Enough. Loaning Marquis Zhou reprimanded sharply. Everyone knows that Li Guojiang is at fault, yet His Majesty has not punished him. Only a 2-year salary reduction and house arrest. This move carries deep implications, aimed at stabilizing the court. Do you not realize that if the crown prince's position wavers, it could lead to chaos within the court, with princes vying for power, resulting in turmoil across the realm? The casualties will not only be the people of Yingzhou, but the populace of the entire nation. Currently, His Majesty has halted the construction of the palace to save funds, dispatching Inspector Song along with disaster relief officials and a multitude of grain supplies to Yingzhou for relief. This is indeed a blessing for the common people. My son, one can embody truth and goodness, yet in governance, it cannot be merely black and white, right or wrong. It is more about balance, about choices, and about compromise. Chapter 20. For sincere gifts on that day. Had it not been for the daughter-in-law Gu Xiling's intervention at the palace gates, the talented Zhou Jin, known for his penchant for composing incisive poetry, would undoubtedly have penned a satirical verse that served as a manifesto against tyranny. This thought filled the Duke of Chongning, Zhou Zhe, with trepidation. The Wang family had gone to great lengths to extricate Wang Sherwin from his predicament. If Zhou Jin were to involve himself, the Duke's household would suffer greatly in their efforts to rescue him. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Jin's gaze turned sorrowful and complex, the light within his eyes dimming. Father, you speak the truth, yet every time I close my eyes, I am haunted by visions of starvation and cannibalism, and I feel utterly powerless. Even with grand ambitions, they are rendered futile. I cannot persuade the sovereign above, nor can I save the people below, and I find myself unable to stand in solidarity with my colleagues. I am of no use, and I am filled with shame. Tomorrow, several of my colleagues will depart the capital, and I wish to see them off personally. I ask for your understanding, Father. The Duke of Chongning hesitated, finally shaking his head. You cannot go, Father. Zhou Jin's eyes blazed with indignation. Do you wish for your son to be seen as treacherous? The Duke replied, I do not wish for you to be seen as treacherous, but you must remain hidden. On that day, I entered the palace to plead your case, while you tended to your grandmother at Jingguang Temple. His Majesty, in his mercy, did not pursue the matter further, but merely instructed you to reflect in isolation. Yet here you are, heedless and ungrateful. Guards, take the young master to the ancestral hall and have him kneel in penance for 3 days to reflect on his actions. Seeing his son filled with defiance and resentment, Zhou Zhe felt a pang of anger. This son, so proud and unaware of the world's realities, had surely not read the manifesto. Yes, my lord, responded the servants and guards, escorting Zhou Jin to the ancestral hall for punishment. As the Duke reprimanded his son, a petite maid stood silently in the shadows behind the trees outside, blending seamlessly into the night, absorbing every word of their conversation. Once Zhou Jin was taken to the ancestral hall to reflect, the study fell into darkness, and the maid stealthily scaled the wall, disappearing into the depths of the manor. Lai Fu wished to report to the lady and the matriarch to plead for the young master, but with the back courtyard locked, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. Returning to the ancestral hall, he kept Zhou Jin company, attending to him. The following day, Xiaolong sought out Lai Fu early in the morning. Just as Lai Fu had finished serving the young master his breakfast and was preparing to visit the ladies in the back courtyard to plead for the young master, Xiaolong intercepted him. Lai Fu, the young master's lady requests your presence. Lai Fu was taken aback. Could it be that the young master's lady felt pity for him being punished? Please lead the way, Xiaolong, he replied, not daring to neglect the young masteress lady. Disregarding the strictness of the matriarch and the lady, even the young master was increasingly attentive to his wife. Upon arriving at the Zhou courtyard, he found it unfortunate that Xiling was not present, having accompanied the lady to Songha Garden to pay respects to the matriarch. The young master's wife has learned that several of the young master's colleagues, who have fallen from grace, will be departing the capital today. She has prepared 4 sets of gifts for them, to be delivered by Lai Fu. Is that acceptable? The lady was momentarily stunned, and the more she pondered, the more she appreciated the thought. The young master, unable to advance or retreat alongside his colleagues, must be feeling guilt for not being able to see them off. While he cannot go in person, Lai Fu could certainly deliver the gifts. This way, he could reflect at home while still honoring his relationships with his colleagues. Song Shi smiled gently, praising Xiling. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. There is no need for you to incur expenses. I shall send silver along. Mother, it is only right for a daughter-in-law to do so, Xiling replied with a smile, producing a scroll from her sleeve and handing it to her mother-in-law. Mother, while silver is indeed convenient, simply sending silver may not procure the most practical items. For instance, Lord Qin has been demoted to Zhou, a land plagued by swarming insects and oppressive heat, where rainfall is frequent. Thus, I have arranged for breathable cotton fabric umbrellas, various medicinal powders for external use, and pills for internal use. As for Lord Yu, he has been assigned to the cold, arid region of Zhou in the northwest, known for its fierce customs. I have prepared a cartload of supplies, various medicinal pills and herbs, a few sharp long knives, and skincare products. Zhou Jin's 4 colleagues had all been exiled to distant lands, scattered across the 4 corners of the realm. As Song Shi listened to Xiling's detailed explanations while examining the 4 gift lists, her astonishment grew. In contrast to her own plan to send merely silver, Xiling's list was brimming with sincerity. While silver was indeed valuable, it might not be as useful as the items she had thoughtfully prepared. The things her husband overlooked, the things he failed to consider, his wife had anticipated and prepared with great care. This is what defines a virtuous wife. Song Shi genuinely admired this daughter-in-law. After finishing her review, she raised her gaze to Xiling. Child, you have put much thought into this. I shall add 100 taels of silver for each family, with 50 taels converted into smaller denominations for ease of access during their travels. Xiling humbly replied, This is merely my duty as a daughter-in-law. I have already instructed Lai Fu to take the gifts to the Zhou courtyard, and I shall send him off with the gifts now. Song Shi nodded, Very well. Then you may convey a few words to Lai Fu. I shall send the silver immediately. Thank you, mother. Xiling expressed her gratitude as she escorted her mother-in-law back to the main hall. Hurriedly, Xiling returned to the Zhou courtyard. Lai Fu was waiting in the courtyard, sipping tea brewed by Xiaolan. Upon seeing Xiling enter, he placed the teacup on the stone table in the yard and bowed respectfully. Young masteress lady, how may I serve you? Xiling smiled warmly. Lai Fu, today I need you to run an errand for the young master. Take the 4 sets of gifts to the young master's colleagues who are departing the capital, and inform them that the young master is reflecting in isolation and cannot see them off. Given the high mountains and treacherous roads, please take care on your journey. Lai Fu was astonished. The young master had only been preoccupied with seeing his colleagues off, without considering the details. He lowered his gaze at the gift list presented by the young masteress lady, feeling deeply moved. No wonder the lady and the matriarch held the young master's wife in such high regard. Her meticulousness revealed her exceptional character. In this rushed departure from the capital, these 4 gentlemen were unprepared, and the items Xiling had arranged would undoubtedly be of great use to them on their journey or upon their arrival at their new posts. Were it not for her genuine care for the young master, why would the young master's wife exert herself in this way? Why would she invest both time and resources? Bowing deeply, Lai Fu expressed his heartfelt respect for the young master's wife. Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements for the young master. Xiling nodded softly. It is my duty. Lady Song instructed a nearby maid to deliver the silver, which was packed into 4 silk bags. Lai Fu, with Xiling's instructions and the 4 carts of gifts, set off towards the long pavilion outside the city. When the 4 gentlemen encountered Lai Fu outside the pavilion, although Zhou Jin had not authored a manifesto against tyranny, He had initially taken the lead in reporting to the sovereign the need for severe punishment for Li Guojiang. Their hearts harbored resentment that Wang, Shiwen, and Zhou Jin, the scions of prestigious families, had not been exiled. Now, upon witnessing Lai Fu's humble demeanor and the thoughtful gift list, they were touched to the point of tears. It seemed they had misjudged Zhou Jin. Chapter 21. Casual acquaintances, yet bestowing precious gifts indeed. The circumstances that day were not to be blamed on Zhou Jin. Upon exiting the palace gates, Zhou Jin learned of his grandmother's misfortune and hurriedly departed, thus missing the opportunity to partake in drafting the denunciation document. Subsequently, when events took a turn for the worse, the Marquis of Chongning naturally prevented Zhou Jin from engaging with them. The group lingered outside the pavilion for a considerable time, and seeing that no one else arrived, they boarded the carriage and departed. Yu Qingji, aged 30 this year, hailed from a modest southern clan, possessing innate intelligence. He had relied on the support of his relatives to pursue his studies and ultimately attain scholarly success. While he could not be deemed exceptionally talented, he was pragmatic in nature. His alliance with Zhou Jin and Wang Shiwen was not born of impulsiveness or youthful fervor. Rather, he sought to leverage this situation to gain recognition and esteem. However, he had underestimated the emperor's steadfast protection of Li Guojiao. Madame Yu, cradling her child, wept profusely. After finally establishing themselves in the capital, they now faced the prospect of relocating to the remote northwest. To ensure her husband's comfort in prison, they had expended all their savings to bribe the jailer. They possessed merely a handful of silver taels and her inconsequential jewelry. Yu Qingji took the child into his arms and handed over the list of gifts and a silk pouch containing silver. Madam, do not weep. The Marquis of Chongning has sent this list. Please keep it safe. Madam Yu was taken aback. As the daughter of a scholar, she was literate. Upon reading it, her eyes sparkled with delight. The Marquis of Chongning is indeed generous. I previously lamented how Minister Zhou has implicated you. Now, it seems I have misjudged him. She pulled back the carriage curtain to glance at the following cart, which not only bore silver, but also an assortment of items. Additionally, there was a driver and 2 guards escorting them. With their presence, the journey would be considerably safer. Yu Qingji nodded, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He had always perceived Zhou Jin as arrogant and overly candid, lacking the tactfulness of Wang Shiwen. However, in times of adversity, Zhou Jin proved more genuine than Wang Shiwen, truly deserving of loyalty. At that moment, Yu Qingji silently rejoiced that Zhou Jin was unharmed. In the future, while serving as an official in distant lands, he could still correspond with Zhou Jin and stay informed about court affairs, avoiding the isolation of being far removed from the emperor's ear. Approximately half an hour later, someone caught up with them. It turned out to be a servant dispatched by Wang Shiwen, delivering 100 taels of silver as a parting gift. My lord, please do not take offense. Our young master has been severely beaten and is unable to leave the house. He specifically sent me to see you off. I hope you can forgive this inconvenience. Yu Qingji replied courteously, acknowledging Wang's predicament. I am fully aware of the circumstances. Please extend my gratitude to young Master Wang. After exchanging pleasantries, he accepted the silver and climbed back into the carriage. Madame Yu's eyes lit up as she received the silver. With this, we can fare better in the northwest. Young Master Wang has shown great thoughtfulness. However, with the gifts from the Marquis of Chongning preceding this, the 100 taels from Wang Shiwen seemed less significant. Yu Qingji refrained from disclosing this to his wife, pondering how he ought to navigate the forthcoming challenges. The carriage continued onward for another hour when once more, someone approached to bid Yu Qingji farewell. My lord, please hold. The carriage halted, and Yu Qingji regarded the newcomer with confusion. He did not recognize the individual. Pray tell, who might you be, and what brings you here? The servant, displaying a respectful demeanor, promptly presented a gift. I am a retainer of General Xiejin, and I have been sent by my master to deliver this parting gift. The journey is long and arduous. This is but a token of my master's esteem, and I humbly request you accept it. Yu Qingji was taken aback, his puzzlement deepening. He was acquainted with Xiejin only in passing. Their relationship hardly warranted such generosity. Thank you for the kind gesture, General. However, I am uncertain when I shall return to the capital and cannot reciprocate your goodwill. Please, I must decline." The servant, undeterred by Yu Chengji's refusal, slipped the silver through the carriage window. "My master holds you in high regard for your integrity. I am merely following orders. I implore you not to make this difficult for me." With that, the servant hastily mounted his horse and rode away. Yu Chengji was left dumbfounded, feeling compelled to refuse the silver, yet unable to return. Something was amiss. Anxiety gripped his heart. He resolved to inquire further, but whom could he approach? In comparing Zhou Jin and Wang Shiwen, Yu Chengji decisively opted for Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin, while forthright, harbored no malice. Otherwise, he would not have arranged such meticulous gifts. He instructed the guards of the Marquis of Chongning to pass along the pouch containing 200 taels of silver. "This has been sent by General Xie Jin, but I cannot accept it, nor do I understand his intentions. I ask you, good sir, to return post-haste and inquire with Zhou Jin." The guard accepted the silver, affirming, "As you wish, my lord." Yu Chengji added, "There is no need for haste. Ensure you ascertain the details before informing me. I intend to travel via the official routes and rest at the relay stations to facilitate your pursuit." "Understood, my lord." The guard bowed before mounting his horse and swiftly returning to the city. Meanwhile, at the ancestral hall of the Marquis of Chongning, Zhou Jin remained resolutely kneeling on the mat, his handsome visage pale and devoid of color. At that moment, Lai Fu approached him with an expression of delight. "The young master will surely be pleased. Just now, Madam and the young mistress instructed me to deliver gifts to the 4 departing officials. They bore no grievances against you, so you need not feel excessive guilt." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin paused, a flicker of joy crossing his features. "Indeed, my mother is quite thoughtful." Lai Fu seized the opportunity to speak on behalf of the young mistress. It was the young mistress's idea to send gifts to the 4 officials. "Impossible," Zhou Jin interjected, his eyes wide with suspicion. "How could Gu Xiling, who so clearly despises me, willingly spend her own money on such a thankless task?" Lai Fu, perturbed, responded, "My lord, allow me to inform you of what the young mistress prepared for the 4 officials. For Yu Chengji's exile to the northwest, she arranged for fine furs." As Lai Fu elaborated, Zhou Jin's gaze intensified and his narrow eyes widened in astonishment. He murmured to himself, acknowledging Gu Xiling's meticulous consideration. She evidently cared for his colleagues and friends, indicating her concern for him. Ah, why must she be so adept at feigning innocence, yet so sharp-tongued? If only she could be a bit more gentle and simply converse with me instead of clashing. "You must not bully the young mistress, my lord. She is exceedingly virtuous," Lai Fu dared to suggest. In comparison to Gu Shirong, who displayed dual faces, Lai Fu found Gu Xiling to be genuinely admirable. Zhou Jin glared at Lai Fu, feeling an unjust weight on his chest. It was always Gu Xiling who instigated the conflict. When had he ever bullied her? This wretched servant, likely driven by the desire to wed a beautiful bride, was surely plotting against him, just as the master and servant engaged in a battle of wits. The guard Song had returned to the Marquis of Chongning's residence, reporting to Madame Song. While she was familiar with Gu Shirong, her knowledge of Xie Jin was limited. Uncertain of the underlying motives behind Xie Jin's actions, she instructed Grandma Song to summon both Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin. Chapter 22. The Damned Brother-in-Law. Gu Xiling noticed Song Mama approaching her mother-in-law and softly inquired, "Song Mama, could you enlighten me about the reason my mother has summoned me?" Song Mama, deeming it a matter of no secrecy, smiled and replied, "The guards escorting Lord Yu have returned, accompanied by a tribute from General Xie Jin." Lord Yu, unaware of the intentions behind this gesture, hesitated to accept it. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiling was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts swirling. Just as she exited the Zizhu courtyard, clarity dawned upon her. How could the boorish Xie Jin possibly think to send a tribute to Yu Chengji, a person so unrelated to him? It must surely be Gu Shirong who arranged for this tribute under Xie Jin's name, with the same aim of currying favor with Yu Chengji. However, compared to Zhou Jin, Xie Jin had no connection to Yu Chengji, which explained Lord Yu's reluctance to accept. At the entrance of the main courtyard, Gu Xiling encountered Zhou Jin, who had hurried over. Lai Fu approached to pay his respects, genuinely admiring Gu Xiling as he greeted the young lady of the air. Lai Fu, No need for such formalities. Gu Xiling gently responded, her gaze warm as she turned to Zhou. As the days grow colder, please take care of your health, dear heir. In the past, Zhou might have pretended not to hear, burden-free. Yet now, knowing the multitude of efforts Gu Xiling had undertaken, all for his sake, he felt a swell of emotion tempered by insecurity. Zhou pride stemmed largely from his esteemed lineage and intellect. Yet that did not mean he was oblivious to gratitude and etiquette. He clasped his hands, bowed slightly, and acknowledged her. Gu, your thoroughness is commendable. Thank you. Gu Xiling smiled, feeling that even a simple expression of gratitude from the heir made her efforts worthwhile. They entered the main courtyard together. Song Mama instructed the guards to convey Lord Yu's words verbatim. Upon hearing that Wang Sherwen had also sent a gift, Zhou felt a pang of embarrassment. He had been preoccupied with concerns for his colleagues and friends, but merely worrying was not enough. He had taken no action, without Gu Xiling's prepared tribute. His peers might have misunderstood entirely. All of them were civil officials, lacking any ties to Xie. The mere thought of their only connection to Xie made Zhou grit his teeth. Cursed brother-in-law. What was even more awkward was his past affection for Gu Xiong, which had left him feeling despondent when she married another, harboring resentment. He had once believed that Gu Xiong was compelled, yet the truth was quite the opposite. Gu Xiong had long since discarded their past bond and sought solace in another's embrace. Zhou indignation was not merely due to his feelings for Gu Xiong, but because he found it intolerable that someone of his caliber was deemed inferior to a brute like Xie. We have no ties to Xie. His offering of 200 taels of silver is no trivial matter, and it is no wonder that Brother Yu hesitates to accept. Song Mama nodded. Should Lord Yu accept this silver or not? Gu Xiling and Zhou spoke in unison, turning to gaze at one another. Seeing their shared glance, Song Mama noted the absence of irritation or impatience in their eyes. Thus, it seemed that unspoken sentiments were not far off. Why do you suggest it should not be accepted? Zhou inquired, eager to hear Gu Xiling's perspective. Over recent days, he had been reflecting. Gu Xiling had not merely orchestrated Lai Fu's abrupt appearance at the palace gates by chance. Her actions revealed a keen sense of timing and precision. Gu Xiling chuckled softly. Xie will inevitably engage in actions that could lead to dire consequences. If Lord Yu accepts Xie silver, he shall find himself indebted to Xie in return, which will far exceed merely repaying 300 taels. A kindness received must be reciprocated, or else Lord Yu's character may be called into question. However, such sentiments could not be voiced now, given that Xie had yet to commit any misdeeds. Since Lord Yu was unable to fathom Xie motives for sending the silver, it was likely he was also curious about Xie intentions. Perhaps it would be prudent for the heir to have Lai Fu return the silver to Xie and observe his reaction. Zhou nodded. Indeed, we have no connection to Xie. This silver cannot be accepted. After all, accepting money is easy, but repaying favors is far more challenging. At this moment, the loaning marquis, Zhou entered. Upon seeing Zhou present, his expression darkened. Song Mama, noticing this, smiled gently. My lord, please refrain from angering just yet. There are pressing matters for Jiner to attend to. The loaning marquis Zhou paused, swiftly dismissing his irritation over Zhou's unauthorized departure from the ancestral hall. He settled onto a stool, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his handsome beard. Song Mama, Gu Xiling, and Zhou observed the marquis's demeanor, sensing that there was indeed something of significance at hand. My lord, what remarkable qualities does Xie possess? Song Mama could not help but ask, perplexed by the situation. What could have led Gu Xiong to adamantly refuse marriage to the loaning marquis's household, opting instead for the fallen clan of the Xie family? What could possibly explain this? The loaning Marquis Zhou cast a sidelong glance at his son, then at Gu Xiling, before slowly stating, Xie has already entered the service of Duke Li. The three were taken aback, unable to grasp the implications. If Xie had already allied himself with Duke Li, why then would he send a tribute to officials tasked with drafting denunciatory documents against him? It was well known that this traitor referred to none other than Duke Li himself. In the political arena, straddling the fence was a grave misstep. Zhou expression turned grave, silently gritting his teeth. This silver must not be accepted. Lifu, take this silver directly to the Xie residence. Wait. Xiling interjected, causing the others to regard her with confusion. This silver must indeed be returned. It absolutely could not be accepted. Why? Zhou questioned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. His distaste for Xie growing. Xiling, maintaining her gentle demeanor and calm nature, replied slowly, this silver should not be delivered to the Xie residence, but instead handed directly to Xie himself. Isn't that the same? Zhou queried, echoing the confusion of the Marquis and his wife. Xiling shook her head. It is not the same. Though Xie may be eager to ascend, he would not brazenly straddle both sides. This 200 taels of silver may not have originated from Xie at all. Zhou was taken aback. Are you suggesting this was orchestrated by Xiling? What do you think? Xiling rolled her eyes playfully, giving a light huff. It was no wonder that the heir would find it hard to believe that the clever and gentle Xiling would commit such a foolish act. Even in the presence of her in-laws, one must still display a bit of temper to reveal her genuine concern for Zhou. Zhou face flushed with embarrassment at Xiling's playful huff, and he turned away, feigning ignorance of past events. Song Mama smiled, suggesting they pay close attention to how Xie responds when Lifu returns the silver. Lifu took the silver and waited near the Xie residence. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, he finally spotted the spirited and dashing Xie approaching. Just as Xie was about to enter, Lifu stepped forward. General Xie, please hold on. I am Lifu, an attendant of the Longning Marquis' heir. A tribute of 200 taels of silver has been sent, which Lord Yu graciously acknowledges. Thank you for your kindness, but I must return this tribute. Upon hearing that a tribute was sent to the demoted official Yu Qingji, Xie, with his dark and handsome features, momentarily froze, and then the smile vanished from his face entirely. Chapter 23. I am doing this for your own good, Lai Fu observed attentively. Indeed, Major General Xie was unaware of the matter concerning Cheng-Yi. With this certainty, Lai Fu returned the silver and took his leave. As curfew was imminent, Xie forced a smile, thanking him and asking him to convey his gratitude to his brother-in-law for his goodwill. Certainly, Lai Fu acknowledged, departing swiftly. Xie countenance darkened as he entered the gates, lowering his voice to conduct an immediate inquiry. Who was responsible for this? The Xie family comprised only 3 masters. Besides himself, there were his mother and Xiling. His mother was ignorant of court affairs and would never send Cheng-Yi to a stranger like Yu Qingji. That left only Xiling. Previously, he had heeded her counsel and aided Li Guojiang at a crucial moment, which had earned him a promotion from a 7th-rank Jinwei general to a 6th-rank Pingnan general. Since he had already aligned himself with Li Guojiang, why would he send Cheng-Yi to Yu Qingji? Before long, the servant confirmed that it was indeed Xiling who had sent it. Xie was quite pleased with this match. In the capital, Xiling was one of the 2 renowned beauties. In terms of both beauty and talent, she was exceptional. Given his family background, even with talent, it was uncertain he could secure a marriage. He had initially thought himself fortunate to be able to marry Xiling, the daughter raised outside the residence of the Duke of Jingyang. To his surprise, Xiling, in tears, had forsaken her childhood friend, the gifted Zhou, insisting on marrying him. Last time at the Duke of Jingyang's garden, he had overheard Xiling expressing admiration for his martial prowess and talents. Falling for him at first sight, he had thought her a virtuous wife, but her recent actions were truly reckless. They could potentially jeopardize the future he had painstakingly planned. Xie strode into the courtyard with a thunderous demeanor, not waiting for the maid to announce him before bursting in. Xiling, feeling fatigued, was reclining on a luxurious couch, pretending to nap. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes immediately. Observing Xie grim expression, she hurriedly rose and asked, "Husband, what is the matter?" Without a word, Xie threw the silken pouch containing the silver onto the table with a crash, causing the teapot and cups to tumble to the floor in a cacophony of shattering porcelain. You have allied yourself with Li Guojiang. It was your suggestion. Why then send Cheng-Yi to Yu Qingji? Are you unaware that Yu Qingji's target is Li Guojiang? Xiling, trembling with fear, fell back onto the couch. Her face pale, and eyes glistening with tears. Husband, I'm only doing this for your own good. For my own good? Xie Jin's expression darkened further, his complexion like storm clouds, his small eyes glinting with coldness. It appears you wish to bring about my ruin. If Li Guojiang were to find out, my future would be utterly destroyed. After a moment of panic, Gu Shirong composed herself. Husband, Yu Qingji is exceptionally talented. Cultivating a relationship with him can only benefit you. Xie Jin scoffed. Whether Yu Qingji possesses talent is unknown to me, but gifting Cheng Yi now does me no favors. Such foolishness must not be repeated. You have no idea how mortified I was when the servant from the Duke of Chongning presented me with the silver. Gu Shirong was taken aback, pointing at the silver on the table. How did this silver come to the Duke of Chongning? Xie Jin frowned, dismissing Gu Shirong's earlier claim of beneficial connections. Women of the inner chamber often lacked worldly wisdom. Even if she were intelligent, she remained confined to domestic matters, lacking proper judgment. Do you not know that Zhou Jin and Yu Qingji are close friends? Zhou Jin helped his grandmother evade a calamity, thus sparing him from demotion. Given the circumstances, Zhou Jin is obliged to present Cheng Yi to Yu Qingji. How could he possibly accept what you sent? Such foolishness cannot be repeated. Moreover, I warn you, any future actions must be discussed with me. You cannot act on your own. Gu Shirong was rendered speechless. After their marriage, she had been devising strategies for Xie Jin, helping him avoid troubles with Li Guojiang, which had earned him favor. Recently, Xie Jin had been thriving, and she too hoped for shared prosperity. Yet, her mother-in-law had grown increasingly irate, noticing Xie Jin's affection for her. Not only did she insist on 3 meals a day, but she also made Gu Shirong serve him, often consuming leftovers herself. For the sake of her reputation and to spare Xie Jin discomfort, Gu Shirong had endured it all. Exhausted from daily toil, she even forgot to pay attention to her former family. It is impossible, Gu Shirong remarked, puzzled. Although Zhou Jin and Wang Shiwen's had not been demoted this time, the Duke of Chongning's household and the Wang family were both severely affected. The Duke of Chongning prudently refrained from allowing Zhou Jin to present Cheng Yi to Yu Qingji. It was Wang Shiwen's who sent instead, gaining the support of those 4 individuals, while Zhou Jin was scorned by former colleagues and friends. Upon hearing Gu Shirong's impossible, Xie Jin raised his hand and struck her across the face. Gu Shirong, I respected you as a daughter of the Duke of Jingyang, educated and virtuous. Yet you remain obstinate, placing me in a precarious situation. You are unaware that Li Guojiang is merciless towards those who betray him. Sending Cheng Yi to Yu Qingji is tantamount to leading me to my demise. Overwhelmed by the sudden slap and lost in her thoughts of impossible, Gu Shirong felt only the sting on her face, her delicate form collapsing onto the floor. Husband, I truly bear no ill will towards you. You must believe me. After striking Gu Shirong, Xie Jin secretly regretted his actions. Although he had already aligned himself with Li Guojiang, he could not afford to disregard the Duke of Jingyang and Appo's family, as he would need their support in the future. His expression softened slightly. You claim to be doing this for my benefit, yet you have not explained your reasoning. How can I trust you? Well, Gu Shirong was at a loss for words. She could not reveal that she had been reborn and knew the future developments. Xie Jin's fierce demeanor masked his inner insecurities. He had always felt inferior to Zhou Jin in every aspect: family background, appearance, and talents. Any trivial matter could lead him to doubt Gu Shirong and Appo's lingering affections for Zhou Jin. Gu Shirong, sensing the urgency, quickly shook her head, determined to dispel Xie Jin's absurd suspicions. Husband, you may not believe me, but I dreamt, and sometimes dreams come true. If I mention rebirth, no one would believe me and might think I'm a sorceress. Xie Jin was taken aback, astonished. Gu Shirong, I did not expect you to be such a person, spouting nonsense. Her thoughts in disarray, Gu Shirong suddenly had an idea. Everyone leave? Yes. The servants, concerned about being caught in the crossfire of their quarrel, hastily exited. Xie Jin regarded her with suspicion, assuming she was merely playing tricks. Husband, in 5 days, it will be the beginning of summer, and on that day, hail will fall. You will see for yourself whether I speak falsely. Xie Jin was taken aback. Gu Shirong, do you realize that if there is no hail, you will be deemed a charlatan? Gu Shirong touched her sore face, secretly resenting Xie Jin and Appo's cruelty in striking her. She gazed directly at him, her eyes darting away in retreat. In my dream, hail fell at noon on the day of the beginning of summer. Whether it is mere folly or a dream turned reality, only time will tell. Chapter 24. Visible Faces, Invisible Hearts. Thanks to Gu Shirong's timely reminder last time, he managed to extricate Li Guojiang from a predicament at a crucial moment, enabling him to evade the emperor's punishment, which amounted only to a salary reduction and solitary reflection. There was even no demotion, highlighting the significant assistance rendered to Li Guojiang. Without Li Guojiang and Appo's support, in the absence of war, he would have needed to endure 3 long years of scheming just to attain the position of a level 6 general. I shall trust you this once, Gu family. Take heed and refrain from reckless words. Gu Shirong, sensing Xie Jin and Appo's softened tone, whimpered gently, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, evoking pity. My husband, how could I speak carelessly about such matters? If not for your sake, why would I meddle? Xie Jin, a man of desires, found beauty beneath the lamp's glow increasingly enchanting, especially since Gu Shirong was indeed striking. At that moment, her expression was filled with sorrow, her gaze timid, as if brimming with unuttered affection, yearning for an outlet. With a firm embrace, Xie Jin drew her into his arms. As she blushed and melted against him, "Pray, my husband, indulge me with a tender reproach. It is intoxicatingly alluring. My lady is truly beautiful," Xie Jin exclaimed, carrying her into the tent, as if such an act could affirm his stature as a formidable man. Meanwhile, at the Xie residence, upon hearing that her son had struck Gu Shirong, Madame Xie felt a surge of delight, consuming half a bowl more of rice. Just as she set down her chopsticks, a servant approached with news. Gu Shirong has a shrewd way of ensnaring her son, recklessly disregarding her own well-being. A vixen, skilled in beguiling men, she chastised inwardly while commanding the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for her son, ensuring he wouldn't be physically depleted. Returning to the Chongning Marquis's residence, the evening had grown late. However, the Marquis, his wife, and others had yet to return. Upon entering the estate, Lai Fu was summoned to report. "My lord, my lady, young master, and young mistress." Upon returning the silver to General Xie, I was taken aback by his expression, as if unaware of Chang's matters. The Marquis of Chongning furrowed his brow, stroking his mustache thoughtfully. If not for Xie Jin, then who could it be? Madame Song, the Marquis's wife, pondered for a moment. I have encountered Madame Xie a few times. She is rather rigid and adept in household matters, yet I have not heard of her meddling in political affairs. Lai Fu and Appo's words confirmed Gu Shirong and Appo's involvement. Yet, Gu Shirong, in her cleverness, mistook knowledge of past events as a license to manipulate the present. Little did she realize that from the moment they were reborn, everything had begun to change. With Xie Jin and Appo's impulsive and reckless nature, Gu Shirong was bound to face repercussions. Alas, what a pity for her youthful visage. As Gu Xiling mused, Zhou Jin, the Marquis's son, raised his voice. "Father, mother, I suspect this is the scheme of Li Guojiang, a stratagem wrapped in a guise of goodwill." The Marquis of Chongning, Zhou Zhe, paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "What do you mean, Jin and Appo's?" Li Guojiang orchestrated the document condemning his enemies, which was aimed at him. He directed Xie Jin to present Chang'e, crafting a fade that he bore no grudges, thus attracting capable talents for the court. His Majesty is furious with Li Guojiang and Appo's actions. The fact that he not only refrained from persecuting the honest officials, but also gifted Chang'e must bring him some solace. The previously perplexed Marquis Zhou Zhe and Appo's eyes brightened with understanding, a smile gracing his lips. His son had finally learned from his mistakes. "What you suggest is quite logical. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Tomorrow, inform the guards to relay to Lord Yu that Xie Jin has aligned himself with Li Guojiang. With Lord Yu and Appo's talents, he will grasp the implications." Hearing his father and Appo's praise, Zhou Jin felt the weight of recent frustrations lift. "Thank you, father, for your guidance." Gu Xiling sat quietly, her back straight, slightly lowering her head, listening intently while suppressing a smile. In truth, they were overthinking the situation. The emperor had only one son, the crown prince, whose stability relied heavily on Li Guojiang. Given this fact, Li Guojiang was aloof and would never regard Yu Chengji and his ilk as worthy. How could he possibly bestow Cheng Yi as a gift? Once dismissed from court, the distance would quell their troubles. They would deal with the aftermath once the storm had passed. This father and son duo and Appo's assessment of Li Guojiang seemed to either overestimate his magnanimity or underestimate his ruthlessness. Amid the intrigue of the political arena, Gu Xiling was curious as to how Gu Shirong would navigate Xie Jin's inquiries. The Marquis of Chongning, satisfied with Zhou Jin's insights, cast his gaze upon his demure and graceful daughter-in-law, Gu Xiling. Jiner, we have averted calamity this time, thanks to Xiling. You must treat her well. Whether it was in Amp, Appo's, abducting in Amp, Appo's, Zhou Jin at the palace gates, or thoughtfully gifting Cheng Yi to his friends, Gu Xiling and Amp, Appo's, as intelligence shone through. Zhou Jin was taken aback, his gaze meeting Gu Xiling's, and he bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Gu Xiling rose to return the courtesy, her expression serene. There is no need for formalities, young master. This is but my duty. Such a demeanor made Zhou Jin feel that while Gu Xiling was admirable, there remained an emotional chasm between them. He could see her, yet he could not feel her heart. In private, however, Gu Xiling and Amp, Appo's sharp retorts often left him flustered, his face flushed and his heart racing, indicating her true nature. Unconcerned with Zhou Jin's mixed emotions, Gu Xiling remained resolute. If she had known, she would not have changed her ways. In front of her in-laws, maintaining decorum was paramount. She was not foolish enough to confront Zhou Jin openly in their presence. As the saying goes, no matter how poor the land, a son is still a son. Regardless of circumstances, Zhou Jin was the son of the Marquis and his wife, the heir to the Chongning Marquisate, destined to uphold the family legacy and bring honor to his ancestors. How could one allow a daughter-in-law to disrespect them? Madame Song smiled gently. Well, the hour is late. You both must be tired. It would be best to retire early. Yes, mother, father, Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin replied, bowing to their elders before departing the main hall. Watching her son and daughter-in-law grow closer, Madame Song felt a surge of joy. A talented couple, destined for each other. Perhaps tonight would be the night they consummate their union, and soon she would cradle a grandchild. However, reality diverged sharply from Madame Song and Amp, Appo's expectations. Noticing Gu Xiling and Amp, Appo's silence, Zhou Jin sought to break the tension. Gu Xiling, why did you not comment on what Xie Jin did earlier? Gu Xiling turned her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. If I perceived it as Gu Shirong's doing, would you not think I was stirring up trouble for no reason? Gu Xiling, do not speak nonsense. Zhou Jin's irritation flared, feeling that Gu Xiling was overly fixated on his past misdeeds, attributing every incident to Gu Shirong. Gu Xiling pursed her lips, slightly furrowing her brow, wearing an expression that suggested she found Zhou Jin and Appo's complaints unreasonable. I did not wish to speak. You were the one who asked. Chapter 25. 2 Confidential reports the arrogant man, under the mocking gaze of Gu Xiling, fled in disarray. Unreasonable. Zhou Jin, in a fit of anger, tossed his sleeves and stormed off to the study to rest. Lai Fu, bemused, glanced at Gu Xiling and whispered, Madam, the heir has already realized his mistake. Gu Xiling cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jin and Appo's frustrated figure and smiled lightly. Where's the heir at fault? It is all my fault. I have vexed him once more. Lai Fu, the heir did not eat much for dinner. Do not forget to bring him a plate of hibiscus cake from the kitchen. Yes, madam. Lai Fu scratched his head, watching Gu Xiling's retreating figure with curiosity. They say the madam does not care for the heir, yet she attends to every matter concerning him with utmost diligence. They claim she loves him, being gentle and dignified before the Marquis and his wife. However, before the heir, a single word can provoke his ire, causing him to storm off. Xiaolon turned to Lai Fu and chided softly, Do not overthink. The madam surely wishes the best for the heir. Since marrying into the Marquis of Chongning and Amp, Appo's household, Xiaolan has discerned that Miss Xiling possesses a similarly proud character. However, the heir's pride manifests in his intellect, lineage, and even appearance, while Miss Xiling's pride resides within her heart. Her willingness to devise strategies for the heir indicates her desire to thrive within the Marquis and Amp, Appo's household. Yet, she absolutely cannot accept the idea of the heir harboring feelings for another woman, including Gu Shirong. Miss Xiling and Appo's actions are gradually eliminating the presence of other women from the heir and Appo's heart, sequentially filling it with her own essence. The current results are promising. Otherwise, she could not have so easily incited such fury in him with a mere remark. Lai Fu chuckled, agreeing with Xiaolan and Appo's words. Rest well. If anything arises, send for me. Xiaolan replied, hastening to catch up with Gu Xiling. That night, Gu Xiling enjoyed sweet dreams, while Zhou Jin tossed and turned in bed, unable to find peace. Under the night sky, the imperial palace stood solemn and quiet. Guards patrolled in silence, their presence barely a whisper. The distant chirping of insects resonated clearly in the air. Within the imperial study, Emperor Kangping, clad in a five-clawed golden dragon robe, was reviewing memorials, his hair streaked with gray, dark circles beneath his eyes. His furrowed brow and restrained fury were fixed on the documents before him, unmoving for a long while. At this moment, the Grand Steward, Eunuch Huang, entered with 2 wax-sealed bamboo tubes in hand. Your Majesty, the latest confidential report from the Xiling guards. Emperor Kangping shifted his gaze from the memorials to Eunuch Huang. Present them. Upon receiving the sealed tubes, he opened one and read carefully. His tightly knit brow began to unfurl. Kang, there are still virtuous talents. Zhou Jin of the Marquis of Chongning does not genuinely harbor rebellious intentions. He simply cannot abide the royal relatives who bring disaster upon a people. If he had other sons, he would have immediately dealt with Li Chengfeng. At his age, with a 16-year-old crown prince, he has sought the guidance of many ministers and scholars to ensure the prince becomes a worthy ruler, and the results have been commendable. It is rare that Zhou Jin and Wang Sherwin still remember the 4 colleagues who were demoted, especially Zhou Jin, who gifts with particular care, ensuring each present is unique. Even for the weak child of Yu Qingji, Zhou Jin remembered to prepare plenty of nourishing cakes for him. This is far more considerate than Wang Sherwin, who merely offered silver. Upon reading the second confidential letter, Emperor Kangping's brow furrowed once more. He initially believed that Xie Jin was a decisive individual with formidable martial skills and potential. Yet, he simultaneously allied with a maternal uncle while sending gifts to Yu Chengji and Appo's Chengyi. Such selfless connections, gifting Chengyi, must be calculated. Although Emperor Kangping had demoted these 4 young officials from the capital, he did not genuinely strip them of their positions. Instead, placing them in various regions of the kingdom to observe the people's sentiments and gain experience. However, for court officials, especially those close to the emperor, even a transfer to a similar rank outside the capital is perceived as a demotion. The maternal uncle bears a fault yet also merit. Were it not for his actions, not only would Yingzhou suffer, but there would also be rebellion. In that case, it would not merely be Yingzhou in turmoil, but the surrounding 3 provinces would be engulfed in suffering and despair. Xie Jin is ambitious. Though his heart is not to be destroyed, he is slippery and cunning. In comparison, Emperor Kangping increasingly perceives Zhou Jin as pure of thought, unwavering in his original intentions, devoted to the nation and its people. Huangbing, do you believe Zhou Jin is capable of great deeds? Emperor Kangping carefully stored the confidential letter and regarded his most trusted attendant with a serious gaze. Eunuch Huang bowed and replied, Your Majesty, as for the court and Appo's use of personnel, I dare not speak recklessly. Your Majesty is wise and knows how to utilize talent. If Zhou Jin is to be employed, Your Majesty will naturally employ him. If not, Your Majesty will not. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kangping chuckled in exasperation. You slippery fellow, after 30 years of serving me, do not try to flatter me or deceive me, or I shall punish you. During his time in the cold palace with his mother, Huang Bing was the only young eunuch to serve him, enduring hunger to climb into the peach orchard for sustenance. He had protected him from blades and arrows, making him one of Emperor Kongping's most trusted individuals. Huang Bing, not daring to act rashly, chuckled awkwardly. I cannot comment on court officials, but I have heard an amusing story that I wish to share to lighten your majesty and Appo's mood. Oh, Emperor Kongping and Appo's interest was piqued. From where did you hear this amusing tale? In the palace, even letters from outside were confidential, lacking in humor or entertainment. Huang Bing recounted the incident where Gu Xiling, Zhou Jin's new bride, orchestrated a kidnapping at the palace gate to save Zhou Jin from plight. Emperor Kongping was taken aback, gently stroking his fine beard, pondering. This Gu has some cleverness. Among those in power, coincidences were never believed. Huang Bing smiled. It is indeed fortunate that Master Zhou could marry such an intelligent woman. If she can timely intervene when Master Zhou wishes to compose a poem, he is guaranteed a prosperous career. Thankfully, Zhou Jin was absent that night. Otherwise, given his talent for writing, his denunciation of injustice would have had a far greater impact. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kongping laughed heartily, acknowledging Zhou Jin and Appo's habit of writing and his genuine talent. Even drafts he prepared were quite impressive to the emperor himself. After sharing laughter, Emperor Kongping continued his work, while Huang Bing quietly sighed in relief. He dared not offend the maternal uncle, the empress, or the crown prince. Yet he understood that the emperor cherished talented officials, particularly those who cared for the common people. Thus, he could only rely on humor to elicit a smile from the emperor. At this moment, Zhou Jin, troubled by Gu Xiling and Appo's earlier actions, remained unaware that her behavior had garnered the emperor and Appo's favorable attention. The following morning, as Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin paid respects to their parents and grandmother, one appeared radiant and lively, while the other bore dark circles and a weary demeanor. The Marquis of Chongning noticed this and felt a pang of concern. Was his son truly so worn out? Was it simply a matter of consummation? In his youth, he had been vigorous and tireless, full of life and energy. Chapter 26. Rebirth versus Rebirth. Zhou Jin's eyes glimmered with suspicion as he pondered his father's intentions. Father, what wisdom do you wish to impart by summoning me? Duke Zhongning, Zhou Zhe, hesitated, then inquired, is there something amiss with your health? Jin and Appo's. Not at all, Zhou Jin replied, shaking his head, confusion evident in his gaze. At that moment, he could not stifle a yawn, revealing the fatigue that weighed heavily upon his striking, elongated eyes. Observing this, Duke Zhou Zhe sighed deeply. Jiner, one cannot shy away from seeking medical assistance in times of ailment. Zhou Jin, bewildered, retorted, Father, I am not ill. How can you speak of avoiding medical care? Seeing his son's stubbornness, the Duke decided to be forthright. After all, the Duke's household lacked an heir, and should Zhou Jin father a child, he would not meddle further. You are newlywed. It is only natural to indulge in marital bliss. However, if you appear listless and weak, it is imperative to call for a physician. We must not neglect our health, lest it jeopardize our lineage. How shall the Duke and Appo's family endure? Zhou Jin and Appo's mouth fell open in indignation as he glared at his father. Father, do not speak such nonsense. I am not weak. I am in prime health. Flushed with embarrassment, he turned abruptly, nearly tripping over the threshold in his hasty retreat. This was the first time Zhou Jin had felt such acute embarrassment since he became aware of social intricacies. How mortifying! His esteemed father presumed his weariness stemmed from an excess of indulgence with Gu Xiling. Were that true, he would have felt less vexed. The truth was he was irked by Gu Xiling and Appo's behavior. One glance at Gu Xiling and Appo's rosy complexion and bright, spirited eyes revealed she had slept soundly the previous night. Meanwhile, he had tossed and turned, unable to find repose. He had intended to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Gu Xiling. Yet one remark from her had sent him fleeing in frustration. From a moment, Gu Xiling entered the Duke and Appo's household. Zhou Jin recognized her as an astute and eloquent woman. How could such a clever woman fail to notice how closely he had approached her on their way back from the main courtyard? Or was it a deliberate act to deter him? A whirlwind of speculation swirled in Zhou Jin's mind, rendering sleep impossible. Troubled by the emperor's reprimand and still awaiting reinstatement, he sought refuge in the study. Unable to concentrate on his reading, he retrieved a palm-sized piece of sandalwood and a carving knife from the bottom drawer. Halfway through its carving, he was reminded of Gu Shirong, as he had sculpted it in her likeness before marriage. Now, with a new bride, the series of events had strayed far from his pre-wedding expectations, causing him to forget the wooden figure entirely. He cast aside the unfinished piece into the drawer and picked up another small block of sandalwood, intent on carving. With the knife in hand, he meticulously etched away, gradually revealing the features reminiscent of Gu Xiling. In that moment, Zhou Jin's focus sharpened, and his inner turmoil began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Duke Zhou observed his son's flustered departure with a shake of his head and a sigh. He claims to be well, yet his anger betrays him. If he were truly healthy, why such outrage? In pursuit of an heir for the Duke and Appo's household, Zhou decisively summoned a physician to examine Zhou Jin. In the realm of public perception, reputation bore weight. However, within the confines of their home, what mattered more than the prospect of lively grandchildren? Thus, Zhou Jin found himself compelled to endure the physician and Appo's scrutiny. The doctor and Appo's advice to rest further solidified the Duke and Appo's suspicions. If he were indeed well, why the need for additional rest? Under Duke Zhou and Appo's insistence, Dr. Su reluctantly prescribed a calming tonic for Zhou Jin, ensuring he would sleep soundly that night. Beyond that, there was naught else to discuss. Xiling presented a plate of osmanthus cake to Lai Fu and learned the reason behind the Duke and Appo's decision to call for a doctor for the young master. In the absence of others, Xiling chuckled quietly, sharing the tale with Gu Xiling, who responded with a delightful laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With a mere word, she could keep Zhou Jin awake at night. Undoubtedly, thoughts of Gu Xiling would soon fade, replaced by her own image. After their laughter subsided, Gu Xiling spoke softly. Xiling, please deliver a plate of hibiscus cake to the young master. If he is feeling weak, he should nourish himself. Xiling smirked. Miss, your concern for the young master will surely endear you to him. Gu Xiling looked up, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Xiling was more astute than she had anticipated, possessing a charming demeanor that belied her shrewdness. What had Gu Xiling done in her past life to provoke Xiling into such a fierce betrayal? As Gu Xiling mused over Gu Xiling, the latter, sore and aching, finally rose late in the day. Lady Xie, waiting in the main courtyard, grew impatient and summoned a servant to chastise Gu Xiling for her tardiness, accusing her of shamelessness and lack of respect for elders. Gu Xiling, humiliated, could not muster the courage to dismiss the elder servant sent by her mother-in-law. After all, Xie Jin still harbored suspicions about her, and she could only hope that in 4 days, when hail fell, her claims would be vindicated. Endowed with extraordinary beauty, unmatched talent, and the ability to foresee significant events, she believed she would soon become her husband's most cherished treasure. Finally, when the elder servant had exhausted her reprimands, she departed with the rewards Gu Xiling had provided. Her chin held high, akin to an arrogant rooster. Once the silence returned, Gu Xiling dared not let her guard down, reflecting on the events of the previous day. To her astonishment, Zhou Jin had neither penned a rebuttal poem nor composed a denunciation, nor had he been imprisoned. Furthermore, the Duke and Appo's household had presented gifts to Yu Qingji, which differed from her previous experience. What had changed? Could it be that someone within the Duke and Appo's residence shared her knowledge? Panic seized Gu Xiling as she contemplated her supposed advantage of rebirth, believing that her dreams allowed her to foresee the future, enabling her to strategize for power and glory. With this thought, she summoned Steward Chun, instructing him to capture Lai Bao, the one responsible for procurement at the Duke's household. In her past life, Gu Xiling had been deceived by Lai Bao and Appo's seemingly honest exterior, unaware that he was a traitor, embezzling funds while indulging in gambling. By exploiting Lai Bao and Appo's weaknesses, she could glean information about the Duke's household. That evening, Steward Chun returned to report that Zhou Jin had narrowly escaped disaster due to Gu Xiling's intervention at the palace gates, effectively rescuing him. The gifts to Yu Chengji were also orchestrated by Gu Xiling. Realizing these two facts sent a chill down Gu Shirong and Appo's spine, her heart racing with trepidation. Gu Xiling had also been reborn. Gu Xiling was now employing her foreknowledge to strategize for Zhou Jin and the Duke and Appo's household. Regret washed over Gu Shirong. She had indeed been careless. Reflecting on her confrontations with Gu Xiling at the Jingyang Marquis and Appo's residence, she recalled how she had always initiated the encounters, seizing opportunities and securing her marriage to the Xie family. Gu Xiling had ample chance to thwart her union with the Xie family, but had chosen not to. Instead, she had comfortably married into the Duke's household, accumulating a substantial dowry of 120 tables. How could Gu Xiling relinquish her elevated status as the regent's wife? How could she forsake the future glory of motherhood? Chapter 27. The art of calligraphy and emerging affections. Gu Shirong's greatest concern was the possibility of prematurely revealing her rebirth. Every action of hers might be under Gu Xiling's watchful eye. Xiao Zhen, noticing Gu Shirong's restlessness, mistakenly assumed that Miss Gu was frightened by Madame Xie's interference. Miss, shall we seek assistance from the Jingyang Duke and Appo's residence? Xiao Zhen whispered, worried that any trouble befalling Gu Shirong would also spell misfortune for them. Gu Shirong collected her thoughts and gently waved her hand, dismissing the notion that such a trivial matter required her mother and Appo's intervention. In a few days, the Major General will come to understand my intentions. Yes, Mississippi. Xiao Zhen lowered her head, wiping away tears, lamenting the kitchen and Appo's unfairness in serving them cold dishes. Without Miss, the Xie household would have been reduced to mere scraps. Gu Shirong and Appo's gaze fell upon the recently served food, and her internal turmoil began to settle. What was there to fear? If she could seize Gu Xiling and Appo's man, she could take everything from her. In her past life, she had been inferior to Gu Xiling, but she refused to believe that this life would be any less favorable. A light laugh escaped Gu Shirong, her eyes gleaming with pride. Patience was key. She would allow them a few more days of revelry before executing her plan. She harbored doubts about whether Xie Jin truly cared about her prophetic dreams. Meanwhile, at the Changning Marquis and Appo's residence, Zhou Jin had consumed calming herbal soup for 2 days, enjoying restful nights and feeling revitalized. However, the old matriarch of the Changning Marquis spent her days in prayer, her prolonged sitting leading to stiffness and discomfort, complicating her visits to the restroom. Dr. Su prescribed medicine but cautioned against excessive laxatives, urging her to take more walks. Despite Zhou Jin and Appo's persistent pleas, the matriarch remained obstinate, chanting scriptures while striking a wooden fish drum and rotating her prayer beads, indifferent to the world around her. As long as she could take her medicine, she was reluctant to move. This predicament left Zhou Jin, the Marquis, and the Marquis's wife in a state of distress. Observing the situation, Lai Fu suggested to Zhou Jin, "My lord, the young lady is exceptionally clever. If she could bring the old matriarch back from the Golden Light Temple, she surely possesses a way to encourage her to step outside." Zhou Jin, initially furrowed in thought, paused at this suggestion. Then a smile crept upon his lips. "Indeed, let's go to the Zizhu courtyard." At that moment, Gu Xiling was practicing calligraphy, feigning difficulty with her strokes, which proved to be quite exhausting. Moreover, she had to pretend to make gradual progress every few days. Mastering a beautiful script could not be achieved in an instant. Upon noticing Lai Fu and the young lord behind him, Xiao Lan smiled slightly. "My lord, please wait a moment. I shall inform the young lady." Xiao Lan hurried inside, her voice brimming with excitement. "Young lady, the young lord has arrived and appears to be in good spirits." She had just seen the young lord smiling, a charming expression that brought her joy. Gu Xiling did not set down her brush, continuing to practice as she invited the young lord in, eager for his assessment of her writing. Zhou Jin, gifted with talent and eloquence, would surely feign mentorship upon seeing her work. As she finished speaking, Zhou Jin entered with a light step, approaching the table where several sheets of calligraphy lay. Initially intending to mock Xiling, he was taken aback by the quality of her work, feeling a deep respect. Xiling, I must say, your progress is remarkable. When she first arrived at the residence, he had observed her struggling to fill a single sheet, often smudged with ink, her face resembling a small flower. Thank you for your praise, my lord. However, my brushwork is lacking. My strokes are good, but my and Appo's is not. Could you teach me? In that moment, a hint of admiration glimmered in Xiling and Appo's eyes, which greatly satisfied Zhou and Appo's vanity. His calligraphy was exquisite, even praised by the emperor for its aesthetic appeal. Indeed, a single compliment coupled with a gaze of admiration was enough to put Zhou in a teaching mood, completely forgetting the earlier annoyance of Xiling's abrupt departure. Seeing your eagerness to learn, I shall instruct you, Zhou replied as he took the brush from Xiling's hand. Dipping the brush into the ink, he swiftly wrote several and Appo's characters. Xiling, observing, playfully protested, too fast. Slow down. Very well. I shall write slowly. Make sure to observe carefully, Zhou chuckled, then proceeded to write at a more deliberate pace, explaining as he went. Xiling admired the elegant strokes. Her own writing was commendable, but lacked the elongated grace of Zhou. His characters were slender and lofty, reminiscent of bamboo, refined yet powerful. Truly, the character reflects the person. Xiling then feigned clumsiness in her writing, either too thick or too thin, too light or overly forceful. Zhou, watching anxiously, could no longer contain himself and grasped Xiling's hand, correcting her grip. Xiling's body tensed slightly at the sudden closeness, turning to face him, their breaths mingling in the air. Zhou, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his voice, urging her to focus on her practice. As Zhou held Xiling's hand, she gripped the brush, beginning her practice of Xiaolan and Lai Fu exchanged delighted glances. If the young masters were harmonious, it meant fewer troubles for them. My lord, I have learned. I can write on my own now, Xiling said with a radiant smile, sensing the warmth of Zhou and Appo's palm. Zhou finally released her hand, standing upright and clearing his throat. Then show me what you can do. With a twinkle in her eye, Xiling lowered her gaze to the table and wrote, incorporating it into several characters. Zhou observed her improvement in writing and amp, Appo's, and amp, Appo's, yet noted the inadequacies in her other strokes. Xiling, you must also practice your other strokes. I lack a model. I'll just find a book and practice randomly, Xiling replied, her expression one of playful remorse. Zhou, wary of losing composure from gazing too long at her, turned to Lai Fu. Go to the study and bring me the and Appo's, the Jing and Appo's, that I copied. Yes, my lord, Lai Fu replied, though he felt it necessary to remind Zhou of their true purpose for coming here. My lord, we are not here merely to practice calligraphy. We still need the young lady and Appo's as assistants with the old matriarch. Lai Fu and Appo's words jolted Zhou back to reality. The saying that beauty can lead one astray held true. Xiling paused, concern etched on her face. What is the matter with the old matriarch? Zhou, recalling his grandmother's deteriorating health, expressed his worry. Since her return, she has been meditating on the cushion, and her bowel movements have been troublesome. Dr. Su advised her to walk, but she refuses. Now, she can only rely on laxatives, which are too harsh for her condition. You managed to bring her back from the Golden Light Temple. Surely you can find a way to encourage her to step outside and stretch her limbs. Upon hearing this, Xiling pondered, an idea forming in her mind. Zhou, sensing her contemplation, pressed, Xiling, do you have a plan? With a slight nod and a confident demeanor, Xiling replied, indeed. What do you propose we do? Zhou inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 28. Have you spoken too much? It's a temporary secret. Xiling feigned mystery. Zhou furrowed her brows slightly, feeling displeased. Since you are unwilling to divulge, then please act swiftly. Grandmother's health cannot afford delay. Xiling did not respond but turned to her close maid, Xiaolan, instructing her to prepare the carriage for an outing with the young master. Zhou was astonished, her expression one of confusion. Xiling, why are you going out instead of persuading grandmother? Xiling smiled softly, her voice as melodious as a babbling brook, of course. We're going to purchase something that will encourage grandmother to move about. Should the young master refuse to venture out, I will inform mother and take the maid and nurse Yuan along with the guards. Witnessing Xiling and Appo's unwavering resolve, Zhou decisively declared, I shall accompany you. I am eager to see what you intend to buy. When Lai Fu brought over the writing tablet, they saw the young master and young mistress ascend the carriage in succession. Lai Fu hurriedly climbed onto the rear carriage, joining Xiling and Nurse Yuan. Xiling, weren't we supposed to persuade the old lady? Why are we suddenly going out? Lai Fu inquired anxiously, perplexed by the young master's unpredictable behavior. Xiling shook her head with an innocent expression. Lai Fu, I do not know either. The young mistress merely mentioned wanting to buy something to help the old lady exercise. Lai Fu and Nurse Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss regarding the young mistress's intentions. Filled with questions, they followed the young mistress to the West Market. Inside the carriage, Xiling closed her eyes to rest, choosing not to converse with Zhou. Zhou attempted to imitate Xiling's demeanor, closing her eyes, but soon found herself unable to resist peeking at Xiling. Opening her eyes, fearing detection, she promptly closed them again, only to repeat the process. Although Xiling kept her eyes shut, she listened intently, discerning Zhou and Appo's fluctuating breaths, recognizing her unease. This was due to her. How delightful! At least she was not an unfeeling stone, though this stone contained impurities. Once she cleared the impurities, it would transform into a beautiful jade, wholly hers. The capital city boasted an East Market, selling goods native to the Kingdom of Kong, while the West Market, also known as the Foreign Market, specialized in foreign wares. As their carriage halted at the West Market, Zhou brows knitted in confusion. Xiling, what exactly do you wish to purchase here? I'm not entirely certain if they have it, Xiling replied with a light laugh, donning her veil. Zhou, filled with curiosity, disembarked first. As she turned to assist Xiling down from the carriage, she was taken aback to find Xiling already leaping down, her skirts in hand. Zhou's heart lurched. Xiling, what kind of behavior is this? Zhou scolded. What if you hurt yourself? Xiling suppressed a smile. Young master, do not worry. I have jumped from trees unscathed since childhood. You. Zhou feared Xiling and Appo's reckless daring might lead to injury. Just as she was about to voice her concern, she noticed Xiling moving nimbly, skirt in hand, as she and her maid Xiling entered the West Market. Nurse Yuan followed closely behind, vigilantly observing their surroundings to protect the young mistress. Young mistress, what are we going to buy? Xiling could not help but inquire again. This time, Xiling did not keep them in suspense, recalling her clandestine visit to the West Market while at the Jinyang Marquis's residence. There was a shop run by a Hu person, claiming to have seeds imported from faraway lands, known for their high yield and exquisite flavor. Although she had never tasted them, the seeds sparkled like golden gemstones. At that time, she had no money to make a purchase, and upon returning home, she was confined, losing all opportunity to return. Xiling remained skeptical, pondering. Even if they acquired the seeds, the merchant's claims could be mere words. Even if the seeds produced a bountiful harvest, grandmother might not be willing to cultivate them. Zhou, listening from behind, shared her doubts, unconvinced that Xiling could persuade grandmother this time. Xiling smiled, her lips curving into a more pronounced dimple. Then let us await the outcome. The Hu people bore a distinct appearance compared to the Central Plains, with strong scents and diverse hair colors, mostly curly. Their eyes were not black, but rather deep-set, with pronounced brows and large eyes. They were often hairy, with a strong body odor. In Kong Kingdom, they traded their homeland's goods, primarily spices and gemstones, valued items that were small in size but high in worth. The entire West Market was pervaded by an indescribable odor. Zhou, rarely visiting the West Market, held a disdain for the crude wares of the barbarians, finding the majority of the items lacking in elegance. At that moment, She was particularly troubled by the unpleasant smells, furrowing her brows. Had it not been for Xiling forging ahead, Zhou would have long returned. Upon arriving at a gemstone shop, Xiling noticed the proprietor was present and softly inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you truly possess seeds that yield 500 pounds per mu?" The shopkeeper, dressed in Kong attire, with curly hair tied back and a well-groomed beard except for a mustache, introduced himself as Wu Mu. "Madam, please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you." The sack of seeds was actually their rations. However, during their recent sea voyage, many sailors had perished, leaving behind 2 sacks uneaten. Upon arriving in Kong Kingdom, they found superior rice and flour. Thus, they decisively refused to consume them. No one believed in the high-yield seeds, nor did anyone wish to attempt cultivation. So they were left gathering dust in the warehouse. At last, a young lady expressed interest in buying them, but she lacked the funds. By the time she returned for payment, she had since married. Upon recognizing Zhou's noble attire and distinguished demeanor, Wu Mu knew she hailed from an illustrious background and treated her with utmost care. Soon after, her servants emerged carrying 2 sacks filled with seeds. Wu Mu personally untied the ropes and revealed the plump yellow seeds. "Madam, please inspect them. They are of excellent quality." Zhou stepped forward to examine them. Though she came from privilege, she was not unfamiliar with labor. She confirmed she had never seen these seeds before. They were indeed new. "Shopkeeper, how much do they cost?" Xiling inquired with a smile. "Please give me a fair price. Do not deceive me." If the seller were an ordinary merchant, Wu Mu might have demanded a high price, but he dared not in this case, especially noting Zhou's proud and aloof demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the West market. He did not double his price. These seeds were transported from far-off lands and endured several months at sea. Hence, they are rare and precious, not priced as ordinary grain. Xiling, bemused by his heavily accented Mandarin, chuckled, "Shopkeeper, simply state the price of the seeds. No need for lengthy explanations." The shopkeeper held up 5 fingers. 5 taels? 50 taels. The shopkeeper in Appo's eyes gleamed with cunning. 50 taels of silver. Xiling turned to Zhou, glaring at her. "You have spoken too much, without managing the household. One cannot comprehend the worth of grain. Even for seeds, they were not made of gold. How could they possibly be so costly?" Zhou felt distressed, silenced by Xiling's retort. Chapter 29. It's truly difficult. To be honest, no one believes. The foreign merchant, Wu Mu, was utterly astonished. This young lady was remarkably formidable. She dared to reprimand her husband in the street. She must be the one in charge, not to be trifled with. Xiling turned to Wu Mu, addressing him. "Shopkeeper, my husband is indifferent to mundane matters and is unaware of household affairs. He may hold authority outside, but I govern our home. Will you sell these for 5 taels of silver?" Wu Mu smiled bitterly, bowing in supplication. "Madam, this item is indeed of little worth from thousands of miles away. It is merely common grain. However, in the kingdom of Kong, it is considered a novelty. Our journey across oceans and mountains to reach Kong has not been without hardship. If I do not make some profit, I cannot sustain my business. Madam, how about 45 taels of silver?" Xiling shook her head, the light veil beside her swaying gently with emotion. "That will not do. It is far too expensive. These 2 bags weigh only about 100 jin. The taste may not even compare to wheat flour or rice. In the kingdom of Kong, rice and flour cost less than 10 per jin, yet you wish to sell this 100 jin at such an exorbitant price. This is unreasonable. I understand your journey is long, but the price must reflect the value. I am willing to increase my offer to 10 taels, which is a 10-fold price." Zhou observed Xiling's eloquence, her ability to articulate with finesse, discussing everything from astronomy to the local customs, leaving the foreign shopkeeper sweating profusely. He suddenly felt that perhaps Xiling's sharp tongue was not directed at him with malice. Ultimately, they settled on 14 taels of silver for 2 bags of seeds. With the seeds procured, Xiling's spirits lifted. Upon entering the carriage, she removed her veil, revealing her exquisite features, a smile playing at her lips. Zhou gazed at her, intrigued, unable to reconcile the gentle and charming woman before him with the shrewd and calculating market woman he had just witnessed. "Why do you look at me so?" Gu Xiling tilted her head, regarding Zhou Jin with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Zhou Jin, caught in the act of stealing glances, felt a tremor in his gaze. Gu Xiling, I am curious. What experiences in your youth have shaped your ever-changing temperament? Gu Xiling, unfazed by Zhou Jin's probing, smiled and replied, My experiences are indeed rich. Sharing them might shock you, my lord. I am all ears, Zhou Jin said, eager to piece together fragments of her childhood from her words. Noticing Zhou Jin's curiosity, memories flickered in Gu Xiling's eyes, her voice taking on a somber, distant tone. In the common folk, not every family cherishes their daughters, especially not one like me, a swap child who received no affection. They let me fend for myself. I grew up on dog-s milk, learned to run and climb, stealing sweet peaches from the forest like a monkey. I swam with mother dogs, caught fish in rivers, climbed trees for bird eggs, and rode on the backs of oxen while playing my off-key tunes with leaves. I tasted the bitterest of hardships in this world and witnessed the truest truths, the kindest kindness, and the most malevolent evils, all of which forged the Gu Xiling you see today. She refrained from mentioning her experiences in the Gu family. That is no longer significant. Zhou Jin was stunned, his lips parting slightly, his mind racing with rich imagery. Gu Xiling's past was indeed extraordinary. Is your silence about the Gu family born from resentment? Zhou Jin inquired. Gu Xiling shook her head, her lips parting gently. There is no hatred. When I learned to climb trees and snatch peaches from the monkeys, I understood that self-reliance is key. Eventually, I would taste the fruit. Even if someone took my peaches, I would learn to cultivate my own. Zhou Jin furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, was Xie Jin a peach snatched from Gu Xiling? Did he count as one of the fruits she had sown? Would she ultimately reap the rewards? Seeing Zhou Jin lost in contemplation, Gu Xiling assumed he might look down upon her past. She merely smiled and closed her eyes to rest. She never minded that chapter of her life. In fact, her resilient character was largely shaped by her experiences with the mother dog. It taught her the harsh truth of survival. If one cannot find food or learn skills, one will be eliminated. This principle applies universally. Some conflicts resemble duels among knights. They determined both rank and fate. With this understanding, she navigated one challenge after another, much like vanquishing monsters. Her current life, compared to her past, felt exceedingly tranquil. The schemes of Gu Xiling were trivial and confined to the inner quarters. She had once thought that with her rebirth, Gu Xiling might grow wiser. However, the news that reached her was far from promising. Gu Xiling still relied on her beauty to ensnare men in hopes of acquiring everything. What a waste of a second chance. No, it seemed she had only made a foul move on behalf of Xie Jin. Gu Xiling had only grasped the superficial aspects of the plots she had orchestrated in her previous life, remaining oblivious to their essence. Fortunately, should Xie Jin face a total downfall, it would only implicate the Jingyang Duke's residence at most, sparing the Chongning Marquis estate. However, Gu Xiling must have realized she was reborn by now. What would her next move be? Gu Xiling felt a thrill of anticipation as she awaited the unfolding drama. As they traveled, Gu Xiling's elated disposition began to influence Zhou Jin. Puzzled, he could not help but ask, Gu Xiling, what is it that brings you such delight? With bright eyes and a radiant smile, Gu Xiling replied, I have a wonderful family, a good husband. Is that not reason enough for me to smile every day? You. Zhou Jin was skeptical, shaking his head with a chuckle. I'm speaking seriously. Immediately, Gu Xiling straightened her back, her playful demeanor replaced with gravity. In all sincerity, that was truly how she felt. Compared to her time in the Xie family, the Chongning Marquis estate was indeed a paradise. She could wake from dreams filled with laughter. My lord, why do you doubt the sincerity of my words? My grandmother is loving, my mother-in-law is kind, my father-in-law is dignified, and my husband is exceptionally talented, eloquent, and virtuous. As Zhou Jin heard Gu Xiling's praises, he felt a hint of sarcasm, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. Gu Xiling, even if you dislike me, there is no need to mock me with such words. Look at you, so impatient. Gu Xiling chided playfully. In this world, it is indeed difficult. To speak the truth, no one believes. Zhou Jin paused, taken aback. Then I shall not rush you. You may speak your truth. Gu Xiling, ever agreeable, nodded her petite head, her hairpin of magpies dancing in rhythm, lively and adorable. To speak the truth is all that I do. You are indeed the Emperor's favored scholar, a rare talent emerging once every 3 years. There may be those with greater literary skill, but I assure you, none possess your beauty. Those more handsome than you certainly lack your eloquence. While there may be those with superior talent or beauty, I am certain none possess your genuine heart, your concern for the nation and its people. Perhaps you have forgotten, but you have penned verses that are widely known. Past grievances are unworthy of boasting. Today, abandon is boundless. When spring breezes lift the horse's hooves in a single day, I behold all the flowers of Chang'an. After the examination is a 7-character quatrain by the Tang Dynasty poet Meng Jiao. Written when he achieved the highest degree in the 12th year of the Zhenyuan era, 796, Zhou Jin felt a surge of pride, recalling the excitement he had felt at that moment. You honor me. It is nothing of consequence. To his delight, Gu Xiling could recite his poetry. With laughter in her eyes, Gu Xiling remarked, "That verse is truly beautiful. My lord, you ride so well. Could you teach me to ride one day?" With his spirits lifted, Zhou Jin's playful side resurfaced. "If I teach you to ride, what will you teach me in return? Shall I teach you to ride an ox?" Gu Xiling blinked her lovely eyes, teasing Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin shook his head. "I am no child. Riding an ox is rather embarrassing. Choose another. Climbing trees?" Zhou Jin frowned, finding it even less dignified. "Try again." Gu Xiling pouted, as if making a resolution. "Then I can only teach you to swim." Cough, cough. Zhou Jin lowered his gaze, and images of Gu Xiling, akin to a koi fish, swimming gracefully, her light veil fluttering, filled his mind. Zhou Jin clenched her right fist near her lips, concealing her disarray and agitation. In truth, gliding through the water is not entirely out of the question. Chapter 30. If I am not as good as you, then you should do more. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Chongning, Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin instructed the kitchen to prepare an abundance of vegetarian dishes to be sent to the elderly matriarch. At noon, they accompanied her for lunch. The matriarch, upon seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law join her, smiled warmly, knowing they had come to persuade her on behalf of Gu Xiling. Gu Xiling chuckled softly, linking her arm with the matriarchess as they made their way to the dining hall. Due to prolonged sitting, the matriarch found her back and legs stiff and unyielding. In recent days, her appetite had diminished due to medication, and even in the company of her loved ones, she could hardly eat much. After the meal, the matriarch expressed her desire to return to her small Buddhist hall. Gu Xiling gently interjected, "Grandmother, allow me and the heir to support you for a leisurely stroll in the courtyard." The matriarch, however, was stubborn, waving her frail hand dismissively, insisting, "I wish to pray." She lamented that she had grown weary of the flowers and plants in the courtyard, finding them unremarkable. Zhou Jin, sensing the situation, realized that Gu Xiling's efforts were in vain. Gu Xiling tightened her grip on the matriarch's arm, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Grandmother, what have you truly gained from your constant prayers?" The matriarch paused, then replied with a smile, "Good and evil, cause and effect, and the cycle of rebirth." Gu Xiling tilted her head, her eyes searching. "Grandmother, the cycle of rebirth is an enigma beyond anyone's understanding or verification. Good and evil reside in the hearts of men, and all are subject to judgment. Yet, cause and effect is within human control." She pondered silently, questioning if her own rebirth could be considered a part of this cycle. The matriarch regarded her with approval, saying, "Xiling, you possess great wisdom. Why not join me in my prayers?" Without hesitation, Gu Xiling shook her head. "Grandmother, you may not take kindly to my words, but I do not believe in deities. However, I do believe in the principles of good and evil, cause and effect, and the cycle of rebirth. This belief stems from my upbringing, leading me to comprehend these truths and forge my own path." The matriarch blinked in surprise. "You believe in the Tao? Do you know that many charlatan priests have sold elixirs that have caused the demise of countless souls?" Gu Xiling replied, "My belief in the Tao is rooted in the teachings of Laozi's Tao De Jing. Everything in this world has its own Tao, visible and tangible. For instance, The seasons change, spring gives rise to autumn harvest, and one reaps what they sow. I grew up among the common folk, which has granted me a clearer understanding of living well. My pursuit is to discover how to live a good life and ensure that others may do the same. Her profound words left the matriarch speechless, as if struck by a sudden revelation. The matriarch, who had spent her days in prayer, realized that aside from reciting scriptures and making donations, she had not engaged in any meaningful acts to benefit others. Zhou looked up, his eyes reflecting curiosity about Xiling. What kind of woman has discerned her own path? Many people squander their lives without such enlightenment. The matriarch chuckled. Xiling, your efforts to coax me into a walk are commendable. I understand your intentions. Now, tell me, how do you plan to realize your Tao? Xiling pointed to 2 sacks of seeds that Lai Fu had brought in, saying, Grandmother, these are seeds I purchased from the foreign merchants in the Western market. They claim they yield a high harvest. I wish for you to join me in planting them. If we fail, it will be proof of our endeavor. If we succeed, the increasing yield could alleviate hunger for many, thus fulfilling our search for the Tao. Such merit is immeasurable. Is it not greater than merely reciting scriptures? The matriarch's gaze fell upon the sacks, then to the garden of Songha courtyard, and she commanded her servants, pull out all the flowers and plants in my courtyard. I wish to cultivate the land. The onlookers were taken aback. The garden was filled with rare and precious flora, difficult to find elsewhere. To uproot them recklessly would lead to their demise, which seemed a great pity. Zhou, however, cared little for the flowers. To him, encouraging his grandmother to be active was of utmost importance. Quickly, clear the area. Just as the servants were about to begin, Xiling intervened. Grandmother, my lord, you have no experience in farming. Do you understand that cultivation requires fertilizer? This includes a variety of materials such as human waste, animal manure, weeds, and ash. Even if you manage to avoid overwhelming odors, it will still be unpleasant. Moreover, it would be a shame to uproot such treasure plants. Grandmother, let us accompany you to the farm instead. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch found merit in her words. Very well, let us pack our belongings. We shall depart tomorrow. Throughout their conversation, Xiling walked alongside the matriarch, enjoying a leisurely stroll that lasted the length of 2 incense sticks. Lady Song, the wife of the Duke of Chongning, was astonished but pleased that her mother-in-law would move about more. Duke Zhou was even more supportive, declaring that he would visit them at the farm during his next holiday. Zhou, still awaiting his reinstatement and the Emperor and Amp, Oppo's summons, was promptly dispatched by Duke Zhou to the farm, under the pretense of empathizing with the hardships of the common folk, believing it essential to understand their plight beyond mere written words. The following day, the 3 of them, along with their servants, traveled by horse-drawn carriage to a farm located 20 miles outside the city. The matriarch, disregarding her need for rest, eagerly pulled Xiling towards the fields. Old Li, who had previously seen the matriarch during her summer retreats to the village, offered the most fertile 10 acres of land upon learning of her intent to cultivate. That night, Old Li and his workers prepared the land, applying suitable fertilizers. Madam, the seeds you brought are unfamiliar to us. We are unsure how to plant them. The matriarch pondered and replied, Though I have not farmed before, I understand that there is much to learn. Since we are unacquainted with this, let us experiment boldly. Divide the land into sections and plant using different methods. Xiling agreed, affirming the wisdom of her grandmother's words. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Grandmother, since this has no name yet, why don't you give it one? The matriarch smiled. That is simple. Since it comes from foreign lands, let us call it Fanmai. Thus, these high-yield crops that had traveled across distant seas were bestowed with a name in the kingdom of Kong, Fanmai. They engaged in discussions with the local farmers while experimenting with planting techniques. Zhou, wielding a hoe, dug holes while the matriarch dropped seeds into the pits, and Xiling covered them with soil using her foot. After some time, the matriarch grew weary and sat down to rest in the fields. She watched her grandson, clad in coarse garments, laboring diligently, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She then observed Xiling with her straw hat, following Zhou, scattering seeds and covering them with soil. In harmony, The couple worked side by side, and soon their great-grandchildren joined in. Zhou, drenched in sweat. Receive a handkerchief from Xiling. There's no need to rush. I can hardly keep up. Zhou, his skin slightly sunburned, laughed heartily, feeling a sense of pride. You grew up among the common folk. You should be able to keep pace with me. Indeed, I am not as capable as you. So let the able do more, Xiling teased, stifling a laugh. Just wait until tomorrow morning when you find yourself sore and unable to rise. Chapter 31. The 10-day agreement overindulgence often leads to unwelcome weight gain. Yet, after consuming a mere bowl of rice today, Zhou felt unsatisfied, as if he had eaten nothing at all. Gazing at the enticing dishes on the table, he decisively summoned the maid for another bowl of rice. Are you not afraid of becoming overweight? Xiling inquired, her previous reticence replaced with a playful tone. Zhou pretended not to catch her teasing, replying, You are already on your third bowl. You are the greedy one. Even if you scold me, I shan't relinquish my delicious food to you. With that, he swiftly snatched the last fried shrimp from the plate. The old matriarch was hard at work, traversing 2 miles back and forth, her daily exertion far exceeding the norm. After finishing an additional half bowl of rice, she remarked with a smile, I find the countryside far more comfortable than the city, and the food is delightful. Xiling chuckled, serving her grandmother a bowl of vegetable soup. The fare here cannot compare to that of the manor. It is merely our labor today that has stirred our appetites. The old matriarch nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiling's point. Indeed, it seems that one must remain active. After their meal, Xiling took a stroll in the courtyard with her grandmother, engaging her in conversation. Today, having not taken her medicine, the old matriarch found her bodily functions unhindered. After a foot soak and washing up, Xiling personally attended to her grandmother as she prepared for bed, instructing the maidservants to provide attentive care before finally leaving the old matriarch's quarters. Looking up at the sky, a brilliant moon hung overhead. A tall, elegant man, resembling a jade tree, stood beneath its glow. As Xiling passed by, she smiled and asked, Young master, the moonlight is exquisite. Are you inspired to compose a poem? For reasons unknown, the phrase compose a poem uttered from Xiling's lips elicited a strong sense of mockery from Zhou. The poetic spirit he had just nurtured dissipated like mist upon her words. Not at all, Zhou retorted gruffly. I have matters to discuss with you today. Curious, Xiling inquired, What is it, young master? Xiling, your coming to the fields isn't solely for your grandmother's well-being. You must have ulterior motives, Zhou stated. Xiling smiled. Indeed, young master, you are astutely perceptive. Reveal your intentions, Zhou pressed. Xiling shook her head. I cannot disclose them now. I wager with you, after 10 days, if you remain in the dark, I shall reveal all. However, during our time here, you must heed my directives. Is that agreeable? Zhou felt a pang of melancholy. Although he had not been dismissed or demoted, the emperor had yet to summon him back. The uncertainty of the future weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him troubled and anxious. As a talented scholar, his pride often hindered him from engaging in underhanded schemes. Duke Chongning, Zhou, appeared to intentionally downplay Zhou presence in the court, failing to strategize on his behalf. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Zhou conceded. After several encounters with Xiling, he found himself consistently at a disadvantage. He could not dismiss her as a simple country girl. He was determined to uncover her motives after the 10-day period. Upon returning to the residence, Xiling took the main quarters while Zhou occupied the study, which served as his bedroom. Never before had Zhou experienced such laborious exertion. After washing up, he lay down, his mind drifting to the 10-day agreement, and soon the fatigue of his body pulled him into a deep slumber. The following morning, the rooster crowed triumphantly as it perched atop the wall, its clarion call banishing the remnants of night and welcoming the dawn. Zhou awoke to the raucous noise, yet his body ached so profoundly that he longed to remain in bed, pulling the thin blanket over his head. He flipped onto his side, attempting to return to sleep. Despite his usual struggles with sleep, Zhou found himself quickly dozing off again. Xiling, having toiled the day before, had requested Xiling to massage her that night. Although her limbs felt slightly sore today, it did not hinder her mobility. Approaching Zhou Jin's bedside, she beheld him cocooned in blankets and stifled a giggle. "Young master, it is time to rise. We must get to work early. We cannot afford to delay. Just a little longer." Zhou Jin mumbled sleepily, recognizing Gu Xiling's voice and hastily sitting up, his entire form still concealed under the covers. "You, how did you get in here? Lifu, you good-for-nothing servant. Why did you not announce my guest?" Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow at Zhou Jin, nearly wrapped like a dumpling, noting that he was still dressed in his undergarments. "Do not blame Lifu. He called for you, but you did not stir, so I came in. Hurry up and get ready. You promised that for these 10 days you would follow my lead. Do you intend to go back on your word? If so, I shall take my leave now." Rubbing his eyes, Zhou Jin found relief in the absence of crust and adopted a more composed demeanor. "I will listen to you entirely. You may go. I need to change." Gu Xiling covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. "Then I shall wait for you outside." Lifu assisted Zhou Jin with dressing, and muffled sounds of Zhou Jin struggling against his soreness filled the room. "Young master, perhaps we should take a rest today and not work in the fields?" Lifu suggested quietly. Through the window, Zhou Jin spotted Gu Xiling's stifling laughter. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We must go." He could not afford to be belittled by Gu Xiling. Lifu chuckled to himself, realizing that the proud young master would likely never escape the grasp of his future wife. After getting ready, Gu Xiling carried a basket while Zhou Jin, with faltering steps and a pickaxe slung over his shoulder, painfully made his way to the fields. Any dissatisfaction he felt faded upon witnessing the many farmers laboring diligently. He had assumed it was early, only to realize that the farmers had already been working for an hour. This meant they had begun their tasks at the crack of dawn. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhou Jin remained silent, repeating the previous day's work until the sun reached its zenith. The farmers gradually gathered at the field's edge, consuming coarse steamed buns alongside pickles. Exhausted and famished, Zhou Jin felt dizzy. Yuan Mama arrived with a basket, delivering meals to the young master and young mistress. The old matriarch, having learned of Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin's early rise, made her way to the fields with the servants. Zhou Jin, nearly starving, washed his hands in the creek and eagerly reached for a bun. However, he did not eat first, instead offering it to Gu Xiling. "Thank you, young master." Gu Xiling replied cheerfully, taking the bun without hesitation. Zhou Jin merely nodded in response, remaining silent. He retrieved another steamed bun, savoring it carefully. Once he finished, he looked up at Gu Xiling. "Gu Xiling, I have come to grasp the deeper significance of our 10-day agreement." Curious, the old matriarch asked, "What is the 10-day agreement, my dear?" Zhou Jin pondered for a moment, his clear eyes now reflecting determination and insight. In his youth, Zhou Jin had grown accustomed to praise, excelling academically, with a bright future ahead. However, his concern for the nation had only ever remained superficial. His life had felt as though he were perched high upon a cloud, lamenting the hardships of the people without ever truly experiencing their struggles firsthand. Chapter 32. No profound insights, just some simple observations. Jiner. The myriad facets of life can only be truly appreciated through experience. It is not just you. Even I, in my advancing years, have reaped substantial benefits from such realizations. Gu Xiling smiled gently, observing Zhou Jin as he began devouring his second white steamed bun, her expression tinged with amusement. Noticing her silence, Zhou Jin caught a glimpse of the playful glint in Gu Xiling's eyes, stirring his sensitive nerves once more. "Gu family, am I not speaking the truth?" he inquired. Gu Xiling raised her gaze and chuckled lightly. "Your grace, consuming white steamed buns while lamenting the hardships of the common folk strikes me as somewhat absurd." "You." Zhou Jin did not anticipate Gu Xiling's biting remark. Did she truly consider him to be pretentious? The old matriarch interjected. "Xiling, Jiner has put forth enough effort." Gu Xiling sighed, acknowledging that the heir possessed a compassionate heart, of which she was aware. Yet, the seemingly mundane bun in his hands was a delicacy that the common people could only savor during festive occasions. Lifu, fetch 2 buns and exchange them with the farmers for 2 of the dishes they consume. Today, let the heir experience the humble fare of the peasantry during this transitional season. Lai Fu glanced between the heir and the heir's wife, hesitating over whether to comply. Zhou Jin, taken aback, turned to Lai Fu and scolded, Lai Fu, I've noticed you seem quite dull-witted of late. Has the heir's wife commanded you to perform a task that you cannot fulfill? Lai Fu found himself a loss for words. The heir's thoughts were indeed perplexing. Previously, any initiative he took to assist the heir's wife would earn him the ire of the heir, questioning whose servant he truly was. Very well, I shall do so, Lai Fu replied, taking 2 white buns and heading toward a nearby farmhouse. Upon arrival, Lai Fu noticed a plate brimming with vibrant green vegetable dumplings, interspersed with a scant amount of dark flour. Memories of his childhood flickered through his mind, stirring a deep sense of melancholy. His family was not impoverished. They would never resort to selling their children. Fortunately, he had been sold to the loaning Marquis's household, eventually becoming the heir's attendant, leading to his current fortunate circumstances. In exchange for 2 buns, he received 3 vegetable dumplings, and the farmers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Lai Fu placed the 3 dumplings on the table. Your Grace, matriarch, this is what the farmers eat. The old matriarch took one, biting into it slowly, savoring the flavor. Xiling followed suit, relishing the slightly bitter taste of the wild vegetables that spread across her palate. Zhou Jin, witnessing this, was undeterred and took a large bite himself, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness that filled his mouth with an indescribable taste. Unable to bear it any longer, he spat it out, exclaiming, "How utterly dreadful! How can such unpalatable food exist in this world?" Meanwhile, the old matriarch and Xiling continued to chew, straining to swallow the dumplings. Zhou Jin stared in disbelief, glancing between the dumpling in his hand and those consumed by his grandmother and Xiling. They were identical. Why could they manage to swallow theirs while he could not? Was this the reason for Xiling's mockery? The old matriarch observed her grandson's astonishment and sighed deeply. Her grandson, alas, was almost entirely unacquainted with the rigors of life, having been coddled to the point of losing touch with reality. Jiner, if you do not wish to eat, simply set it aside. Do not spit it out, she instructed, taking the dumpling from his hand. Zhou Jin inquired, Grandmother, do you not find it distasteful? The old matriarch, with a kind gaze, reflected on past experiences. Compared to delicacies, it is indeed unappetizing. However, do not underestimate the vegetable dumpling. In times of scarcity, it can be a lifesaver. In the days when your grandfather followed the founding emperor on campaigns, our Zhou family, despite its wealth, faced the destruction of our city. I fled with your father, losing all our possessions, with only 2 elderly servants to rely on. We survived by foraging for wild vegetables until we reached safety, enduring 2 years of such fare. No matter how unpalatable, in desperate times, it can sustain life. Without those wild vegetables, your father and I would have perished long ago, and you would never have been born. Zhou Jin was taken aback, realizing his grandmother had endured such hardships. His gaze shifted to Xiling, who, after swallowing her dumpling, spoke softly. I grew up in a farming household. The village head, with his 30 acres, would not consume wild vegetable dumplings, while dozens of other families relied on them. Especially during lean seasons, adults labor in the fields, as is the case now with spring plowing, while children scavenge for wild vegetables. She pointed to barefoot children in the distance, their patched clothes confirming her words. Zhou Jin's heart sank, a pang of bitterness surging within him, more intense than the taste of the vegetables. He reached for the dumpling again, biting into the one he had previously rejected. It tasted even worse than before, yet this time he did not spit it out. Grimacing, he chewed carefully and eventually swallowed, though it nearly choked him. The old matriarch and Xiling exchanged glances of mutual admiration. The matriarch saw her youthful resilience in Xiling, while Xiling recognized the grace that came from hard-earned experience. After finally finishing the last of the dumplings, Zhou Jin drank some water to wash away the lingering taste that threatened to make him retch. After a moment, he remarked, in the heart of the capital, beneath the emperor's feet, the common folk still subsist on wild vegetables. Surely, conditions must be even harsher elsewhere. Xiling nodded, affirming his observation. Even so, this is the result of years of recovery. Zhou Jin took a deep breath, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Now that the emperor has eased burdens and strives to lighten the load on the people, why do they still struggle to find enough to eat? In other regions, perhaps heavy taxes weigh them down. Yet here, under the emperor's gaze, the taxes are not excessive. Why is it still so? The old matriarch regarded him with a furrowed brow. Xiling, what insights do you possess? Xiling chuckled lightly. I cannot claim profound insights, merely some simple observations. You may find it amusing. Since learning to read, I often visited the library of the Duke of Jingyang. Within, I discovered numerous versions of ancient texts and annotations by esteemed scholars, along with books on music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, and geography, yet agricultural texts were conspicuously scarce. Even when recorded by well-meaning individuals, the details were often vague, and I found it challenging to glean practical knowledge from them. Eventually, I learned the reason for the scarcity of agricultural texts. The prevailing sentiment is that all pursuits are inferior to scholarly endeavors. Everyone aspires to master the arts of both civil and martial studies, seeking wealth and prestige. Even those who fail the imperial examinations cling to the belief that if they cannot become honorable ministers, they shall at least become esteemed physicians. Yet, few scholars are willing to delve deeply into agricultural texts. While rural farmers are adept at their craft, they remain illiterate, passing down knowledge orally. In times of peace, this may suffice, but during years of conflict, the first to perish are the elders, those with the most experience in farming. Chapter 33. The Shortcut to Ascend to Greatness Agricultural Texts. Throughout his life, he had perused only a handful of books on farming. His interest lay not in understanding the plight of the common folk, but rather in preparing for the imperial examinations. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly matriarch gazed at Xiling with a look of profound satisfaction. Xiling, you are truly an extraordinary woman. Xiling shook her head, humbly replying, Grandmother, I am hardly remarkable. I simply possess insights from the common people, viewing matters from the grassroots level rather than fixating solely on climbing the social ladder. Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing Xiling's words. He was the one who studied the emperor's preferences, striving to impress in hopes of gaining recognition and advancing in his career. As for the concept of the people are valuable, the ruler is light. He grasped its meaning, yet felt powerless to act when the populace suffered. Though inherently intelligent, he was acutely aware of the intrigues and deceptions within the realm of officialdom. And while he understood the dynamics of flattery and manipulation, he held disdain for such behavior. This created a facade of aloofness, concealing a heart steeped in cynicism. Xiling's recent remarks had indeed been like a revelation, opening Zhou to a new perspective. Grandmother, what if I were to compile an agricultural text? The matriarch paused, then smiled. My grandson has always been exceptionally bright, with a remarkable aptitude. Whether it be in literature, military strategy, or poetry, he excels. Even in compiling agricultural texts, he could create works that benefit the nation and endure through time. Encouraged by his grandmother's words, Zhou's handsome visage brightened with newfound vigor. He turned to Xiling, asking, What do you think, Gu? Xiling smiled in response. Let us see if, in 10 days, the heir still harbors this thought. Then I shall render my judgment. Now, after a satisfying meal, it is time to return to work. The trio continued their labor. When the matriarch grew weary, she was assisted back by her maidservants. In the fields, a strikingly beautiful newlywed couple toiled under the blazing sun, perspiration glistening upon their brows. Zhou and Appo's back bent further from the work, yet his heart felt more grounded, his steps steadier. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically as ominous clouds loomed overhead, rumbling thunder echoing from within. The farmers rejoiced at the impending spring rain, which was as precious as oil. By noon, the raindrops intensified, swelling to the size of jujubes, accompanied by hail crashing onto the ground. Xiling peered out at the rain mixed with hail, laughing heartily, for her predictions had proven correct. Meanwhile, Xiajin was bustling about in the Ministry of War with his colleagues when the sound of the downpour echoed outside. He set down his documents and hurried to the window, observing the crystalline hail rolling across the ground. In 5 days, there will be hail at noon, he mused, realizing his dream had come to fruition. He chanted silently, "Do not speak of strange omens." After a short while, the hail ceased, and Xiajin had observed it for the duration of an incense stick. The initial doubts and unease within him gradually gave way to elation. If Gu Shirong's dreams could indeed materialize, he could foresee the future through her, leveraging this insight to gain the upper hand. How could he, Xiajin, not ascend to great heights, attaining wealth and high office? To secure a woman's unwavering loyalty in his ambitions, he needed to wholly win her heart. That evening, after leaving the court, Xiajin passed by the renowned byway pavilion in the capital, procuring lotus pastries, Gu Shirong's favorite treat. Gu Shirong donned a crescent white skirt, wrapped in a blue shawl, her hair elegantly styled in a gentle bun, as she went to pay her respects to her mother-in-law. Xiao Zhun, startled, exclaimed, "Miss, do not go out, it is still raining." With sincere conviction, Gu Shirong raised her voice, "I have been unwell these past few days and have not paid my respects. It is truly inappropriate. Rain or shine, as a daughter-in-law, I must show my respect to my mother-in-law." The matron at the door lowered her head, her disdain evident. It seemed the Xia household was still ruled by the matriarch. Reluctantly, Xiao Zhun held an umbrella for Gu Shirong, and they proceeded together to the main courtyard to visit Madame Xia. Upon learning of Gu Shirong's visit, Madame Xia felt a surge of satisfaction. The accumulated frustration of recent days reached a boiling point, as if she had finally found an outlet for her grievances. "Gu, do not think that Jean Eyre's reluctance to allow you to pay your respects grants you the right to be arrogant. Your absence these past days indicates you have little regard for me as your mother-in-law. Such unfilial behavior cannot be excused. Kneel outside and acknowledge your faults before you rise." Madame Xia's reprimands echoed the sentiment that all blame lay with Gu Shirong. Bowing her head, Gu Shirong knelt outside, allowing the spring rain to drench her. As the day waned, the rain grew colder. Gu Shirong, chilled to the bone, turned pale, her lips turning blue, her body swaying precariously. Xiajin returned home and headed directly to Gu Shirong's courtyard, only to find her absent. Upon learning she had gone to pay respects to his mother, his expression shifted. He was well aware of his mother and aunt Appo's treatment of Gu Shirong. Yet, she was still his mother, and Xiajin could only mediate between the two, often siding with Gu Shirong. However, Gu Shirong's current circumstances, along with her prophetic dreams, represented his shortcut to greatness. He could not allow her to come to harm, nor could he let her harbor resentment that might drive a wedge between them. Consequently, he would have to endure his mother's displeasure. Xiajin, tall and strong, swiftly made his way to the main courtyard. Upon hearing his steady footsteps behind her, Gu Shirong, feeling overwhelmed, lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. "Shirong!" Xiajin exclaimed, his voice laden with concern as he rushed to her side, lifting her into his arms. His gaze fell upon her pale visage, and he felt his mother's treatment was indeed excessive. "Mother, Shirong has always treated you with the utmost respect since joining the Xia family. Why can you not accept a virtuous daughter-in-law? Do you recall the women you previously introduced to me? None of them, in terms of family background, talent, or beauty, can compare to Shirong. You were anxious when I remained unmarried. Now that I am wed, you choose to bully her. Without Shirong, where would you find another suitable match for me? Which young woman would hold such deep affection for me?" Xiajin. Madame Xia had intended to complain to her son, but before she could utter a word, she found herself rendered speechless by his retort. "Jean Eyre, your wife is exceedingly unfilial." "Mother, do not speak such nonsense. There is no daughter-in-law more filial than Shirong. She has endured for my sake, yet you persist in your relentless demands. You all think I am unaware of how you conspire with my mother to torment my wife. I had hoped that Shirong's fragile condition would encourage you to relent. Yet you have only intensified your cruelty. Bring forth the maidservants in the courtyard and administer 20 lashes as a warning. Should this happen again, the punishment will be death." The maidservants in Madame Xia's courtyard were seized and silenced, receiving their punishment. "Stop! Do not strike!" Madame Xia intervened, but her words fell on deaf ears. Seeing his son so entirely devoted to Gu Shirong ignited a fierce rage within Madame Xia. After years of solitude, her heart had twisted, feeling as if her man had been stolen from her. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She and Gu Shirong were destined to be adversaries. To the bitter end. Chapter 34. Beneath one, above thousands fetch water for the young mistress in Appo's bath, and also summon the doctor. Yes, the servants, witnessing the young general and Appo's fury, dared not raise their heads, hastily obeying his commands. Xiajin peeled off Gu Shirong and Appo's drenched garments, wrapping her tightly in a blanket, his expression fraught with concern. Shirong, awaken. It is my failure to protect you that has brought you suffering. Gu Shirong slowly came to, her pale visage brimming with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Husband, why does my mother-in-law dislike me? No matter my efforts, I am met with her scorn. Feeling guilty for the rift between her husband and his mother, Shirong wished for nothing more than to end her own life to alleviate her mother-in-law's resentment. Xiajin gazed at the beauty in his arms, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. His mother placed immense importance on him. Once, he had a favored maid, whom he cherished dearly. But upon his return from a brief absence, she had been sold off. He had assumed his mother adhered strictly to propriety, disapproving of his associations with maids before marriage. Yet, it appeared that was not the case. Shirong, do not blame yourself. My father passed away early, and my mother, in her widowhood, has placed too much significance on me. It is her fault, not yours. Though Gu Shirong's face reflected sadness, and her tears flowed freely, her heart was already blooming with happiness. It seemed her ploy had succeeded. Xiajin had come to a profound understanding of his mother and Appo's malice. She was a tormentor. He realized he must cherish and protect Shirong. Unbeknownst to Gu Shirong, her attempts to suppress the matriarch would lead to more extreme measures from her. As the maid brought in hot water, Xiajin personally lifted Gu Shirong into the bath, insisting the maid stand aside. His tenderness was boundless. The young couple shared a moment of intimacy in the confines of a small tub, eventually moving to the bed for a night of passion. Having sweated through the ordeal, there was no need for the doctor. Gu Shirong was not ill. The following day, Gu Shirong and Appo's complexion was rosy and her spirit vibrant. Husband, I shall rise and pay respects to my mother. She struggled to get up, but Xiajin pulled her back into his embrace. Not today. With his eyes closed, he relished the warmth of her soft presence. My mother worships Buddha. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, I will accompany you to pay your respects. There is no need for daily visits. Focus on your meals, nurture your health, and soon bear me several healthy sons. That is of utmost importance. Gu Shirong blushed, playfully punching his firm chest. Husband, Xiajin laughed heartily, his heart racing with desire. He pulled the blanket over them, and soon the room was filled with their playful banter. The happenings in Gu Shirong and Appo's courtyard reached the ears of Lady Xia, inciting her ire as she shattered several teacups. As the sun rose high, Lady Xia awaited the arrival of her son and Gu Shirong for their morning greetings, but none came. Nestled in Xiajin and Appo's embrace, Gu Shirong softly murmured, Husband, my heart and my being are yours. I hope you will cherish me. Xiajin kissed her forehead, his tone resolute. Shirong, we are one. Our fates intertwined. If you devote your heart to me, how could I not cherish you? I shall strive to elevate you, so you may bask in the glory of a wife esteemed alongside her husband. Gu Shirong smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. My husband is a hero of unparalleled caliber, destined for greatness. They exchanged heartfelt confessions, their souls and bodies resonating in profound harmony. Xiajin finally broached the topic at hand, eager to rely on Gu Shirong and Appo's prophetic abilities for significant achievements. Shirong, the hailstorm yesterday confirmed your truthfulness. However, such matters are too enigmatic. You may confide in me, but you must not share this with anyone else. Gu Shirong looked at Xiajin with trust in her eyes. Husband, how could I ever disclose such matters to outsiders? Everything I do is for you, in your service. As a mere mistress of the inner quarters, what could I accomplish? If others were to discover my knowledge, they would surely burn me as a witch. It is only because of your exceptional fate that I dare speak of it. Upon hearing this, Xiejin's expression shifted as he quickly covered Gu Shirong's mouth. Shirong, do not speak such nonsense. A fate as grand as that is not meant for a simple martial general like me. Gu Shirong whispered in his ear, in my dream yesterday, I saw you, husband, beneath one above thousands. Seeing that the room was empty, with maids and servants waiting outside, Xiejin's gaze flickered. I am a general. How could I ever aspire to be a chancellor? Gu Shirong and damp. Appo's lips curled into a smile. Her eyes deep and warm as her breath caressed Xiejin's ear. Husband, who says only a chancellor can stand beneath one and above thousands. In our Kong dynasty, to prevent the chancellor from monopolizing power, we specifically established the positions of left and right chancellors. If it were merely a chancellor, how could one truly be beneath one? Xiejin and Appo's breath quickened, gripping Gu Shirong and Appo's arm with unintentional force. If not a chancellor, then it would require someone like the extraordinary regent of the previous dynasty, who wielded immense power, to stand beneath one and above thousands. Xiejin gasped in disbelief, staring at Gu Shirong. Shirong, this is no jest. Any misstep could cost us not only our heads, but also the annihilation of our entire clan. Gu Shirong gazed into Xiejin's ambitious yet fearful eyes, soothing him softly. Husband, this is certainly not something within our reach at present. Good things take time. We shall support each other on this journey, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Xiejin's heart raced, feeling overwhelmed by such audacious ambition. He pressed his right hand against his chest to calm himself. Shirong, my dear, if I can fulfill my aspirations, I shall never let you down. The Xie family had lingered in the lower echelons for far too long, knowing only fragments of information from the family elder. Gu Shirong was his ladder to ascend, to soar. Gu Shirong reveled in Xiejin and Appo's adoration, especially his regard for her ability to aid him in his rise to prominence. This was her greatest asset. Such a delightful feeling had never been experienced in her previous life with Zhou, reaffirming her decision was indeed correct. Gu Shirong thoroughly enjoyed being involved in her husband's political endeavors. To remain confined within the inner chambers would be a waste of her second chance at life. Moreover, within the inner quarters, there were only scheming and malicious servants, all of whom she had dealt with. Without concubines or maids, only the devotion and respect of a man remained. This life was splendid. On this day of rest, Xiejin and Gu Shirong rose, shared breakfast, and ventured out together. As they sat in a somewhat worn carriage, Xiejin sighed deeply. The foundation of the Xie family is too shallow. Even with my lofty aspirations, there are many constraints. Gu Shirong leaned against him, saying, Husband, a shallow foundation has its advantages. You are still young, perfectly suited to gradually strategize and gather capable individuals. Xiejin felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was well aware of the need to recruit talent. Yet, in this world without silver, how could one gather skilled individuals? How could one achieve anything? Gu Shirong, being so astute, could not possibly be unaware of this. Was she deliberately withholding her thoughts, hoping he would seek her counsel? Chapter 35. Seizing the opportunity, my dear husband. Do not be anxious. Gather talents. Strengthen our wings. We cannot do without silver. This is precisely what our Xie family currently lacks. In her dream, during the summer of this year, the capital was beset by relentless rain and fierce winds, uprooting numerous rooftops. Many grains and herbs were soaked, leading to a surge in prices. Grains are vital for the people's livelihood. Hoarding them for profit will undoubtedly result in endless repercussions. However, herbs are less conspicuous. After all, everyone needs to eat daily, but only the sick will purchase and consume medicine. Thus, if we can profit handsomely from this, the Xie family will no longer be in want of money. Upon hearing Gu Shirong and Appo's words, Xiejin and Appo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he tightened his embrace around her arm. My dear heart, my celestial maiden, how enchanting you are. Even though they could not indulge in each other's affection within the carriage, Xiejin busied himself with charming Gu Shirong, ensnaring her in his masculine allure. Just as Gu Shirong blushed, her eyes brimming with emotion, the carriage came to a halt. Young madam, young general, we have arrived at the West Market. Xiejin paused, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, "My dear, what brings us to the West Market?" Gu Shirong smiled mysteriously, replying, "You shall soon discover the good fortune that will allow you to achieve merit." With her veil adorning her face, she alighted from the carriage and walked directly to a shop, gently inquiring, "Shopkeeper, do you possess any foreign seeds that yield high yields?" The shopkeeper, Wu Mu, was momentarily taken aback as he regarded the elegantly adorned lady before him. "Madam, the high-yield seeds I brought from my homeland have already been sold. If you still desire them, I can arrange for my fleet to bring more next year." "Sold?" Gu Shirong's voice suddenly rose in pitch, sharp and demanding. "Who bought them?" A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Wu Mu, while assessing the lady before him, also glanced at the tall and robust Xie Jin behind her, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "I am unaware, but that young lady also wore a veil. However, her husband is strikingly handsome, fair-skinned, and refined." Upon hearing Wu Mu's description, Gu Shirong and Appo's expression darkened. She had already deduced that it was Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin who had purchased the seeds. Aware of her previous life and Appo's events, she understood that Gu Xiling was equally knowledgeable. High-yield crops would benefit the common folk and bring prestige. Cunning Gu Xiling had outmaneuvered her this time. Regret welled up within Gu Shirong. She should have procured the high-yield seeds sooner. It was a blunder, having lost the opportunity for seeds that could bring immense prestige. Gu Shirong was no longer in the mood to continue shopping. She climbed back into the carriage, her frustration palpable. Xie Jin chuckled lightly. "If we did not acquire them, it is simply fate's design." Gu Shirong cast him a resentful glance, pouting as she reproached, "It is all your fault for not believing me and confining me to our home. Otherwise, those high-yield seeds would have been ours." Xie Jin, feeling awkward, gently explained, "All right, I concede my error. Now that it has come to this, there is no need for my dear to lament." Unwilling to relent, Gu Shirong persisted. "Are you not at all tempted by the notion of grains that yield 500 pounds per mu? If such crops were to be contributed to His Majesty by you, what position could you not attain? If these crops were to be disseminated from our CF family to the common folk, what prestige could that not bring? This is something that no amount of money can buy." Xie Jin was taken aback, incredulous. 500 pounds per mu? The CF family may be down on their luck, yet they still possessed 100 mu of land. A yield of 100 pounds of wheat per mu was already considered bountiful. If there were grains yielding 500 pounds, it would be seen as a divine blessing by the world. With such prestige, attaining a position of power would certainly become a reality. Ambition grows gradually, just as my dear has stated. Such seeds are indeed worth contending for. Upon our return home, I shall dispatch someone to investigate who has purchased those seeds. Though Gu Shirong knew the answer, she could not reveal it. She must never expose that Gu Xiling could also foresee the future. Only in this manner could she remain the singularly cherished one in Xie Jin and Appo's eyes. In her previous life, the only difference between her and Gu Xiling was a man. This time, she had seized the advantage, marrying Xie Jin first, destined to become the noble and regal regent princess. In time, Gu Xiling would kneel before her, breathing her essence and beholden to her whims. Meanwhile, at the estate of the Duke of Chongning, the 10-day period had come to an end. Gu Xiling accompanied the elderly matriarch, strolling along the path in the fields, while Zhou Jin kept his hands clasped behind his back. All the foreign wheat had been planted, yet they continued to walk in the fields daily. "Gu family, the 10-day period has lapsed, yet you have not disclosed your intentions." Zhou Jin pondered this question in his heart. The matriarch remained silent, listening intently. Gu Xiling stood at the edge of the field, gesturing towards the 10 mu of land. "This is my answer. Facing the earth and toiling under the sun. The insights gained from the young lord and Appo's labor these past few days constitute my response." The matriarch's eyes lit up in realization as she patted Gu Xiling and Appo's hand. "Good child, you're thoughtful." Zhou Jin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, bowing to Gu Xiling. "I see now. I have learned from you." Had Gu Xiling directly conveyed her thoughts, he might not have heeded her, perhaps even scoffed. Yet, laboring under the blazing sun and witnessing his own sweat drip to the ground allowed him to deeply appreciate the hardships faced by the common people. The matriarch grasped both Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's, S hand and Zhou Jin and Amp, Oppo's, S, placing them together. Jin and Amp, Oppo's, Xiling, you are a match made in heaven. Life is fleeting. Cherish and love one another. Releasing the hands of Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling, the matriarch gently turned and departed. Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's, S cheeks flushed slightly as she attempted to retract her hand, only to find it firmly held by Zhou Jin. Release me. Gu Xiling, annoyed, remarked, you are a scoundrel, taking advantage of the situation. I shall not release you. Zhou Jin gazed down at their interconnected hands. Release me, Gu Xiling insisted, glaring at Zhou Jin as she exerted more force to withdraw her hand. I refuse to let go. Zhou Jin tightened his grip on Gu Xiling and Oppo's S hand, declaring, I am holding my wife and Oppo's S hand. Why should I relinquish it? Gu Xiling and Oppo's S brows furrowed in displeasure as she chided. Now you call me and Oppo's wife and Oppo's. Were you not referring to me as the Gu family before? Do not assume that having my grandmother's support allows you to take liberties. Release me, or I shall bring up old matters that may embarrass you. Seeing Gu Xiling prepare to confront him, Zhou Jin quickly released her. Gu Xiling, has anyone ever told you that you are quite the killjoy? There are. Gu Xiling replied with a half-smile, her eyes filled with provocation. Who? Zhou Jin inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he wished to know who shared his opinion. A big fool. Gu Xiling huffed, turning to walk ahead. Do tell, who is the big fool? Zhou Jin questioned, puzzled as he hurried after her. Whoever asks is the fool. Gu Xiling chirped, lifting her skirt and darting away. Zhou Jin was momentarily stunned, then realized Gu Xiling had just insulted him. Chapter 36. The ordinary yet amusing versus. The chaotic and turbulent Gu Xiling. Stop right there, Zhou Jin called out as he hurried after Gu Xiling, who was joyfully scampering away like a deer in the woods, her skirt lifted. Her laughter rang clear and melodious in the air. Lai Feng observed the seemingly insincere demeanor of his young master, and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Though Zhou Jin's lips curled into a smile and his heart brimmed with joy, he pretended to be annoyed, moving in exaggerated slow motion, as if he were truly chasing her from behind. Xiaolon, stifling a laugh, chimed in Lai Feng. There are children over there catching little fish and shrimp. Would you accompany me to buy some? We can make fried fish and crispy shrimp for lunch. How does that sound? Lai Feng and Oppo's eyes brightened. That sounds delightful. I love fried fish. Thank you, Xiaolon. With a grin reminiscent of the god of wealth in a New Year painting, Lai Feng followed Xiaolon to the creek to procure their catch. As for the young master and his lady, they were engrossed in their flirtations and did not require their attentions. By the time Zhou Jin caught up, Gu Xiling had already ventured into the freshly sprouted fields. He could not pursue her further, fearing he might trample upon the newly planted seedlings. At that moment, Old Lee from the village was also at the field and Oppo's edge, curious about what the master had planted. In their minds, the master hailed from a noble family in the capital, a person of great status. Surely, whatever they deemed good must be of exceptional quality. Their interest surpassed even that of Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin, as they frequently visited during the day and even sent someone to keep watch at night. Gu Xiling instructed her guard. The young master is adept at painting. Today marks the 9th day since these corns were sown. Please ask him to depict their growth. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Zhou Jin reluctantly set aside his playful intentions. There were more pressing concerns at hand. Today, he would let her off the hook. Yet, he cast a proud glance in her direction, his eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority. Zhou Jin not only captured the growth in his drawings, but also meticulously recorded the growth conditions and categorized the 5 different planting methods. Although Old Lee could not read, he was skilled in agriculture and could discern which method yielded the best crops based on the conditions of various experimental fields. Zhou Jin diligently noted all these observations. In truth, these tasks were guided by Gu Xiling, who aimed to ground Zhou Jin in practicality. There was no need for meaningless satirical poetry. A moment of satisfaction could cost him his position. Nevertheless, Zhou Jin had grown weary of poetry and had begun documenting the happenings of the fields instead. Regardless of how late or tiring the days became, he diligently recorded the amusing events that transpired. Gu Xiling found these entries genuinely delightful. For instance, he noted a rabbit that had collided with a tree and stunned itself, embodying the foolishness of the rabbit in the parable. He also observed an old man who fished all day without a single catch, only to break his fishing rod in frustration, vowing never to fish again. Yet, the next day, he returned with a new rod before dawn. Gu Xiling particularly cherished Zhou Jin's accounts of these rural antics. He even sketched scenes of children catching birds, including one where a child, caught off guard while squatting by the river, was pinched by a goose, his pants half up and wailing for his mother, a sight that left Gu Xiling in fits of laughter. Zhou Jin's artistic skills were evidently improving. As Gu Xiling leaned in to praise him, her words were as sweet as sugar. "Your talent is remarkable." Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow, basking in her flattery while feigning modesty. "It's not too bad." Once Zhou Jin completed his sketches, Gu Xiling carefully packed them away. As the sun climbed higher, the heat became palpable, and they decided to head home. They encountered Lifeng and Xiling, who were both beaming after purchasing half a bucket of fish and half a bucket of shrimp. Zhou Jin observed Lifeng's radiant smile, a twinge of envy stirring within him. Lifeng is about to embrace a beauty. What about me? My prospects seem distant. Zhou Jin's mood darkened, yet it brightened again at the prospect of enjoying the crispy fried fish and shrimp for lunch. Gu Xiling, resembling a little hamster with her cheeks puffed full, indulged in one piece after another of the fried delicacies. Paired with a fresh vegetable soup, the meal was simple yet delightful. In stark contrast to Gu Xiling's ordinary and amusing rural life, Gu Xirong's existence in the inner chambers was rife with chaos and intrigue. Within just 3 days, Madame Xie had summoned the doctor 5 times, claiming ailments that ranged from headaches to stomach pains and even blurred vision. At first, Xie Jin was concerned for his mother. After all, she was his biological mother, and he couldn't help but care. However, even the most filial of sons could see that his mother was feigning illness, and his expression darkened with anger. "Mother, each time you summon a doctor, whether or not you receive medicine, it costs at least 20 taels of silver. With my salary and our family's mere 100 acres of land, can we sustain such extravagance? You torment Gu Xirong, me, and the entire Xie family. If I find myself without prospects, will that satisfy you? If so, I might as well resign from my post, rather than endure your constant charade of illness." 20 taels? Madame Xie stared in disbelief, her words tumbling out in a rush. "It's not like we're calling for the imperial physician. How can the fees be so exorbitant?" "Jiner, don't let the Gu family deceive you." Disappointment flickered in Xie Jin's eyes, his ambitions stifled by the very woman who should have been his ally. With only 100 taels remaining in their accounts, Gu Xirong's dowry was of great importance. "If you wish for our family to avoid destitution and to have new clothes for the changing seasons, then please behave." After saying this, Xie Jin turned away, his expression clouded. Indeed, the accounts were running low. Gu Xirong had liquidated all her assets to raise 5,000 taels and borrowed another 5,000 from the moneylender. She had already sent someone to procure medicinal herbs commonly used for treating wind heat and wind cold ailments, as well as diarrhea. Within 2 months, she anticipated a substantial profit. Compared to his wife, Madame Xie displayed a complete lack of understanding. Believing that Xie Jin was merely trying to intimidate her, Madame Xie summoned the family accountant. Upon learning that Xie Jin had sold off all of Gu Xirong's dowry and that only 100 taels remained, Madame Xie fainted from shock. Upon regaining consciousness, fury consumed her, and she reached for a cup to smash. But then she recalled that breaking the cup would mean no money to purchase a new one. So she refrained. Her pretense of illness had been unmasked. She desired to spend, yet found herself without funds. Moreover, she could not punish Gu Xirong by making her kneel. In that moment, Madame Xie was at a loss for how to create obstacles for Gu Xirong without incurring additional expenses. At that juncture, an elderly maid beside her offered a suggestion. "Madam, the reason the young mistress feels secure is that she has captured the affection of the young general. The young general is infatuated with her because she is the only one in his household." Upon hearing this, Madame Xie's eyes brightened. "Is there anyone in the mansion more beautiful than the Gu girl? If not, then we shall procure one." Though reluctant to part with her money, Madame Xie was willing to use her private funds to acquire a stunning woman, hoping to divert her son's affections from Gu Shirong and create further strife for her. The elderly maid, resourceful in her own right, managed to bring in a slender beauty from Yangzhou. Although the sum Madame Xie provided was insufficient, this young woman had been obtained from the family of a disgraced official facing scrutiny, making her presence ill-fated and her health questionable. The maid pocketed 30 taels from Madame Xie, ultimately spending only 10 taels to secure the girl's freedom and another 5 for her medical expenses, thereby profiting 15 taels. Half a month later, the maid introduced the young woman, named Xiao Dai, into the Xie household through the side gate. In accordance with Madame Xie's previous tactics, she would usually drug her son and send the girl to his bed. However, this time, she hesitated. Thus, the household now boasted a singing maid with a melodious voice and a graceful figure, which even drew Zhou Jin's attention as he paid his respects to his mother, unable to resist stealing a few glances. Chapter 37. Narrow-minded malice, harmful to others and oneself. Xie Jin was no exception to this. However, he understood the immense significance of Gu Shirong in his life. He could never afford to disappoint her or jeopardize his ambitions. Once he attained his goals and held power in his hands, he would have no shortage of beautiful women. Gu Shirong, upon learning of Lady Xie and Appo's actions, was infuriated, wishing she could rip apart that beguiling little vixen. No matter how skilled the woman was in serving men, could she possibly surpass the expertise of a courtesan trained from a young age? Yet Xie Jin remained indifferent, which only made Gu Shirong and Appo's heart swell with sweetness, further convincing her of his unwavering devotion. Unlike any other man, she had now outshone Gu Xiling, recalling her past life. Gu Xiling had barely been a month into her marriage to the Xie family when Lady Xie had taken a concubine for Xie Jin. Now, Lady Xie dared only to employ subtle tactics for Xie Jin and Appo's heart remained unmoved, rendering her efforts futile. Xie Jin, keeping in mind the highly esteemed foreign seeds that Gu Shirong revered, had now thoroughly investigated the matter. Shirong, can you guess who purchased the foreign seeds? He inquired, probing cautiously, concerned that Gu Shirong might still have feelings for Zhou Jin, thus intentionally being vague. Sensing Xie Jin's suspicions, Gu Shirong feigned confusion. Do I know them? Indeed, you do. Noticing her authenticity, Xie Jin felt a slight relief. Gu Shirong playfully approached Xie Jin, shaking his arm. Husband, just tell me, don't make me guess. I stay home all day. How could I possibly guess? Xie Jin, stirred by Gu Shirong's affectionate antics, replied with a hint of regret. It was Zhou Jin and your sister, Gu Xiling. Ah. Gu Shirong pretended to be startled, quickly donning a look of frustration. It's all my fault. Shirong, what do you mean by that? Xie Jin asked, puzzled. Gu Shirong mockingly slapped her own face in exasperation. Oh dear, it's all because I mentioned it in front of my sister before. She must have remembered. I understand the importance of a husband's honor. Naturally, my sister does as well. Upon entering the Chongning Marquisate, she would certainly scheme for its benefit and that of her husband. Upon hearing this, Xie Jin was enlightened, feeling at ease knowing it was not Gu Shirong who had conspired with Zhou Jin. Now that it has come to this, don't be disheartened, he comforted her. If this opportunity has slipped away, there will be others. Gu Shirong, unwilling to accept her sister's opportunism, yearned to thwart Gu Xiling, wishing to demonstrate that Zhou Jin was nothing more than a piece of worthless clay, unworthy of support. She did not want her sister to scheme for Zhou Jin either, as the reputation of high-yield crops should not fall upon the Chongning Marquisate. Gu Shirong instructed her confidant, Manager Su, to discreetly sabotage the foreign high-yield crops at the Chongning Marquisate's estate. Before long, a stranger appeared at the estate, peddling goods. This vendor, passing through the fields, headed straight toward the crops intended for destruction. That night, armed with a sickle, he prepared to cut down the crops that had already grown to knee height. However, before he could reach the fields, he was discovered by dogs. In a panic, he lost his shoes, stumbling over rocks in the darkness. Old Man Li and his men captured the sneaky individual, binding him tightly with ropes, awaiting dawn to deliver him to their master. After breakfast, Gu Xiling was preparing to accompany the old lady to the fields when she received a report from Lai Fu. Old madam, young master, young mistress. Old man Li at the estate has caught someone attempting to destroy our barley crops in the dead of night. Hearing this, Gu Xiling's expression shifted, her voice resonating with authority. Bring him in. I want to see who dares to vandalize the property of the Chongning Marquisate. With the expertise of the Chongning Marquisate and experienced farmers like Old Man Li, this year's barley was sure to yield abundantly. 10 acres could produce 5,000 pounds. Such a harvest would undoubtedly astonish the court and captivate the emperor's attention. It would not only bring prestige to the Chongning Marquisate, but also enable the common folk to cultivate high-yield crops, sustaining more lives. It was utterly unacceptable for anyone to undermine such a noble endeavor. The old lady's expression darkened. There must be a reason behind this chaos. And she was determined to uncover the identity of the blind fool who dared to act recklessly before the Chongning Marquisate. Zhou was still uncertain about the crop's yield, but he had toiled tirelessly for 8 days, from dawn till dusk, to plant those 10 acres. How could he not be furious at the thought of his hard work being sabotaged? He instructed Lai Fu, first, take him outside and administer 10 lashes, then bring him back for questioning. Understood, young master. Lai Fu complied, heading straight to the outer courtyard to order the guards to deliver the punishment. The old lady sat in the high seat, with Zhou and Gu Xiling flanking her. 2 guards dragged the beaten man into the hall and tossed him on the floor. Speak. Tell us everything. Spare this one's life. I only did it for money. It was Wang Matzi from East Street who gave me 20 taels of silver to cut down the strange crops planted by the Chongning Marquisate at the estate. Initially, the vendor had intended to argue, but after receiving 10 lashes, he was utterly cowed. Without waiting for further interrogation, he spilled everything. Zhou spoke in a deep voice. Lai Fu, go find Wang Matzi from East Street and inquire who is behind this. Understood. I will carry out your orders. Lai Fu replied, his expression grave, fully aware of the significance of that land. He hastened into the city, heading directly to East Street. Wang Matzi, a mere street thug, though he had connections, was no match for the guards of the Chongning Marquisate. Once captured, he received a thorough beating and promptly revealed the mastermind, Manager Zhou. Lai Fu then sought out Manager Zhou, placing a knife at his throat. To save his own skin, Manager Zhou had no choice but to confess. When Lai Fu learned that it was Gu Xiling behind the scheme, he was taken aback. Without a moment's delay, he fled the city. When Lai Fu revealed that it was Gu Xiling's doing, Zhou was left dumbfounded, unable to believe it. What could Gu Xiling possibly want? They were both married, had no debts to settle, and he had never spoken ill of her. Why would she seek to sabotage the crops he had painstakingly cultivated? The old lady also wore a puzzled expression, deeply confused. Finally, her gaze fell upon her grandson. Could it be that he had unknowingly offended Gu Xiling? Only Gu Xiling lowered her gaze, a hint of derision in her eyes. Gu Xiling was truly greedy, having achieved her desire to marry Xie. She now awaited her future as the exalted regent's wife. Regardless of the dreams Gu Xiling concocted, Gu Xiling had no interest in them and simply wished to live her own life. However, she could not tolerate Gu Xiling's narrow-minded malice. She could not stand to see Zhou change. She could not bear to see Gu Xiling scheming for Zhou. Gu Xiling wished to crush both her and Zhou, along with the Chongning Marquisate, beneath her heel, indulging in actions that harmed others without benefiting herself. Thus, Gu Xiling resolved to abandon her previous stance of non-interference. She understood, that while achieving success was challenging, it was all too easy to sabotage others. Let us see how she would deal with Gu Xiling and systematically dismantle her delusional fantasies. Chapter 38. Self-interest at the expense of others. The old lady pondered for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. You should handle it personally. There is no need to make a fuss. After all, we are still relatives. However, this cannot simply be overlooked. Lai Fu, take Steward Su and Wang Matzi to the Xie family and inquire about Xie Jin's intentions. Understood, madam, Lai Fu replied. The following morning, Lai Fu returned to the city. In front of Xie Jin, he returned Steward Su and Wang Matzi, stating, General Xie, Madame Xie's servant has destroyed the foreign crops that were being trialed by the Longning Marquisate. My master is perplexed about the Xie family's intentions. Xie Jin recognized Steward Su as a companion of Gu Shirong. This was not a directive from him, but rather it must have come from Gu Shirong. The critical point was that they had been caught red-handed. Xie Jin clasped his hands together and said, I'm unaware of the circumstances. There may be some misunderstanding. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall visit to explain. Lai Fu bowed respectfully and replied, I appreciate your efforts, General Xie. As Lai Fu left, Xie Jin ordered for Wang Matzi to be detained and brought in Steward Su. With a grim expression, he made his way to Gu Shirong's courtyard. Steward Su, dejected, was aware that he could not escape this predicament. Gu Shirong, engaged in playful banter with her maidservants, hurried to greet Xie Jin upon his return. Darling, you're back. However, when her gaze fell upon the disheveled Steward Su behind Xie Jin, she momentarily froze. Steward Su, why do you look so distressed? Steward Su shrank back, not daring to meet her eyes. Xie Jin furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, Did you instruct Steward Su to send someone to sabotage the crop's trial by the Longning Marquisate? From Steward Su's woeful demeanor, Gu Shirong surmised that their scheme had been exposed. He kept his head bowed, too fearful to look up, indicating his tacit admission. Gu Shirong wanted to defend herself, but her words faltered. Ah, my dear husband, you are unaware that my sister Xiling has always harbored jealousy towards me. Even in our household, she viewed me as a thorn in her side due to my elevated status from a young age. I have always regarded her as a sister, hoping for harmony between us, but it seems that was merely my wishful thinking. The high-yield foreign seeds, which rightfully belong to me, have been seized by my sister, and I cannot bear it. Xie Jin, too, felt a sense of injustice. Yet, given the circumstances, there was little that could be done. Now, their plans had been thwarted and they had been caught. It was indeed quite embarrassing. However, there was one silver lining. He could now ascertain that Gu Shirong held no romantic feelings for Zhou Jin. If she did, she would not have jeopardized the foreign seeds that could bring great prestige to the Longning Marquisate. Shirong, you must refrain from impulsive actions in the future. Now that we have been caught in the act by the Longning Marquisate, how shall we respond? We are still in a vulnerable position and cannot afford to make enemies. Gu Shirong observed Xie Jin's displeased expression and noted that he had not expressed outright anger toward her, unlike when he had slapped her for gifting Chengji. She felt a sense of pride in the respect he accorded her. She envisioned a future where she could foresee significant events, leading Xie Jin to increasingly depend on her. Yes, my husband, it is my fault for being too impetuous. I shall exercise greater caution henceforth. Gu Shirong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, presenting a timid and delicate demeanor. Such a portrayal stirred Xie Jin's protective instincts, making him feel invincible. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Jin acknowledged her recognition of her fault. When we have a holiday, I will accompany you to the Longning Marquisate to apologize. You may have to endure some humiliation, but we must adjust our reasoning. We cannot mention that your sister preempted you. Instead, we will say that these matters could cause trouble for the Longning Marquisate, which led to this unfortunate decision. Gu Shirong was reluctant upon hearing Xie Jin's suggestion to apologize, yet she found warmth in the rationale he provided. I will heed your advice, she acquiesced, secretly wanting to flaunt her newfound status in front of Gu Xiling. The thought of Gu Xiling feeling regretful, envious, and resentful filled her with yearning. Xie Jin felt relieved that Gu Shirong remained as compliant as ever. He feared she might become arrogant and reckless due to his affection. Both sought to elevate their status, Gu Shirong aiming for her husband's success, while Xie Jin contemplated the destiny Gu Shirong dreamed of. Their ambitions intertwined, amplifying their desires. Meanwhile, Gu Xiling was pondering how to sabotage Gu Shirong, but had yet to devise an effective plan, until Steward Lu arrived at the estate to report various recent developments, finally providing Gu Xiling with an opportunity. Steward Lu mentioned that the Xie family had recently dispatched individuals to other cities to procure large quantities of medicinal herbs for treating colds and diarrhea. Gu Xiling's eyes lit up with realization. She surmised the Xie family's intentions. Gu Shirong must have informed Xie Jin about the excessive rainfall this summer. predicting a surge in medicinal herb prices in the capital and its vicinity. It was undeniable that Gu Shirong and Xiejin were attempting to capitalize on such a situation, desperate for profit. Although this year had seen significant rainfall, it was not sufficient to cause major floods. The strong winds were merely tornadoes, affecting a few villages rather than widespread devastation. The localized flooding was due to blocked waterways. With the hot weather attracting mosquitoes, many were afflicted with vomiting, diarrhea, and high fevers. Gu Xiling was unwilling to engage in any act that would harm others for her own gain. Yet, this particular situation held the potential for self-benefit, especially if it meant thwarting Gu Shirong's monetary gains. Thus, she was more than willing to proceed. Gu Xiling instructed someone to return to the Jingyang Duke's residence to borrow several books that documented the waterways in the capital. Although the Duke was ineffective in his official duties, he enjoyed befriending scholars and recording the customs and geography of the kingdom. The documentation included yearly records of the depths of the capital's rivers and the heights of riverbeds. Apart from accompanying the old lady for walks and meals, Gu Xiling sequestered herself in her chambers, engrossed in her studies. In these days, Zhou had been visiting the fields alone to monitor the growth of the foreign wheat. The absence of that charming figure and the genuine praise she offered left Zhou feeling somewhat bereft of enjoyment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou finally inquired, "Lai Fu, what has the young master's wife been busy with lately?" Lai Fu lowered his gaze, suppressing a chuckle. The young master cannot help but inquire. 3 days ago, the young master's wife sent the nurse to the Jingyang Duke's residence to borrow a few books. After acquiring them, she has been diligently studying. "Oh, do you know what kind of books?" Zhou eyes brightened, secretly pleased. He was inherently studious, and the thought that Gu Shirong was reading for his sake brought him joy. Lai Fu responded, "Books pertaining to waterways. Do you know why the young master's wife wishes to read these?" Zhou asked, perplexed. Was Gu Shirong's eagerness to learn not aimed at enriching her knowledge to discuss poetry and the arts with him? Lai Fu shook his head. "I'm afraid I do not know, young master." Zhou's curiosity intensified, and he shot a glance at Lai Fu. "Find out for me." Upon hearing this, Lai Fu beamed with delight. "Yes, young master. I shall inquire immediately." He relished the prospect of approaching Miss Xiaolin openly. Zhou watched as Lai Fu joyfully dashed back to the estate, feeling a tinge of envy. Yet, he was even more intrigued by whether Gu Shirong's curiosity stemmed from genuine interest or a deeper motive. Chapter 39. You must have died before you upon finding Xiaolin. Lai Fu handed her the item, inquiring, "Xiaolin, is it beautiful?" Xiaolin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly nodded and accepted it, replying, "It is lovely. Thank you, Lai Fu Ge. I made mung bean cake in the kitchen today, and there's red date paste inside. Since you like it, please indulge." "Wonderful." Lai Fu chuckled. Yet he did not forget the matter at hand. "Madam, what have you been occupied with lately?" Lowering her voice, Xiaolin softly asked, "Does the young master wish to know?" Lai Fu smiled and nodded, affirming that the young master was particularly curious about the activities of the young master's wife. Xiaolin continued, "The young master's wife has been reading books concerning the river channels. As a mere maid, I can barely recognize a few characters, so I cannot comprehend them fully. However, I overheard her reading while taking notes and murmuring to herself about the accumulation of silt in the riverbed, leading to rising water levels. If heavy rain occurs, it may result in backflow and flooding in the capital. My experience is limited, so I cannot ascertain the accuracy of her statements." Hearing this, Lai Fu felt a surge of respect, deeply moved by the young master's wife's genuine concern for the young master. Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Of course, these records about the river channels are far less engaging than novels. Now, the young master's wife has even ceased reading her beloved storybooks, dedicating her days to writing and drawing, likely in preparation for the young master. Lai Fu wholeheartedly agreed and promptly reported to Zhou. Upon hearing Lai Fu's words, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, for it had been quite some time since the capital had experienced flooding. Lai Fu, however, remained unconvinced, expressing that precisely because it had been so long, the riverbed must have risen over time. Zhou looked at Lai Fu with admiration, realizing the latter's keen insight. Lai Fu chuckled, flattering Zhou, all thanks to the young master's guidance. The young master's wife has forsaken her favorite novels to engage with these tedious texts about river channels, all for the young master's sake. Young master, you must not remain indifferent. Perhaps we should visit the young master's wife now. Two minds may yield better solutions. Zhou's eyes gleamed with delight. I had the very same thought. With that, he swiftly made his way to Xiling's courtyard, leaving Lai Fu trailing behind. Inside, Xiling's desk was cluttered with newly drawn diagrams and calculated depths, her brow furrowed in concentration. Upon Zhou's entrance, he observed her pursed lips and serious demeanor as she diligently wrote. Without looking up, Xiling pointed to a nearby list, stating, "Young master, the situation is dire. I have just calculated that if this year's rainfall mirrors that of last year, backflow and flooding in the capital are inevitable." Zhou's gaze fell on the historical water levels and riverbed depths, causing his smile to vanish. "I must recalculate," he said gravely, knowing the significance of the matter at hand. Zhou worked tirelessly, neglecting his meal, which Lai Fu had delivered. The old matriarch, aware that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law were preoccupied with serious matters, took a maid with her for a stroll, opting not to disturb the young couple. As night descended, Zhou completed his calculations, his expression more somber than before. Why had the river officials not reported this? Xiling looked up, raising an eyebrow and smirking slightly. The court allocates funds each year for dredging, but how much is actually utilized? Report? Where does the money for repairing the river channels go? As long as nothing occurs, all remains well. When disaster strikes, perhaps they will no longer be held accountable. As for who bears the brunt of misfortune, that is left to fate. Some may have anticipated the flooding, perhaps aided by connections or warnings, profiting while seeking other employment. The current officials in charge of the river channels likely lack influence, destined to take the fall once calamity ensues. Zhou, and Appos, as pupils dilated, drawing in a sharp breath. Zhou, hailing from humble background, was known for his integrity. Albeit somewhat rigid, yet he was indeed a good official. Xiling pondered for a moment before suggesting, "You should transcribe the historical data for him. With Zhou's intelligence, he will grasp your underlying intention." Zhou concurred, rising to fold the documents, determined to deliver them personally to Zhou. "Wait," Xiling called out, halting Zhou in his tracks. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Zhou queried, "Why do you stop me? You are still under house arrest. How can you recklessly return to the capital?" Xiling explained, "In this matter, your absence may prove beneficial. Should you intervene, with Li Guozhou's animosity towards you, your support will surely meet with opposition." This, Zhou was a loss for words, feeling somewhat disheartened. Did he have to live in such a cowardly manner forever? Xiling chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. How could it be forever? Li Guozhou is already past his prime, significantly older than you. Remain calm, and he is bound to perish before you. Ha! Zhou found Xiling's methods of consolation rather unique. But I understand your point. You simply wish to advise me not to rush, for there is ample time ahead. Xiling giggled. The young master is correct. That is indeed my intention. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou acknowledged the wisdom in Xiling's words. Very well. I shall discreetly arrange for the materials to be delivered to Zhou. This time, Zhou did not enlist Lai Fu and Appos as assistants. As Zhou and Appos, as personal attendant, Lai Fu typically handled all overt matters. Instead, he opted to send a shadow guard from the Longning Marquis as residence. Zhou, coming from humble beginnings, earned a modest salary and rented a small courtyard for his residence. Upon returning from the court, he settled into his study to read. Zhou approached the window and tossed a coin inside, extinguishing the oil lamp. "Master Zhou, do not light the lamp. I am a guard of the young master of Loning. The young master is in seclusion. But I bring urgent news regarding the historical water levels and riverbed heights of the capital's river channels, which you must take seriously, lest we face calamity this year." Zhou's heart sank upon hearing this. He had long sought relevant information, but faced constant obstruction. With summer approaching, if he did not submit a report soon, he risked losing his position, or worse, facing execution in the event of flooding. Even in the darkness, Zhou bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. I will remember your kindness." Zhou reiterated, "When you report, do not mention the young master. Otherwise, Li Guizhou will certainly oppose it." Zhou paused, realization dawning upon him. "Brother Zhou, your intentions are noble." "Master Zhou, I take my leave. I have placed the documents on your desk." With that, Zhou quietly departed, leaping onto the rooftop and vanishing into the night. Zhou lit a taper and found a pile of diagrams and papers on his desk, poring over them with growing alarm. As he read, he gasped repeatedly. He bowed again towards the direction of the Longning Marquis' residence, vowing to remember this life-saving favor. Chapter 40. Do you reside by the sea and interfere so widely? Zhou finally comprehended why his attempts to access previous river channel data were always thwarted. Someone was intent on making him the scapegoat. Zhou, who had committed no wrongdoing and was diligent in his duties, resolutely refused to comply. He devised simple tools to conduct tests at several locations, revealing alarming results that demanded immediate attention. Thus, Zhou submitted a memorial addressing the river channel issues in the capital and its surrounding areas to the Grand Court. Moreover, in a bid to save his own life, he took a bold stand. As he stood at the back of the Grand Assembly, just as the emperor was about to adjourn, he declared he had a matter to present. The emperor, Kong Ping, momentarily taken aback, noted that lower-ranking officials rarely took it upon themselves to present matters directly. Zhou's audacious disregard for protocol suggested the gravity of the situation. As the memorial was presented, the emperor and Appo's expression shifted from confusion to a swift accumulation of anger upon reading its contents. Zhou stepped forward to respond, the emperor commanded, his words relayed by the inner court attendants. Zhou, when hastily approached, relieved that at least he would not face immediate execution or demotion. After all, he had only been in office for 4 months, and the river issues were largely beyond his purview. Zhou, is your memorial accurate? The emperor and Appo's demeanor remained calm. Yet those familiar with his temperament recognized the undercurrent of his displeasure. Lacking the means to verify previous data, he was now certain that water levels were rising and riverbeds were increasingly elevated. Your Majesty, what I have reported is indeed true. I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. Based on my calculations, if this year's rainfall mirrors last year's, we will face a backflow disaster. The emperor chuckled darkly. Ah, how delightful. Even beneath the emperor and Appo's feet, there are those who engage in deception. What can be expected from other regions? His reaction signaled a comprehensive investigation was imminent. The Water Bureau, a specialized agency under the Ministry of Works responsible for managing and maintaining the nation's waterways and bridges, was now in turmoil. The officials present from the Water Bureau trembled with fear, knowing they would not be permitted to leave until the inquiry concluded. The emperor ordered the inspectorate to conduct a thorough investigation. Xiling, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, had just arranged for medicinal materials to be transported to the capital for storage, and now the focus had shifted to river repairs. Without backflow, the capital would not see a surge in illnesses, and the price of medicinal materials would remain high. After leaving the court, Xiling hurried home. Xiling, did you foresee a large-scale river dredging in your dreams? Xiling, typically cerebral, found himself increasingly reliant on Gu Shirong and Appo's visions. Gu Shirong was momentarily taken aback. In her past life, she had been merely a woman of the inner chambers. Moreover, at that time, she was accompanying Zhou to another locale for official duties. The flooding in the capital and the ensuing spike in medicinal prices were revelations she would only come to understand later. What exactly is happening? Gu Shirong inquired softly, furrowing her brow. Xiling recounted in detail the events from the Grand Assembly and Zhou's memorial. Gu Shirong's heart sank. Was dredging the river an annual necessity? Xiling nodded, affirming it was indeed a routine matter that had never reached the court and Appo's attention before. Hearing this, Gu Shirong sighed in relief. This year's incessant rains and tornadoes signified an unprecedented deluge. Do not worry too much, dear husband. Even if medicinal materials do not reach 10 times their previous prices, They will not fall below 5 times. Thus, we shall still profit handsomely. The Inspectorate and AMP, Oppo's investigation progressed rapidly, as it was conducted close to the capital. No one wished to shield those who had engaged in deception. With riverbeds rising, backflow and flooding were merely a matter of time. To shield wrongdoers now would only equate to sharing in their guilt when the truth emerged. The detailed findings from the investigation closely echoed Zhou 1 and Oppo's memorial, confirming the presence of significant hazards. Zhou 1 had narrowly escaped disaster and, through this tribulation, had garnered the Emperor and Oppo's favor. News of various events in the capital gradually reached the estate. After the dust had settled, the Longning Marquis, Zhou, learned of Zhou Jin and AMP, Oppo's involvement. Remarkable. Although the Emperor remained unaware of the Zhou family's role, it was the Zhou family that had ensured Zhou 1's safety and his retention of office. In recent days, Zhou 1, the young and vigorous official, had shown considerable respect toward Zhou. The Emperor admired Zhou 1's courage, insight, and pragmatic approach, signaling he would be favored in the future. On a day of rest, Xiling took Gu Shirong to the Longning Marquis and AMP, Oppo's estate. Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin were engaged in the fields when they were informed of the visitors and AMP, Oppo's arrival and exchanged glances. What do you think their excuse will be? Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow towards Gu Xiling. Gu Xiling smiled lightly, dismissing the notion. It's merely a ruse. Why bother guessing? Zhou Jin chuckled. Indeed, they are too narrow-minded. Even if I knew that supposedly high-yield seeds had been purchased by others, I would not engage in sabotage. If it is false, there is no need for envy. If it is true, many will benefit. Why partake in actions that harm others while yielding no personal gain? Gu Xiling smirked slightly. Yet some individuals are purely unable to tolerate others' success, perpetually seeking to undermine them. Zhou Jin fell silent, refraining from defending Gu Shirong. Although he did not fully believe Gu Xiling and AMP, Oppo's words, he was certain that Gu Shirong was not as she appeared. The initial feelings of regret had morphed into gratitude. As they prepared to return home, they spotted Xiling and Gu Shirong approaching hand in hand. Xiling. Gu Shirong's voice was sweet, her smile radiant. It has been some time since we last met. You have tanned quite a bit. Young master, you must take better care of Xiling. I refuse to accept otherwise. Despite wearing a veil daily, Gu Xiling had indeed tanned slightly. Her smile, however, was as artificial as a faded flower. Refuse? Refuse your whims. Do you reside by the sea, meddling so freely? Gu Xiling retorted, unwilling to indulge Gu Shirong's attempts to dictate her actions. Zhou Jin shuddered at Gu Xiling's insincere smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Gu Xiling's confrontational nature was at least genuine. In such situations, where words could lead to misunderstandings, Zhou Jin opted for silence. Xiling was momentarily taken aback, comprehending why Gu Shirong described Gu Xiling as sharp-tongued and unwilling to yield. Xiling, how can you not discern their insincerity? Gu Shirong chided, there have been many misunderstandings in the past. Today, my husband and I have come to apologize. It was not intentional. Upon learning that there were rumors of you planting toxic substances, we sought to prevent calamity. Gu Xiling was taken aback, her fortitude evident. It appeared they believed that any justification would suffice, indifferent to whether she and Zhou Jin would believe them. Her expression turned mocking, and her smile grew even more disingenuous. Ah, I thought you and your husband were discontent with Zhou Jin and AMP, Oppo's loyalty to the court and his service to the people. This ambitious couple, it seemed, had ulterior motives beyond merely offering an apology. Chapter 41. Playing the game, yet becoming too immersed. Dear sister, you jest. Gu Shirong lightly tapped Gu Xiling and Oppo's arm with her fan. It has been some time since we last met, and there are certain private matters I wish to discuss. My husband, you may converse with the heir while I catch up with my sister. With that, Gu Shirong unceremoniously took Gu Xiling by the hand, leading her away from Zhou Jin and Xiling. Gu Xiling observed Gu Shirong, who was clearly engrossed in her act. Gu Shirong felt a twinge of discomfort under Gu Xiling and Oppo's gaze and cautiously inquired, Sister, do you not have anything to say to me? Huh? Gu Xiling was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Of course, I understand your good intentions, dear sister. Is that all? Gu Shirong probed further. Do you not have any questions for me? Unable to restrain herself, Gu Xiling rolled her eyes, abandoning any semblance of aristocratic grace. No. Why expose the truth when both were aware? Gu Xiling was resolute in her refusal to acknowledge her rebirth. As long as she remained silent, any claims made by others would be mere slander. A secret is known only to one. Once shared, can it truly be called a secret? At this point, Gu Shirong could no longer contain herself. While she relished having secured Xie Jin's affections, she felt a lingering perplexity. Why did Gu Xiling not favor the future exalted Xie Jin, yet seemed content to live with a grumbling, poetically inclined Zhou Jin? Sister, are you truly content to marry Zhou Jin? Feigning surprise, Gu Xiling replied, Sister, your question is quite baffling. My husband is a talented and handsome scholar. Though I am a legitimate daughter of the Jingyang Duke and Amp, Oppo's, S residence, marrying into the Chongning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, S house is indeed an elevation for me. What is there to be discontented about? Seeing Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's, S calm demeanor, which did not suggest any pretense, Gu Shirong pressed on. Are you not curious why I forsook my engagement to the Chongning Marquis to marry Xie Jin? Do you not envy me? Gu Xiling nearly burst into laughter. It was rather amusing. One would have to be quite foolish to consider the Xie family a good match. As for envy, how absurd. Envy Gu Shirong for having a meddlesome mother-in-law? Envy her for being so financially constrained that she could not afford summer garments? Envy her for having an ambitious husband whose position could be precarious? Since Gu Shirong had opened herself to ridicule, Gu Xiling felt obliged to grant her wish. Sister, let us not dwell on this. Xie Jin and the Xie family are your concerns, not mine. Your wealth and glory do not incite my envy, nor will your downfall affect me. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirong not only failed to uncover Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's, S truth, but was also stoked to fury by her words. Gu Xiling, be silent. The Xie family will only rise in prominence, and Xie Jin will surely attain high office and noble titles. I know you regret your choices, otherwise you would not be scheming for Zhou Jin. It would be wise to keep your tongue in check, for should you fall from grace, you may yet come to me for assistance. With a gentle smile, Gu Xiling replied, Gu Shirong, you jest absurdly. Why would I regret? The husband you envision as exalted and affluent, my husband and family already possess these. While you fret over finances, I enjoy an abundance of wealth, exquisite delicacies, and luxurious silks. When you are brought to your knees by your mother-in-law, I am cherished by my grandmother, protected by my mother-in-law, revered by my father-in-law, and indulged by my husband. It is plain for anyone not a fool to see which life is preferable. Tell me, why should I feel regret? Why should I envy you? With each word from Gu Xiling, Gu Shirong's expression darkened further, her anger palpable. Why did those who had tormented her in her past life now show such kindness to Gu Xiling? Was it merely because Gu Xiling was the true daughter of the Jingyang Duke? Consumed by anger with no outlet, Gu Shirong lashed out. What is there to be proud of? Have you not yet consummated your marriage with Zhou Jin? If he truly cared for you, would he not have claimed you already? Gu Xiling narrowed her eyes, casting a cold glance at Gu Shirong. She was unperturbed by the fact that Gu Shirong had someone spying on her. After all, she too had dispatched people to keep tabs on Gu Shirong and Oppo's every move. Their respective companions were all from the Gu family and were well acquainted with one another. Rather than engaging in a futile competition with Gu Shirong, Gu Xiling chose to assert herself with a simple statement. She turned on her heel and strode purposefully toward Zhou Jin and Xie Jin. Watching Gu Xiling seemingly flee, Gu Shirong felt a sense of satisfaction. What sort of woman could not even manage her own husband? Before Gu Shirong could revel in her triumph for long, regret washed over her. Why provoke the loose-tongued Gu Xiling? Gu Xiling approached, her gaze passing over Zhou Jin and settling on Xie Jin. Sister, you mock me for not having consummated my marriage with Zhou Jin, alleging that he does not favor me. Yet I see you so pleased, as if you wish to take my place. Is it the Xie family that treats you poorly, or your brother-in-law that neglects you, causing you to regret marrying into the Xie family? Why are you so interested in the affairs of my bedroom? Xiling, Zhou Jin exclaimed. astonished at Gu Xiling's audacity. Gu Xiling shot him a glare, commanding silence. Zhou promptly complied, aware that if he did not, Gu Xiling could easily dismantle his sense of reality. Xie stood speechless, taken aback by Gu Xiling's boldness. While his expression darkened, he quickly regained his composure and awkwardly interjected, "Your sister is merely concerned for you. Her intentions are not malicious." Gu Xiling smiled, though it did not reach her eyes, realizing that Xie had come to rely on Gu Shirong for his schemes. Both were ambitious individuals. Within a decade, neither Xie nor Gu Shirong would remain in the world. Furious, Gu Shirong chased after Gu Xiling. "Do not be ungrateful. I mean well. Everything I do is for your benefit. It is truly excessive to accuse me of sowing discord between you and your husband. My husband, let us depart." Gu Shirong wished to prevent any misunderstandings from Xie. Simultaneously, Gu Xiling's reaction only reinforced Gu Shirong's belief that Gu Xiling was as impulsive and reckless as ever, not at all resembling someone who had been reborn. Contemplating this, Gu Shirong felt her singular rebirth was unique, with everything firmly within her grasp. At that moment, Zhou grasped the situation's essence. "Madame Xie, Mr. Xie, I appreciate your concerns, but please refrain from meddling in our affairs in the future." Xie, looking awkward, clasped his hands and muttered, "My apologies." As Gu Xiling observed their retreating figures, a cold smile graced her lips. Although the waterways had been cleared this year and oppose, as heavy rains would still bring forth many ailments, the herbs Gu Shirong had purchased might only break even. However, Gu Xiling was certain that peace with Gu Shirong was unattainable. Thus, she resolved to acquire a substantial quantity of herbs, ensuring Gu Shirong would suffer a total loss. Chapter 42. Has reading too much made one foolish? Lai Fu and Xiulan were rendered speechless. They had always seen the young master's wife smiling amiably, but today her words were sharp and incisive. Not only did she silence the young master, but she also drove the Xie couple away. Zhou observed Gu Xiling standing there, her slender back straight, chin slightly raised, resembling a solitary plum blossom standing apart from the world, proud and cold. Gu Xiling must be feeling quite distressed now, for she was flawless in every aspect, save for the fact that she had not consummated her marriage, which became a target for others to assail her. Zhou felt a pang of anxiety, mixed with trepidation and regret, for he had caused Gu Xiling to suffer indignities. After a moment, Zhou softly inquired, "Xiling, are you hungry?" Gu Xiling gently turned around, a warm smile gracing her features. "Indeed, I am quite hungry. Lai Fu, let's hurry back. We slaughtered a sheep this morning. It must be sliced by now. Let's enjoy some hot pot lamb." With that, Gu Xiling turned and walked towards the village. Her steps were light, her demeanor elegant and natural. Zhou stood momentarily stunned, watching her retreating figure. Just now, Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppo's smile had seemed akin to a mask worn by a stranger. Though smiling, she remained beautiful and gentle, yet it felt as if a chasm lay between them. "Lai Fu, do you think the mistress is angry?" Zhou asked quietly. Lai Fu craned his neck, summoning courage, his tone somewhat mournful. "ISN and Oppos. It obvious?" Madame Xie openly mocked the young master's wife at the village. "Can someone as proud as the Gu family not be angered? I can see that the young master does not lack affection for his wife. I dare to advise you to cherish what is before you." Zhou did not respond as he usually would. He pondered for a moment, anxiety gnawing at him, and asked Lai Fu, "Do you think Gu Xiling harbors feelings for me?" Lai Fu was taken aback, disregarding the master-servant hierarchy. "Young master, how can you be so heartless? Consider this. On the day of your wedding, you merely lifted the veil from the young master's wife. You then proclaimed you would never come to love her and walked away. Yet, she has gone to great lengths for you, rescuing you from the palace gates when you were in trouble, delivering urgent supplies to the 4 exiled officials, and even toiling under the sun to help you understand the hardships of the people. The young master's wife never speaks of love, yet all her actions are for you. In truth, her very compatibility with your family ensures she will never want for anything. Yet she persists in her efforts without uttering a word. Are you truly so unfeeling as to not perceive her devotion? I, who am fond of Xiulan, still know to gather wildflowers and buy her sweets. What have you done for your wife? Lai Fu had a wealth of thoughts pent up inside him, eager to express them. He recognized Zhou Jin as a good person and wished for him not to miss the chance to cherish someone worthy of admiration. Lai Fu was astute, skilled in observation and reflection. Previously, he believed noble women were all like Gu Xiron, adept at winning the affections of men. However, upon meeting Gu Xiling, he realized that there exists in this world such a wise, independent, and intriguing individual. Zhou Jin's complexion grew paler with each word Lai Fu uttered, and his heart ached as if Gu Xiling and Appo's delicate hand were gripping it tightly. Lai Fu, I fear I have erred. The once proud Zhou Jin now felt a sense of humility. Scenes of his life with Gu Xiling after their marriage flashed through his mind. Her bright eyes, at times lively, at times mischievous, at times filled with indignation, and at times joyous. Lai Fu tugged at Zhou Jin's arm. Young master, you are a scholar, and know better than I how to correct one's mistakes. It is a virtue to amend wrongs. Let us pursue the young master's wife. Zhou Jin, pulled along by Lai Fu, stumbled forward. What should I say? What must I do? Lai Fu, exasperated yet amused, chastised, young master. You are renowned throughout the capital as a charming gentleman, captivating countless noble women. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman's attention. It is written in the sacred texts. Since you admire your wife, you must act swiftly. Having served Zhou Jin since childhood, Lai Fu had read all the texts Zhou Jin had studied, even memorizing them. While he could not articulate his thoughts as eloquently, he could effortlessly reference idioms and anecdotes. Zhou Jin was deeply concerned about Gu Xiling's opinion, which weighed heavily on him, leaving him in a state of indecision and anxiety. Seeing Zhou Jin frozen, Lai Fu stamped his foot in frustration. Young master, you are being foolish. Allow me to demonstrate how to proceed. Lai Fu, frustrated yet determined, joyfully pursued Gu Xiling and Xiulan. Madam, how can one enjoy lamb without garlic? I know of a place where the wild garlic is exceptionally fragrant. Upon hearing Lai Fu and Appo's voice, Gu Xiling turned and smiled brightly. Where? Where? I want to dig it up myself. Zhou Jin stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Is it truly that simple? The guards tasked with protecting Zhou Jin were at a loss, unable to comprehend how their master could be so daft. After all, he was the emperor and Appo's chosen flower of the capital. How could he not know how to win a woman and Appo's affections? No wonder the young master's wife often rebuked him. Zhou Jin's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Despite his lack of understanding, he quickened his pace. Observing their master's bewilderment, the guards decided to assist him. As they passed a lotus pond, one guard deftly unsheathed his sword, and in a flash, he produced 3 lotus leaves. Young master here. Zhou Jin was taken aback, perplexed. What do I need lotus leaves for? I am not unwell. Even a usually taciturn guard could not hold back. Young master, the summer sun is fierce. A large lotus leaf can provide shade. Zhou Jin scratched his head, but Gu Xiling is wearing a veil. The sun cannot reach her. Wood and Appo's tea bringing the leaves be unnecessary? The guard finally lost his patience, rolling his eyes. Whether or not it provides shade is irrelevant. What matters is that you care for your wife and think of her. Has reading too much made you foolish? Zhou Jin paused, his heart conflicted, and the guard's words struck him deeply. What Gu Xiling truly valued was his thoughtfulness and concern for her. He accepted the large green lotus leaf from the guard and hurried after Gu Xiling. By the time Zhou Jin caught up, Gu Xiling was already digging for wild garlic alongside Lai Fu and Xiulan. The outer garlic shoots had matured, but the buried bulbs were fresh and tender. As Gu Xiling saw the garlic peeking out from the soil, she reached down to pull it. But her grip was too forceful, and she ended up falling on her backside. Xiling, Zhou Jin's heart lurched at the sight of her fall. He hastily discarded the lotus leaves and extended his strong, gentle hand to help her up. Chapter 43. Marvelous. Marvelous. Thank you, young master. Gu Xiling expressed her gratitude with a sweet smile. Zhou Jin, upon witnessing her smile, felt a secret sigh of relief, yet was simultaneously gripped by a sense of loss. Shouldn't Gu Xiling be angry with him? After all, he had once shared a moment with Gu Xiron. However, Gu Xiling not only refrained from expressing anger, but also treated him with such courtesy. Did this mean she was indifferent to him? Zhou Jin's emotions were a tumultuous blend of contradiction. At this moment, Gu Xiling was oblivious to Zhou Jin's complex feelings. She had no interest in deciphering a man as hard, nor would she indulge in his laughable arrogance. At this point, the 2 garlic bulbs in her hand were of more value than him, as they would enhance the flavor of her mutton hot pot at noon. She embraced a carefree outlook, focusing on delightful meals and restful sleep. Xiaolong exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Laifu, you're truly amazing. You've unearthed garlic bulbs as large as fists." Laifu, with his round and plump face, replied proudly, "Of course. I'm your brother Laifu. Lady, is this enough for you? If not, I can dig up more." Gu Xiling glanced into Xiaolang's basket, which was nearly half full, and cheerfully replied, "This is sufficient for now. We can dig more next time. Remember, dig up the large ones and leave the small ones so they can grow more next year." Xiaolong, carrying the basket, was assisted by Laifu, who said, "Let me carry it. We wouldn't want you to tire yourself out. Why aren't you wearing a sunshade? Your face is getting sunburned." Laifu hurriedly snatched a lotus leaf from the guards and placed it atop Xiaolang's head. Lotus leaves can provide shade and have a pleasant fragrance. When the lotus pods bloom, I will pick them for you to taste. Xiaolong beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with shyness and delight. "Thank you, brother Laifu." With the lotus leaf shielding her from the blazing sun, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Just moments ago, Gu Xiling had stumbled while pulling garlic, causing her sunshade to fall off. Zhou Jin, mimicking her, swiftly placed the lotus leaf on Gu Xiling's head. The warmth of the sun was replaced by the coolness of the leaf. Gu Xiling was momentarily stunned, then smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Thank you, young master." She adjusted the edge of the lotus leaf while cheerfully swinging a garlic bulb, her steps light as she strolled down the country path. She hummed a folk song from her childhood. "The scenery beneath the green umbrella is delightful. Let the wind and rain sway with ease, flowers bloom with grace, and the water lilies dance and charm." The melodious tune soothed Zhou Jin's anxious heart, revealing that treating her well was not a daunting task. It merely required sincerity. Laifu walked behind, giving Zhou Jin a thumbs up and quietly whispering, "Young master, marvelous, marvelous." Zhou Jin smiled lightly, his lips curving slightly. "I shall reward both you and Zhou Air handsomely today." With that, he chuckled, his steps quickening, sleeves fluttering gracefully. In the kitchen, a sheep had been slaughtered, and the tenderest cuts of meat were sliced thinly and arranged neatly on a platter. The lunch was ready. The dining table was set with a copper pot, bubbling with charcoal heat, and steam wafted invitingly. 4 plates of lamb were placed on the table alongside dishes of soy sauce, garlic oil, sesame oil, and bayberry oil. The matriarch arrived in the dining hall, supported by servants. As she entered, the overwhelming and enticing aroma enveloped her senses. "Is this what we are having for lunch?" she inquired with a slight frown. Gu Xiling nodded, explaining that the physician had advised her grandmother to consume meat, particularly the warming lamb. "Indeed, this sheep is exceptionally flavorful, with minimal gamey taste. Paired with these dipping sauces, it will surely leave a lasting impression on you," Gu Xiling assured her. The matriarch swallowed hard, internally grappling with her beliefs. "I practice Buddhism and do not consume meat. You young folks enjoy it. Go ahead, but prepare some vegetarian dishes for me." Gu Xiling stood, supporting her grandmother's arm. "Grandmother, is it a matter of your Buddhist beliefs, or simply that you do not wish to eat meat?" The matriarch hesitated, wishing to claim she did not want it, but the irresistible aroma drew her in, causing her to swallow repeatedly as her stomach grumbled. "Naturally, it is due to my Buddhist beliefs." Hearing this, Gu Xiling smiled knowingly. Even the disciples of Buddhism have said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, yet the Buddha remains in the heart. A heart filled with faith sees the divine in all things. Does partaking in meat diminish your belief in Buddha? The matriarch paused, contemplating. The Buddha is merciful. As long as one wholeheartedly believes, all is forgiven. Gu Xiling nodded fervently. Indeed, the Buddha is compassionate and views all beings as equal. Whether it be flowers, plants, or meat, all hold equal value. If we can consume grains, why not partake in meat? Would it not be unfair to the vegetables if we were limited to grains and greens? Just as the Buddha is merciful, the Dharma knows no bounds and treats all equally, distributing blessings to all. Zhou listened intently to Gu Xiling's animated arguments, finding her reasoning surprisingly compelling. The matriarch was momentarily at a loss, captivated by Gu Xiling's eloquence. "Then shall I indulge?" she asked, swallowing again in anticipation. Gu Xiling took the freshly cooked lamb with her serving chopsticks and placed it on her grandmother's plate. "Grandmother, eat quickly. If it cools down, it will lose its flavor. We must remember to do good deeds and help others. This can also lead to great merit, and it is not solely about this morsel of meat." Zhou chuckled, adding, "Grandmother, Xiling speaks wisely. I shall partake as well. Later, I will arrange for clothing and food to be sent to the charity hall, helping more people and doing more good." With both her grandson and granddaughter-in-law voicing their agreement, the matriarch felt her resolve waver. She picked up a piece of freshly cooked lamb, dipped it in water, squinted her eyes, and savored each bite, muttering, "What a sin, what a sin," while secretly thinking, "Delicious, delicious." Gu Xiling dipped her freshly cooked lamb into the garlic oil dish and took a bite. A taste of heaven. Zhou also enjoyed the lamb, but opted for the sesame oil or soy sauce, deliberately avoiding the garlic oil. Having been taught restraint from a young age, he abstained from strong flavors, particularly garlic. Observing Gu Xiling relish her meal, he felt a sudden urge to try it himself. Gu Xiling, ever the connoisseur of food, decided to deal with Zhou later. Noticing his hesitation, she used her serving chopsticks to place a piece of freshly cooked meat, dipped in garlic oil, onto Zhou plate. "Young master, there's a saying among the folk, eating lamb without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. Lamb paired with garlic surpasses even the deities." Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Xiling's playful rhyme. "Well then, I must try it and see if it truly rivals the gods." Chapter 44. A disguised visit and an encounter with an extraordinary individual every year. The Ministry of Revenue allocates a substantial sum of silver. One cannot help but wonder where it all disappears, though the results may be negligible. Emperor Kongping wishes to make it known to the officials below that the court is aware of their indulgences. They cannot solely focus on avarice without fulfilling their duties. Even if the truth remains elusive, it is of little consequence. When misfortune strikes, whose head will be severed? Is it the corrupt official's neck that is resilient, or the court's blade that is unyielding? Emperor Kongping, feeling somewhat weary, gently closed his eyes. Zheng, despite his youth, displayed remarkable decisiveness, indicating that the court should not be dominated by aged ministers. Though the elderly may possess great capability, they often lack the spirit of innovation. Thus, the emperor's thoughts drifted from Zheng to the young officials who had reported on the national uncle, for had already been dispatched. While Wang Shi and Zhou remained in the capital, he pondered their current circumstances. What of Huang Bing, Zhou and Wang Shi now? Emperor Kongping inquired, his voice calm as he continued to rest his eyes. Eunuch Huang, aware of His Majesty's recent dissatisfaction with the powerful elder ministers, respectfully responded, "Your Majesty, Lord Wang has been in seclusion, reflecting upon his actions, and has not ventured out. Lord Zhou, on the other hand, is attending to his grandmother, accompanying his newlywed wife to the estate of the old lady of Changning for recuperation." In truth, Lord Zhou, under the guise of rest, was attempting to cultivate seeds purchased from foreign merchants in the Western market. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kongping was momentarily taken aback. What was so remarkable about these seeds that a talented scholar would take to the fields? Eunuch Huang, cognizant of the emperor's fondness for young officials with ambitions, seized the opportunity to share what he believed would be to His Majesty's liking. According to the foreign merchants, these seeds were brought from a distant homeland, boasting a high yield and drought resistance. However, since arriving in the Kingdom of Kong, they had not consumed such produce, suggesting it may not compare favorably to rice or fine flour. Emperor Kongping stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly. Had Zhou truly taken to laboring in the fields? Huang Bing confirmed. Indeed, it is said that the sowing took a full 8 days, covering an entire 10 acres. Lord Zhou's new wife, Gu, has been by his side. Perhaps their partnership will yield a delightful story in the future. To this day, the couple not only accompanied the old lady on walks to strengthen her health, but also visited the fields daily to observe and record the growth. They sought guidance from seasoned farmers and diligently documented their insights. Emperor Kongping rose from his dragon throne, pacing thoughtfully. Huang Bing, prepare the necessary arrangements. I shall leave the palace for a discreet visit. Huang Bing, bowing respectfully, understood the emperor's desire to venture out. Yes, your majesty. Before long, a carriage appeared outside the palace, traversing the cobblestone road towards the western city gate. The estate of the Marquis of Chongning was not far, a mere 10 miles away. Although only a coachman and 2 mounted guards accompanied him, many pedestrians carrying burdens, mostly disguised members of the Xiling Guard, populated the route. Such an outing for the emperor was hardly a simple affair. Hundreds of individuals, both openly and covertly, ensured his protection. The carriage halted not far from the estate, and the emperor and his entourage proceeded on foot. They approached the field where Zhou was cultivating the foreign wheat seeds. Their curiosity piqued, eager to reach out and touch the crops. Hold on. Old Li, having just finished his meal, ambled over and spotted several distinguished individuals attempting to touch the fruits of the household's labor. You may observe, but do not disturb the crops. Huang Bing, seeing this, admonished. How dare you? Huang Bing, stand down, Emperor Kongping interjected. For this discreet visit, we must not create a spectacle. Although Old Li felt a twinge of fear. This was the estate of the Marquis of Chongning. Even the high-ranking officials within the capital had to show respect. Sir, you appear to be a scholar. Surely you recognize this as the estate of the Marquis of Chongning, where our heir and his wife personally cultivate these crops. Emperor Kongping smiled, clasping his hands in greeting. Good sir, as I pass through this area, I have never encountered such peculiar crops. My curiosity compelled me to stop and observe. Might you enlighten me on their extraordinary qualities? Seeing the scholar's amiable demeanor, Old Li's apprehension vanished. While he may not have excelled in academia, he was indeed a master in agriculture. With enthusiasm, he recounted, when our heir sowed the seeds, I was fortunate to be by his side. The seeds were golden and the size of 2 grains of wheat. At that time, our Lord did not even know their name. Hence, my lady wife dubbed them in amp, oppos, foreign wheat, and amp, oppos, given their origin. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kongping chuckled. The name bestowed by the old woman was indeed fitting. Have you heard of the yield of this foreign wheat? Old Li replied. That merchant boasted extravagantly, claiming 500 pounds per acre. I have farmed for decades and have yet to witness such prolific crops. Though I remain skeptical, I too am curious about the actual yield. Emperor Kongping nodded in agreement. Not only do you wish to know, but I too share your intrigue. I have encountered the heir of the Marquis of Chongning. He is strikingly handsome and exceptionally talented. While I can believe he can pen poetry, I find it difficult to accept that he can farm. Old Li, a man of unwavering honesty, felt a surge of indignation at the implication. Not only does our heir farm, but his wife does as well. She believes that if the common folk have land to cultivate and grain to eat, then life is truly good. She also asserts that agriculture is fundamental to the welfare of the nation. There is nothing more vital than farming. Learning that agricultural wisdom was largely transmitted orally, without written texts. Old Li shared that his lady wife had suggested that the heir document his farming experiences. At this, Emperor Kongping paused, pondering. In a world brimming with texts, few agricultural treatises are renowned. Even when they exist, they are seldom disseminated, as most farmers are illiterate and rely on oral tradition. Your heir and his wife are indeed thoughtful. Should such a treatise come to fruition, the old gentleman may very well leave a mark on history. Old Li beamed, revealing his missing front teeth. My lord is benevolent. He has expressed such sentiments. Thus, I am more invested in the crops than anyone else. I visit the fields 8 times a day, and at night I can hardly sleep. As Emperor Kongping listened to Old Li's heartfelt laughter, he held an even more favorable impression of Zhou. In the entire capital, how many noble youths genuinely cared about agriculture? How many would personally toil in the fields? Most were merely idle, living off their ancestral legacies and even securing positions of power. Then allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Good sir, Emperor Kongping said, his smile warm and his tone increasingly polite. You just mentioned that your lady wife emphasized the importance of farming. Indeed, she speaks the truth. This Gu is quite remarkable. It is no wonder she joins Zhou Jin in his agricultural endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling strolled along the narrow path of the fields, noticing an unusual number of unfamiliar faces, prompting a sense of curiosity. Who are all these people? They wondered. Chapter 45. Burrowing into the heart. Indelibly imprinted, "Who are these people, my lord?" Gu Xiling asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying confusion. Zhou Jin, equally puzzled, tiptoed to get a better view. Oh no, there are many people at the millet field. Could they be sent by the Xief family again? Before Zhou Jin could finish her thought, Gu Xiling had already lifted her skirts and dashed forward with remarkable speed. If it were indeed the Xief family, she would confront them directly, perhaps delivering a couple of slaps to Gu Shiro. This. Zhou Jin shook her head in amusement, hastening after her. Xiling, slow down. Even if the Xief family is up to no good, you cannot confront them directly. What if you get hurt? Despite her long legs, Zhou Jin found herself unable to catch up. Gu Xiling, her toes barely touching the ground, her skirts fluttering, was about to demand an explanation when she noticed Old Manly grinning broadly, his smile revealing more teeth than eyes, which left her quite astonished. Old Masterly, what brings you such joy? Gu Xiling could only see the backs of the individuals present, not their faces. Old Manly chuckled and replied, "My lady, this gentleman is passing through and has never seen millet before. I was just sharing a few insights." The guards, on high alert due to Gu Xiling and Appo's as presence, remained vigilant. At that moment, Eunuch Huang turned around. Gu Xiling recognized the man immediately as Huang Bing, a close attendant of the emperor. However, she had never met him before and could not reveal her recognition. The emperor's presence indicated that he still held the talented Zhou Jin in high regard. Seizing the opportunity to speak well of Zhou Jin, Gu Xiling did not hesitate. While she might express her frustrations in private, in public, she staunchly defended Zhou Jin and the House of Loaning. Regardless of her independent spirit, she could not deny the reality that in this world, a husband's honor reflected upon his wife. Her husband was her pride, and she cherished that above all. Please observe, but do not touch. We must not harm the crops that have taken so long to grow. These were personally cultivated by my husband, who toils under the sun, his sweat nourishing the earth. It is a labor of love, and I ask for your respect toward my husband's efforts. Hearing her clear and unwavering support for Zhou Jin, the emperor felt a swell of emotion within. Zhou Jin had indeed married a virtuous wife. At that moment, Zhou Jin had caught up. As a former close minister to the emperor, he had met the emperor nearly every day. Even though the emperor had not yet turned, Zhou Jin recognized his silhouette. Zhou Jin immediately bowed, greeting, "Your Majesty, I did not know of your arrival. Please forgive my ignorance. My wife has never met your Majesty. If she has acted inappropriately, I beg for your Majesty's understanding." Gu Xiling, taken aback by this exchange, quickly performed a deep bow, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive us." The emperor finally turned at a leisurely pace, his voice soft, yet carrying the weight of authority that commanded respect. "No need for formalities. I hold no grudge against the uninformed. Zhou Jin, I'm quite surprised that you're able to focus on agriculture." Zhou Jin replied respectfully, "In truth, it is my wife who encourages me. She says I have grown accustomed to the splendor of the world, gazing at clouds above while neglecting the soil beneath my feet. Rather than composing melancholic poetry, I should learn from seasoned farmers about cultivation, taxation, and livelihood. Alas, the hardships of the people should not remain mere words in books." Zhou Jin's words sparked a glimmer of admiration in the emperor's eyes. He appreciated Zhou Jin's eloquence, but hesitated to assign him significant responsibilities due to uncertainties surrounding his capabilities. The emperor's subtle probing was intended for Zhou Jin to recognize this uncertainty. Yet surprisingly, Zhou Jin failed to grasp the deeper implications, while Gu Xiling astutely pinpointed Zhou Jin's shortcomings. Not only that, but Gu Xiling could also labor alongside Zhou Jin. At that moment, Gu Xiling's youthful beauty appeared even more radiant in the emperor's eyes, now imbued with wisdom and virtue. Observing the 16-year-old Gu Xiling, the emperor found her insights remarkably impressive. Looking at the couple before him, the emperor smiled. Zhou Jin, you have indeed married a wise wife. Zhou Jin smiled gently, his eyes filled with joy. Your Majesty speaks truly. I consider myself fortunate to have wed Xiling in this lifetime. The emperor glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late. Zhou Jin, since you have shown such interest in agricultural affairs, I shall assign you the task of compiling the agricultural texts of the Kang dynasty. Would that be agreeable? Zhou Jin humbly responded, I am most grateful for your Majesty's trust, yet I am aware of my limited understanding of agricultural matters. There are many experienced officials within the Ministry of Agriculture who would be far more suited for this task. This was his honest opinion. It was not that he was unwilling to undertake the work. He simply believed such duties should be managed through the proper channels. The emperor pondered for a moment before declaring, Then I shall transfer you to the Ministry of Agriculture tomorrow, specifically to oversee the compilation of the agricultural texts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin was delighted. He had intended to compile such texts and knew that the Ministry of Agriculture possessed the most comprehensive records. They held not only data on current crops and lands, but also historical information from previous dynasties. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall devote myself fully to the task of creating an agricultural text that will benefit all the people of our Kang dynasty. The emperor smiled. That sounds splendid. Your Majesty, we bid you farewell. Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling promptly bowed, respectfully seeing the emperor off. Once the emperor departed, Old Man Li finally stood up from the ground. Though his body trembled, his spirit was invigorated. My lord, my lady, was that truly the emperor, our Kang dynasty's ruler? Gu Xiling smiled. Indeed, Old Master Li. Our emperor is wise and compassionate towards his people. Fear not. Old Man Li thumped his thigh in excitement, revealing his gapped teeth. I never expected that at the age of 66, I would meet the emperor, who even sought my counsel on farming. I consider this a great honor for my family. Zhou Jin chuckled, acknowledging the truth in his words. The records would surely note, the emperor, in disguise, visited a farmer and inquired about agricultural practices. The farmer in question was Old Man Li. Gu Xiling nodded, her laughter ringing clear. Yes, you are now teaching the young lord about farming. And your wisdom will be included in the agricultural texts, ensuring your name endures through history. Please take care of your health, and may you live long enough to witness the completion of the text. Old Man Li beamed. Thank you, my lady, for your kind words. I shall do my utmost. As the sun set, Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling strolled along the narrow path between the fields. Zhou Jin watched Gu Xiling ahead of him, playfully swinging a piece of foxtail grass. Earlier, he had spoken of his wife and the emperor and Apos as presents, his tone brimming with pride and admiration. In that moment, he could recall not a single flaw of Gu Xiling. Only her virtues filled his thoughts. At that instant, Zhou Jin realized that Gu Xiling had burrowed deep into his heart, indelibly etched within. Observing the delicate and graceful silhouette of his wife, Zhou Jin quickened his pace. Snatching the foxtail grass from her hand, he took her hand in his, gazing ahead. Zhou Jin dared not look at Gu Xiling's reaction, crafting a clumsy excuse for himself. Xiling, I believe your hands are a bit cold. Chapter 46, Oh My Kiss. Gu Xiling was taken aback, gazing skeptically at the hand held by Zhou Jin. She wanted to pull her hand away, but found her excuse rather feeble. Nonetheless, it was evident that Zhou Jin had developed feelings for her. Otherwise, his proud demeanor would never have permitted him to take such a bold initiative. Or perhaps he simply lacked the audacity. Gu Xiling tilted her head, observing the handsome man before her, a playful smile gracing her lips. It must be said that Zhou Jin was already strikingly handsome, and with each glance, he grew even more so, filling her heart with joy. His beauty was a feast for the eyes, and at times, simply looking at Zhou Jin made Gu Xiling feel an appetite surge, compelling her to consume an extra bowl of rice. Ahem. Zhou Jin still dared not turn his head, but being a man, he was adept at playful banter. Was it that you were so captivated by your husband and Apos? As good looks? Gu Xiling giggled. No, I was just thinking how warm your hand is. It's all sweaty. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin cast a sideways glance at her, feigning annoyance. From now on, Gu Xiling, you are not permitted to speak. Why not? Gu Xiling feigned ignorance. Zhou Jin shot her a glare, she would inevitably ruin the enchanting atmosphere with her chatter. Furthermore, as the mosquitoes had multiplied, speaking too much could invite them to intrude upon her mouth. Such blatant nonsense. Xiling stifled a laugh. She had intended to say that the air adored her, just as she adored him. But since he found her talkative, she resolved to remain silent. At that moment, the proud and aloof Zhou suddenly halted, whirling around. Xiling, what did you just say? Xiling tilted her head back, tightly sealing her lips, pouting, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet she remained silent. Zhou, convinced he hadn't misheard, felt his ears flush with urgency, gripping Xiling's hand tighter. Xiling's eyes twinkled, her lips pursed in silence. With a triumphant expression, her luscious red lips, combined with her mischievous gaze, were a deliberate tease to Zhou. At this moment, Zhou found himself at a disadvantage. The usually superior Zhou, whose capabilities were unparalleled, acted faster than his thoughts, gently tugging Xiling closer. His height allowed him to lean down and steal a kiss from her inviting cherry lips. Xiling's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been kissed by Zhou in such a scenario. His natural height had turned the tables in his favor, with his long arm encircling her slender waist. Xiling found herself with no escape. Zhou clumsily kissed Xiling, his desire to learn coming into play as he continuously sought new sensations. But was Xiling one to concede defeat? She parted her red lips, turning the tables, instantly throwing Zhou into disarray as she guided him. In the background, Xiling witnessed the heir and his wife, and initially thought they were quarreling. However, upon seeing the heir clasping his wife's hand, Xiling's heart raced with excitement. When the kiss occurred, she was so astonished that she nearly shouted, only to be silenced by Lifu's hand over her mouth. Everyone retreated, refraining from disturbing the heir and his wife. It was only then that Xiling realized, retreating alongside Lifu. The guards also distanced themselves, their gazes directed elsewhere. As Zhou's personal guards, they had grown up alongside him. Most of them were orphans rescued from disaster zones by the Duke of Chongning. They had been raised in the Duke's household and were indebted to his kindness. In times of peril, they would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect Zhou. In many ways, they were akin to loyal warriors. They were aware of the happenings around the heir and recognized the efforts made by his wife. As subordinates, they wished for a harmonious relationship between the heir and his wife, hoping for a future heir to ensure the enduring prosperity of the Duke and Appo's household. Now that the heir and his wife were growing closer, it was imperative that they remain unobtrusive. After a while, Zhou sensed an unusual stirring within him and had to suppress himself, reluctantly parting from the lips he longed for. His face flushed slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative. Xiling opened her bright, beautiful eyes, her exquisite features appearing even more charming. Xiling, let's return home. Xiling nodded, a sweet smile illuminating her face. All right. The affection in their eyes was palpable. As they passed a pond where children were fishing, one child shouted joyfully upon catching a fish. However, he rejoiced too soon, as the fish slipped off the hook and swam away. Infuriated, the child jumped up and down on the shore, gnashing his teeth. Zhou chuckled at the sight. When we return, I shall sketch that little rascal. Xiling smiled softly, finding Zhou's pastoral drawings delightful. Zhou grinned. Today, I shall draw you as well. Xiling felt a blush creep to her cheeks. If you make me look ugly, I won't be pleased. Ha! Zhou nodded, then sweeten your words. And I shall portray you beautifully. Xiling raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. Later, I'll have a piece of candy at home. You can see if it's sweet enough. Zhou paused, then quickly grasped her meaning. How shameless. His face grew warm, yet his heart fluttered with yearning as he pinched Xiling's cheek. You're provoking me, delighting in my flustered state. Aren't you? Xiling's soft, plump face rested in his fingers, smooth and warm, a splendid sensation. Oh dear, how unreasonable. It was you who stole the kiss. And yet you dare to claim I've angered you. Xiling replied mischievously. I see your true talent lies not in poetry, but in turning the tables. Such hypocrisy is unacceptable. Unable to counter Xiling's wit, Zhou yearned to kiss her again, wishing to silence her teasing lips. Xiling evaded him, taking a few quick steps away, flustered and furious. Then come and catch me. If you can, I'll let you do as you wish. Xiling turned, casting a challenging glance back at Zhou. His eyes lit up, his heart racing. Let you do as I wish. Then I shall claim my bride. This was your own declaration. Should I catch you, do not play coy. Zhou hastened to pursue her, confident in his long strides that he would catch up with Xiling. She glanced back, her smile alluring. Xiling, always keep my promises. I only fear that you one day be able to catch me and will be left disappointed. With that, Xiling's toes barely brushed the ground, her form darting like a startled swan, her movements swift and graceful. Her skirt billowed behind her, creating a beautiful silhouette in the air. Zhou's laughter rang out, brimming with confidence. Yet, after sprinting 50 paces, he still failed to catch up. Xiling had already reached the courtyard of the Duke of Changning's matriarch, while Zhou remained at the entrance, gasping for breath against the pillar. Zhou found the situation amusing and exasperating. He truly could not keep pace with Xiling. At that moment, Lai Fu looked at Zhou with sympathy. My lord, you seem a bit unwell. Perhaps it's time for some practice. Zhou felt embarrassed. I have dabbled in the 6 arts. I can practice swordplay as well. Just then, Zhou approached. Lai Fu, do not torment the heir. It seems he shall never outrun the heiress' wife. Huh? Zhou was taken aback. Why is that? I'm not yet in my twilight years. Surely I can still improve. Chapter 47. What a beautiful thought. Denied at the door. Zhou explained in a low voice to Zhou, who was in disbelief, that the young lady had martial skills, and quite impressive ones at that. Zhou was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xiling could possess such abilities. Wasn't and Appos, she raised in a humble farming family? Zhou pondered for a moment, and concluded that the young lady must have had extraordinary experiences. Nonetheless, her martial prowess meant she was healthier than the average woman. Lai Fu spoke up to comfort Zhou, reminding him that his relationship with the young lady was one of love, not conflict. Even if she were more skilled than him, there was no need for concern. Zhou shot Lai Fu a glare, acknowledging the truth in his words, but requesting he refrain from such comments in the future. His pride, both fragile and haughty, had been wounded. Lai Fu chuckled awkwardly, trying to justify his intentions, suggesting that if Zhou desired to grow stronger, he might practice martial arts with Zhou. Although Zhou had once trained with a sword, he found the experience unpleasant, drenched in sweat and discomfort, rendering his skills little more than mere show. The practical application of his abilities was rather poor. Zhou turned to Zhou and asked, do you think it's too late for me to start training now? Zhou contemplated for a moment and believed it necessary to encourage the young master further. Just like education, martial training should be a lifelong endeavor. Without continual effort, one would regress. Since the young master was willing to learn, it was never too late. After some thought, Zhou nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall continue my training. Unbeknownst to him, his initial motivation stemmed from a desire not to fall short of Xiling. He had no inkling that one day his martial skills would flourish, leading him to enlist and command troops in battle. The Dowager Lady of the Longning Marquis observed Xiling and Appos' return with a kind smile. I just returned from a stroll. There is no need for you to accompany me further. You and Jean and Appos should take a walk together. Since learning that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had yet to consummate their marriage, she had been anxious. Without that, how could one speak of love? And without it, where would her little great-grandson or great-granddaughter come from? Upon arriving at the estate, the Dowager Lady noticed the growing affection between her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. As night fell, she mused, why should she keep them company? Shuden and Appos, the young couple be under the moonlight, sharing their hearts with one another? Xiling, understanding the Dowager Lady and Appos' sentiments, smiled and replied, just now, His Majesty discreetly inspected our fields, observing the crops we purchased from the foreign merchants. He learned of the young master's dedication to agriculture and concern for the common folk, thus appointing him to the Ministry of Agriculture to compile agricultural texts. Although this role was not as prestigious as being in the emperor's direct presence, it was far more practical and meaningful. The young master, being exceptionally intelligent and grounded, would surely produce excellent agricultural manuals to guide the people in their farming practices. In time, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting legacy in history. The Dowager Lady was taken aback by this news, joyfully grasping Gu Xiling and Appo's hand. Xiling, this is all thanks to you. In truth, it was Gu Xiling who had taken the initiative in the fields, laboring diligently. The Dowager Lady could visibly see the transformation in her grandson Zhou, now gaining recognition from the emperor through his agricultural endeavors. Gu Xiling humbly replied, "It is not solely my achievement. My grandmother and in-laws have supported me in everything. Without your permission, I would have countless ideas, yet none would be realized." The young master, possessing remarkable talents, was open to learning and could promptly recognize and rectify his shortcomings, becoming increasingly composed and constantly improving. At that moment, Zhou stood before his grandmother's room, his heart swelling with sweetness upon hearing Gu Xiling's praises. He entered, cupping his hands in respect. "Madam, Zhou pays his respects. You are indeed the model of a supportive wife." The Dowager Lady and Appo's eyes sparkled. It seemed the distance between her grandson and Gu Xiling had disappeared. This was wonderful news. Gu Xiling returned the gesture, saying, "You flatter me, young master. This is merely my duty." What had transpired to make her grandson regard Gu Xiling with such fondness? The Dowager Lady chuckled. "Enough. I shall not dine tonight. You two should not linger with an old woman like me. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare lotus leaf porridge for you. They will bring it to your room shortly." Zhou bowed to the Dowager Lady, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother. I must return to the capital tomorrow for my duties in the Ministry of Agriculture and cannot continue to serve you." The Dowager Lady waved her hand with a smile. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist perfectly. Since the court requires you, fulfill your duties and heed His Majesty and Appo's commands. I am quite well here at the estate with the servants, taking walks in the fields daily. I will keep an eye on the foreign wheat and ensure it is recorded carefully. Your absence will not greatly affect matters. Tomorrow, Xiling will accompany you back. Young people should soar together, uniting home and state. You two are well. Only then can you succeed in other endeavors. Now go on, I need my rest." Zhou and Appo's face flushed slightly, yet his heart burned with warmth. Gu Xiling lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with shyness. "Grandmother has rested. I take my leave," Zhou said, smiling as he departed with Gu Xiling, their closeness evident. Seeing their retreating figures, the Dowager Lady hastily inquired, "What has caused their sudden intimacy?" Yuan Mama, having caught the Dowager Lady's hint, remained behind to respond, replying to the Dowager Lady, "Just now the young master and young lady." Yuan Mama hesitated, unable to express it too explicitly, her fingers forming an X shape. The Dowager Lady burst into laughter. "Good, good. Distribute 2 months' worth of rewards to all the servants in the courtyard, and have the kitchen prepare celebratory pastries to share with the tenants." Yuan Mama, delighted, fulfilled the Dowager Lady and Appo's orders to attend to the young lady. Each time she witnessed the young lady vexing the young master, Yuan Mama felt a pang of anxiety. Yet now, seeing the young master enamored with the young lady, she could not help but marvel at the young lady and Appo's cleverness. If the young lady were merely a coquette, neither the Marquis's wife nor the Dowager Lady would tolerate her. However, the young lady was astute, respectful to her elders, and always considered the young master's welfare. Truly, she was a virtuous wife. Both the Dowager Lady and the Marquis's wife not only accepted the young lady's influence over the young master, but also looked forward to their blossoming romance and harmonious marriage. The servants were filled with joy, and the tenants received delightful pastries. During dinner, Zhou disregarded the customary silence at the table, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he softly recounted the significance of each dish to Gu Xiling. She listened intently. Even a simple lotus leaf porridge inspired Zhou to compose poetry. Cooking rice is not as fine as making porridge, best when shared with children in discussion. One measure can serve 2, enough for 6 days' worth of grain. When guests arrive, just add water and fire. No need to query about broth. Do not say blandness lacks flavor. Within simplicity lies profound taste. Excerpt from Ming Dynasty Poetchun, Zhou's Porridge Poem, as she pondered. Xiling realized this poem was indeed exquisite. It revealed that her husband's poetry was not merely trite, but contained the essence of life's truths in its simplicity. After dining, sharing poetry, and completing a painting of children fishing, Zhou lingered. Xiling felt a twinge of exhaustion. Stifling a yawn and gently covering her mouth with her delicate hand. "Young master, aren't you leaving? I'm tired." That evening, Zhou mustered his courage and moved closer to Xiling, yearning to embrace her, but she evaded him. "What a beautiful thought!" Xiling exclaimed, her brows furrowing in defiance as she firmly pushed Zhou away, sending him out the door. Zhou stood there, bewildered, filled with doubt. Were the tender moments of the day merely an illusion? "You and I share mutual affection. Why would you not allow me to stay?" Chapter 48. When something comes too easily, it is not cherished. Inside the room, Xiling was left in a state of shock. Outside, Lifu was equally astonished. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How had it all erupted into conflict? Xiling leaned against the door, her tone increasingly unstable as she spoke to the outside world. Addressing Zhou, "When I first arrived at the Chongning Marquis, it was in a grand 8-liter sedan chair. The entire estate was adorned with red silk. Firecrackers were set off, and the hall was filled with guests. My parents were present, and the bridal chamber was vibrant with joy, decorated with red candles of dragon and phoenix, symbolizing auspiciousness. I was filled with delight, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a colorful veil, eagerly awaiting my husband's arrival. Yet, when you lifted the veil, I did not see the joyful husband I had envisioned, but rather your shocked and furious face. Your words struck me like a sword piercing my heart, and as you turned away, leaving me in sorrow. While I can understand your actions at that moment, I cannot accept them. Fortunately, my mother-in-law and elders showed me great affection, allowing me to find my footing in the Chongning Marquis. Eventually, as we spent our days together, love blossomed, and now we share mutual affection. However, some matters cannot simply be brushed aside." Zhou, initially confused and somewhat irate, found the flames of his anger extinguished upon hearing Xiling's recounting. Instead, guilt enveloped him. He stood at the door, bowing respectfully to her within. "My dear, I was wrong." Inside, Xiling's eyes glistened, her gaze wavering as tears threatened to spill. She had hoped to become a woman of iron will, capable of remaining unyielding amidst adversity. Yet, as she embarked on this new chapter of her life, she realized she was human, not stone. She was capable of love and heartache. "My lord, please return. I am feeling somewhat weary." Zhou heart raced, filled with regret for the actions taken on that fateful wedding day. "Xiling, time cannot be reversed. The mistakes of the past cannot be amended. I feel profound guilt for the pain I have caused you. Though I could craft 1,000 words to soothe you, I believe actions speak louder than words. For the remainder of my life, I wish to treat you well." Xiling nodded slightly, her voice softening with emotion, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "I believe in you, my lord." Tomorrow, Zhou was to return to the city, and Lifu urged him to rest early. Lifu, flustered, glanced between the lord outside and the closed door. The wheel of karma spins inexorably. No one can escape its grasp. Just as the Marquisite's lady once suffered, now Zhou bore the weight of guilt and sorrow. Zhou spoke softly, "Xiling, you should also rest early." After bowing once more to Xiling, he turned to leave, with Lifu closely following. "My lord, are we truly leaving like this? A man's tenacity is not a flaw. It is a virtue. As the old saying goes, a thick-skinned man gets to eat meat. A thin-skinned man goes hungry. A man should not retreat at this moment. He must persist, no matter how stubbornly." Lifu's face reddened with urgency. Zhou, hearing Lifu's remarks, couldn't help but laugh despite his exasperation. "What nonsense! This is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. It resembles the behavior of a rogue." Lifu scratched his forehead, his chubby face scrunched with worry for Zhou. "A fierce woman fears a persistent man. If a man does not take the initiative, when will he embrace the beauty?" Zhou shook his head, chuckling as he pointed at Lifu. "Enough of this nonsense. Xiling is not like other women who may speak disingenuously. Lifu rolled his eyes at this, retorting, but I have heard that women often say and amp, oppos, no and amp, oppos, while truly desiring something. Zhou Jin shot Lifu a disapproving look, but patiently explained, I have hurt Xiling. Now that we have shared our innermost thoughts and feelings, I wish to treat her well, rather than pressure her into submission. I want my wife to love me, not fear me. I am her husband, not a tyrant. Lifu, impressed by Zhou Jin and Oppo's eloquence, appeared to be convinced for a moment. Very well. He nodded, bowing to Zhou Jin, wishing him success in his endeavors. Back in the study, Zhou Jin lay down on his small bed, his heart increasingly clear. He was certain that Gu Xiling harbored feelings for him. He gently caressed his lips, closing his eyes to reminisce about the exquisite sensation of kissing Gu Xiling. Good things are worth waiting for. He needed to be more patient. As a healthy young man, he drifted into dreams filled with enchanting visions of a life shared with Gu Xiling. Meanwhile, after Zhou Jin departed, Gu Xiling peered through the crack in the door, watching his retreating figure. Xilan, unable to contain herself, softly asked, My lady, have you truly forgiven the Lord and found joy in him? You seem reluctant to let him go, yet you dismissed him with a heart of stone. What is the reason behind this? Gu Xiling, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, replied, Because my heart is drawn to him. I cannot allow him to remain here easily. I want him to understand that causing me sadness will bring him double the sorrow. In the future, when he considers his actions, he will think of my feelings rather than act rashly, trampling my sincerity. Xilan paused, contemplating her words. After a while, she asked, Can I interpret this as the notion that what comes too easily is not cherished? Gu Xiling nodded, her eyes sparkling with approval. Indeed, that is a valid interpretation. Human nature tends toward complacency. The more we invest, the more we care, be it in wealth or affection. Xilan nodded, My lady, I understand. I shall support your approach. The debt owed to you by the Lord must be repaid in full. Nay, it should be doubled, even if the Chongning Marquisate is not festooned with red silk or firecrackers. The bridal chamber must be redecorated. The red candles must burn brightly, and all wedding rituals, lifting the veil, the hairpin ceremony, and the wine sharing, must be observed. Gu Xiling gazed at the clever Xilan, smiling slightly. How astute! As women, we should not covet what does not belong to us. However, we must strive for what is rightfully ours and refuse to yield. A single concession may lead to countless future compromises. A single grievance may lead to an endless cycle of suffering. Similarly, if a man can slight you once, he can do so repeatedly. If he can belittle you once, you will hear that belittlement countless times. Xilan appeared thoughtful. My lady, you speak wisely, and I shall remember your words. That evening, as Xilan lay on her couch, she pondered Gu Xiling's insights, contrasting the differing ways Miss Xiling and Miss Shirong treated their husbands. She found herself curious about the disparities that might emerge 3, 5, or even 10 years down the line. Chapter 49. For love, how much change? On the following morning, Zhou Jin tidied himself up, yet instead of heading directly to the old lady's courtyard, he took a winding path to Gu Xiling's quarters. As Xilan spotted the heir's arrival, she lowered her head and stifled a giggle, announcing, Madam, the heir has come. Gu Xiling playfully blinked and raised an eyebrow. Did you see? The heir has indeed changed. If it weren't for last night's incident, would he have personally come to escort me to greet the old lady? Xilan shook her head. Whether at the Chongning Marquis' residence or during their time at the estate, the heir had never behaved this way. Before Zhou Jin entered, his hearty laughter resonated. My dear, did you sleep well? Gu Xiling, with a smile in her eyes, turned towards the doorway. The morning is delightful. How was your rest, my lord? What one thinks during the day, one dreams of at night. Last night, I dreamed of my dear wife. Zhou Jin stepped in, his sweet words pleasing to the ear. Indeed, he spoke truthfully. The sweetness of dreaming alongside his beloved was not something he could share with others. Hearing such tender words early in the morning lifted Gu Xiling's spirits, prompting her to tease Zhou Jin. Well, I didn't dream of you, which must mean you need to improve. You speak wisely, Zhou Jin replied with a mock frown. Observing a maid drawing Gu Xiling's eyebrows, he approached. May I draw your brows? dear wife. Gu Xiling eyed him skeptically. I've put considerable effort into my makeup today. What if you ruin it? Unfazed by her doubt, Zhou Jin retorted, I am a master of painting. Drawing your brows is but a trivial task. With that, he took the coal from the maid and bent down to embellish Gu Xiling's brows. His long, warm fingers brushed her face, creating a sensation of comfort that made her slightly close her eyes. As Zhou Jin focused on Gu Xiling's exquisite features, they could feel each other's breath. He gently shaped her brows, finding them already lovely, requiring only a light touch of kohl. Yet, feeling the simplicity of the task did not allow him to showcase his artistry. He then added a lotus-shaped decorative design between her brows using peach and pink hues. Clad in a pale green skirt with a matching gauzy overlay, Gu Xiling appeared like a pure and graceful lotus blooming in water, enhanced further by the embellishment on her forehead. Had there not been others present, Zhou Jin would have longed to kiss her cherry lips. Dear wife, please have a look. He diverted his gaze, struggling to maintain his composure. Gu Xiling gazed into the mirror, her expression one of surprise, and she slightly shook her head, adjusting her angle. Indeed, my lord is talented in painting. The brows and the decorative design are exquisite. Zhou Jin beamed, of course. Upon finishing, I whispered to my wife, the depth of the brows shall match the time of day. When reading this line of poetry, many might envision a future filled with harmony and sweetness with their beloved. Gu Xiling, observing Zhou Jin's spirited demeanor and playful nature, couldn't help but smile. It was evident that a man could indeed change so much for the one he cherished. But, my lord, do not make me lament. The one who draws my brows has left, and the mirror reflects a faded beauty. Zhou Jin's heart trembled slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. All right, I shall draw your brows every day henceforth. Do not. Gu Xiling decisively refused. You rise too early for court. I do not wish to be awakened at the crack of dawn for brow drawing. Ha. Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. In the future, while compiling agricultural texts, I need not attend court daily. Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling then made their way together to greet the old lady. Upon seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law arrive later than usual, the old lady felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired, have they consummated their marriage? The servantess report left her both amused and perplexed. It seemed she had underestimated Gu Xiling. This young woman was indeed remarkable. Not only had she won her husband's heart, but through her actions, she had also conveyed the importance of mutual love and cherishing one another. This was indeed commendable. Had she been in Gu Xiling's position, she would have employed even more tactics. Observing the couple enter, clearly more affectionate than the previous day, the old lady felt reassured that her grandson had not reacted with anger over Gu Xiling's earlier rebuff. She could now rest easy, knowing her grandson was in capable hands. Grandmother, Xiling and I will return soon to bring the agricultural texts we've compiled at the estate to accompany you. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. No need for you both to keep me company. I will have someone record the progress of our crops to ensure accuracy. Jiner, focus on your duties. Xiling, I entrust Jiner to you. When he gets busy, he tends to neglect his health. Gu Xiling nodded in agreement. Rest assured, grandmother, if my lord neglects his health, I shall not abide. Excellent. The old lady laughed. Now, let's have breakfast together. The meal was sumptuous, and the old lady's spirits soared as she savored the delicious food. Not only had her appetite improved, but daily walks had also contributed to her robust health, making her appear more vibrant than ever. As Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling settled into the carriage to return to the city, he remarked, Xiling, I shall head directly to the Ministry of Agriculture. You may return home first. Realizing time was of the essence, Zhou Jin knew he could not escort Gu Xiling home before attending to his duties. Gu Xiling nodded with a smile, my lord. The tasks assigned by His Majesty are of utmost importance. Compiling the text requires action rather than words. Remember, this is what grandmother urged me to remind you. Zhou Jin nodded, having learned through various experiences that actions speak louder than words. Gu Xiling shook her head, not quite. If one can execute well, one can also articulate effectively, which is even better. Zhou Jin chuckled softly. You are right, my dear. No longer did Zhou Jin refer to her as Gu, opting instead for her full name or calling her my dear. Gu Xiling, on the other hand, continued to address him as my lord. Occasionally, in the presence of elders, she might feign formality by calling him husband, but in their private moments, she never used the term. It was only when they truly consummated their union that Zhou would earn the right to be called her husband. As Zhou rode away, Xiling admired his handsome figure on horseback, and she could almost envision him as a celebrated scholar riding through the streets, reciting in the spring breeze. My horse gallops swiftly, allowing me to behold all the flowers of Chong and Apos, and in a single day. However, the world of politics was not as straightforward as that of examinations. It was far more intricate and often darkly cruel. Zhou's idealistic views, while not entirely out of place within the court of the Kong dynasty, were nonetheless quite naive. In this realm, it was not enough to merely write well to be a good official, nor could martial prowess alone qualify one to be a general. Accomplishments did not guarantee a perpetual state of ease and comfort. Challenges would abound. To be virtuous required greater skill than being wicked. One must possess the ability to instill fear and respect in wrongdoers. To be a good official demanded even more cunning and adaptability than corrupt officials, enabling one to outmaneuver them and genuinely serve the populace. The difficulties were manifold and daunting. Zhou's reflections mirrored Xiling's aspirations. She was willing to strategize with him, to evolve together, achieve their ambitions, and protect and benefit the greater community. With this thought in mind, Xiling's eyes sparkled with determination, her spirit mirroring Zhou's fervor. Chapter 50. What alternative tales have emerged? Upon returning to the residence of the Longning Marquis, Xiling first visited the main courtyard to pay her respects to her mother-in-law. Upon hearing of Xiling's arrival, the Marquis's wife beamed with joy. Within the grand estate, secrets are hard to keep. Zhou had accompanied Xiling to the countryside to engage in farming, which the Marquis's wife initially dismissed as a mere jest, not taking it to heart. She had assumed her son would soon tire of it, but to her surprise, he not only persevered but excelled. His demeanor had also matured, largely thanks to Xiling's counsel. Zhou had been reinstated by His Majesty and appointed to compile agricultural texts. Such fortunate news had led the Marquis to return home in high spirits the previous day, intoxicated with joy, praising the choice of daughter-in-law made by both Xiling and his wife. Additionally, the bond between the two was flourishing, much to the delight of the Marquis's wife, Song. After paying her respects to her mother, Xiling expressed her gratitude and joy. Song rose to assist Xiling, saying, "My dear, all your efforts are etched in our hearts. Thanks to you, Jiner can now stand firm." While it was indeed her merit, Xiling humbly declined to take credit. "Mother, I dare not claim any accolades. The young master is inherently wise. Much of his insight stems from his own reflections and the earnest guidance of elders. It is akin to the trees planted by our forebears, allowing us, their descendants, to enjoy the shade." Song was deeply touched by this sentiment. Her daughter-in-law's words were indeed pleasing. "Xiling, you must be weary. Do rest early and return tonight. The Marquis has mentioned that we shall dine together in the main courtyard when Gina returns." "Thank you, Mother, for your kindness. I shall return later," Xiling replied, feeling fatigued after the early rise. Last night, she had not been as indifferent as she had claimed. She too had been longing for Zhou. Such a handsome man. Her husband, who could resist temptation? It is said that a woman's beauty can topple nations, yet the allure of a man can be equally disastrous. Xiling found herself pondering the past. How could Xiling, who had shared a deep affection with Zhou and eventually married him, end up as a couple at odds with each other? After much contemplation, she found no clarity. As for her former husband, Xiejin, Xiling felt that their one lifetime together was sufficient, and she wished to avoid repeating that exhausting experience. The fatigue she had endured was of a different nature, one that left her in constant fear of losing her head, unlike the concern she had for Zhou. As for her mother-in-law, she was a deranged and possessive woman. Perhaps due to years of widowhood, she had placed excessive importance on her son, even engaging in petty rivalries with her daughter-in-law. Reflecting on the woman and Apos, actions made Xiling shudder, as they were utterly distasteful and left a foul impression. Upon returning to the Zhou courtyard, Gu Xiling bathed and changed her clothes, washing away her weariness. With her long hair cascading down her back, sunlight filtered through, casting playful rays. Gu Xiling held a storybook, thoroughly engrossed in its contents. Although the women within the tales appeared foolish, often swayed by the flattery of down-and-out scholars, leading them to foolishly marry and bestow lavish dowries to support their husbands in indulgence, she found the narrative amusing. The men, aided by their wives' families, soared to great heights, gaining titles and accolades. Xiaolon brought some fruits from the south to Gu Xiling, stifling a giggle. "Madam, did you not say these characters are quite foolish? Why then, do you continue to read?" Gu Xiling lifted her gaze, savoring a piece of fruit, relishing its sweet and sour flavor. "Because I wish to see if these women are even more foolish than those in the previous tale. I am curious if the men can be even more shameless." Xiaolon laughed, noting that the women in this story seemed rather silly, and the men quite despicable. Gu Xiling agreed. "Indeed, this seems to be penned by a man, portraying women as entirely compliant to men. Yet, it is not entirely accurate." Xiaolon nodded, recalling the women of the Jingyang Marquis' residence, believing they would not last long in such a deep-seated household. Gu Xiling, surprised, concurred, acknowledging that men often mistakenly believe women are enamored with them. Certainly, during the early days of marriage, there is love and admiration filled with dreams. However, as men take multiple wives, such affections wane, leaving only calculations and interest behind. If Zhou Jin were to have only her, Gu Xiling would not scheme. But if there were other women involved, she would ensure the entire Long Ning Marquis estate would be hers, leaving Zhou Jin with nothing but his concubines. Xiaolon gazed at Gu Xiling with admiration, feeling particularly secure by her side. "Madam, you are truly remarkable. As your maid, I shall manage affairs for you once you marry. When I grow old, I shall serve as your matron." "Granted," Gu Xiling replied with a smile. "I shall finish this book and move on to the next." Initially, she expected the same old tropes, yet this story surprised her by portraying a multitude of men enamored with a single woman, rather than the reverse. It included princes, nobles, scholars, martial heroes, and even princes from neighboring kingdoms. "Ah," Gu Xiling exclaimed, "this book is quite intriguing. Xiaolon, once I finish, I shall share it with you." Xiaolan's interest piqued at Gu Xiling's praise, and she leaned in closer to read alongside her. As they continued, Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment, wanting to exclaim, but quickly covering her mouth to avoid disturbing Gu Xiling. The book was not lengthy, and soon they reached its conclusion. "Oh no, it cannot end here," Xiaolon exclaimed. "There is no resolution. It truly leaves one hanging." Gu Xiling flipped to the cover, reading the title, "Dancing in the Spring Breeze," chuckling softly. The writing was quite impressive, depicting how a woman could inspire men to live and die for her, yet remain untouched herself. The author's pseudonym was Yin Shan. This was the first volume. Surely a second one existed, though it had yet to be released. Xiaolon took the book and began reading from the beginning. "Madam, I believe this was written by a woman," she concluded after some thought. "Oh," Gu Xiling inquired, surprised. "You think so too, Xiaolon?" Xiaolon nodded. "Indeed. Just as the previous tales were penned from a male perspective, this one intricately captures a woman and Appo's thoughts and feelings." Gu Xiling's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. She had enjoyed reading such tales in her past life. If such a narrative existed, she certainly would have encountered it. But where did this come from? Have Lu Guan sure investigate who this Yun Shan truly is? "Yes, madam," Xiaolon replied, equally curious. Meanwhile, Zhou Jin had visited the Ministry of Agriculture that day, where the chief minister himself welcomed him, providing the finest accommodations for his work. Zhou Jin, displaying humility and courtesy, did not rush into compiling texts, but rather took his time to review related literature, engrossed for an entire day. The lunch provided by the ministry was decent. Though not exceptional, yet it was free of charge. The ministry was known for its frugality. Many low-ranking officials dined there. Zhou Jin declined the additional meals offered by Lai Fu, opting instead to share lunch with his fellow officials, an unusual choice for someone of his background, leaving his peers quite astonished. wasn't the renowned Long Ning Marquis's son known for his aloofness? Chapter 51. The Impact of Wild Vegetable Dumplings, my lord. The food here may not suit your palate. Pei Jun's light laughter was a playful tease. Zhou Jin smiled softly, though it lacks the delicacies of the mountains and seas. It is still far superior to wild vegetable dumplings. In his youth, Pei Jun and Amp, Appo's family faced decline. To afford his education, they lived frugally. Wild vegetable dumplings were a staple in their household, indeed inferior to fine wheat dishes. Have you ever tasted wild vegetable dumplings, my lord? Pei Jun inquired, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The others, though silent, listened intently. Zhou Jin replied solemnly, I had not tasted them before this spring when I was sowing seeds on the estate and dined with a peasant family. During that time of transition between seasons, they served black dumplings made from wild greens, accompanied by pickled vegetables. This constituted their meals. After eating those wild vegetable dumplings, I realized how superficial my understanding was of the words in Amp, Appo's, lamenting the hardships of the common people, in Amp, Appo's, in the books. It felt as though I were standing on high, looking down upon the impoverished populace, telling myself that I must serve my country and its people and become a good official. Pei Jun stood in stunned silence. The esteemed Zhou Jin could utter such words? Previously, Zhou Jin had boldly led the charge to impeach Li Guozhou, who wielded considerable power. While the onlookers acknowledged Li and Appo's misdeeds, none dared to speak out. Now, it seemed that the wild vegetable dumpling had tempered Zhou Jin's brilliance, grounding him with a sense of responsibility and concern for the nation and its people. Pei Jun rose, bowing to Zhou Jin. Zhou Darren, your righteousness is commendable. Zhou Jin shook his head, quickly returning the gesture. You flatter me. Pei Darren, I merely wish to accomplish something substantial, and I will need the assistance of all esteemed officials in the future. The officials from the Ministry of Agriculture also returned the courtesy. Pei Jun asked, Zhou Darren, compiling agricultural texts is not particularly difficult. We have ample relevant materials here. Agricultural practices are merely inherited from the previous dynasty, lacking innovation. As officials of little consequence, it is exceedingly challenging for us to introduce new ideas. Another official, Lord Li, sighed, the common people are the foundation of our nation. Yet who truly cares for those insignificant farmers? Many are not unwilling to act, but rather lack the means and fear taking on responsibility. The other officials fell silent, realizing that the plight of the common folk was even more severe than they had imagined. The Kong dynasty had been established for 40 years. The initial light taxation and nurturing of the populace had now devolved. Land consolidation among the peasantry had become increasingly severe, with more and more commoners losing their land. Zhou Jin spoke softly. In truth, His Majesty cares deeply. Otherwise, I would not have been assigned to the Ministry of Agriculture. The others perked up at the mention of Zhou Jin's esteemed status, for he was the Emperor's chosen top scholar, previously a close advisor, and held in high regard. Pei Jun's eyes brightened, chuckling, You speak wisely, Zhou Darren. It is an honor to work alongside you. I hope you will lead us to achieve great accomplishments. Zhou Jin nodded. Let us strive together. In the afternoon, Zhou Jin continued his studies. As the sun began to set, he departed from the Ministry of Agriculture. Some matters could not be rushed. Though he felt urgency, reason urged him to slow down. He gazed at the setting sun, his steps steady and resolute. Passing by the 8 Delicacies Pavilion, Zhou Jin instructed Lai Fu, Go buy a box of chestnut cakes. Lai Fu paused. But my lord, do you not wish to buy for the countess as well? Zhou Jin hesitated slightly. My mother generally does not eat pastries at night. Lai Fu chuckled and shook his head. My lord, while the countess may not indulge, you must still make a purchase. Both your wife and mother are important. One cannot favor one over the other. Otherwise, would you not resemble a magpie that forgets its mother after marrying? Zhou Jin laughed in exasperation. You certainly have a way with words. Then, buy a box of lotus seed cakes for my mother. Yes, my lord. Lai Fu agreed promptly. With 2 boxes of pastries in hand, he returned to the residence of the Count of Chongning. Zhou Jin headed straight for the main courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by his father's hearty laughter, his mother's gentle voice, and the delightful, playful tone that stirred his heart. After paying his respects to his parents, Zhou bowed respectfully, then turned to smile at Gu Xiling. Count Zhou of Chongning stroked his fine beard and inquired, "Jiner, how was your day in service?" Zhou replied, "Some colleagues were a bit lethargic, but that is due to the court's lack of attention to agricultural matters, resulting in low morale." Count Zhou chuckled and nodded. His Majesty has recognized this issue. The agricultural practices of the Kong dynasty indeed require innovation. Yes, father. Improvements in tools, seeds, and irrigation will demand financial resources, yet they are imperative. Gu Xiling lowered her gaze, acknowledging the reasons, yet the fundamental issue remained untouched. The servants announced that dinner was ready. Song Shi smiled. "Very well, let us dine first and discuss further afterward." The family of four moved to the dining hall. Silence reigned at the table, which was an exception for today. Count Zhou broke tradition and shared a drink with Zhou, while even Song Shi joined Gu Xiling in sipping sweet peach blossom wine. "Jiner, focus on your work and refrain from lofty rhetoric. Once you have compiled the agricultural texts, I shall celebrate your achievements," Count Zhou said, his gaze on his son growing ever more approving. Zhou nodded. "Father, I shall remember your words. With Xiling's frequent reminders, I am now able to work diligently." "Excellent." Count Zhou smiled, turning to Countess Zhou, "My dear, I recall you had a set of lotus-patterned jewelry in your youth that was quite charming. Perhaps you might bestow it upon Xiling?" Countess Zhou smiled warmly. "Today, I also noticed the lotus ornament on Xiling's forehead and thought of that jewelry. I shall have someone deliver it to her." Gu Xiling rose. "Thank you, mother." Countess Zhou chuckled lightly. "There is no need for thanks. I only have one son, no daughters. In the future, my jewelry will belong to you and my granddaughter, or daughter-in-law." Gu Xiling feigned shyness, her eyes sparkling with a smile. In the presence of his parents, Zhou felt liberated, breaking into a broad grin. "Mother, I will strive to do my best." "My lord," Gu Xiling playfully chided, tugging at his sleeve. "Speak less of such things. We have yet to consummate our marriage. And you are already thinking of children?" Zhou tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with mirth. "No need to rush. I've already instructed Lai Fu to prepare." "Prepare what?" Countess Zhou inquired with curiosity. As a father-in-law, Count Zhou felt hesitant to ask, but his curiosity was piqued nonetheless. "Prepare," Zhou began, but was abruptly pinched by Gu Xiling on the arm. "My lord, mind your words. I may take offense." Gu Xiling's brows furrowed playfully. Such matters between husband and wife should not be shared with the in-laws. "Ouch!" Zhou laughed heartily. "All right, I shall refrain from speaking." Watching their son and daughter-in-law banter playfully, Countess Zhou and Count Zhou decided not to press further. After all, their daughter-in-law's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, Countess Zhou was left wondering what Zhou was truly preparing. Chapter 52. The Reluctant Accuser. Speaking of which, it will lead to misunderstandings. Gu Xiling pouted playfully, her long, vermilion-tipped nails pinching Zhou through his clothing. "What if my mother-in-law finds out and thinks I am not virtuous?" "Huh?" Zhou laughed heartily, his sleeves swaying gracefully. "My dear, you worry unnecessarily. It is my fault, not yours. Mother will not blame you." Gu Xiling pouted and playfully scolded. "Regardless, let's resolve our matters privately. You must not speak of this to your parents. If you have grievances, direct them at me. I shall bear it. Do not act like a child, complaining like a petulant brat. It is quite embarrassing." Zhou grasped Gu Xiling and Appo's hand gently. "Very well, I shall not be a complainant. After a long day of toil, do you not feel any concern for my fatigue?" Gu Xiling tilted her head to gaze at Zhou and Appo's profile. "You must peruse many books while compiling your writings. Do not remain seated for too long. Rise and stretch every half hour. Otherwise, you will find yourself suffering from aches at such a young age." Zhou nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I must avoid back pain. I have yet to consummate our marriage." "You!" Gu Xiling exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "What a rogue!" Zhou could hardly contain his amusement, effortlessly unleashing his charming wit. "But I speak not to others. I speak to my dear wife. How could that be considered roguish?" Gu Xiling noted how Zhou and Appo's audacity had grown bolder. It is getting late. You should retire early, my lord. The garden was adorned with blooming flowers. Yet they could not venture into her quarters. They could only admire the blossoms together outside. Gu Xiling found the situation amusing. It was dark, and the flowers were indistinguishable. How can we admire flowers in the dark? Who says that admiration requires sight? I can appreciate their fragrance as well. The scent of flowers is equally delightful. Zhou argued playfully. Hand in hand, they strolled, inhaling the floral aroma. My dear, are you not curious about my day? Zhou inquired. Gu Xiling looked puzzled. Did you not just speak with father and mother? Is there something you have withheld? Have you faced any grievances? Zhou sighed. Before my parents, I can only present a facade of contentment. When faced with difficulties, I cannot speak of them, lest I cause them concern. And do you not fear that I might worry? Gu Xiling countered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhou turned to her, acknowledging her concern. Indeed, but I believe you would prefer I do not conceal matters from you. Exactly. Gu Xiling nodded with a light laugh. What difficulties have you encountered, my lord? Zhou contemplated for a moment. In agriculture, what is most crucial? Is it merely the compilation of agrarian texts and the improvement of farming tools? Gu Xiling paused, sighing softly. The fundamental issue lies in ensuring that the tillers possess land. Whether it be books or tools, those are secondary. The common people must have fields to cultivate. I have read historical texts and observed that every rise and fall of a dynasty correlates with the redistribution of land. When the common people possess no land, they face starvation. A rebellion may provide a glimmer of hope. Without it, they perish. Zhou was taken aback. Xiling, did you truly only study for a year? Gu Xiling chuckled sheepishly. Perhaps I have become a tad too proud today. Of course, history records such truths. The Kang dynasty has been established for over 40 years. And while land consolidation may be occurring, the common people still possess land. By promoting agricultural tools and literature, you can assist more of the populace. Other obstacles may arise, yet they are inevitable. The cycle of heaven dictates that all things have their destined course. My lord, you should do your part and leave the rest to fate. In your position, govern wisely. In your official capacity, execute the responsibilities of your rank. If you wish to effect greater change, then engage in diligent work, step by step. Haste is unwise. Zhou remained silent, yet his grip on Gu Xiling's hand tightened. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, Indeed, my grandmother once told me to wear a hat that fits my head. I often wish to solve problems with a single phrase, which is rather childish. Gu Xiling smiled brightly. It is good that you can think this way. After all, you are only 18. You need not fret over the family's livelihood. I shall handle the household matters. Focus on what you wish to pursue, on what you believe is right. Remember, act within your means, and choose your words carefully. Zhou smiled, bowing slightly to Gu Xiling. Thank you for your sage advice, my dear. Gu Xiling smiled modestly. It is nothing profound, merely snippets I have gleaned from books. You flatter me, my lord. Upon returning to the Zhou courtyard, Gu Xiling entered her chamber. Zhou followed closely. This room held many unpleasant memories for him. He surveyed the surroundings, contemplating how to make amends with Gu Xiling. Gu Xiling's thoughts danced mischievously. How might she drive Zhou away? Zhou, noting her demeanor, teased, You need not provoke me, nor chase me away. I shall leave shortly. Gu Xiling sighed in relief, realizing she had misjudged him. She had thought him unworthy of being a gentleman, instead behaving like a brazen rogue. Zhou shot her a warning glance. Do not employ provocations against me. Should you continue to irritate me, I might just decide to stay. Embracing the title of the rogue you describe. Gu Xiling promptly fell silent, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes sparkling with life. Zhou stood to leave. I shall retire to the study. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I will come to escort you to greet mother. Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow in surprise. You do not care for me. Why do you say that? Zhou queried, perplexed. Was his concern not evident? Gu Xiling pouted slightly. Mother only permits me to pay my respects after breakfast. If I am fatigued, I need not go. Yet you disturb my peaceful slumber and rouse me early. How is that caring? Zhou paused, then chuckled. On their wedding day, upon returning to their chamber, he had seen Gu Xiling's rosy face as she slept. "Ah, I had known you were fond of sleeping in." Gu Xiling, noticing Zhou Jin's laughter, squinted playfully, mimicking his tone from their wedding night. "Husband, are you not yet asleep? How can the bride slumber?" Cough, cough. Zhou Jin feigned embarrassment. "Xiling, can we not reminisce about the past?" "Absolutely not." Gu Xiling rejected without hesitation. "Such experiences are rare. How could one forget?" Zhou Jin stood, bowing to Gu Xiling. "Rest well, my dear. I shall retire to the study. Do not be upset. Tomorrow I will bring you some plum cakes, if that pleases you." Gu Xiling nodded enthusiastically. "That will be delightful." As she watched Zhou Jin depart, a smile graced Gu Xiling's lips. It seemed Zhou Jin was finally taking action. Lai Fu followed Zhou Jin closely, reporting softly, "My lord, all the items you required have been prepared. We must find an excuse to take my lady out, allowing the servants time to rearrange the bridal chamber." Zhou Jin instructed with a smile. "Understood, my lord. In 2 days, during the holiday, I shall take Xiling out for a stroll. Ensure everything is arranged by then." "Yes, my lord," Lai Fu replied. Yet, as is often the case, plans are easily disrupted, and Zhou Jin's marriage night remained distant and uncertain. Chapter 53. The trouble caused by statues with a spirit full of vitality and a rosy complexion. Xiaolon hurriedly brought over the carefully prepared breakfast as she noticed the young lady of the house had awakened. Gu Xiling leisurely enjoyed her meal before making her way to pay her respects to her mother-in-law. Life was easy and comfortable, a sentiment that even the servants could perceive from Gu Xiling's relaxed demeanor. Madame Song had grown increasingly fond of Gu Xiling and had no desire to find fault with her daughter-in-law. She believed that her son's safety and well-being were blessings brought by Gu Xiling. In the future, if she felt weary, there was no need for formalities. One could be at ease in one's own home. Gu Xiling smiled sweetly, grateful for her mother's care, which allowed her to rest more, leaving her spirited and rejuvenated. With such a wonderful mother, Gu Xiling yearned to converse with her daily. A day without seeing her was a day without joy. Although aware that her daughter-in-law's words were merely flattering and perhaps not entirely genuine, Madame Song found them immensely pleasing. As a mother-in-law, she naturally appreciated the respect and affection shown by her daughter-in-law. Such a daughter-in-law, who could balance both respect and affection, was indeed rare. "You are truly filial," Madame Song praised. As the days grew gloomier with impending rain, she suggested, take advantage of the sunny days to help Jean dry her books. Gu Xiling readily agreed, "Of course, mother." After leaving her mother-in-law's courtyard, Gu Xiling returned to the Zizhu courtyard. In Zhou Jin's study, she moved a chaise lounge beneath a tree and sat down. Xiaolon, accompanied by maids, began to take the books from Zhou Jin and Appo's, as study out to air them. During this time, no one was allowed to enter or exit the courtyard, to prevent anyone from surreptitiously inserting undesirable items among the books. A maid retrieved a box from the cabinet and placed it on the table outside, slowly opening it. Initially expecting to find books, she was surprised to discover wood and various sculpting tools instead. The maid, not wanting to linger, carefully set these items on the table. The numerous tools clattered against one another, creating a raucous noise. Gu Xiling, intrigued, turned her gaze and noticed a half-carved statue on the table. Rising, she approached it, and upon closer inspection, her anger flared. Although the figure was only partially sculpted, Gu Xiling recognized it immediately as Gu Xirong. "Oh dear, a sentimental soul indeed," she thought. How could one possibly carve a statue of Gu Xirong? Was it a reflection of unrequited feelings, something to gaze upon daily? Seeing Gu Xiling's displeasure, Xiaolon tiptoed closer, her eyes widening in shock. "Young master, this should have been dealt with earlier. Yet it remains in the intricately crafted box of the study. Is he still unable to forget Miss Gu Xirong?" Originally, the young master and his wife had been growing closer, but now, due to this statue, it seemed he had a considerable distance yet to traverse. Gu Xiling gazed at the statue, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. That day, she diligently helped Zhou Jin air the books. By afternoon, she returned them to their original place. As a maid began to pack the statue away, Gu Xiling stopped her. "Wait, this should not be stored in the box. Place it directly on the young master's desk." Xiaolon lowered her head and complied. In the evening, Gu Xiling chose not to join the family for dinner, instructing the maid to bring her meal to the Zhou courtyard. After dining, Gu Xiling had the courtyard gate locked. If the young master comes, tell him I am resting and not to let him in. Understood, Xiaolan replied. Soon, the lamps were lit, and Gu Xiling lay in bed. Initially believing she would be unable to sleep, the darkness soon brought a wave of drowsiness, and she swiftly fell into slumber. Zhou Jin arrived in the main courtyard, but did not find Gu Xiling. She said she wished to rest early. Perhaps she is tired from airing the books today? After dining, you should check on her and show concern. He was instructed by Madame Song. Yes, mother. Zhou Jin agreed and proceeded to the Zhou courtyard, only to discover Gu Xiling had already fallen asleep. He turned to Xiaolan and inquired, Is the young lady unwell today? Xiaolan pondered. The young lady appears to be distressed. Why is that? Zhou Jin asked, confusion etched on his face. I dare not presume to understand my master's thoughts. You will know once you visit the study, Xiaolan replied, leaving Zhou Jin even more perplexed. What transpired today? He wondered aloud. Xiaolan explained. The Countess mentioned that rainy days were forthcoming and suggested the young lady take advantage of the sunny weather to air the books for you. Airing books? Zhou Jin was momentarily taken aback. Why would that cause her distress? Did she not wish to assist in airing the books, or was she exhausted from it? Hearing this, Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Young master, consider what else is in the study besides books. The young lady is entirely devoted to you, yet you only seem to hurt her feelings. With that, Xiaolan snorted and turned to leave. Zhou Jin felt utterly baffled, his expression filled with suspicion. Lai Fu. Besides books, what else is in the study? Ink, paper, brush, and inkstone? Lai Fu contemplated, recognizing that whatever had upset the magnanimous young lady must be directly tied to both him and her. Suddenly, Lai Fu smacked his thigh. Young master, do you not recall? There is a box in the study that contains the statue you carved for Miss Gu Xiling. The young lady was airing the books, so she must have seen every corner of the study. At these words, Zhou Jin's heart sank, and he felt a rush of panic. Oh no! He hurried to the study, pushed the door open, and lit a lamp. Indeed, there lay the half-carved statue on the desk, unmistakably depicting Gu Xiling. What was he to do? Zhou Jin felt anxious. He had finally developed feelings for Gu Xiling, yet now she was angry and avoiding him. He paced back and forth, causing Lai Fu to feel dizzy. He wished to apologize to Gu Xiling, but was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lai Fu urged, Young master, please stop pacing. You are making my head spin. A blessing in disguise, perhaps? While it is not ideal for the young lady to be upset over the statue, it signifies her deep feelings for you. If she were indifferent, she would not be angry at all. Zhou Jin, initially restless, found clarity in Lai Fu's words. What could bring him more joy than knowing Gu Xiling cared enough to feel upset? Lai Fu, I must say, you have grown quite clever, Zhou Jin praised, settling into a chair, his demeanor transforming into one of calm assurance. Lai Fu chuckled, You flatter me, young master. In truth, you were merely flustered by your concern. With a clearer mind, you can see the truth. In a marriage, there are bound to be playful squabbles. If your wife is upset, simply shower her with affection. I can discreetly inform Xiaolan that the statue was carved before your marriage. Surely, that will ease the young lady's heart. Chapter 54. Do you want me to commit murder to silence him? Zhou Jin, initially in a state of panic, gradually regained his composure under Lai Fu's persuasive words. He cast a glance at Lai Fu. That bothersome fellow, despite being irritating at times, proved quite resourceful in critical moments. Lai Fu, your suggestion is excellent. Tomorrow, you must ensure that Xiaolan informs the young master's wife that this truly was carved before the wedding. And after the wedding, I have not even touched it. Lai Fu, with a look of reluctance, fixed his gaze upon the statue and murmured, Young master, you have touched it before. Back when you did not favor the young master's wife. You even brought it out to carve. Hearing this, Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes. Lai Fu, are you attempting to incite me to commit murder to silence you? Lai Fu quickly slapped his own mouth and took the wooden sculpture into his hands. Speaking with utmost seriousness, Young master, look at my head. Being so young, I must have suffered from a lapse in memory. Since this item is of no use now, I shall personally take it to the kitchen and burn it in the stove, watching it turn to ashes with my own eyes. How does that sound? Then why are you not hurrying? Zhou shot him a glare. You must not take compliments to heart. Once praised, you become insufferable. If I cannot become a true husband to Xiling, I shall not approve of your marriage with Xiling. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu grew anxious. Young master, you cannot say such things. After all, you have offended the young master's wife, but I have not. Xiling and I share mutual affection. You cannot act as the stick that breaks our love. Zhou raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Who is to blame for your incompetence? I have been so busy lately that I forgot to deal with this statue. Why did you not remember? Lai Fu stood aghast, bearing the weight of the blame. Young master you, he sighed. Well, who can fault you when you are the master? I shall burn this item without delay. It must not be kept. As for Xiling, I will speak to her and ensure the young master's wife calms down. Very well. A reward awaits if you succeed. Zhou chuckled lightly, not truly angry. He merely spoke in jest, as he could not resolve the misunderstandings with Xiling and instead chose to extract some effort from Lai Fu and Xiling. Naturally, he would not let them work for nothing. He offered generous rewards. Lai Fu took the statue and went to the kitchen, squatting by the stove until the statue was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. He reflected that with the statue's demise, the fleeting romance between the young master and Xiling would also vanish. The young master's wife was remarkably adept. After enjoying a snack, Lai Fu did not forget to bring Zhou a bowl of lotus seed soup. Once Lai Fu departed, Zhou found it difficult to concentrate on his reading. He thus took out his brushes and began to paint. Today, Xiling was angry. She would not look at him with sorrowful eyes, but would instead glare at him with her bright phoenix eyes, as if they could ignite flames. With these thoughts, Zhou's emotions grew complex, tinged with nervousness and a hint of secret delight. In this state of mind, he painted with extraordinary skill. By the time Lai Fu returned, a piece titled The Beauty's Petulance was already complete. The sky had darkened, leaving Zhou no time to frame it. He rolled it up and placed it into a blue and white porcelain scroll tube. The following morning, before heading out, Zhou visited the Zhou courtyard. Learning that Xiling was still asleep, he looked up and observed, Yuan Mama, take good care of the young master's wife. Yuan Mama's gaze was laden with meaning. She was uncertain whether to criticize the young master or to feel sympathy for him. To win the heart of a beauty, why must it be so challenging? Zhou reassured her. Rest assured, I will diligently attend to the young master's wife. Yuan Mama nodded in agreement, assuring him that as long as he remained steadfast, the young master's wife would surely see his sincerity. Zhou nodded, and upon learning that his mother had not yet risen, he bowed and paid his respects at the main courtyard. As he prepared to leave for duty that day, Zhou felt a weight in his steps, frequently lost in thought. Lai Fu, eager to share news with Xiling, recounted the incident regarding the wooden sculpture. Upon hearing this, Xiling remarked, the young master is careless, and you are careless as well. Lai Fu, you are his most trusted attendant. Your lack of punishment shows the young master's generosity. Lai Fu, wearing a woeful expression, feigned helplessness before Xiling. How can it be said there was no punishment? The young master declared that if the young master's wife does not forgive him and they do not become true spouses, our marriage will not be approved. Xiling's brow furrowed at this revelation. She felt her earlier judgment of the young master was premature. If the young master cannot win the favor of the young master's wife, he resorts to venting his frustrations on his servants. However, it must be acknowledged, he has struck a nerve regarding you and Lai Fu. Lai Fu, do not fret. What has happened in the past is inconsequential. Tell me honestly, does the young master truly only have eyes for the young master's wife now? Although Xiling had once considered marrying the clever and capable Lai Fu, her prolonged association with Xiling had swayed her heart towards her. Seeing Xiling's attitude, Lai Fu dared not be lax. Xiling, yes, you. The young master indeed had some feelings for Miss Xiling in the past. However, after accompanying the young master's wife for 3 days upon her return, he has moved on, especially after hearing her words. This wooden sculpture is a remnant of the past. If he had wished to remember it, he would have instructed me to burn it long ago. I swear on my life, The young master's heart is solely for the young master's wife, with no one else in sight. You may find it hard to believe, but the young master does not even have a concubine. Xiling was taken aback, unable to fathom that a young master from a prominent family would lack a concubine. In the Jingyang Marquis' residence, whether legitimate or illegitimate, every young master had concubines before marriage, often more than one, under the pretense of learning matters of intimacy. In truth, it was merely to satisfy their desires. Do you not believe it? Lai Fu chuckled. Our young master is unlike other men. He is somewhat rigid, yearning for a lifetime with one partner, not one to indulge frivolously. Lai Fu would often criticize the young master for being pedantic, eccentric, and cunning, but he admired his virtue of maintaining integrity. Once, when dragged to a brothel, the young master had been offered wine by a courtesan, only to vomit in disgust and leave in a huff. Xiling blinked in disbelief, nodding repeatedly. It is indeed hard to believe. Is the young master not? Lai Fu hastily interrupted her. Do not jump to conclusions, Xiling. The young master is vigorous and in excellent health. If there were any issues, would the old lady and the countess be so calm and unperturbed? Upon hearing this, Xiling pondered for a moment before choosing to trust Lai Fu. Very well, I understand. You have shared so much with me to convey a message to the young master's wife. I shall act accordingly, so do not worry. Lai Fu chuckled. Thank you. Xiling. Yesterday, while I was burning the wooden sculpture in the kitchen, I saw the young master painting from a distance. It must have been the young master's wife. It is evident that the young master holds her in high regard. If the young master's wife visits the study, she will surely see the young master's intentions. Xiling nodded. I understand. Lai Fu, do make haste for your breakfast and attend to the young master outside with care. Xiling, you truly care for me. Lai Fu thought he had accomplished a great deed for the young master, feeling quite pleased, unaware that his well-meaning actions might lead to unforeseen troubles. Chapter 55. Her ultimate tactic is to remain unresponsive. After Zhou Jin departed, old Madame Yuan arrived at the main courtyard to await. Lady Song of Chongning Marquis was having her meal while listening to Yuan's report. Setting down her bamboo chopsticks, Lady Song chuckled lightly, realizing that the young couple had quarreled. Lady, are you not worried? Yuan inquired softly, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Lady Song shook her head with a smile. It is only right for Xiling to be upset, which indicates her feelings for Jin. If she were indifferent to the wooden carvings of other women, it would signify that she has no regard for Jin. Yuan was enlightened, madam. You speak the truth. It seems I was too concerned. You have done well. Do not interfere. The young couple still has much to learn about each other. Lady Song reflected, her gaze distant. Life is neither long nor short, but to share it with someone of mutual affection is a true blessing. Lady Song had little to lose, yet her desires only grew stronger. Yuan, recalling Lady Song's early experiences, felt a pang of sympathy. Madam, the heir and his wife must understand your heartfelt intentions. Indeed, Lady Song replied. Go. Serve the heir's wife well, and do not let her feel aggrieved. Yes, madam, Yuan responded. Just as she was about to exit, Song Mama entered. Madam, the Marquis has sent someone to bring back concubine Bai. Yuan halted, dismayed. Ah, the troublesome spirit returns. The tranquility of the Chongning Marquis household is once again disrupted. She needed to inform the heir's wife about concubine Bai in detail to avoid any misfortune. Gu Xiling had just finished her breakfast and was strolling leisurely to greet her mother-in-law, Lady Song, when she encountered Yuan on her way back. Yuan hastily approached her, concern evident in her eyes. Heir's wife, please hold on. I have something to report. Gu Xiling paused, slightly taken aback. Yuan, what is the urgent matter? Yuan leaned closer and whispered, concubine Bai has returned. She is likely currently greeting the madam. That concubine Bai has a cunning demeanor, and with the Marquis sending for her, it is bound to upset the madam. Be cautious when you greet her. Do not fall in her trap and cause trouble for the madam. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiling recalled what she had learned previously. For someone as skilled as Lady Song to be outmaneuvered was a testament to concubine Bai's prowess. After being sent to the countryside for introspection, it was surprising that she could return to the Chongning Marquis household after 3 years. This indicated that concubine Bai held significant influence over Marquis Zhou, and there were undoubtedly many hidden matters unknown to outsiders. Thank you, Yuan. Since we are nearing the main courtyard, I shall see for myself what makes this concubine by so exceptional. Yuan followed closely behind, quietly elaborating 3 years ago. This concubine by was ruthless enough to cause her own daughter and Appo's death and frame the madam. Thankfully, the servant she bribed came to their senses and testified against her, providing evidence that cleared the madam's name. The old madam ordered concubine by to be punished, but the Marquis, infatuated with her, defended her even at the cost of his own well-being. In the end, it was the madam who interceded, fearing for the Marquis's life, and concubine by was sent away. It is hard to believe that after 3 years, the Marquis still holds affection for concubine by and has brought her back. Xiling listened intently, her demeanor shifting into a state of alertness. This concubine by was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, having caused chaos in the Chongning Marquis household in her previous life. Along with the lovesick Xiling, it was no wonder the situation would spiral out of control. Xiling would not allow anyone to disrupt the peace of the Chongning Marquis household, as she hoped to lead a tranquil life of her own. Not just concubine by, she would not tolerate any rival. Upon entering the main courtyard, Xiling beheld a woman in a white dress kneeling at the entrance. The figure was slender and delicate, resembling a frail willow in the wind. It was no wonder that rumors suggested men looked dashing in dark attire, while women appeared charming in white, evoking a sense of protectiveness in men. Who is this? They do not belong to our household, do they? Why are they kneeling here? Xiling feigned ignorance, curious as she inquired. Yuan, visibly anxious, quickly clarified, heir's wife. This is concubine by. Before Xiling could respond, concubine by unexpectedly turned to kneel before her, offering her respects and pleading for forgiveness. Xiling's brow furrowed, her expression one of confusion, further provoking concubine by's composure. I recall that the heir has no concubines, so where does this mistress come from? Just as concubine by was about to feign a pitiful demeanor, her face turned a shade of deep crimson. I am a Marquis's concubine. Feigning astonishment, Xiling stepped aside, refusing to accept concubine by's kneeling. Concubine by, such a lack of decorum. I do not know who you are, but you are aware of my identity. Though you may be of servant-s status and kneel before me, I can still regard you with respect due to your connection to the Marquis. However, high society is governed by rules, since you have not mastered them. It is best you learn them properly. Do not kneel indiscriminately. One might think you are intentionally placing me in a difficult position before the Marquis, making him believe I am humiliating his concubine. I must prevent any misunderstandings. I will have someone explain this to the Marquis at once. Xiling, send a servant quickly. Concubine by's pupils constricted, a pang of alarm coursing through her. I do not dare, please forgive me, heiress wife. This heir's wife was not to be underestimated. With just a few words, she had neutralized concubine by's usual tactics. Xiling regarded the still kneeling concubine by with feigned innocence. Concubine by has misunderstood. I am not an official capable of passing judgment. I cannot determine whether you are guilty or innocent, so please do not place me in a difficult position. As the weather warms, if you wish to continue kneeling, I shall not stop you. However, I must greet my mother-in-law now. You are free to do as you please. Desperate, concubine by cried out toward the main courtyard. Madam, you have wronged me. That child was my own daughter. How could I harm her? Someone must have framed me. I was merely used as a pawn. I was misled and wronged the madam. I am truly repentant. If I do not gain your forgiveness, I would rather kneel here until death. As Xiling stepped into the main courtyard, concubine by and Appo's words caused her to pause momentarily. Setting aside the past grievances, concubine by and Appo's relentless kneeling at the entrance, wailing pitifully, was a direct affront to Lady Song. To deal with such a person, one must employ the ultimate tactic, to remain unresponsive. Once engaged, one would fall into their trap. Xiling halted, abruptly turning her head, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the surroundings. Concubine by has yet to recover from her grief, and you servants are remiss in your duties. Are you all so lethargic? Do you intend to incur punishment? Hurry and return her to her quarters and attend to her properly. And someone fetch a physician at once. Chapter 56. You are truly a rare gem. The servants usually observe the lady of the air with her amiable demeanor, always smiling and never displaying anger. However, today, she wore a stern expression while dealing with the troublesome concubine Bai. This concubine, known for stirring trouble and infuriating the countess, was surprisingly defeated in the first round by the lady of the air. Xiling had already dispatched someone to report the incident to the count, who was on duty at the Ministry of Rights. The servants, upon witnessing the scene, dared not act recklessly and hastily removed concubine Bai. She wept bitterly, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Lady of the air, your noble birth should not lead you to trouble a lowly concubine like me. Even if you look down upon me, do not misinterpret my sincere remorse. Xiling, observing the weeping concubine Bai, could not help but reflect. Men seem to have a penchant for such theatrics. In her previous life, Xiajin, upon attaining high status, had taken several concubines, all embodying this very demeanor. She had initially thought her father-in-law to be a man of integrity, only to discover he too was ensnared by such trivial pursuits. Her admiration for him had been squandered. Is the loaning marquis so devoid of decorum? Shouting and causing a scene is utterly disgraceful. Xiling scolded, while Mama stepped forward to silence concubine Bai. Being merely an old woman and Xiling's dowry maid, she was unafraid of any retribution from the concubine. Thus, the troublesome concubine Bai was escorted to her former quarters, Lan Yuan. Those who have not learned proper manners should stay confined. The commotion outside quickly reached the main hall. Lady Song, upon hearing from the servants that Xiling was dealing with concubine Bai, was momentarily taken aback. Why must this child put herself through such turmoil? That woman is malicious and resourceful, deeply favored by the count. Now that Bai Yulan has suffered at Xiling's hands, she will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her. Who knows what storms may arise in the future? Mama Song's eyes sparkled with delight. She had just witnessed the entire episode from a distance, and her admiration for the lady of the air surged like an unending river. My lady, your words are misguided. You hail from a noble lineage, raised with grace and propriety. Everything you do is from the perspective of a lady of the family. In such a manner, you maintain your dignity and display magnanimity, which is commendable for both the count and the marquis. Yet you alone have been wronged. Even if the old lady is somewhat fair, she ultimately chose to overlook your grievances in favor of the count and the marquis. I do not blame her, for she is akin to you. Thus, it is only natural that Bai Yulan, who can ensnare the count, continues to act with impunity before you. However, the lady of the air has been raised in an environment that is vastly different from yours. What she has learned since childhood is in stark contrast to your teachings. Therefore, concubine Bai's shameless and despicable antics have proven futile before the lady of the air. She is utterly unashamed, and the lady of the air could easily strip her of her dignity and trample it underfoot. Upon hearing this, Lady Song couldn't help but chuckle. She could vividly imagine her daughter-in-law, Xiling, tarnishing Bai Yulan's reputation. This child possesses a kind heart and a sense of propriety. She is protective of me, which warms my heart. Mama Song nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. With a good mother-in-law like you, the lady of the air will naturally cherish and respect you. Her spirited nature and loyalty will surely incline her towards you. Under Mama Song's encouragement, Lady Song's mood, previously influenced by concubine Bai, gradually improved. At that moment, Xiling entered, greeting her mother-in-law. Lady Song looked at her with deep affection. My dear child, why waste your breath on such a trifling matter? Xiling, unfazed, retorted with conviction, Mother, your generosity is commendable, but I cannot afford to be as magnanimous. If everyone at the loaning marquis disregards propriety, chaos will ensue. They profess to seek forgiveness while merely seeking to aggravate the situation. Lady Song covered her mouth with a handkerchief, suppressing a smile. But that is your father-in-law's beloved. Are you not afraid he will be angered upon his return? Xiling raised an eyebrow, a hint of indignation in her voice. The one who reports first often hold the upper hand. My people reached here before concubine Bai's did. If she seeks repentance, let her bow at the main entrance and retreat to her quarters to behave herself. As the lady of the air, Would I truly descend to her quarters to teach her etiquette? It is already a privilege for her to be allowed in the main hall. Yet, she dares to cause a ruckus here. I have shown her mercy by not having her punished. Lady Song could no longer contain her laughter at Gu Xiling's words. She playfully tapped her finger on Gu Xiling's smooth cheek, exclaiming, "You are truly a rare gem." As Gu Xiling spoke, her expressions were animated, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her tone infused with charm. Gu Xiling giggled, linking arms with her mother-in-law. "It is only your kindness, mother. In another household, I would have been expelled and forced to kneel at the entrance. Mother, you are dignified and gracious, always considering the bigger picture. You do not wish to engage in arguments with concubine by and risk losing face. But have you considered why, after 3 years, your father-in-law has suddenly decided to bring her back?" This was the crux of the matter. In her previous life, the downfall of the Loaning Marquis was not solely due to Zhou Jin's issues, but also Zhou Zai's actions. Rumor had it that the Loaning Marquis Zhou Zai had been ensnared by a woman, though Gu Xiling did not know who it was. However, now as the Lady of the Air, she could not afford to remain passive if she wished to lead a stable life in the Loaning Marquis. Upon hearing this, Lady Song's smile faded, and her brow furrowed slightly. 3 years prior, although the Count had spared by Yolan's life, he had harbored deep resentment for her having cruelly slain her own daughter. For 3 years, he had never visited by Yolan's secluded estate. I had thought he had forgotten her, only to find that 3 years later, he still allows her to return. This is sudden. I have yet to investigate the matter. Xiling, your suspicions are quite valid. I shall send someone to investigate and will not permit anyone to plot against the Count or the Marquis. Xiling, your concern for me touches my heart. Though I manage the household, I cannot claim infallibility, so you must remain vigilant. Gu Xiling nodded gravely, fully agreeing. Even a tiger does not eat its young. This concubine is capable of committing such heinous acts as murdering her own daughter, utterly devoid of humanity. My confrontation with her today will surely provoke her hatred towards me. My experiences have taught me that showing mercy to an enemy could lead to endless troubles. Given my disposition, I shall not spare anyone who poses a threat to me. Chapter 57. Offering wise counsel to the mother-in-law, Gu Xiling's resolute words left Song, sure, both astonished and curious. "Xiling, what ingenious method do you have?" Gu Xiling suppressed a smile, leaning close to her mother-in-law and lowering her voice. "The solution is quite simple. Use their own tactics against them. Bai Yin is fond of complaining, isn't she? She magnifies even the most trivial matters into grand tragedies, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom when she goes to the elder. Because she can cry, the elder perceives her as a victim. Over time, this inevitably skews his impression of you." Upon hearing this, Song sure shook her head. "You want me to emulate Bai Yulan and Apos as behavior? I would rather endure her complaints and be misunderstood by the Lord." Gu Xiling, amused by her mother-in-law and Apos' response, exclaimed, "Mother, you certainly cannot act that way, but I can. If I were to become mischievous, I would be the very essence of a chronic complainer." Song sure pursed her lips and chuckled. "What if it tarnishes your reputation?" Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. "Mother, there exists a method known as for your own good. We have never troubled Bai Yin. It has always been for her benefit." Song sure suddenly understood, playfully tapping Gu Xiling's forehead. "Naughty, but it seems like a viable plan. I shall learn from you." Gu Xiling laughed. "Please forgive me for my faults, mother, and do guide me. Act boldly and without worry. I know you possess discernment." Song sure praised her daughter-in-law, granting her the freedom to act. Gu Xiling felt a surge of joy, ready to embark on her battle. Meanwhile, the servant dispatched by Gu Xiling hurriedly made his way to the Ministry of Rights. The Marquis of Chongning, Zhou Zai, served as the Deputy Minister of Rights, a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade. Under the Minister of Rights, there were 3 deputy ministers. Zhou Zai primarily managed diplomatic protocols and affairs related to the Kingdom of Kong and various vassal states. At that moment, he was perusing a document from the Southern Yu Kingdom requesting to wed a princess from Kong for an alliance. After glancing at it briefly, he closed the document. Such a proposal was utterly unacceptable. The emperor had only one son, the crown prince, and no daughters. If an alliance were to happen, it would have to be from the daughters of the vassal princes, which would only serve to strengthen their power rather than the emperor and Oppos. As he prepared to review the next document, he heard the hurried footsteps of Lai Yun entering. "My lord, the young lady has sent a servant, Xiaoshun, to request an audience." Lai Yun's inquiry raised concerns. Gu family? Jose was taken aback. What could his daughter-in-law want with him? Was there nothing that could wait until he returned home? However, since the servant had arrived, he permitted Xiaoshun to enter. "What brings you here at the behest of the young lady?" Jose inquired directly, recognizing Xiaoshun as a clever young servant brought from the estate of Duke Jingyang. He was an orphan, unburdened by attachments, and was entirely devoted to Gu Xiling. Having witnessed the entire episode of her dealing with Bai Yinyang, Xiaoshun replied, upon Bai Yinyang and Amp, Oppos, S returned to the estate, she knelt at the entrance of the main courtyard. Refusing to rise, the young lady went to pay her respects to the lady of the house and happened upon Bai Yinyang, who was weeping and confessing her guilt. Out of kindness, the young lady sought to console her, assuring her that the lady of the house is magnanimous and allowing her to return to her quarters to rest. Yet, for some reason, Bai Yinyang continued to sob and even knelt to beg for forgiveness from the young lady. The young lady, alarmed, assumed Bai Yinyang was ill and arranged for a doctor to attend to her, returning her to her quarters. Uncertain if this action was right, she specially sent Xiaoshun to inform the Marquis. "If I have erred, I ask the Marquis to punish me." After Xiaoshun finished, Jose felt his ears grow warm and his face redden. He stroked his beard to mask his embarrassment and guilt. He was an astute man and could surmise what had transpired. However, there were underlying matters he could not disclose, even to his wife, Song Shi. The Gu family is new to all this. Ignorance is forgivable. Bai Yinyang has disrupted the lady and Amp, Oppos, S peace and must reflect in seclusion. She is not to leave her courtyard without summons. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshun felt relieved. "Your wisdom is evident, my lord. I shall return to inform the young lady. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave." Jose waved his hand, but quickly added, "When you return, inform Gu Xiling that she is invited to dine in the main courtyard tonight." "Understood, my lord," Xiaoshun replied, departing quietly. Once Xiaoshun had left and the corridor was clear, Lai Yun approached the Marquis. "My lord, Bai Yinyang must not be in distress." Jose nodded, yet Bai Yinyang continues to employ her old tactics to vex the lady. Lai Yun grimaced. "Though the methods are outdated, they remain effective. You have always fallen for them, my lord." Jose laughed awkwardly, tapping the table. "When you return, speak cautiously. Do not utter nonsense or reveal a word. If the lady, the young master, or the young lady inquire, respond only as I instructed." "Yes, my lord." Lai Yun complied respectfully. Xiaoshun returned to the Chongming Marquis estate and reported to Gu Xiling. She listened intently, contemplating, did the Marquis express anger? Xiaoshun replied, "No anger, rather a hint of embarrassment." Gu Xiling nodded, feeling reassured. "Xiaoshun, thank you for your efforts. Xiulan, prepare a reward." "Thank you, young lady," Xiaoshun said joyfully, leaving with a silver reward. At this moment, Gu Xiling lost interest in the storybook, finding it monotonous and unappealing. The book about a woman surrounded by handsome men, titled Spring Breeze, had yet to release its next volume. The author, Yun Shan, remained a mystery. Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppos, S attention was divided. Half was on Gu Shirong and the other half on Bai Yinyang. As for Zhou Jin, if he were to compile agricultural texts, he could stir up trouble. But Gu Xiling felt she could not bear the burden any longer. She no longer wished to support her husband, but rather contemplated separation, unwilling to repeatedly clean up after a man's mess. Meanwhile, Bai Yinyang, confined to the orchid courtyard, found herself in a state akin to house arrest. Her agents had not even seen the Marquis, having been dismissed by Lai Yun. Bai Yinyang furrowed her brow, feeling her plans thwarted today, unable to provoke Song Shi. The Marquis's attitude remained elusive. The mere thought of the boorish young lady, Gu Xiling, made her face turn pale with anger. Just then, an unremarkable maid entered, carrying tea. "Bai Yinyang, please enjoy some hot tea." Bai Yinyang, lost in her thoughts, jolted at the sound of the maid's voice, her pupils dilating as her gaze fell upon the teacup, glistening like a clear sky after the rain. Chapter 58. Something in Amp, Oppos, As happening. A significant matter. Madame Bai fixated her gaze on the teacup, entranced. After a considerable time, she remained motionless. The maid slowly raised her head, her expression lacking subservience. Though plain in appearance, her eyes were sharp. Madame Bai, please enjoy the hot tea. The maid gently reminded. A hint of panic crossed Madame Bai and Appo's alluring face as she instructed the other servants. Except for Xiao Chui. Everyone else should leave. I am weary. Yes, madam, the servants replied, bowing their heads as they exited. At that moment, only Madame Bai and Xiao Chui remained in the room. Taking a few deep breaths, Madame Bai finally extended her trembling hand to remove the lid of the teacup. Inside lay a small note and a white porcelain vial, slightly larger than her thumb. She opened the note, which read, "Administer the drug to Lord Chongning." Madame Bai gasped, lowering her voice as she stuttered, Xiao Chui, what is this drug? The Lord was not only her lover, but also her support. If he were to perish, even if the lady of the house did not sell her off, her fate would be to languish on the estate until death. Xiao Chui squinted, her demeanor darkening. Madame Bai, if we wish for Lord Chongning and Appo's demise, there are countless ways to ensure his quiet departure from this world. Our elaborate plan is to utilize Lord Chongning for our purposes, not to reduce him to a lifeless body. Do not presume that just because he brought you here, you are beyond worry. Your past actions, having harmed your own daughter, still linger in his mind. Relying solely on your beauty and former affections may not secure your standing in the Chongning household. Your methods today, which you have relied upon, are of no use. Madame Bai and Appo's trepidation began to dissipate under Xiao Chui and Appo's soft explanations. As long as the Lord remained alive, there was hope. Xiao Chui, what exactly will this drug do to the Lord? Madame Bai dared not act without clarity. Xiao Chui smirked, her eyes glinting with mockery. It can induce an addiction in Lord Chongning. If he does not consume the antidote every 5 days, he will suffer from excruciating pain and itching. Though it will not take his life, it will render him utterly miserable. If you can provide him with the antidote each time, will you not have him under your control? Lord Chongning and Appo's elder lady will not live much longer. No matter how significant the Song family is, they cannot rival the Lord. The entire Chongning household will be yours, will it not? As for that insufferable young lady, Xiling, who embarrassed you today, she has yet to consummate her marriage with young Master Zhou and has no offspring. Such a person is hardly worth concerning yourself over. With such benefits at hand, are you not tempted? Madame Bai took note of everything, contemplating carefully. Xiao Chui's analysis of her precarious position in the Chongning household was indeed troubling. Relying solely on affection was unreliable. She would inevitably grow old and lose her allure. Thus, she must seize complete control of the Lord before he grew weary of her to secure her position. Madame Bai pocketed the porcelain vial and looked up at Xiao Chui. Who exactly are you? Xiao Chui and Appo's eyes flashed with coldness as she admonished in a hushed tone, impudent. Bai Yulan, do not forget your place. You are to obey orders, not to inquire about my identity or that of my master. Otherwise, hearing this, Madame Bai hastily pleaded for mercy. Xiao Chui, please do not be angry. It was my indiscretion. I beg for your understanding. Xiao Chui tempered her icy demeanor, refraining from further provoking Madame Bai. Madame Bai had always been astute. Otherwise, she would not have attained her current status in the Chongning household. I hope you, a wise person, will act wisely and not overstep your bounds, lest your cleverness backfire. Madame Bai forced a smile. I will find an opportunity to administer it to the Lord at the earliest, and afterward, I will serve you, Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui nodded, retracting her sharp demeanor. Lowering her gaze, I await your good news. Carrying the teacup, Xiao Chui exited, appearing no different from an ordinary maid. Madame Bai gazed at the small porcelain vial in her palm, murmuring to herself, Lord, do not blame me. I am but a pawn in this game. Madame Bai assumed that when night fell and Lord Chongning returned, he would come to her. However, reality deviated greatly from her expectations upon his return. He headed straight to the main courtyard. Zhou returned almost simultaneously with Lord Chongning, also heading to the main courtyard. Xiling, having received a report from a young servant, arrived early, for her father-in-law had instructed her to do so without keeping him waiting. Upon entering, Lord Chongning was greeted by Song Shi, Gu Xiling, and Zhou Jin, all of whom rose to pay their respects. "Do not rise." After the three had settled, Zhou Jin spoke without waiting for Lord Chongning to initiate. "Father, although Xiling acted impulsively today, she did not err. I implore you to consider her sincere heart and not hold it against her." Gu Xiling, hearing Zhou Jin and Appo's words, felt warmth within as he chose to defend her. Zhou Jin and Appo's gaze turned towards her, accompanied by a gentle smile, almost endearing. Gu Xiling scrunched her nose slightly, pouting as if ungrateful. Zhou Jin remained unfazed, smiling tenderly. Song Shi, noticing Lord Chongning's silence, grew displeased and spoke with sarcasm. "If the Lord wishes to punish someone, let it be me. It would be best to divorce me." Making way for the Lord's beloved. At that moment, Song Shi, enraged, disregarded the presence of her son and daughter-in-law. Lord Chongning, Zhou Zhe, understood Song Shi's temperament. He had tolerated her for years, finding their relationship cordial enough. "Madam, it is merely a trifle. There is no need for such anger. This morning, the young servant reported to me. I was not angered, nor will I reprimand Xiling. Furthermore, I have confined by Shi for a month, allowing her to reflect in solitude without disturbing your peace. What was, shall remain as it is." Song Shi was momentarily stunned, half convinced. Years ago, Lord Chongning, in his 30s, had fallen for Bai Yulan, disregarding the old matriarch's orders to bring the courtesan into the household as a concubine. His affection had nurtured Bai Yulan's ambitions, leading her to dare to aspire to take her place. "Since the Lord has spoken thus, I shall take him at his word, hoping Bai Shi can reform her ways." Song Shi uttered courteous words, unable to fathom Lord Chongning and Appo's true intentions. Zhou Jin recalled how his father had once been infatuated with Bai Yinyang, as if under a spell, committing many foolish acts for the sake of a woman. In the past, he had not understood. Now that he had met Gu Xiling, he felt he began to grasp it. Gu Xiling, filled with suspicion, perceived neither affection in Lord Chongning's gaze for his favored concubine nor favoritism towards her. Instead, beneath his calm exterior lay a hint of indifference and disdain. If he had grown disenchanted and no longer loved her, why stir unrest within the family by bringing Bai Yinyang back? Something's happening, a matter of great significance, one that concerns the Chongning household. Gu Xiling could not discern the nature of this situation. As a newcomer, her understanding of the dynamics within the Chongning residence was far from complete. Conducting discreet inquiries might not yield the truth swiftly. However, an idea quickly took root in Gu Xiling's mind. Given that Gu Shirong had spent considerable time in the Chongning household in her previous life, she ought to know at least a thing or two by now. "Ah, my dear sister, I am coming to find you." Chapter 59. Trouble Caused by the Painting. After dinner, Lord Chongning Zhou Zhe settled in the main courtyard. Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin emerged from the main hall, both enveloped in silence. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward until Zhou Jin could no longer contain himself. "Here!" Zhou Jin exclaimed, pulling a hairpin from his sleeve and placing it into Gu Xiling and Appo's hand. Gu Xiling, preoccupied with devising a strategy to extract information from Gu Shirong, had no time for banter. Suddenly, Zhou Jin grasped her hand, placing the warm jade hairpin into her palm. The warmth of Zhou Jin and Appo's hand brought Gu Xiling back to focus, her gaze landing on the hairpin. "Is this for me?" "Indeed," Zhou Jin replied with a light laugh, nodding. "After I left the court, I personally purchased it from the treasure pavilion. I have many fine jade pieces in my storage. You may choose your preferred color another day, and I shall carve it for you myself." Gu Xiling sensed Zhou Jin's remorse and clutched the hairpin. It was petty to dwell on past grievances. She adored lotus flowers, and this hairpin was adorned with intricate lotus carvings. "Do you like it?" Zhou Jin inquired, his eyes bright with joy upon seeing Gu Xiling accept the gift, a token of goodwill, and her anger seemed to dissipate. Gu Xiling playfully raised the hairpin before Zhou Jin, reproachingly saying, "How am I to know if it looks good?" Zhou Jin was taken aback. He had misjudged her reaction. It seemed she did not wish to accept the hairpin. However, undeterred, he proposed, If you do not fancy this one, I shall procure another style for you tomorrow. Gu Xiling lightly stamped her foot, exclaiming that he was rather dense. I haven't worn it in my hair, so how could I possibly know if it suits me? At that moment, Lai Fu, who had been observing, grew anxious. How had his young master managed to pass the imperial examination? Was it all mere luck? Could he not perceive the underlying implications of the young lady in damp? Oppo's words? Young master, if you place in the young lady and amp, Oppo's hair, wound and amp, Oppo's. Do you know how it looks? Upon hearing Lai Fu and amp, Oppo's words, Zhou Jin was momentarily stunned, then enlightenment struck. Right? Xiling, let me put it in for you. With that, he swiftly retrieved the hairpin from her grasp and, with the discerning eye of a skilled artist, nestled it into her hair on the right side. Her fair, delicate visage radiated joy, and her flowing locks cascaded with affection. In her bashful gaze, there was a hint of admiration. Such beauty! Who could remain unmoved? Zhou Jin's heart swelled with delight. Exquisite, he declared. I shall buy you more in the future. Gu Xiling smiled. Thank you, young master. This was the first gift Zhou Jin had ever presented her, and she felt it imperative to express her appreciation, to encourage him to continue such gestures. Even if he spotted wildflowers by the roadside, she hoped he would think of plucking some for her. It was not the material value that mattered, but rather the sentiment behind it. Seeing Gu Xiling smile, Zhou Jin chuckled. As long as my lady is pleased. He gently held her hand as they returned to the Zizhu courtyard. However, Gu Xiling did not head to the main residence, but instead ventured to Zhou Jin's study. Zhou Jin had hoped for a more intimate evening, but it appeared that would not come to pass. Xiling, there is truly nothing related to Gu Shirong in the study. That is all in the past, Zhou Jin hastily explained as he noticed Gu Xiling surveying the room. Gu Xiling turned her gaze to Zhou Jin. Young master, you are overthinking it. I'm not revisiting old matters. Zhou Jin, caught between amusement and exasperation, thought to himself, how disingenuous of you, my little lady. Have you not revisited enough old grievances? Then why? Zhou Jin probed, eager to follow her lead. Gu Xiling pondered for a moment before asking, do you not find Lord Changning rather peculiar? Peculiar? Zhou Jin echoed, indeed puzzled. He had not anticipated that his father would still harbor feelings for concubine Bai. Is that so? Gu Xiling shook her head, her expression calm. I do not think so. If it were not lingering affection, why would he provoke the ire of both grandmother and mother to bring concubine Bai back? Zhou Jin questioned, how could one act in defiance of their mother and betray their wife if it were not a profound love? Gu Xiling replied, I do not sense any affection from Lord Changning towards concubine Bai. Rather, I perceive disdain and indifference. If he truly cared, would he need to belittle her as merely a plaything? Zhou Jin contemplated this, realizing Gu Xiling's insight held merit. Plaything was indeed the most contemptuous term a man could use for a woman. Once, concubine Bai had been his father's beloved. Zhou Jin looked to Gu Xiling, aware of her intelligence, and encouraged, Xiling, speak your mind. We shall deliberate together when faced with uncertainty. He clasped her hand, awaiting her response. Gu Xiling hesitated, sharing. Today I learned of concubine Bai and Oppo's presence in the residence, causing distress to my mother at the main gate. Shortly, I will dispatch someone to the estate to investigate. It has come to my attention that over the past 3 years, my father has never visited concubine Bai. I have yet to uncover what means concubine Bai employed to persuade my father to return her to the household. Rest assured, I shall counsel my mother to remain at ease. You need not concern yourself with that. If you have the chance, perhaps you could inquire with my father about his reasoning. Zhou Jin nodded. Very well. I shall ask him tomorrow. Having addressed serious matters, Gu Xiling playfully teased. I heard you painted my portrait. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin was taken aback, wondering how she knew. Suddenly, he recalled depicting her in an irate manner. If Gu Xiling were to see it, she would likely be furious. And no, I did not paint. Zhou Jin stammered, hastily seeking to change the subject. Observing his flustered demeanor only piqued Gu Xiling and Oppo's curiosity further. She ceased her inquiries and turned her attention to the scroll canister. Inside lay an unframed painting, presumably a recent work. Zhou Jin and Oppo's anxiety heightened. Had he known Gu Xiling would wish to see it, he would have certainly portrayed her as virtuous and dignified. Gu Xiling's gaze wandered elsewhere, yet her steps retreated closer to the scroll canister. Within arm's reach, she abruptly pivoted. Before Zhou Jin could react, Gu Xiling reached for the unframed scroll and unraveled it. The figure within came to life on the paper. Her bright, wide eyes blazed with fury. Her pert nose flared as her face tilted upwards, revealing 2 round nostrils. Her slightly parted lips displayed glinting tiger teeth, as if she were grinding them in anger. Her round face bore rosy cheeks, hinting at fine baby hair. With her chin raised and hands on her hips, she presented an intimidating demeanor, ready for confrontation. Zhou Jin. In that instant, Gu Xiling and Oppo's good mood evaporated. The painting captured her in a fierce, petulant pose, shattering the dignified image she had endeavored to maintain. Did Zhou Jin truly perceive her in such a light? No, she was absolutely not like that. He must have deliberately painted this to mock her in the future. Chapter 60. In this round, she bows in defeat. At this moment, Gu Xiling's pouting demeanor mirrored that of a charming figure from a painting. Yet, she adamantly refused to acknowledge her own behavior, for she considered herself the epitome of grace and virtue. How could she possibly act so frivolously? Gritting her teeth in secret, she revealed her playful little tiger teeth, pulled out a sheet of drawing paper and a pen, and placed them before Zhou Jin. Draw for me. Only when you capture my grace and poise will I deign to acknowledge you. Zhou Jin, amused by Gu Xiling and Oppo's rapid change of expression, stifled a laugh. Wary of inciting her ire, he suppressed the smile, tugging at the corners of his lips, murmuring, "What do you mean it doesn't and Oppo's? To resemble you? It bears a striking resemblance." Today, Zhou Jin had truly witnessed what it meant to be vividly alive on paper. Observing Gu Xiling, he felt his own artistic skills had improved significantly. "I will draw. Yes, I will draw." Zhou Jin quickly acquiesced, refraining from further argument. Gu Xiling and Oppo's anger had yet to dissipate. Her alluring phoenix eyes glared at Zhou Jin. "I speak the truth. If you cannot draw it, I shall not relent. I will ignore you forever." With that, she turned on her heel, her back straight, hands resting elegantly on her abdomen, departing with an air of dignity. Yet, anyone could see that she was seething, as if every strand of her hair was ready to spring to life. Xiling, unable to contain her laughter, quickly averted her gaze. That painting was a testament to Zhou Jin's ability to capture the essence of the future lady of the house. Xiling bowed to Zhou Jin before hastily exiting, casting a glance at Lifu, silently urging him to encourage the young master. As Gu Xiling walked away, Zhou Jin found himself not angered but rather amused, laughter bubbling forth until tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Gu Xiling, hearing his laughter echo behind her, forcibly reminded herself to maintain her composure, to remain unperturbed. Yet she ultimately could not resist, stamping her foot in frustration. "Zhou Jin," she exclaimed, turning to face him beneath the moon gate, her brows arched in defiance. "Just you wait." For this round, Zhou Jin had gained the upper hand. Xiling swiftly followed, arriving at the Zizhu courtyard. She hurriedly poured a cup of cool tea for Gu Xiling. "My lady, please calm down and do not hold a grudge against the young master. One day, he will surely appreciate your grace and virtue." Gu Xiling narrowed her eyes slightly, regarding Xiling. "Do you also think I lack grace and virtue?" Xiling hesitated, offering a sheepish smile. The lady is indeed the very embodiment of grace and virtue. Gu Xiling raised an eyebrow, discerning the insincerity in Xiling's words. "Speak the truth. I shall not punish you for it." Xiling shrank back, whispering, "Why pursue grace and virtue so fiercely, my lady? The Marquis's wife may be virtuous, but how humiliating it is to be blocked by a concubine at the main gate. I may be a mere servant, yet I believe it suffices to maintain a semblance of grace on the surface. As for what lies beneath, one should live comfortably without suffocating oneself." Gu Xiling was taken aback, surprised by Xiling's insightful perspective, which resonated with her own thoughts. Having just been provoked by Zhou Jin, Gu Xiling reflected on her journey home. In her past life, grace and virtue were ingrained in her very being, allowing her to remain unscathed. Given her background in the Xie family and a husband lacking ambition, she had no choice but to conform. However, since marrying into the Chongning Marquis, the relaxed atmosphere had allowed Xiling to shed her burdensome armor, embracing a life of ease and comfort. With kind elders and a gradually evolving husband, Zhou, her life was devoid of trivial worries, revealing a lively and playful heart beneath her hardened exterior. While Xiling typically maintained composure, she had allowed herself to be more open and cheerful, occasionally embracing youthful innocence and playfulness in her interactions with Zhou. Some facades could deceive the average observer, but not someone as astute as Zhou. After all, he was a distinguished scholar, not only celebrated for his intellect, but also possessing a deeply empathetic heart, capable of discerning the essence of people and situations. Xiling, among the maidens, you are the most astute, Xiling said, a smile gracing her lips, her earlier anger dissipating. In a moment of introspection, she wholeheartedly accepted her current disposition. Seeing that Xiling was no longer upset, Xiling breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "My lady, the young master has captured your spirit in his drawing, signifying his attentive observation and appreciation of you. Not only does he like it, but I too find it delightful. It is charming and playful, rather than merely a portrayal of a wooden beauty, truly lifelike." Xiling covered half her face with a fan, laughing at Xiulon's words. "Hearing you say that, it truly does sound beautiful. Such a piece could not be crafted without genuine observation." With her spirits lifted, Xiling enjoyed sweet dreams that night. Meanwhile, Lai Fu, observing Zhou Jin's carefree laughter, grew anxious. "Young master, are you not concerned that the young madam might become angry?" Zhou Jin focused himself, casting a stern glance at Lai Fu. "If you had kept silent, the young madam would have remained unaware of my drawing." Lai Fu felt wronged. "How was I to know you had portrayed the young madam thus? You know well how much she values propriety, at least on the surface. You cannot blame me for this." Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Do you imply my work is flawed? That it does not capture her essence?" Lai Fu was at a loss for words, nearly bowing in exasperation. "Oh, my young master, it is precisely because you have captured her essence and spirit that the young madam feels vexed about the revelation of her carefully constructed facade of grace." Zhou Jin's gaze fell upon the painting. "Prepare the materials for me. When we have a day off, I shall frame it myself." Such an amusing and delightful painting was meant for his own enjoyment. As for others, they could continue to admire Xiling's carefully crafted facade of grace. "Yes, young master," Lai Fu replied, glancing at the artwork, which was indeed quite striking. "What are your plans for the next portrait of a young madam?" Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. "The inspiration is ripe today. I shall begin now. Prepare the ink and brushes." Lai Fu moved swiftly, gathering the necessary items. Zhou Jin entered a state of focused creativity, envisioning Xiling and Appo's as composed demeanor. The scenes in his mind began to flow seamlessly onto the paper, each stroke fluid and unyielding. 2 hours later, deep into the night, silence enveloped the room. "Finished," Zhou Jin declared softly, a smile gracing his lips. "Lai Fu, come and see how it turned out." Lai Fu, who had been dozing in a chair, jolted awake at Zhou Jin and Appo's call, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he approached. Upon laying his gaze upon the painting, his drowsy eyes widened in astonishment. The artwork was not just good, it was extraordinary. In fact, it was even more lifelike than the previous piece, a masterpiece. "My young master, are you not concerned that the young madam will be furious and confront you about this? If you continue in this manner, not only will your wedding night be indefinitely delayed, but the young madam may truly refuse to engage with you in the future." Chapter 61. Perishing from Loquacity. Falling to the folly of the tongue. Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Is the painting unsatisfactory? Does it not exude an air of propriety and virtue?" Lai Fu's gaze fell upon the artwork once more, his eyes brimming with tears. "Your Grace, since the lady wished to see a portrait that embodies her grace and dignity, why not simply create it? Instead, you have portrayed her essence in a manner that is rather amusing." "Ha ha!" Zhou Jin chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Do you not find it rather entertaining?" Lai Fu rolled his eyes in disbelief. critiquing the heir's questionable sense of humor. Your Grace, it appears you are not merely amused. You seem to delight in envisioning the lady's reaction when she sees this, her anger manifesting as she grits her silver teeth in frustration. You seek retribution for the times she has left you fuming and speechless. Zhou and Damp, Appo's laughter abruptly ceased as the servant in Damp, Appo's astute observation struck a chord within him. With a haughty snort, he glanced at Lai Fu. Have you ever heard of individuals who perish from excessive chatter and the folly of their tongues? Lai Fu quickly covered his mouth, feigning innocence and loyalty, vowing to remain discreet. Zhou, in high spirits, commanded, prepare 2 sets of materials for me. When I am on leave, I shall meticulously frame this work. I am quite eager to witness Xiling and Damp, Appo's reaction upon seeing it. Zhou was so engrossed in his playful banter with Xiling, filled with laughter and affection, that he scarcely paid heed to the return of his father's concubine. In his eyes, she was merely a trinket. He had heard of many restless concubines, but to personally orchestrate the demise of one's own daughter in an attempt to frame the mistress was a first for him. A child is a father's Achilles heel, especially one who perishes due to the treachery of the inner chambers. Such a loss is intolerable to a father. The Marquis of Chongning had but one heir, making the birth of a daughter from Bai Yinyang a rare blessing. Though a daughter, she was still precious to a family with so few descendants. Yet Bai Yinyang, in her foolishness, had sacrificed the only support she had in this life. Was it truly worth it? In Zhou and Appo's eyes, Bai Yinyang embodied the archetype of a woman who considered herself astute, yet was woefully foolish. Lying upon his bed, Zhou closed his eyes, beginning to envision a beautiful life filled with love and harmony alongside Xiling. He imagined having several children, providing his son with a few dogs and horses, and his daughter with a handful of rabbits. For Xiling, perhaps he would procure a parrot that could mimic his speech to entertain her. By day, he would attend to his duties at the court, and by night, return home to impart wisdom to his children. As time passed, he mused. The affection between husband and wife might wane. Zhou felt no compulsion to take a concubine. The thought was unsettling, fraught with the potential for poison and betrayal. Many foolish men in the capital indulged in their mistresses at the expense of their wives, leading to domestic turmoil and ineffectiveness. Zhou had already mapped out his life for the years ahead, striving to fulfill his obligations to the court while endeavoring to enact tangible benefits for the common folk. Upon returning home, if Xiling found him bothersome, he would engage in carpentry, a pastime he cherished. He could craft hairpins to gift to Xiling or create a zither to serenade her. During the warm spring and crisp autumn, he could indulge in fishing. With so many delightful pursuits, why squander energy on the whims of a concubine? Filled with anticipation for a beautiful life, Zhou drifted into a sweet slumber, reveling in a dream where all his desires were fulfilled. In the long, restless night, perhaps the most tormented soul in the Marquis of Chongning's estate was Bai Yinyang of the lawn courtyard. Her gaze frequently darted toward the door, yet the figure she longed for never materialized. Hope morphed into disappointment, spiraling into despair. In the passage of time over the last 3 years, Bai Yinyang had missed countless opportunities. Perhaps those around her were right. Perhaps only poison could compel the Marquis to return to her side, rendering her indispensable. She would show no mercy, refusing to allow herself to fall into despair. The following day, upon Xiling's awakening and after breakfast, she approached her mother-in-law, Song Shi, to pay her respects. "Mother, there are matters at the shop that require my attention." Song Shi chuckled lightly. "If it is necessary, then go ahead. Take your maid and some guard with you." "Thank you, mother. When I return, I shall bring you some chestnut cakes," Xiling replied, bowing respectfully. Song Shi gazed at her charming daughter-in-law and reflected on the sweetness between her and her son, feeling a surge of nostalgia. Youth is indeed a wondrous thing. Ultimately, love and affection prevail. Yet how much love ultimately succumbs to time. A woman, neglected and forsaken by her husband, awakens to the harsh realities of life, learning to love herself for a longer, more fulfilling existence. A man, often consumed by infatuation, squanders his wealth and health, leading to a shorter life. Thus, time remains the greatest victor. Those who endure longer emerge as the ultimate winners. Upon leaving the estate, Gu Xiling climbed into her carriage. At that moment, Gu Mama softly reported, "Madam, Lady Xie is visiting the Treasures Pavilion today to select jewelry for the Lotus Banquet at Xiujiangpu. The Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residence is relatively close to the Treasures Pavilion. Shall we proceed there first? Otherwise, we may risk missing her arrival." Gu Xiling shook her head with a smile. "We must go ahead. If we arrive late, her suspicious nature may lead her to deduce that I am following her to the Treasures Pavilion." Gu Mama's expression turned dubious as she questioned, "Madam, you have never favored interactions with Lady Xie. Why the sudden effort to meet her?" Gu Xiling pursed her lips in a sly grin. "I intend to uncover her true intentions. I have instructed someone to investigate by Yin Yang and discovered that Sister Rong and Oppo's maid, Xiao Zhun, once entered the estate." Gu Mama gasped in astonishment. How could Miss Xi Rong know by Yin Yang? Who can say? Gu Xiling's lips curled into a smile. Her brow arched. "Today, I aim to discern the truth. Gu Mama, later, ensure that we slip extra coins to Lady Xie and Amp, Oppo's maidservants to gauge her thoughts." Gu Mama complied. Understood. In the midst of this power play between their masters, the servants found themselves in a precarious position. However, with their fates tied to Gu Xiling, they could only rely on their wits. Yet, due to Miss Xi Rong's dowry being monopolized by her mother-in-law, they were now forced to sell medicinal herbs, with their earnings barely covering their expenses. It was said that this month's wages were difficult to disperse, let alone any bonuses. The subordinates were living in tight quarters, inevitably leading to restless thoughts. Gu Xiling entered the Treasures Pavilion, where the proprietor personally welcomed the lady of Chongning Marquis. Whatever jewelry Gu Xiling desired, the proprietor presented it with utmost respect, showcasing all the fashionable and exquisite pieces available. Gu Xiling selected with care, and the proprietor exhibited no sign of impatience. Meanwhile, Gu Xirong and her maid, Xiao Zhun, arrived at the Treasures Pavilion, witnessing the proprietor and attendants treating Gu Xiling with deference and attentiveness. Upon entering, the shopkeeper immediately recognized Gu Xirong and Amp, Oppo's attire from last year, and Amp, Oppo's fashion, and discerned that she was not of affluent means. Even if such a person were willing to spend at the Treasures Pavilion, they would likely be picky, opting for the most affordable items. Thus, the shopkeeper did not extend special attention to Gu Xirong, instead serving several customers simultaneously without initiative. The scene before her pierced Gu Xirong and Amp, Oppo's heart deeply. In her past life, the place occupied by Gu Xiling had been hers. Gu Xiling had lavishly purchased numerous trendy pieces, which should have belonged to her. Yet now, despite having found a romantic partner, she was financially constrained. The reality of being in love while living in poverty was indeed a harsh existence. With her eyes reddened, Gu Xirong approached, her gaze fixated on the jewelry Gu Xiling was acquiring. She was determined to probe Gu Xiling, inquiring how she had managed to endure during her time at the Xie household. Chapter 62. The Art of Flattery. What a coincidence that Sister Ling is here too. Gu Xirong spoke with an affectionate tone, her expression laced with concern. "It has truly been some time since we last met, and I have missed you dearly, my sister." Upon hearing Gu Xirong and Oppo's words, Gu Xiling felt a pang of inadequacy. After all, it was Gu Xirong whom she had driven away last time. Yet, Gu Xirong could effortlessly display the depth of sisterly affection as if she were genuinely concerned. If Gu Xirong were to take to the stage, the renowned performer, Little Meihua, would be entirely overshadowed. Instead of relinquishing the exquisite jewelry she held, Gu Xiling deliberately waved the exquisite double-branch peony gold hairpin when Gu Xirong glanced her way. Naturally, the lavishly inclined Gu Xirong's gaze became fixated on the ornament in Gu Xiling's grasp, as if it were irresistibly glued to her sight. A tumult of emotions surged within Gu Xirong. That was once her most cherished piece of jewelry, yet now it was beyond her financial reach. "This double-branch peony is too ostentatious for me to wear now. I would prefer that hibiscus flower ruby gold hairpin in my bag," Gu Xiling declared, dismissing the luxurious double-branch peony gold hairpin. Gu Shirong was taken aback by Gu Xiling and Amp, Appo's, S-words. The very item she longed for was regarded as inferior by her sister. Yes, my lady, the shopkeeper replied, beaming with delight, for she was indeed a significant patron, purchasing so much at once. Allow me to wrap these for you. Thank you for your kindness, the shopkeeper said, meticulously placing each piece of jewelry into several delicate zetonwood boxes, each set of considerable value. Yet, the daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Chongning had bought a staggering 8 sets. Gu Shirong, witnessing so many treasures destined for Gu Xiling, felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. She could afford none of it. Once the jewelry was arranged, Gu Xiling turned to Gu Shirong as if just noticing her presence, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Sister Rong, how fortuitous! What treasures have caught your eye? Surely, Lord Siet dotes on you and would wish to procure the finest and most exquisite adornments from the treasure pavilion. Through their exchanges, Gu Xiling had discerned Gu Shirong's vulnerabilities and felt confident in her ability to provoke her sister's ire. Indeed, her words struck a nerve, leaving Gu Shirong feeling exposed. She could not afford any of it. Her visit was merely to select something modestly appealing among the lower-end jewelry. Yet, in Gu Xiling's presence, she could not bear to appear so. The envy and resentment within Gu Shirong reached a boiling point, yet she had to maintain her facade. My husband is a man of integrity and frugality. Having married into the Xie family, I must support him wholeheartedly. With his recent promotion, now serving as a 5th-rank general, it is imperative that we act with prudence and humility. Although my brother-in-law has regained his position with the Emperor and Oppos, as approval, it is merely a trivial role in compiling agricultural texts. The path to achievement is fraught with difficulty. As daughters of the Gu family, we must embody grace and virtue, avoiding extravagance that burdens the people. Our duty is to be wise wives and nurturing mothers. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, Gu Xiling would have rolled her eyes at Gu Shirong's self-righteousness. How could one be so poor, yet be unable to tolerate others indulging themselves? Such lofty rhetoric, all in an attempt to belittle her. With a light laugh, Gu Xiling replied, Sister, your words are misguided. I possess the means to purchase jewelry that pleases me, which supports the merchants of the treasure pavilion. Not only do the craftsmen benefit, but the miners do as well. If no one buys, the artisans will be left without work and face starvation. The gems unearthed by the miners will remain unsold, jeopardizing their livelihoods. Wooden and Oppos, do you agree, shopkeeper? The shopkeeper readily aligned with Gu Xiling, asserting, indeed, my lady, commerce thrives on the exchange of goods, benefiting all involved. Gu Shirong shook her head with a bitter smile. A virtuous wife brings little trouble. Since my sister is unwilling to heed my advice, I shall consider my words unspoken. Gu Xiling, maintaining her veneer of politeness, unveiled a perfect faux smile, her bright eyes and radiant smile rendering her undeniably beautiful from any angle. If sister is not here to purchase jewelry, then what brings you here? Gu Shirong clenched her teeth in silence. As the number of spectators grew, some peering from a distance, fanning themselves to conceal their expressions. From the mocking gazes of those who reveled in the unfolding drama, Gu Shirong and Amp, Oppos, vain and proud heart plummeted. Just moments ago, she had spotted her sister on the street and had rushed over to converse, only to be met with Gu Xiling's dismissive demeanor, which left her feeling despondent. With an enchanting smile, Gu Xiling moved gracefully. Sister, what do you mean? I have missed you too. Since you wish to see me, let's visit the tea house next door. I shall treat you to some tea. Gu Shirong, stifled by Gu Xiling's pretense, felt a surge of frustration but forced a smile. Thank you, sister. Let's go. Straightening her back, Gu Shirong maintained her charming demeanor, even as jealousy threatened to consume her from within. Yet in public, she preserved her elegance. Upon reaching the tea house, they settled in a second-floor room by the window, gazing at the bustling street below, though their thoughts were entirely consumed by one another. Gu Shirong attempted to calm herself, reminding herself that soon, the Marquis of Chongning would be rendered powerless, destined for failure. Zhou, merely a poet of sour verses, was still just a lowly 6th-rank official, tasked with compiling agricultural texts, hardly the scholarly pursuits of the 4 books and 5 classics. He was no match for the promising Xiejin. Gu Xiling had clearly lost her senses to think well of Zhou Jin and to conspire on his behalf. Thus, Gu Shirong began to suspect that Gu Xiling had not truly been reborn. The previous schemes for Zhou Jin had merely been coincidence. If Gu Xiling had truly been reborn, how could she possibly take pride in marrying a useless man like Zhou Jin? How could she forsake her future with the powerful Xiejin? Through this mental self-affirmation, Gu Shirong regained her composure. After all, Gu Xiling would not bask in her triumph for long. After sipping a cup of chrysanthemum tea, Gu Xiling drew her gaze from the street below. Sister Rong, why did Xiujin go to the eastern outskirts of the Marquis of Chongning and Appo's estate? No, Xiujin did not go to see Lady Bai. Gu Shirong instinctively retorted, letting her guard down. If Gu Xiling were aware of this beforehand, how could she enjoy the unfolding drama? Raising an eyebrow, Gu Xiling smiled knowingly at Gu Shirong. Sister Rong, I never claimed that Xiujin was visiting Lady Bai. We are both intelligent women, so let us dispense with the pretense. Speak the truth to me, and I shall ensure your days are easier. If you choose silence, should the CF family find themselves in dire straits, when you come to the Marquis of Chongning and Appo's estate seeking assistance, I may choose to avoid you. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirong and Appo's rebellious spirit flared. As long as Xiujin was not caught in the act, she would deny everything. Oh dear, Ling's sister, such bold claims you make. You frighten me. I have known Zhou Jin for 3 years, and I am well aware of Lady Bai's actions and whereabouts. It is only natural. Rest assured, even if I were to starve, I would never darken the door of the Marquis of Chongning and Appo's estate. Gu Xiling merely huffed lightly, remaining composed. With her slender, pale fingers, she dipped in her teacup, tracing 2 characters onto the table. Gu Shirong gasped sharply, suddenly raising her head, her gaze towards Gu Xiling filled with ferocity. Chapter 63. Deeply struck, Gu Shirong had invested a considerable amount of money, utilizing her dowry and borrowing from the moneylender to procure medicinal herbs from distant lands. She awaited the summer floods this year, anticipating a substantial profit to alleviate the impoverished state of the CF family. Her actions were shrouded in secrecy. How could Gu Xiling be aware of this? Gu Xiling, how did you come to know of this? Gu Shirong inquired, her expression grave, eyes glinting with coldness. Gu Xiling smirked slightly. Are you upset? Is it only permissible for you to vex me, while I cannot investigate you? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. You believe your acquisition of medicinal herbs was unnoticed, yet you cannot escape the scrutiny of someone dedicated to uncovering your actions. Previously, Gu Xiling had refrained from entangling herself with Gu Shirong, preferring to maintain her distance from the CF family. Yet, Gu Shirong persistently sought to undermine her, disrupting her tranquil life with her malicious schemes. Could Gu Xiling simply overlook this? Gu Shirong glared furiously, but soon regained her composure, suppressing her inner wrath. Even if you know I am acquiring medicinal herbs, what of it? I am conducting legitimate business, buying rather than stealing. Gu Shirong believed that Gu Xiling's intention to leverage the herbs against her was utterly futile. Gu Xiling, adorned in rosy rouge, playfully tapped the table. She understood that Gu Shirong would not easily capitulate. Such a person would not weep until faced with a grave situation. Until Gu Shirong was cornered, she would never cooperate. Given Gu Shirong's obstinacy, Gu Xiling resolved to accommodate her. After all, she possessed wealth surpassing Gu Shirong's. She could afford to block her. But Gu Shirong could not withstand a gamble. By coincidence, I noticed my sister purchasing medicinal herbs as well. Indeed, I procured 10 times more than you. You. Gu Shirong sprang to her feet, glaring at Gu Xiling, her crimson nails pointing accusingly. You are truly venomous. Gu Xiling raised her gaze, the laughter in her eyes fading. Gu Shirong, since we married, have I ever proactively sought trouble with you? Gu Shirong hesitated, pondering. It seemed she had not. In fact, it was often she who, unwilling to let Gu Xiling live comfortably, initiated confrontations, yet each attempt had met with failure. For instance, her decision to send Xiujin to the eastern outskirts of the Chongning Marquis estate to meet concubine was motivated by money. However, She had not anticipated that Gu Xiling would discover Xiujin's whereabouts. Sister Rong, it is you who has compelled me to take such actions. Gu Xiling spoke coldly, a smirk gracing her lips, her mockery evident. I thought we would each find joy in our respective marriages, yet you cannot bear to see me thrive. If the roles were reversed, how would you react? Perhaps you would be even more ruthless. Gu Shirong fell silent, her gaze lowered to the table. In her previous life, Gu Xiling had indeed not troubled her. It was as though upon marrying into the CF family, she had become docile, unlike her spirited self as an unmarried girl, always vying for superiority. Conversely, Gu Shirong, having wed into a prominent family, initially enjoyed a favorable life, often flaunting her status to mock Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppos, as modest circumstances. Yet, these were mere words, devoid of any substantial actions, for at that time, she regarded the CF family as destitute and Gu Xiling as insignificant, unworthy of her efforts. Reflecting upon this, Gu Shirong felt as though her heart had been struck repeatedly. In this life, Gu Xiling was the heir of the Chongning Marquis and Amp, Oppos, estate. In her eyes, Gu Shirong was utterly impoverished, likely deemed unworthy of Gu Xiling and Amp, Oppos' attention. Gu Shirong felt a surge of anger and humiliation as her pride was severely wounded. With so many medicinal herbs in Gu Xiling and Oppos' possession, if she chose to lower their prices, Gu Shirong and Oppos' stock would likely not fetch a high price. The resulting losses would exacerbate the already dire financial situation of the CF family, akin to adding insult to injury. After a prolonged silence, Gu Shirong and Amp, Oppos' previously erect posture gradually slumped, and she sat down, filled with a sense of frustration and resentment. Concubine Bai was favored by the Chongning Marquis. 3 years had passed, and men are known for their forgetfulness. How could the Marquis forget a charming and alluring figure? I will send Xiujin to find Concubine Bai and instruct her to compose a blood letter. I will arrange for someone to deliver it to the Chongning Marquis. Upon receiving the letter, he will remember her and bring her back to the estate. Gu Xiling listened intently to Gu Shirong and Oppos' explanation, her expression serious. Sister Rong, you have always been motivated by profit. You would never assist someone like Concubine Bai, who bears no relation to you, out of pity. State your true intentions without subterfuge. I will be frank with you. I have come to you in the spirit of our shared heritage from the Jingyang Duke and Oppos' estate, and I shall grant you some dignity. However, if my mother-in-law learns that you are aiding Concubine Bai's return to the estate, do you believe she will let you off lightly? At that point, you and the CF family will be unable to withstand the wrath of the Chongning Marquis wife. Upon hearing this, Gu Shirong's countenance shifted dramatically. Having experienced the formidable methods of Song, the wife of the Chongning Marquis, she understood all too well the severity of her tactics. The CF family, or Xiejin, remained weak and could not endure the ruthless measures of the powerful Chongning Marquis and Oppos' estate. One must exercise patience to avoid jeopardizing the greater plan. After careful consideration, Gu Shirong finally admitted, I am in need of money. Money? Gu Xiling was perplexed. Where would the money come from? Bai Yulan had once been the courtesan of Chuanxiang Tower, where many a scholar and wealthy official had lavished their fortunes for a mere glimpse of her. When the Chongning Marquis triumphed at a poetry gathering, he won Bai Yulan's heart, not only without paying a ransom, but also gaining her savings from Chuanxiang Tower. And how much silver did you acquire from Bai Yulan? Gu Xiling pressed, her curiosity piqued. Was Gu Shirong truly this superficial? Under Gu Xiling's scrutiny, Gu Shirong and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment. 1,000 taels. She had received 1,000 taels of silver, which enabled her to buy jewelry in preparation for the Tsujiang Pond Lotus Festival. How humiliating to have fallen to such depths. Just 1,000 taels? Gu Xiling was incredulous. You would go to such lengths for this meager sum? Gu Shirong felt suffocated by Gu Xiling and Oppos' tone, her humiliation palpable. There was a time when she would have looked down upon such a sum, yet now the CF family was impoverished, burdened by debts. In a moment of desperation, she had turned her sights upon Concubine Bai. I would desire 5,000 taels, but Concubine Bai is unwilling. Gu Shirong rose, exasperated. This is the situation. Out of sisterly loyalty, I have revealed everything to you. I hope you refrain from undervaluing the medicinal herbs. Should I incur a loss, I will ensure you regret it." With that, Gu Shirong stormed off, unwilling to endure the sight of Gu Xiling and Appo's smug expression. She must remain steadfast, awaiting the day when the Chongning Marquis falls from grace, at which point she would reclaim her dignity and exact revenge for today's humiliation. Chapter 64. Not disloyalty, but the excess of the other party. After the agitated Gu Shirong departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Gu Xiling remained seated, her gaze fixed on the road outside. Just before stepping into the carriage, Gu Shirong glanced back at Gu Xiling. Although she forced her lips to suppress a smile, her anger was palpable, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Xiaolan furrowed her brow. "Madam, I believe Miss Shirong has yet to reveal her true intentions. It is certainly not merely about the money." Gu Xiling turned to Xiaolan with a smile. How could she divulge everything? She will share half and withhold the other half. "Granny Gu, the next steps are in your hands." Granny Gu, humble yet serious, replied, "Yes, I shall inquire into Miss Shirong's true motives as swiftly as possible." Gu Xiling remained composed, confident that her earlier provocation had sufficiently unsettled Gu Shirong, ensuring she would return home in a state of frustration that would leave her unable to eat. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, Gu Shirong would inevitably reveal her intentions in her quest for vengeance. Gu Xiling's dowry and betrothal gifts included shops, all managed well by the four stewards, whose accounts were clear and conscientious. Later in the afternoon, Gu Xiling brought a set of jewelry to the main courtyard as a gift for her mother-in-law, Madame Song. Madame Song smiled appreciatively. Her spirits lifted, though she feigned modesty. "At my age, with my youth behind me, no matter how exquisite the jewelry, it would hardly shine on me, nor would anyone notice." Gu Xiling dismissed her words. "Mother, do not say such things. Are we to adorn ourselves solely for the pleasure of others? Can it not be for our own enjoyment?" Madame Song paused, contemplating, and found the reasoning quite sound. With so many pieces of jewelry lying unused, why not indulge in self-adornment during her leisurely days? "Xiling, you are quite perceptive. This is a lesson I must learn from you," Madame Song said with a smile. "After toiling outside, you must be weary. Return and rest, lest you wear yourself out." Now, Madame Song found more joy in her son's presence than in her daughter-in-law's. While her son remembered to bring her pastries, he often neglected to bring her jewelry. "Thank you, mother," Gu Xiling replied, placing down the gift and leaving with her servant. Madame Song admired the set of gilded emerald jewelry, thoroughly pleased, and resolved to wear it the next day. "Yes, madam, I will prepare an outfit to complement the jewelry, ensuring it enhances your beauty," Granny Song remarked, saying what Madame Song loved to hear. "Excellent," Madame Song nodded, looking forward to the morrow's delight. Meanwhile, after boarding the carriage, Gu Shirong's anger simmered further, her long nails nearly piercing her palms. Xiaozhen softly offered consolation, knowing just the right words to alleviate Gu Shirong's distress. If Gu Shirong's frustration was not promptly addressed, the maid surrounding her would surely suffer the consequences. "Miss, do not stoop to Miss Xiling's level. She is merely riding a wave of fortune, looking down on others. Once our general achieves success and rises to prominence, Miss Xiling will not even be worthy of carrying your shoes." Granny Su raised her eyes to glance at Xiaozhen, but chose to remain silent, lowering her head again. She worried that Gu Shirong's incessant troubles with Gu Xiling were ultimately self-defeating. What arrogance did Gu Shirong possess, and what gave her such confidence? Upon hearing Xiaozhen's encouragement, Gu Shirong chuckled. Indeed, that white concubine is not to be underestimated. Xiaozhen smiled in agreement. "Miss, you are correct. My previous inquiries about white concubine were quite revealing. Her return to the Chongning Marquis' residence is bound to disrupt the household's peace. Miss Xiling, with her fiery temper and capricious nature, will surely find her intolerable. Besides, Miss Xiling has yet to consummate her union with the heir. She remains unaware of the intricacies of the inner quarters." Upon hearing that consummation had not yet occurred, Gu Shirong and Appo's mood lifted further. Without consummation, Gu Xiling could not truly be regarded as the heir and Appo's his wife, and surely Gu Xiling must be anxious. Though Gu Shirong harbored disdain for Gu Xiling, she could not deny her beauty. Yet, the prolonged delay in consummation with Zhou Jin could not merely be attributed to physical reasons. Could it be that he was still pining for someone else? With this thought, Gu Shirong felt even more self-satisfied with her own beauty, confirming her superiority over Gu Xiling. When one becomes overly proud, they often speak without restraint. Indeed, White Concubine will surely have the Chongning Marquis under her sway. Securing her position in the inner quarters, Gu Shirong declared. Xiao Zhan expressed out, Miss, your words may be overstated. While White Concubine is beautiful and enjoys the Marquis's favor, she ultimately has no offspring. Even if the Marquis dotes on her with gifts and spends nights in her quarters, he would never be at her beck and call. At that moment, Granny Sue interjected. Miss, I too find this unlikely. After all, the Chongning Marquis is a high-ranking official. How could he be so easily dominated by a woman from the inner quarters? Gu Shirong smirked, relishing in the misfortune of others. In the normal rivalry for favor, even if White Concubine played her cards well, she could not surpass Madame Song, let alone the cunning Gu Xiling. Yet, what if White Concubine employed certain means to ensnare the Marquis in an irresistible addiction? Would that not grant her unfettered power? Granny Sue and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. While one could become addicted to substances, it would not necessarily lead to instant debauchery. Huh? Gu Shirong laughed mockingly. In this vast world, there is no end to the wonders. Let us wait and see how long Gu Xiling can maintain her arrogance. Indeed, Mrs. Wise, we shall await Miss Xiling and Oppos. S and Oppos. Good news and Oppos. Xiao Zhan chimed in, feigning a resolute support for Gu Shirong while secretly pondering the monetary value of this news. That very evening, Xiao Zhan relayed the information she had gathered through a servant from the Jingyang Marquis' estate, receiving 50 taels of silver in return, neatly packed in 5 10-tael notes for easy concealment. Upon receiving the silver, Xiao Zhan mused, Miss Xiling is truly generous. It is not that I lack loyalty, but rather that Miss Xiling offers too much. That night, Gu Xiling was informed by Granny Gu and fell into deep contemplation. Unusual methods? Something that could induce addiction? In this diverse world, wonders abound? Piecing these clues together, Gu Xiling quickly arrived at a conclusion. It must be something that induces an unquenchable addiction yet does not lead to death. Something that could cause immense suffering and compel compliance. Realizing this, Gu Xiling drew a sharp breath. If White Concubine succeeded, chaos would surely ensue within the Chongning Marquis' household. Chapter 65. When the sky falls, there is still a high one to support it. Gu Xiling pondered her next course of action. Seeing her silent and having eaten little at dinner, Xilan quietly inquired, Madam, I believe you need not shoulder all the burdens alone. Gu Xiling was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. She patted her forehead, realizing that the Longning Marquis was unlike the Xie family. In her previous life, Xie's mother-in-law neglected important matters while creating troubles everywhere. Xie Jinya was ambitious, rampaging outside, but failing to clean up the mess. At that time, despite her reluctance, Gu Xiling had no choice but to manage everything herself. She had grown accustomed to handling matters independently, which led her to ponder and strategize alone when challenges arose. However, she was now in the Longning Marquis. She could very well lead a carefree, joyful life without worries. Why should she take on the monumental task of determining the fate of the Longning Marquis? When the sky falls, there are others to support it. Why should she step forward? There was her grandmother, her father-in-law and mother-in-law, and also Zhou Jin. Even if the Marquis adored a woman, he would never permit her to jeopardize the future of the Longning Marquis. Her grandmother cherished the Marquis above all else and would not allow anyone to tarnish it, especially someone like Aunt Bai, whom she held in disdain. As for her mother-in-law, Song, she was the legitimate matron of the house. Men were in charge of external affairs, while women managed internal matters. Anything concerning Aunt Bai fell under the purview of the inner chambers. If Gu Xiling took it upon herself to handle this without informing her mother-in-law upon learning the truth, her mother-in-law might not express gratitude, but rather view Gu Xiling as overstepping her bounds, disregarding her authority. As for Zhou Jin, well, let him continue compiling his agricultural treatises. He was of no immediate use. Xiling smiled brightly and nodded at Xiling, appreciating her suggestion. Indeed, this is not solely my affair. I must discuss it with my mother-in-law and also with my father-in-law and grandmother. Xiling, pleased by the praise, felt validated in her cleverness. Madam, do not forget the heir. You should also inform the heir. It would be best to gather everyone in the main courtyard to discuss matters concerning the entire marquis collectively, rather than having unclear communication and acting independently, which could lead to misunderstandings and delays. Xiling's words once again astonished Xiling. Yuan Mama, reward Xiling with 5 taels of silver. This clever girl has provided excellent advice. I hope she continues to think creatively and express her ideas boldly. There shall be no penalties for errors, but rewards for the right suggestions. One must never underestimate anyone. 2 heads are better than 1. 3 cobblers can surpass Zhuge. Although I have my own opinions, I must also heed the wise counsel of others. Xiling beamed with delight, performing a deep bow. Thank you, madam, for your generosity. It was already quite late, and she decided to convey the news to everyone the following evening. The next afternoon, Xiling specifically visited the kitchen, instructing them not to prepare the usual dishes for the Zhou courtyard, but to make more of the dishes that the marquis and the heir favored, to be sent to the main courtyard. Upon hearing Xiling's report, Song expressed curiosity and anticipation for the evening's meal, stating that she would host a banquet for herself, the marquis, and Zhou in the main courtyard. As the loaning marquis, Zhou, returned to the estate, he was intercepted by Aunt Bai's maid, Xiaoyan. My lord, Aunt Bai is feeling unwell and has been longing for you. Please show her some compassion. The marquis initially intended to head to the main courtyard, but since Aunt Bai had returned, he thought it prudent to check on her. Just as he was about to comply, he heard Song Mama approaching. My lord, please hold your steps. I have something to report. Song Mama was a highly esteemed attendant beside Madame Song, and Zhou certainly recognized her. He could not bring himself to visit Aunt Bai in front of Song Mama and asked, What is it, Song Mama? With a respectful bow, she replied leisurely, Madam has requested your presence along with the heir in the main courtyard for dinner. Oh, do you know what the matter is? Zhou's face displayed surprise, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. He had assumed that Madame Song had sent someone to keep him from competing for a favor. It seemed, however, that her affections had waned for him. Song Mama replied, I do not know the particulars, but given the seriousness with which the heir's wife has summoned you, it must be significant. Zhou stroked his handsome beard, contemplating how methodical his daughter-in-law was in her affairs. He turned to Xiaoyan, instructing her to inform Aunt Bai that he would not be visiting her garden today. After saying this, he unconsciously quickened his pace towards the main courtyard. Song Mama cast a piercing glance at Xiaoyan, warning her to adhere to the rules. Should the master err, it was not only the master who faced misfortune, but also the servants. To assist in wrongdoing is to invite punishment. Yes, Xiaoyan replied, shrinking her neck. She dared not retort, wishing only to hide away from Song Mama's line of sight, perhaps to survive a little longer. 3 years prior, all the servants attending Aunt Bai had been punished, without exception. Without further ado, Song Mama turned and departed. Once her figure disappeared, Xiaoyan sighed in relief and hurriedly informed Aunt Bai. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's report, Aunt Bai's eyes glimmered with derision, and her words dripped with bitterness. I thought Song was above such petty schemes to vie for favor, yet here she is employing them, and she has even brought my daughter-in-law into it, as if she expects her to champion her cause. Aunt Bai suddenly felt that aside from her background, Madame Song possessed nothing that could rival her own worth. With this thought, her anger intensified. Once upon a time, she too had been the daughter of a prominent family, but after her father was wronged, she had been forced into the world. This time represented her only opportunity for redemption, and she would not let it slip away. Meanwhile, Zhou had just finished his duties and was approached by Lai Fu, who cheerfully exclaimed, My lord, I bring good news. The heir's wife has invited you for dinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou's previous fatigue evaporated, and he felt rejuvenated. Lai Fu, let us return to the estate quickly. After disembarking from the carriage, Zhou made his way directly to the Zhou courtyard. Lai Fu hastily called out, My lord, The heir's wife is hosting dinner not in the Zhou courtyard, but in the main courtyard. Hearing this, Zhou paused, a sense of disappointment creeping in. So it was not a private invitation after all. Observing the dejected expression on his face, Lai Fu couldn't help but chuckle. My lord, you are being overly sentimental. He had only meant well, yet Zhou had accused him of being loquacious and ungrateful. Zhou, filled with suspicion, slowed his pace. Lai Fu, do you know why the heir's wife would invite me to dinner in the main courtyard? Is it possible she intends to report me to my mother? Lai Fu, taken aback, found it amusing that his master had begun to overthink. My lord, the heir's wife expressly stated that no one should report your matters to the elders. Her invitation to the main courtyard is likely concerning family affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhou laughed, his spirits lifted as he resumed his light-hearted stride. Swinging his sleeves with joy, he was determined to present his best self before Xiling. Lai Fu looked at his master. Realizing that the saying rang true, a talented young man soars high, as if floating in the clouds. Indeed, Zhou seemed to be on the verge of taking flight. Chapter 66. She has actually begun to defend herself. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, the voices of Xiling conversing with her mother could already be heard. As for her father, he occasionally interjected, but his tone seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Zhou entered, greeted his parents, and took a seat beside Xiling. Offering a gentle smile, he lightly grasped Xiling's hand, only to have her withdraw it. Still angry, is she? Even after being invited to dinner, her displeasure persists? Xiling addressed the servants in the room, saying, It is afternoon now. Today, I shall attend to my mother, father, and husband at the meal. Song Mama, Xiaolan. Please stand guard at the door. Yes, Xiaolan responded without hesitation to Xiling and Apos, as command. Song Mama, however, glanced at Lady Ho, for her true master was Lady Ho. Song nodded at Song Mama and waved her hand lightly. Whatever was of such importance to warrant her daughter-in-law's attention must be significant indeed. Song collected her thoughts, awaiting her daughter-in-law's report. Once the servants had exited, Zhou chuckled lightly. Xiling, what scheme are you concocting? You're being quite mysterious, stirring my curiosity. The gazes of Song and Duke Chongning also turned towards her. The smile vanished from Xiling and Apos' face, replaced by a serious expression. Father, we are family. This matter concerns the Duke Chongning and Apos' residence, and I cannot act unilaterally. I would rather receive false news than see my father encounter significant troubles. I implore you, for the sake of my sincere heart, do not cast blame upon me. Initially calm, Duke Chongning, Jose, straightened his posture upon hearing this, gathering his composure. Xiling, speak freely if there is something to discuss. Song and Apos' eyes sparkled with anticipation as she regarded Xiling. Xiling rose, bowed to her elders, and then slowly spoke. The heir has grown suspicious of Aunt Bai's sudden return to the residence. However, he is preoccupied with compiling agricultural texts and has little time to spare. Thus, he instructed me to investigate. Zhou was taken aback. When did he ever say such a thing to Xiling? Hearing her earnest declaration almost convinced him. Upon reflection, he realized he had never uttered such words. Duke Chongning's gaze shifted from Zhou to Xiling. What have you discovered? Xiling replied with steady composure. I have found that my sister, Xiong, sent her maid, Xiaozhen, to the Duke Chongning's estate in the eastern suburbs to meet with Aunt Bai. She offered 1,000 taels of silver in exchange for a plea written in blood to the Duke. Duke Chongning, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing deeper had been uncovered. Song furrowed her brow. I recall that your sister, Xiong, married into the Xie family. Has she truly fallen to the point of extorting an aunt? Does she not have a dowry? Xiling shook her head. Sister's money has been invested in business. The Xie family indeed requires funds, but that is not the crux of the matter. Sister herself told me this. And even if it is true, I know it is only half the truth. The other half she will not disclose. Hearing Xiling mention Xiong's name, Zhou grew anxious. Could Xiling be reporting her? Upon hearing this, both Song and Duke Chongning were taken aback. What is the other half of the truth? Xiling responded, I had Mama procure some money, and last night I learned this information. I do not know how sister learned of Aunt Bai's unwavering confidence in regaining favor, even to the point of having father obey her. Nonsense. Duke Chongning, Zhou immediately reprimanded. Xiling, do not speak frivolously. Even 3 years ago, before that incident, he did not heed by Yolan's words. He has not become that foolish. After all, he was merely infatuated with beauty, not deluded. Song was also taken aback, glancing between the Duke and Zhou Jin. She recalled the matriarch at the estate and felt Gu Xiling might be overreacting. However, she was quite moved by her daughter-in-law as protective intentions. Xiling, Aunt Bai possesses considerable cunning, but the Duke still adheres to principles. It is impossible for him to heed her every whim. Duke Chongning gazed at his wife with gratitude. At least she spoke a fair word on his behalf at this moment, though he appeared calm on the surface. He felt deeply embarrassed to be openly accused of being blinded by lust by his daughter-in-law. Zhou Jin felt a jolt in his heart and quickly tugged at Gu Xiling's sleeve. Father would not act so. Xiling, do not overthink it. Seeing this, Gu Xiling sighed. I wish I could overthink it, but sister spoke with such conviction that I cannot afford to disregard it. Zhou Jin frowned. Perhaps this is merely a jest from Lady Xia. After all, she is not on good terms with you. Duke Chongning remained silent, his eyes and expression revealing his disbelief. In contrast, Song was half convinced by Gu Xiling's words. She knew her daughter-in-law well enough not to speak whimsically. Xiling, why are you so certain that what Gu Shirong said is true? I care not for these matters, but the Duke must know the truth. Just as Gu Xiling was about to respond, Zhou Jin interjected, Father, Mother, everything Xiling said is what I instructed her to investigate. If she has erred, then punish me instead. Duke Chongning, who had initially been serious, cast an exasperated glance at Zhou Jin. Before he could say anything, this rascal had already begun to defend her. Having married, he has not forgotten his mother, yet he seems to have forgotten his father. Seeing her husband at a loss, Song lightly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Jiner, your father is usually magnanimous and unconcerned with trifles, possessing the qualities of a statesman with the capacity to embrace great endeavors. Duke Chongning found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly begun to speak nonsense just to defend Gu Xiling? He acknowledged his own talents, serving the court loyally and diligently. But to claim he possessed the qualities of a statesman was indeed an exaggeration. Speak freely. In light of your sincere devotion to the Duke's residence, if you are correct, you shall be rewarded. If not, there shall be no inquiry into your faults. Xiling, what say you? Gu Xiling smiled radiantly. Thank you, Father, for your generosity, and to Mother and my husband for your support. I do not speak without foundation. Sister believes in her dreams. For instance, she often dreams of events that later prove to be true. Although she has not openly stated it, I can surmise. In order to avoid excessive worry, Gu Xiling had gone to great lengths to ascertain that Gu Shirong had indeed been reborn, making her sister's thoughts not difficult to decipher. Duke Chongning's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Wholly unconvinced. Nonsense. Gu Xiling, do not speak of things beyond reason. Zhou Jin found this absurd as well, having agreed not to dredge up the past. Yet here was Gu Xiling, not only dredging it up but also mixing old tales with baseless fabrications, all before their parents, inciting Zhou Jin's irritation. Perhaps Gu Xiling had become complacent due to her favor. Should he consider distancing himself from her for a while? Xiling, must I admit my fault? Gu Shirong has already been like a fleeting wind in my heart, leaving no trace. While Duke Chongning and Zhou Jin lamented Gu Xiling, Song, with her brow furrowed, suddenly had a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. So that's it. This all makes sense now. Chapter 67. Inferring the mastermind behind the scenes, Zhou Jin is the top scholar, and although the Marquis of Chongning, Zhou did not rank among the top 3 in the imperial examination, he achieved a commendable position. They have always regarded themselves as exceptionally intelligent individuals. Yet today, they found themselves unable to comprehend the conversation between Gu Xiling and the Song family. This left them feeling an unbridgeable chasm of misunderstanding. At this moment, they could not even afford to question Gu Xiling, turning their attention instead to Madame Song. Madam, what do you mean? Mother, what sense does this make? Madame Song's gaze swept over her son and husband before settling on Gu Xiling, her eyes shining with approval. This matter requires careful consideration. Let's not speak of concubine by for now. Let us begin with the marriage. Gu Shirong has gone so far as to threaten her life in her pursuit of a union with the Marquis of Chongning. Yet why did she suddenly change her mind just 3 days before the wedding? Gu Shirong publicly claimed she did not wish to usurp another's place, invoking the late matriarch of the Jingyang Bo family, and resolutely refused the match with the Marquis, instead eagerly marrying into the Xie family. This has been a question weighing heavily on my mind since the day of the wedding, and until now, I have found no answer. Just now, Xiling mentioned that Gu Shirong believes in her dreams, even asserting that they can come true. Thus, I can understand why Gu Shirong would reject the marriage with the Marquis of Chongning in favor of the Xie family. By inference, it must be that the future of the Marquis of Chongning in her dreams appears bleak, perhaps even inferior to that of the Xie family, or that the Xie family is destined for prosperity that far surpasses that of the Marquis. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Gu Xiling felt a surge of respect. With just a few utterances, her mother-in-law had unraveled the truth. It must be said that although Madame Song may not be exceptionally astute, she is undoubtedly adept in the ways of human interaction. The Marquis of Chongning dismissed the notion with skepticism, declaring it absurd. Zhou Jin's expression darkened. He too had harbored doubts. Before the wedding, Gu Shirong was utterly enamored with him, yet she swiftly developed deep feelings for the previously unfamiliar Xie Jin. If Gu Shirong were not a woman of loose morals, then the only plausible reason for such a drastic change must be her future prospects. Where's the absurdity? Madame Song countered directly, her eyes sharp and cold. If we connect these two matters, I dare to hypothesize. What if the Marquis has indeed fallen under the spell of some influence, obeying concubine Bai's every word? What then? The Marquis froze, contemplating the implications of such a scenario. Zhou Jin blinked, looking first at his father and then at his mother, realizing that if this were true, their family would likely be thrown into turmoil once more. If concubine Bai could eliminate her own flesh and blood, it would not be far-fetched for her to conspire against him too. The Marquis inhaled sharply. He had only one son. Ridiculous. How could I harm my own child? He exclaimed, dismissing the notion. Yet inside, a sense of foreboding gripped him as he met Madame Song and Appo's penetrating gaze. Of course, I would never indulge a concubine at the expense of my wife. You need not worry. Though he spoke with bravado, his heart remained vigilant. Madame Song regarded the Marquis with a hint of sarcasm before turning to Gu Xiling. Xiling, what other serious consequences might there be? Given the opportunity to speak, Gu Xiling understood the gravity of the situation. Returning to my mother, I am but a dullard, yet I can discern 2 points. First, my father is the pillar of the Marquis of Chongning's household. As Gu Shirong stated, he is under concubine Bai's influence. Within the inner chambers, this leads to intrigue and instability. Externally, he is the Vice Minister of Rights, responsible for affairs concerning the Kingdom of Kong and the surrounding nations. While our kingdom remains relatively prosperous, we cannot overlook that these foreign states both fear and admire Kong. If my father were to fall under the control of a scheming individual, the ramifications for our kingdom would be dire, potentially affecting the interests of the court. If such a person were to gain leverage over my father, they could wreak havoc within the Kingdom of Kong. Upon hearing Gu Xiling's analysis, the Marquis gasped, his heart racing. The fog that had clouded his vision suddenly lifted, revealing the truth in a flash. He finally understood why the Prince of Ning had sent Bai Yulan to him. The prince's territory lies in Jingzhou, less than 100 miles from the Kingdom of Yu. And if he were to collude with them, perhaps the Prince of Ning could indeed seize the moment to advance northward amidst the chaos. Madame Song's eyes glinted with relief as she nodded at Gu Xiling. Though this is but a hypothesis, it is grounded in known facts. Even if it turns out to be incorrect, it cannot stray far from the truth. My lord, what do you say? They could conceive this possibility. It would be unthinkable for the Marquis not to consider it. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, the Marquis found himself torn, initially wanting to handle the matter alone, but now the situation compelled him otherwise. Alas, this turmoil has caused you great concern, my lady. Madame Song raised an eyebrow. My lord, after 23 years of marriage, is there anything you cannot share with me? Zhou, the Marquis of Chongning, steeled himself and sheepishly replied, It is not that I do not wish to speak but rather I do not want to burden you and my mother with worry. Initially, I believed it was my poetic talent that won the heart of the courtesan by Yulan at Chunxiang Tower. However, upon discovering that the true master behind Chunxiang Tower was a confidant of the Prince of Ning, I began to investigate by Yulan. The Prince of Ning? Madame Song exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The prince is the beloved younger brother of His Majesty, significantly younger but favored by the emperor. Earlier this year, during his return to the capital, he scandalously flirted with the palace concubines and was subsequently confined in the capital. If Bai Yulan is indeed affiliated with the Prince of Ning, the situation for the Marquis of Chongning could indeed be dire. Zhou Jin's astonishment mirrored his father's. Father, if concubine Bai is connected to the Prince of Ning, this is grave. Xiling's inference may very well be accurate. You must not take any risks by visiting concubine Bai. The thought of having nearly accepted an invitation from Bai Yulan and Oppos made send a chill down his spine. Xiling felt a tempest brewing within her. Realizing the potential calamity that could befall the Marquis of Chongning and Oppos, his household, and never anticipating that it might be linked to the Prince of Ning. In her previous life, she had been preoccupied with the tribulations brought upon her by Madame Xie, struggling to make ends meet for the declining Xie family, leaving her with no time to consider external affairs. The distance felt insurmountable. Once she had resolved the issues with the Xie family, she found herself pregnant. After giving birth, she followed Xie Jin to the border for his post. Her knowledge of events in the capital was scant, limited to major occurrences. Upon her return to the capital, she learned only of significant events, remaining largely ignorant of the intricacies of the Marquis of Chongning's household. All she knew was that the Prince of Ning had faked his death to leave the capital, colluding with the Kingdom of Yu and secretly amassing troops. 5 years later, Emperor Kangping was assassinated. Though he survived, he was gravely injured. Li Guijiao seized the opportunity to install the crown prince as the new ruler, becoming the de facto power in the Kang dynasty, leading to widespread upheaval as he eliminated rivals and forced other lords to rebel. Among them, the heir of the Prince of Ning, under the Prince in Oppos' guidance, allied with the Kingdom of Yu, boasting a formidable army, and became increasingly ferocious. Ambitious as ever, Xie Jin plunged into the chaos at that time, marking the beginning of her arduous demise, a day that heralded the onset of turmoil and suffering for the common people. Now, as a member of the Marquis of Chongning's household, Xiling could not remain a passive observer to its decline, nor could she bear witness to the chaos that would bring ruin upon the world, leading to the tragic plight of the displaced populace, resorting to cannibalism. Chapter 68. Behold how cunning my wife is. The four individuals exchanged glances, their expressions laden with caution. Xiling was the first to react, lowering her voice as she murmured, "If this involves Prince Ning, then this matter is of utmost importance to the House of Chongning." Upon hearing Xiling's words, Songshi gradually regained her composure. Although the deduction was alarming, it was far preferable to being left in the dark. Amidst the fear, Songshi felt an odd sense of relief. This time, the Marquis was not blinded by lust nor fixated on concubine Bai, but was instead keen to uncover the mastermind behind her. Emotionally, this was a favorable turn of events for Songshi. "Marquis, you have endured much." A multitude of unspoken words welled up within her, yet Songshi, possessing a reserved disposition, cast a determined gaze towards the Marquis of Chongning. Zhou Jin looked towards his father, his admiration restored. "Father, it seems you have your reasons. I have misjudged you." The previously self-reproaching and astonished Marquis of Chongning felt the burdens weighing on him lift. As comforted by his wife and son, he sighed, "Thank you for your concern. My dear, I have harbored many doubts." Songshi shook her head. "Marquis, there's no need for such sentiments. The House of Chongning is our home. Even if it requires effort, it is our duty." It was rare for Xiling, as a newcomer to the House of Chongning, to disregard the Marquis's misunderstandings and boldly voice her suspicions, showcasing her thoughtfulness. Marquis Zhou Zane nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have long been suspicious. Yet there are many matters I struggle to comprehend." Hearing Xiling's thoughts today feels akin to parting the clouds to reveal the moon. Xiling humbly replied, "Father, mother, I dare not claim credit. If it were not for your generosity and the trust of the heir, how come my conjectures have garnered such serious consideration?" They might have been dismissed as mere ramblings. Zhou Jin's gaze was filled with admiration for Gu Xiling. He had spent much time with her and was already aware of her intelligence, but he had not anticipated her astuteness in political matters. Xiling, your heart for the Marquisate is commendable. Even if you err, it is of no consequence. Father and mother are benevolent and will not blame you. Gu Xiling nodded serenely, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yes, the worst outcome is merely our previous speculation. As long as father remains vigilant, we should not fall into their trap. Now, the food is almost cold. Let us dine first, and then devise our strategies to navigate through this crisis. If Prince Ning attempts to feign death again, I shall not permit it. He must be made to face his demise. Songshur nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed, Marquis, this matter requires careful deliberation. Let us first enjoy our meal. Marquis Chongning inclined his head and stroked his fine beard. Very well. Gu Xiling rose to serve her in-laws, but was gently restrained by Songshur. Child, we are all family here. Your father-in-law and I are quite capable of using our chopsticks. You should sit down quickly while there is no one around, so we can eat and discuss matters together. Marquis Chongning also smiled and nodded. We shall serve ourselves. You may sit and dine. Jiner, Xiling, you are both young and quick-witted. What clever plans do you propose? Zhou Jin answered without hesitation. Of course. We must capture concubine Bai and subject her to rigorous interrogation to uncover those who manipulate her, thus tracing the lead back to the mastermind. And then what? Marquis Jose said with a slight smirk, acknowledging that while this was a plan, it hardly qualified as clever. Zhou Jin hesitated and then suggested, then we send them to the authorities to be dealt with according to the law. Marquis Jose felt a chill in his heart. If the authorities were so reliable, would there still be wrongful accusations? Moreover, with Prince Ning involved, would the authorities even dare to entertain the case? Ultimately, trying to topple Prince Ning based solely on a concubine from the house of Chongning was rather naive. Songshur cast her eyes down with a bitter smile, recognizing her son's overly idealistic nature. He was intelligent, but had not yet faced the harsh realities and dark intrigues of the political world. She wished to hear the perspective of her daughter-in-law, who had grown up in a vastly different environment. Lifting her gaze, she smiled gently and spoke with poise. Xiling, please share your thoughts. Your father-in-law has just said that if you speak incorrectly, it matters not. If you speak correctly, there will be a reward. I will speak plainly. A 3-story shop on Zhuke Street will be your reward. Initially, Gu Xiling had no intention of continuing the discussion, believing that her in-laws and Zhou Jin, being astute individuals, would surely devise a suitable solution to the issue. However, it was evident that her in-laws were not satisfied with Zhou Jin's suggestion. Alas, it could only be said that Zhou Jin was too upright. He should just continue with his books. Now that her mother-in-law had offered such a substantial reward, Gu Xiling felt invigorated. Although her dowry was quite ample, who would ever refuse more good fortune, especially a 3-story shop on Zhuke Street? A treasure indeed. Setting down her chopsticks, Gu Xiling quickly chewed and swallowed her morsel, delicately wiping the corner of her mouth with a cloth. Mother, father, heir, I shall speak, but you must not think me cunning. Zhou Jin erupted in laughter. My dear wife, please share your thoughts with me. Let me see how cunning you truly are. Gu Xiling rolled her eyes and huffed softly, internally musing that in truth, she was not overly cunning. After all, selling Zhou Jin would only compel him to gratefully offer the coins for his own servitude. Seeing her daughter-in-law's playful demeanor, Songshur beamed. Jin and Amp, Oppos. How can you speak of your wife in such a manner? We are engaged in serious discussions, not jesting. Zhou Jin chuckled sheepishly. Yes, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness, my dear. Xiling, please proceed. Marquis Chongning encouraged. Being cunning towards an adversary is simply a form of love for one and Oppos, as family. Do not feel burdened. Speak freely. Gu Xiling nodded and smiled gently, revealing that she had once read a book that had left her in awe. What book? Zhou Jin inquired eagerly. Does it relate to our family's affairs? Gu Xiling shook her head, her expression serious. That book does not pertain to our family, but I believe it can provide solutions to our troubles. And Oppos, the 36 stratagems, and Oppos is exceedingly clever. Since they have already infiltrated the house of Chongning through concubine Bai, they likely have their eyes and ears within our household, monitoring our every move. It is possible that our discussions have already reached them. Therefore, my dear, I propose that instead of directly capturing concubine Bai and subjecting her to brutal interrogation, we should play along with their scheme, feign compliance, and bide our time to find the right opportunity to undermine their intentions, exposing their objectives. Ideally, we can lead them to their own demise, putting an end to future troubles once and for all. Upon hearing Gu Xiling and Appo's plan, Marquis Zhou stroked his fine beard, his eyes glinting with amusement. Concubine Bai was merely a pawn. She likely possessed little knowledge. Even if they captured those in contact with her, those individuals could very well be loyal assassins and would not necessarily implicate Prince Ning. In the end, not only would it be fruitless, but it might also arouse the enemy's vigilance, leading to endless repercussions. Xiling, do enlighten us on how we might play along with their scheme? How shall we feign compliance and maneuver in the shadows? Chapter 69. The fairy daughter-in-law and the celestial mother-in-law. She is the mistress of the inner quarters. Should Gu Xiling and Appo's method prove effective, she would render her utmost cooperation. Zhou was taken aback, seemingly realizing that his approach paled in comparison to Gu Xiling and Appo's, placing him at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiling carefully organized her thoughts and responded slowly. The term brightly repairing the plank road refers to my father and aunt by feigning cordiality to deceive the other party. Additionally, I will deliberately create difficulties for Aunt Bai, allowing my father to reprimand me. As for secretly crossing the Chun Song, we shall acquire the addictive substance from Aunt Bai and observe its effects, then instruct my father to mimic that state to further deceive her. This will afford us the opportunity to discern their intentions and uncover evidence of the Ning Wang and Appo's treachery, which we can then report to His Majesty. The greatest taboo regarding the rebellion of vassal kings lies with His Majesty. Should such vile and malicious methods be employed, it is likely that my father will not be the only one to utilize them, but that other ministers will also fall prey to the manipulations of the Ning Wang. In that case, we shall not only extricate ourselves from this predicament, but also achieve merit. However, frequent interactions with Aunt Bai may place my father in a perilous situation. Regrettably, I cannot conceive of a better and more suitable strategy. I implore my mother, my father, and the heir to join in devising a comprehensive plan. Gu Xiling indeed had a sound strategy, but she could not afford to appear too extraordinary. She needed the Longning Marquis to perceive her as clever, yet not to the extent that it incited trepidation. Otherwise, once they dealt with the external threats, they would recall her cunning schemes and begin to guard against her, which would be contrary to her original desire for a leisurely life. Zhou blinked, realizing that his proposal was rather superficial. He clasped his hands and praised, indeed. My lady is wise. Gu Xiling proudly lifted her chin, affirming that she would become even more astute in the future, and urged the heir to observe closely. The Longning Marquis felt a sense of relief, expressing considerable commendation for Gu Xiling's plan. Though many aspects required refinement, given her age and experience, her ability to devise such a scheme was remarkable, far surpassing the suggestions of his own son. However, Song Shi pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating that the Marquis, as the head of the Longning Marquis, could not afford to take personal risks. Longning Marquis Zhou waved his hand with a chuckle, asserting that such a substance was not poison. Even if I were to ingest it, I could quickly expel it onto a cloth, thus mitigating any impact. Henceforth, my wife may have to bear some discomfort and cooperate with me in this charade, so that we may navigate through this crisis together. Song Shi and Appo's eyes flickered as she raised her gaze to Longning Marquis Zhou. He remained as strikingly handsome as ever, though the corners of his eyes bore a few wrinkles, yet his charm remained undiminished. This was the Zhou she had admired for many years. In their youth, they had shared romantic moments beneath the moonlit sky, their hearts entwined, only to succumb to the fickleness of affection. Love, in all its forms, is a tormenting force. As the matter concerned the Ning Wang, Zhou needed to take personal action. Even if danger loomed, he was willing to risk it. Song sure believed she had moved past her feelings. Yet in this moment, she felt a pang of concern for him, realizing that her previous detachment had been mere pretense. Take care, my lord. Song sure wished to offer counsel. Yet recognizing the Longning Marquis's resolute determination, she knew it would be futile. All her worries coalesced into these 4 words. Longning Marquis Zhou smiled gently, lightly patting the back of Song Shi's hand resting on the table, reassuring her not to worry. Now we possess foresight and strategize. Everything is within our control. Zhou Jin pondered for a moment, then eagerly asked, Father, what should I do? The Longning Marquis was taken aback, contemplating. Focus on your agricultural texts and ascertain whether the high-yield crops from your estate truly yield as expected. This is a task assigned to you by His Majesty, so see to it. Zhou Jin's expression fell, for matters concerning the Longning Marquis were typically his area of leisure. Father, I also wish to contribute. The Longning Marquis found himself in a quandary. To be honest, there was little use for his son. Surely, he couldn't have his son seduce his concubine. What of his dignity? What of the dignity of the Longning Marquis? Just as he pondered how to decline without dampening Zhou Jin's spirits, Xiling's melodious voice broke through. Father, the daughter-in-law believes the heir holds great potential. Zhou Jin had mentally prepared himself for rejection from his father. However, he did not anticipate receiving words akin to a celestial melody from his wife. His starry eyes sparkled as he turned to Xiling, filled with hope. My lady, please tell me, how can I be of assistance? The Longning Marquis, stroking his beard, paused momentarily, genuinely at a loss for what his son could contribute. Song Shi regarded him with suspicion, awaiting Xiling's response. Xiling's bright, clever eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested, the heir and I should engage in a fierce quarrel, creating the impression that our Longning Marquis is in disarray, thus providing an opportunity for others. A quarrel? Zhou Jin was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up with realization. Are we to act? I'm not particularly skilled at that. Longning Marquis and Song Shi exchanged glances, realizing Xiling's ingenious plan. Is there more? The Longning Marquis inquired further. Xiling, with a triumphant smile, responded, My mother is dignified and graceful. She cannot engage in a fierce confrontation or utter harsh words. Allow me to handle that. After all, I am just a country girl, accustomed to shooing away chickens. I will specifically target Aunt Bai, while you protect her and reprimand me. We shall act according to the circumstances. After all, we appear relaxed externally while maintaining a firm grip internally, deceiving the other party. Song Shi was taken aback, her gaze toward Xiling filled with tender affection. This child was willing to endure slander to protect her. This was far superior to those daughters-in-law who professed filial piety while secretly wishing for their mothers-in-law's demise. This is what it means to be a fairy daughter-in-law. Xiling, you are truly considerate. Song Shi shook her head, chuckling softly. It is really unnecessary. I have already gained such a wonderful daughter-in-law. And I have no daughter of my own. Even if I bear the reputation of jealousy, what does it matter? But you're still young. You have a long road ahead. A tarnished reputation will bring you scrutiny and criticism. Xiling felt moved. Compared to her previous mother-in-law, the Longning Marquis's wife, Song Shi, was nothing short of celestial mother-in-law. Xiling waved her hand with a smile. Mother, your status and experience do not permit you to engage in rivalry with a concubine. Aunt Bai knows you well and may not even believe it. However, I am different. She does not know me and is unfamiliar with my character. Moreover, I already established my authority yesterday. Today, when father reprimands me, I can cry in grievance, which will seem entirely natural. This, Song Shi hesitated, reluctant to see her wonderful daughter-in-law's reputation tarnished. In comparison to Song Shi's acting skills, the Longning Marquis placed his trust in the whimsical Xiling. My lady, let Xiling take the lead. Xiling raised an eyebrow and smiled, slowly standing up. Then I shall commence. With that, Xiling took the handkerchief saturated with the scent of ginger and gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes, instantly reddening them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Jin was dumbfounded, taken aback by Xiling's actions. He had thought that this was sufficient. But Xiling then seized the porcelain bowl before the Longning Marquis and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Father, please quell your anger. You cannot only heed Aunt Bai's words and disregard your daughter-in-law's explanation. Gu Xiling sobbed as she timidly defended herself. Chapter 70. Acting, can it become addictive? Zhou Jin was taken aback. Gu Xiling was truly courageous. He felt inadequate in comparison. Apart from his grandmother, he had once smashed a teacup in front of his father. But today was an eye-opener. Song Shi was momentarily stunned, then quickly lowered her gaze, suppressing a smile. She found herself increasingly fond of Gu Xiling. This young woman accomplished what she had long wished to do, but never dared. Lord Chongning was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly immersed himself in the scene, responding with remarkable agility. Yulan had realized her mistake and sincerely repented for 3 years. The Gu family, considering your first offense, shall pardon you this time. However, if you trouble Yulan in the future, I shall not be lenient. Gu Xiling choked up, hastily expressing her gratitude. Thank you, father. The daughter-in-law acknowledges her wrong. After speaking, Gu Xiling glanced at Zhou Jin, winking at him, her eyes glistening with tears. At that moment, Zhou Jin, seeing Gu Xiling in tears, was so astonished that he could not utter a word of reprimand. Gu Xiling playfully kicked Zhou Jin's leg. Given the atmosphere, how could he not respond? Prompted by her gesture, Zhou Jin ultimately refrained from reprimanding Gu Xiling. Instead, he decided to change tactics and loudly rebuke his father. Xiling isn't the right, father. You cannot reprimand her like this. Clearly, it is Aunt Bai who lacks propriety. As the wife of the heir, how can she not admonish a disrespectful concubine? Are you unable to discern right from wrong? Does the Chongning Marquisate still have a place for the heir's wife? What about my mother and grandmother? Lord Chongning, Zhou, was taken aback once more, recalling how 3 years ago his son had argued with him. But at that time, the son had not been so audacious. This must be his son's true feelings, sentiments he had longed to express, but had not dared to voice, now all laid bare. Gu Xiling observed Lord Chongning's stunned expression, then glanced at the unhurried Zhou Jin, and finally at her silent and downcast mother-in-law, Song Shi. Alas, none of them could act. Gu Xiling had no choice but to take matters into her own hands, seizing a bowl and forcefully smashing it to the ground. The sound was crisp and resonant. The servants outside dared not raise their heads, each shrinking back, yet that did not prevent them from eavesdropping. The sharp crack instantly jolted Lord Chongning back to reality, and he roared in fury, "Nonsense! Have you read your books to the point of folly? How dare you meddle in the affairs of your elders, showing such disrespect? What sort of decorum is this?" Zhou Jin was equally startled by the sound, his emotions stirred. If the elders are in the wrong, the younger generation can speak out. If you choose to impose your elder status upon me, then I shall bring my grandmother back. Let's see if you're truly so disrespectful. Can you maintain any semblance of propriety? The usually slow to react Song Shi finally found her footing, her expression calm and indifferent. If the Marquis prefers Aunt Bai, he may indulge her in the orchid garden. There is no need for her to be a nuisance here. Jin and Oppos, Xiling, it is late. You should return to rest. With that, Song Shi left the dining hall with a dark expression. All the maids and servants noticed the displeasure of the Marquis's wife. Zhou Jin grabbed Gu Xiling's hand, storming out of the main courtyard in frustration. The servants kept their distance, but they vaguely understood the situation. The Marquis was indeed supporting Aunt Bai, not only reprimanding the heir and his wife, but also inciting the lady's anger. After 3 years, Aunt Bai had made a grand return. Several informants quickly spread the news, earning substantial rewards. Zhou Jin returned to the Zizhu courtyard in a huff, walking briskly, his long sleeves flailing as he went. Gu Xiling lowered her head, unable to watch. Zhou Jin appeared to be playing house, entirely different from his usual angry demeanor. Upon reaching the Zizhu courtyard, Zhou Jin headed straight to Gu Xiling's room, entering and slamming his hand on the table. "Where's everyone? Don't they know how to brew tea?" Zhou, who had just recovered from beating, was on duty that day. Upon hearing Zhou Jin's voice, she trembled and quickly retreated, pushing Xiaolan forward. "Xiaolan, my injury I sent tea fully healed. You serve him." With that, Zhou fled in a panic, too scared to stay. Although she still wished to be a concubine, she absolutely did not want to be Zhou Jin's. Xiaolon watched as Zhou fled in a panic, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. She was frightened. Xiaolon hurriedly brought in the teapot, entering to serve tea to Zhou Jin. Your Grace, please enjoy some tea. At that moment, Xiling walked in, waving her hand at Xiaolon. Xiaolon, you may leave. Do not let anyone near. Understood. Xiaolon complied and retreated, standing in the courtyard, barring anyone from approaching. Zhou Jin shot Xiling a glare, attempting to display the demeanor of a husband. Tea. Xiling scoffed, rolling her eyes. Acting can become addictive, can it not? The key is that you are not even doing it convincingly. Zhou Jin was taken aback by her words. I thought I was expressing my anger quite well. Consider how you appear when you and Amp oppose. Truly angry, Xiling suggested, having nearly stifled her laughter as she walked behind Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin pondered for a moment, then sheepishly chuckled. I was just trying to make my emotions more apparent. The pinnacle of acting is to be as you are in your daily life. Simply portray how you appear when you're angry with me, Xiling advised. Fortunately, it was night. Even with Zhou Jin's unusual behavior, no one else witnessed it. Zhou Jin nodded, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, my dear. I hope that we can weather this storm in the Changning Marquise. Xiling nodded firmly, her tone resolute. We certainly can. Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow. What gives you such certainty? Without hesitation, Xiling replied, because this is my home. I will not allow anyone to disrupt my family. Anyone who dared to threaten her peaceful life would be her enemy. The words my home struck a deep and tender chord within Zhou Jin's heart. Xiling, I will never let you down, Zhou Jin declared earnestly, his gaze gentle. Xiling met Zhou Jin's eyes with a smile. I believe the Marquis once said this to my mother. This. Zhou Jin was momentarily stunned, then felt it impossible that he could ever say such a thing. His father was his father, and he was his own man. I, Zhou Jin, always keep my word and will never change. Xiling regarded Zhou Jin with a half-smile. Zhou Jin felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. Do you not trust my words? Xiling shook her head slowly, her demeanor calm and gentle. I cannot even guarantee that my own words will remain unchanged forever. How could I believe that others' promises will endure? Only time can validate your promises. It is not your sincere tone or your eagerness to express your feelings at present. Therefore, do not make promises to me. Simply follow your heart. And if one day you cannot hold on any longer, do not force yourself. This individual was quite carefree. She would not impose strict standards upon herself or others. Just go with the flow. Zhou Jin was taken aback by her words. Though not particularly emotionally intelligent, he grasped the implication. Should he become entangled with another woman? Xiling would close her heart to him and no longer want him. Chapter 71. Finally entering the inner sanctum, emotions stirred. Zhou Jin recalled the tender gaze of his mother directed towards his father during his childhood, filled with admiration and joy. It was so gentle, so sweet. Yet, all of this was shattered by his father. The presence of those women made his mother aware that his father had fallen for others. He had once secretly witnessed his mother's tears, and when those tears ceased, she had healed herself, closing off her heart to avoid further pain, drifting further away from his father, until they now maintained a polite distance. Xiling, I shall say no more. Just watch how I act in the future. Zhou Jin spoke softly. Promises spoken cannot compare to promises fulfilled. Xiling smiled sweetly. Thank you for understanding me, young master. While you're crafting your book, do converse with the other adults. Subtly gather information about the officials whose styles and policies have drastically changed. Zhou Jin ceased his jesting, focusing his mind. Xiling, do you suspect that these individuals might be targeting not only your father, but may also employ the same tactics against others? Xiling nodded in affirmation. Exactly. Should you learn anything, do not act rashly. Inform the Marquis in a timely manner. Zhou Jin pondered for a moment. All right, I will remember. After saying this, Zhou Jin did not take his leave. Xiling, feeling tired, gently covered her mouth with her small hand. Young master, I am weary. I shall not leave tonight. Zhou Jin, with unwavering confidence, looked at Xiling with burning eyes. Xiling, rest assured, I shall do nothing. Xiling retorted with a hint of pride. Do you take me for a fool? Young men and women, their hearts newly awakened, sharing a room. How could nothing happen? Zhou Jin, realizing Gu Xiling had misunderstood. Felt his face flush and his ears grow warm. If your father reprimands you, and I am not here, the people in the household will think you, the young master's wife, have fallen from grace. They may not openly defy you, but they will unknowingly neglect you. For the sake of saving the Marquisate, I have already caused you distress, but I cannot let you be without support. Gu Xiling paused, narrowing her eyes slightly to discern the truth in Zhou Jin's words. Do you truly have such good intentions? Aren't you the one who delights in teasing me? Zhou Jin dismissed her doubts. I may tease you, but I will not allow others to bully or neglect you. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiling conceded, You are right. Then you shall sleep on the couch, and I will take the bed. She did not wish to compromise her comfort. That was not her style. She had come to the Marquisate of Chongning to enjoy a life of ease, not to endure hardship. The Chongning Marquisate would be tumultuous for some time. Gu Xiling preferred not to engage in idle chatter with those opportunistic servants. Keeping Zhou Jin by her side was the most effective strategy. Zhou Jin was astonished. He had merely jested, not expecting Gu Xiling to agree. Very well, very well. Zhou Jin felt a surge of joy. He had indeed entered the inner sanctum. When Xiaolan received Gu Xiling's instructions to prepare the couch for the young master, she beamed with excitement, hastily making arrangements. Seeing Xiaolan fetching new bedding, old Madame Yuan inquired, Why do you need new items for the young master's wife's room? Xiaolan eagerly shared. This was instructed by the young master's wife. The young master will stay in the room tonight. Though he sleeps on the couch, he is still in the same chamber as the young master's wife. Old Madame Yuan nodded repeatedly, joining her hands in prayer. Thank you, Buddha, for your blessings. Though separated by a screen, the couch and bed were quite close, mere steps away from sharing the same pillow. That night, Gu Xiling lay in bed, while Zhou Jin reclined on the couch. Xiling, are you asleep? Zhou Jin tossed and turned, unable to find rest, his heart racing slightly faster than usual, and his skin warmed, making him feel a bit restless. Gu Xiling, though her eyes were closed, could hear the rustling from the other side of the screen. Just before extinguishing the lamp, she could faintly see Zhou Jin beyond the screen. She was no naive girl. She understood much that she ought to, and some things she perhaps should not. I'm asleep, Gu Xiling replied. Wishing to avoid further conversation with Zhou Jin, the more they spoke, the more her thoughts wandered, with images of Zhou Jin's handsome face flooding her mind. How could she possibly sleep? Zhou Jin chuckled softly at Gu Xiling's contradictory response, his voice low. Xiling, I miss you. Do you miss me? No, Gu Xiling retorted, her ears tingling at his tantalizing tone, pulling her thin blanket over her head. Zhou Jin, sensing her playful denial, embraced his pillow, climbed over the screen, and sat at the edge of Gu Xiling's bed. I will lie beside you and do nothing. Gu Xiling, feeling Zhou Jin's presence at her bedside, extended a small foot from under the covers and kicked out playfully. Zhou Jin, do not push your luck. Don't think that saying you miss me will tempt me to lose my composure. Zhou Jin, caught off guard by Gu Xiling's playful kick, barely steadied himself, quickly grasping her small foot. Once, he had noticed her round fingers and plump hands, and he couldn't help but wonder if her toes were similarly delightful. Though the room was dark, the soft, fleshy touch told Zhou Jin all he needed to know. Gu Xiling, are you attempting to murder your husband? Gu Xiling wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. Otherwise, facing such an alluring and tempting man, she feared she might transform into a siren, ready to absorb the yang energy. Oh dear, Zhou Jin's ability to turn the tables has improved. Clearly, he has ulterior motives, yet he dares to accuse me. Quickly return to the couch, or I shall truly kick you out. Dear wife, do not be angry. I will heed your wishes. Zhou Jin, sensing Gu Xiling's annoyance, knew her proud nature would not allow her to act forcefully. He reluctantly returned to the couch, hugging his pillow once more. Lying down again, Zhou Jin took several deep breaths to calm his restless heart and mind. Xiling, please do not be upset. Gu Xiling remained silent. Xiling, you are wonderful. Xiling, you are so beautiful. Xiling, my heart is yours. The night seemed to strip Zhou Jin of his defenses, sharing the same space with Gu Xiling. The proximity stirred his emotions. He couldn't help but express his feelings, his words tumbling forth. Gu Xiling stayed quiet, deliberately deepening her breaths to indicate she was fast asleep. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Jin finally fell silent. Gu Xiling usually fell asleep early and deeply. Today, having overexerted her mind, she quickly drifted into slumber. Once Zhou Jin was certain her breathing had become long and steady, indicating she was asleep, he quietly moved closer. Judging her position by her breathing, Zhou Jin held his breath and gently leaned in, accurately capturing Gu Xiling's plump, soft lips. So fragrant, so sweet, so beautiful. Sensing Gu Xiling might awaken, Zhou Jin, as if caught in mischief, quickly retreated back to the couch, replaying the thrilling sweetness on his lips. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. On the bed, Gu Xiling, hearing Zhou Jin's long and steady breath from outside, confirmed that he was asleep. How dare this mischievous boy steal a kiss from her? She, Gu Xiling, would not be the one at a disadvantage. She must reclaim her honor. Thus, Gu Xiling gently maneuvered around the screen and approached Zhou Jin's couch, extending her claws towards him. Chapter 72. How beautifully you think. Gu Xiling bent down and swiftly, firmly pressed her lips against Zhou Jin's delicate ones. Her long hair cascaded slightly, brushing against Zhou Jin's face and neck, creating a ticklish sensation. The refreshing scent of mint lingered at the tip of Gu Xiling's nose, invigorating and pure. As Gu Xiling's hands playfully scratched at Zhou Jin's body, she prepared to rise, only to be unexpectedly embraced around the waist by Zhou Jin. In a dreamlike state, Zhou Jin, lost in a reverie, was enchanted by Gu Xiling's affectionate gestures, her soft and luscious lips kissing him. In that moment, he was instantly invigorated. In dreams, everything Zhou Jin desired was granted, contrasting with the reality where Gu Xiling had denied him. Yet today's dream felt so vivid, pulling Zhou Jin deeper into its allure. Gu Xiling wished to push him away but feared waking him. How embarrassing it would be to sneak a kiss and then to be so forward, she would lose face. Struggling against Zhou Jin's hold, Gu Xiling felt her cheeks flush. It wasn't merely embarrassment. Perhaps it was due to the kiss, leaving her breathless and blushing. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have sought to reclaim her dignity. Just as Gu Xiling contemplated an escape, Zhou Jin rolled over, pinning her down on the couch, half of her body trapped beneath him. She attempted to push him away, but to her surprise, Zhou Jin's lean form was surprisingly firm, his arms strong. She couldn't budge him. "Stop it! Hands off!" she protested, her heart racing. The straps of her clothing were about to be undone, and Zhou Jin, like an eager pup, began kissing her neck. That spot was unbearably ticklish. Unable to withstand it, Gu Xiling's hands slipped to the sides of Zhou Jin's waist, her long nails scratching. "Ah!" Zhou Jin yelped, his eyes snapping open. The pain radiating from his waist was unmistakable. This was not a dream. The beauty in his arms was Gu Xiling? "Get off me," she pouted, realizing he was awake and she could no longer continue her playful assault. Zhou Jin, startled, instantly became alert, his heart swelling with joy. "Xiling, you must have feelings for me to sneak a kiss," he declared, feeling elated. "You could have simply come to me openly. I would have welcomed it wholeheartedly." Hearing this, Gu Xiling's palm opened, and in a fit of flustered anger, she grabbed Zhou Jin's waist again, rebutting, "Who snuck a kiss? You call my name, and I thought you needed something. But you rogue, embraced me so boldly. Let me go." Zhou Jin, ignoring the pain in his waist, held onto her hand tightly. "Coming to find me means you miss me." In the darkness, though their expressions were hidden, they could feel the heat radiating from each other and the rhythm of their breaths. Gu Xiling, biting her lip in frustration, thought to herself, this was a miscalculation. "Zhou Jin, if you don't let go, I will unleash my ultimate move," she threatened, though her resolve faltered under her current disadvantage. She genuinely wished to kick him away, though she feared harming him. After all, she still dreamed of having a daughter and more children. If she broke him, who would she bear children with? Zhou Jin's long legs pinned Gu Xiling's, mischievously saying, "You can't kick me. Zhou Jin, let me go." Gu Xiling scratched him again. Zhou Jin was unfazed by the pain, but when her fingers grazed the ticklish spots, he instinctively flinched, though he held back. Xiling noticed this and continued to tease him, scratching higher up on his sides. The once defiant Zhou could no longer contain himself, flipping over and laughing heartily. Xiling quickly sat up, playfully scolding, "You naughty one. Even if you scream your lungs out, I won't come to see you." With that, she hurried into the inner room, hiding beneath a thin blanket. Zhou, sitting up, felt a swell of happiness regardless of Xiling's intentions for coming to him. After all, it was clear she cared for him deeply, a sentiment he cherished. "Xiling, thank you. From now on, I shall sleep on this couch," he said with a smile, feeling elated. Xiling retorted, "You think too highly of yourself." "Indeed, I do," Zhou replied, reclining back down, deciding not to provoke her further. The room fell into silence once more. Xiling's face burned, flushed to the roots of her ears. Zhou reminisced about the sensations from earlier. It was far more pleasurable than any dream. Meanwhile, outside, Granny Yuan was nearly pinching her thigh raw from anxiety. She longed to burst in and see the master and mistress together on the same bed. Was it not enough for lovers to be united in affection? After a prolonged moment of intimacy, they had separated again. Xiling yawned as she emerged from the adjacent chamber, ready to attend to the mistress. However, upon seeing Granny Yuan, she was taken aback. "Yuan," just as Xiling began to inquire, Granny Yuan covered her mouth, leading her to the inner room. "Granny Yuan, why are you standing here at the mistress's door?" Granny Yuan sighed deeply. "I'm just anxious. There was some noise from the master and mistress earlier, but for some reason, they separated again. Is it truly so difficult to consummate their union?" Xiling, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Granny Yuan, don't worry. You know how they used to be. It's already remarkable that they can mutually admire each other. Their progress is rapid." Granny Yuan shook her head, unconvinced. Women need to bear children sooner rather than later to secure their positions. Xiling, having followed the mistress from the Jingyang Bo's residence, you should encourage her. How long can a man's affection last? But a child will always cherish their mother. And that is the strongest weapon for a woman to establish her footing in the household. Take Madame Ho, for instance, without the master. She would not enjoy such status in the lonely Marquis' residence. Xiling pondered for a moment. "Granny Yuan, you have a point. I should indeed advise the mistress. She deserves a lifetime of happiness." She added, "You might not believe it, but I used to serve Miss Xiron. Before her marriage, she arranged for me and Zhou to serve the mistress, not out of goodwill, but to annoy her. Yet, the mistress never held it against us. As long as we did our duties, she was never harsh." Granny Yuan, now fully awake and intrigued by their story, asked, "How did they annoy her? Please do share." Xiling smirked, a rather clumsy tactic. They implied that becoming a concubine was the only path for us maids, especially as a concubine in the Marquis' house. Any child born would be a young master of the house. Though I am beautiful, I never aspired to be a concubine, preferring not to perish quietly in the struggles of the inner quarters. I merely wished for the mistress to arrange a clever, reliable servant for me to marry, so I could live in peace. Chapter 73. The endless pursuit. Upon hearing those words, Granny Yuan momentarily paused. The beauty of Zhou and Xiling was undeniable. Thus it was no surprise that Miss Xiron acted in such a manner. However, her young master was unlike any other man. Zhou, having overstepped her bounds in flattery, had suffered the consequences of a young master's orders, enduring a severe punishment that had only just begun to heal. As for Xiling, you are wise. The role of a concubine in a grand mansion is far from easy. Granny Yuan grasped Xiling's hand, recalling Aunt Bai, who had not been treated poorly by the Marquis in the past. Was a Marquis lady not generous towards her? Yet, the human heart is the most difficult to appease. Without favor, life within the Marquis residence is unbearable. With favor, one's heart swells, discontent with merely being a concubine, always yearning to be cherished. Regardless of whether one competes or abstains, it remains a struggle. With Zhou's example before you, if you can maintain your composure, that would suffice. I believe that Laofu has a good disposition towards you. He will inevitably become the steward of the Marquis of Chongning's household, despite being a servant. He wields considerable influence over the household affairs. Xiaolon's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded, acknowledging that Laofu was indeed commendable. Granny Yuan chuckled lightly, patting Xiaolon's hand gently. The young master's wife has spoken to me. I shall assist you. Thank you, Granny Yuan. Xiaolon expressed her gratitude, aware that she was alone in the world, relying on her master for her marriage prospects. If she could be with Laofu and serve diligently, it would certainly be preferable to living in constant anxiety as a concubine. That night, it was destined that someone in the Marquis of Changning's residence would find it impossible to sleep. In the orchid courtyard, Aunt Bai secretly shed tears, lost in self-pity. Since returning to the Marquis of Changning's residence, she had not yet seen the Marquis, uncertain whether he still held any affection for her. A concubine devoid of favor in the inner chambers felt like a rootless weed. At that moment, Xiaocui entered the room. "Who is it?" Aunt Bai exclaimed in surprise. "It's me," Xiaocui replied. Xiaocui thought to herself that it was not for lack of desire to act, but rather that the Marquis never visited her, leaving her with no opportunity to administer poison. Aunt Bai felt a twinge of fear towards Xiaocui. In a soft tone, Xiaocui laughed. "Tonight, there was a quarrel in the main courtyard. The Marquis reprimanded the young master's wife and the young master, avenging you." She never anticipated that Aunt Bai would receive such favor from the Marquis of Chongning. Aunt Bai was astonished, hardly believing that the Marquis truly scolded the young master and his wife for her sake. Why had he not done so yesterday, but today instead? Xiaocui was taken aback, her smile fading. After a moment, she spoke solemnly. "Perhaps the Marquis has yet to ascertain the truth. Regardless, having gained the Marquis and Appo's favor, your opportunities to act will increase." Aunt Bai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, if she could win the Marquis' affection, she would have her chance. Do not entertain any soft thoughts towards the Marquis. You know, your life is not truly your own, Xiaocui warned. As long as you do my bidding, you will reap the most rewards. Aunt Bai's heart sank as she reaffirmed her fears. The Marquis would truly not perish? As long as there is always an antidote. Of course, he will not die, Xiaocui reassured her, understanding Aunt Bai's lingering feelings for the Marquis of Chongning. She continued to soothe Aunt Bai. If it were merely to eliminate the Marquis, we need not go through such elaborate means. Only a living Marquis of Chongning holds any value for us. Upon hearing this, Aunt Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall seize the opportunity. She could not afford to be soft-hearted again. She could not bear to lose the Marquis' favor a second time. The following day, Marquis Zhou of Chongning finished his breakfast, his expression dark as he approached the orchid courtyard. Aunt Bai was dining when she heard of the Marquis' arrival and hurried out. "Marquis, I missed you." Marquis Zhou smiled, gently patting Aunt Bai's slender waist. "You have suffered these past 3 years, Yulan." Aunt Bai's tears streamed down her face, filled with regret. Had she been more compliant from the beginning, she might have borne a daughter, the only daughter of the Marquis of Chongning, affording her a place within the household. If only the Marquis would come to her, she would not have endured such hardship. With a choked voice, Aunt Bai gazed deeply at the Marquis. Soon, he would belong entirely to her. Deep within, she felt a surge of excitement. Even if she could not obtain a formal title, she still desired to possess the Marquis. Marquis Zhou performed an act of genuine emotion with Aunt Bai before bidding her farewell to attend to his duties at the Ministry of Rights. Aunt Bai and Aunt Appo's eyes brimmed with affection, akin to a spring pool, as she watched him depart. Cautiously, she retrieved a small porcelain vial from a hidden compartment at the head of her bed, concealing it upon her person. When the Marquis next visited, she would seize the moment. She could only win. Losing was not an option. In the early morning, Laifu arrived early at the Zhou courtyard. Upon searching the study for the young master, he was taken aback to learn that the young master had taken up residence with the young master's wife. Laifu gasped in surprise. The young master has truly risen in status. Hastening to the main room, he found Xiaolon waiting outside. "Is the young master still asleep?" he inquired. Xiaolon nodded. "He has not yet awakened." Laifu scratched his head. "But the young master has duties today." "Speak softly." "The young master has duties. But the young master's wife does not," Xiaolon quickly reminded him. "I will go in and wake him. We must not disturb the young master's wife." Xiling, you're a great help. Lai Fu chuckled, shaking his head. In all of the capital, it seems only the young master's wife enjoys such indulgence. Xiling gently opened the door, finding the young master still slumbering. Young master, wake up. Zhou Jin stirred at the sound of her voice, slowly coming to consciousness. The previous night's revelry had left him restless, making sleep elusive. At that moment, he was in the midst of a deep slumber when he was roused. Upon seeing Xiling, Zhou Jin quickly wrapped himself in the blanket. Please, step out. I will dress myself. Young master, be quiet. The young master's wife usually sleeps for another hour, Xiling cautioned softly, aware of the young master's wife's heavy sleeping habits. If she did not sleep well, her complexion would be dull all day, her mood soured, and her temper worsened. Zhou Jin smiled gently, understood. Once Xiling exited, Zhou Jin tossed off the blanket and donned the previous day's attire, moving around the screen to approach the bed. At that moment, the delicate figure on the bed was in a deep slumber, the thin blanket covering her abdomen, lying on her side with one leg perched atop the blanket. Though her stature was slight, her sleeping position occupied the center of the large bed. Zhou Jin chuckled softly, pinching Gu Xiling's cheek. Feeling uncomfortable, Gu Xiling murmured and shifted positions, revealing her fair and delicate feet. Zhou Jin recalled the kick he received from her tiny foot the previous night and smirked, reaching out to tickle the sole of her foot. Gu Xiling, sensitive to tickling, curled her toes and hid beneath the blanket. As Zhou Jin noticed her nightgown shifting, exposing her fair and delicate waist, his hand itched with mischief. With newfound boldness, he thought to tease Gu Xiling. He had already risen, yet his bride remained in deep slumber. Such tedium, just as Zhou Jin's hand was about to land on Gu Xiling's lower back. A pillow flew through the air toward him. Rogue, must you be so relentless? Gu Xiling lifted her upper body slightly, her brows furrowing in irritation as she playfully scolded him. You disturb my dreams so early. Will you not let me sleep? Chapter 74. Deceived everyone. Gu Xiling ground her teeth, her morning temper soured by the antics of the young master. You still have duties to attend to. Hurry up and don and Appo's. Delay your responsibilities, lest you squander the emperor and Appo's grace. Zhou Jinxian smiled softly, reminiscing about the delightful moments of the previous day. Sitting on the bedside, he extended his long fingers to pinch Gu Xiling's cheek. It's still early. There's no rush. Gu Xiling wrapped her hands around the thin blanket, shielding her body. Her face flushed from Zhou Jinxian's playful gesture. Young master, your late-night antics disturb my sleep, and this morning you woke me up, preventing me from resting. I warn you, do not provoke me to unleash my trump card. Zhou Jinxian raised an eyebrow, amused by Gu Xiling's lively expressions, igniting his good mood for the day. You have a trump card? Do show it to me. I would love to see it. However, his cheerful disposition was fleeting. Gu Xiling buried herself under the blanket, checking her eyes. They were clear, devoid of any sleep residue. This is your doing, she exclaimed, emerging from her cocoon with wide, round eyes, a teasing smile on her lips. Oh dear, the flower scholar has eye boogers. Zhou Jinxian was momentarily stunned, his body jolted. He quickly covered his face with his hands, rubbing his eyes, insisting, I'm perfectly clean. There are no eye boogers. Huh? Gu Xiling grinned triumphantly. You've been tricked. Haven't you? Zhou Jinxian stood up, his brows slightly raised. Gu Xiling, what have you become? How could you say such things this time? Gu Xiling laughed so heartily that even the thin blanket covering her chest began to slip. I also wish to be a dignified and virtuous noblewoman. But you forced me into this. You cannot blame me. Zhou Jinxian shook his head, chuckling. His gaze inadvertently fell below Gu Xiling's pristine neck, his expression subtly shifting. He sensed he was losing composure and decided he could not linger any longer. I shall not indulge you further. Continue your rest. Zhou Jinxian reluctantly turned away, the morning's enchanting dreams slipping away from him. Gu Xiling, catching Zhou Jinxian's gaze, quickly pulled the blanket back up to her chest. Young master, take care, I shan't see you off. Zhou Jinxian reached out, wishing to pinch her cheeks again, but Gu Xiling recoiled, refusing to make it easy for him. She reminded him of his unfulfilled promises from their previous banter. You only know how to tease me. Zhou Jinxian shook his head, laughing, though a sigh escaped him, his lips curving upwards. Lai Fu observed the young master emerging from a main room with a beaming countenance and quietly speculated whether the young master had indeed gotten his way. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the young master had yet to fulfill his earlier intentions, and it was unlikely that the young mistress would easily allow him to succeed. Upon arriving at the study, Zhou Jinxian changed his attire and groomed himself, noting the time was growing late. He took some pastries and tea to have breakfast in the carriage. Though his breakfast was hurried, the playful morning with Xiling had uplifted his spirits immensely. Lai Fu, wearing a worried expression, quietly reminded, "Young master." The Marquis left the main courtyard and headed to the orchid courtyard. "It seems Bai Yinyang has regained favor. You should find a moment to apologize to the Marquis and not let the cunning Bai Yinyang take advantage. Since ancient times, whispers of the pillow have proven more potent than even the fiercest storm, and Lai Fu dared not underestimate the situation." Zhou Jinxian paused, contemplating the need for a family performance, and immediately refocused his thoughts. "You're right, Lai Fu. I shall apologize to my father after returning this evening." Hearing this, Lai Fu sighed in relief, though he cautioned, "But young master, do not worry excessively, even if Bai Yinyang regains favor. She is merely a concubine and cannot stir significant trouble." Zhou Jinxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, once he departed, Xiling returned to bed, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted into a light slumber. After breakfast, she deliberately dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief soaked in ginger juice, then accompanied her maid to pay respects to her mother-in-law. On the way, numerous maids and servants noticed the young mistress's swollen eyes. It seemed the Marquis had indeed been angered and had reprimanded the young mistress. The servants who once looked down on Bai Yinyang now felt apprehensive, wary of offending her. Madame Song, upon seeing Xiling's reddened eyes, quickly sipped her tea to suppress her rising smile. "Xiling, you were wronged yesterday. There's no need to pay me respects. Go rest instead." Xiling, choking back her emotions, gratefully replied, "Thank you, mother, for your understanding. Please do speak kindly of me before father." Madame Song nodded, sighing softly. "Currently, the Marquis's thoughts are solely on Bai Yinyang. We must avoid drawing his ire." Madame Song spoke candidly, without concern for the servants surrounding them. Xiling nodded in agreement. Mother's words are wise. The daughter-in-law understands. As Xiling left the main courtyard, her spirits were low, lacking her usual vibrancy and enthusiasm. The changes in the masters quickly affected the servants. During lunch, Bai Yinyang's table was no longer filled with leftovers, but adorned with an array of dishes and a soup. Though not a feast, the meal was certainly delectable. The servants, although opportunistic, dared only to operate within their limits, refraining from troubling Bai Yinyang. Although she had regained favor, she remained a childless concubine, unable to overshadow Madame Song. Thus, they did not dare openly curry favor with Bai Yinyang, fearing the repercussions from Madame Song. Bai Yinyang surveyed the steaming, fresh dishes on the table, her eyes glinting with ambition. Now, with the Marquis having scolded the young master and young mistress, and having visited her this morning, the servants' attitudes had markedly shifted. Yet, affection in men is complex. It does not belong solely to her. If she wished to secure his exclusive favor, she must ensure the Marquis could not do without her. With this thought, Bai Yinyang felt no remorse. That evening, the Marquis of Chongning returned from court and headed straight to Madame Song. After dining there, he prepared to visit the orchid courtyard. Madame Song, displaying concern, asked Marquis, "Are you heading to the orchid courtyard?" The Marquis understood his wife's worries, his gaze calm and demeanor serene. "It is time I check on her. Madame Song, you have always been virtuous. Do not succumb to jealousy." "Marquis," Madame Song called out again, hoping to alter the course of events. However, the Marquis José had already turned and walked out. Though it was perilous, it was preferable to becoming a pawn for others. The servants assumed the Marquis still harbored feelings for Bai Yinyang. Even his wife could not dissuade him. Perhaps only the old matriarch could rein him in. As the Marquis José walked, he pondered deeply, unknowingly arriving at the orchid courtyard. Upon seeing the Marquis approaching, the maidservants hurriedly informed Bai Yinyang. Bai Yolan's face lit up with joy, The Marquis indeed kept his word and had come to visit her. In the courtyard, Xiao, broom in hand, tidied the fallen leaves and weeds, a smile gracing her lips. The master's grand endeavor was nearing fruition. Chapter 75. A sudden change of heart, ensnaring her. Bai Yulan was in the midst of pouring tea when Lord Chongning, Zhou, arrived. Lord, Bai Yulan stammered, her heart racing with anxiety. I thought you and tea come today. Lord Chongning chuckled. We had an agreement this morning. How could I possibly miss it? Yulan, have you dined yet? Bai Yulan nodded. Her gaze lowered, revealing her most gentle profile. I have, my lord. With a wave of his hand, Lord Zhou commanded everyone, leave us. The servants inside and outside the room retreated upon hearing his words. At that moment, only Lord Chongning and Bai Yulan remained in the room. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yulan smiled alluringly. My lord, your lips appear dry. Allow me to pour you a cup of tea. Very well, Lord Zhou replied, though a wave of tension coursed through him. This was a prime opportunity to poison him. Initially contemplating a daring act, he began to consider swaying Bai Yulan instead, steering clear of the poison and its repercussions. As she turned to pour the tea, Bai Yulan swiftly retrieved a small porcelain vial from her sleeve. Just as she was about to uncork it, Lord Zhou held his breath and stealthily approached her from behind. Yulan, what are you doing? Startled by his voice, Bai Yulan's eyes widened in terror, causing the vial to slip from her grasp. Lord Zhou quickly caught it, covering her mouth with one hand and pulling her onto the bed with the other. Outside, the maidservants and matrons exchanged glances, discreetly closing the door. With a favored master, they enjoyed a degree of respect within the household, avoiding scorn and ridicule. With the bed curtains drawn, Bai Yulan lay in Lord Zhou's embrace, trembling like a frightened rabbit. Expecting to face dire consequences, she was astonished that he not only refrained from anger, but also drew her close, reigniting her hope for survival. Lord Zhou, deep in thought, chose to exploit the more advantageous angle, his expression revealing reluctance. Yulan, you wrote a blood letter to me, indicating your feelings. You would not harm me willingly. If you intended to poison me, it must be under duress. Who is forcing you? Reveal it, and I shall avenge us both. Bai Yulan felt a surge of emotion. She had not anticipated that Lord Zhou would deduce her intentions without resorting to lethal measures, instead assuming she was being coerced. If he did not hold deep affection for her, would he have reacted this way? Indeed, had it not been for the pressure from Xiao, she would never have considered such a course of action. She would have preferred to captivate and entice Lord Zhou, winning his affection rather than resorting to treachery. Releasing her mouth, Lord Zhou watched as Bai Yulan knelt before him, bowing her head. She knew that her only chance of survival lay in pledging her loyalty to him. He loved her dearly and might overlook her transgressions. My lord, I am sorry. It was indeed Xiao who compelled me to act thus. She insisted that with this potion, I could secure your favor and would never be dismissed. Lord Zhou's heart jolted, followed by a wave of delight at her revelation. This tactic had proven effective. Bai Yulan, whether feigning affection or not, had shared some semblance of truth. Yulan, you are mistaken. For the past 3 years, I refrained from visiting or contacting you to protect your life. If you were threatened, why did you not confide in me? Those people seek to control me. I stand to lose everything. Can you truly remain unscathed? If you continue down this path, I cannot save you. Please, tell me about Xiao's true nature. Bai Yulan's voice trembled with emotion. My lord, you truly do not blame me? Lord Zhou's expression darkened as he embraced her tightly. I trust that Yulan would not betray me. You are a victim of circumstance. Before she could respond, he kissed her fervently, as if to validate his sincerity. With Bai Yulan's loyalty assured, Lord Zhou resolved to seduce her completely, ensuring her absolute trust and compliance. That night, Lord Zhou displayed an array of romantic prowess, while Bai Yulan fell adrift like a fragile boat in a tempestuous sea. After enduring drought for so long, she felt rejuvenated as if blessed by a sudden rain. Drawing upon the skills learned in the spring fragrance pavilion, she surrendered to blissful indulgence, lost in a fervent embrace. By dawn, the servants confirmed that Bai Yulan had once again won Lord Zhou's favor, having turned her fortunes around completely. Only Xiao smirked triumphantly, for the effects of the potion were evident, inciting passion. Nestled in Lord Zhou's arms, Bai Yulan recounted everything she knew. Inside, Lord Zhou felt a surge of peril. Had it not been for his daughter-in-law's insights, he might have been ensnared in a deadly trap. The following morning, Lord Zhou rose early, securing the vial and whispering to Bai Yulan, "You must tell others that you have already consumed it." Bai Yulan nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. "Yes, my lord, I am yours in life and in death. I shall never betray you." Lord Zhou tenderly cupped her chin, speaking earnestly. "Remain composed and do not dwell on matters beyond your control. The Xiling estate will always have a place for you." "Indeed, my lord, you are truly kind." Bai Yulan's eyes sparkled with joy. Her survival hinged on his love, her last bastion of hope. "Have your breakfast yourself. I must go to the main courtyard and speak with Song. I shall request that your provisions be increased." Lord Zhou smiled before departing. Bai Yulan's heart soared. She had escaped calamity. Observing the lavish breakfast laid out before her, she felt elated. Being favored was indeed a blessing. Meanwhile, Song had spent the night awake, dark circles forming under her eyes. She instructed the maid to apply extra powder to improve her complexion. Lord Zhou, unable to meet Song's gaze, felt a wave of guilt for breaking his earlier promise. Though circumstances were beyond his control, he had nonetheless caused her distress. "My lady, I apologize." Lord Zhou's eyes reflected remorse, but some matters had to be concealed. "Song, elevate the provisions for Lan Yuan. Do not treat it lightly." Song's expression was complex as she coldly replied, "A concubine ought to know her place, lord. You're being excessive. If you disagree, feel free to summon my mother back to the estate. I would like to see how a concubine dares to usurp my position." Lord Zhou snapped back. "I am a lord, the head of this household. Can I not decide such trivial matters? Even if your mother were to return, my stance would remain unchanged. Song, do not defy me." With that, Lord Zhou stormed out of the main courtyard, handing the vial to his confidant, Zhou Heir, instructing him to procure a death row inmate and observe the effects of the potion. He needed to continue his ruse based on the symptoms that emerged. This time, without restraining the Prince of Ning, the Xiling estate would not find peace. In the early morning, at the Zhou courtyard, Zhou Jin arrived early. After returning home the previous night, he found the door to Xiling locked. Now, he sought to disturb her, knowing her feigned anger would brighten his day. "Zhou Jin, you're 18 years old, not 8. Must you continue with such childish antics? Is it too much to ask for a semblance of maturity? Where is your noble demeanor? Your lofty pride? Why has it all vanished?" Xiling gritted her teeth, her hands itching to strike him. Chapter 76. The amusing epiphany. Zhou Jin chuckled lightly. "Get up. My dear, today, I shall take you out for a stroll." The previously frowning Xiling instantly transformed into a radiant smile, her voice sweet as she replied, "My lord, where shall we go?" Spending all her days confined within the inner chambers had grown tiresome for Xiling. The author of Yinshan, the sequel to Du Chun Feng, had yet to release it, and she was eager to see how the female protagonist navigated the affections of several men. Within the confines of the Long Ning Marquis' estate, her mother-in-law managed household matters, while Xiling was tasked solely with overseeing her dowry in her own courtyard, which was rather simplistic. Consequently, she found herself with an abundance of time, engaging daily in calligraphy, reading, and tending to her flowers and plants, which left her feeling rather bored. Thus, when Zhou Jin proposed an outing, her heart soared with joy. As Xiling rose from the bed, a sudden thought struck her. "But my lord, today is not a day of rest. Do you not have duties to attend to?" "My dear, while compiling agricultural texts may be tedious and monotonous, one must endure solitude to achieve greatness and not falter in their efforts," Xiling stated with a serious expression that added a certain gravitas to her delicate features. Zhou Jin, observing her earnestness, chuckled softly while scratching his nose with a slender finger. "It is not that I neglect my duties without cause. Rather, our chief agricultural officer has expressed a keen interest in a foreign crop I have been cultivating. He, along with Lord Liu, who oversees the documentation of new species, will accompany me to the farm. If you do not wish to join, I shall go alone and indulge in the delectable lotus leaf chicken." which you shall miss out on. Of course, I wish to go. Gu Xiling and Appo's eyes sparkled. It has been some time since we left the farm, and I truly miss my grandmother. I should pay my respects to her. Moreover, the affairs of the Marquis within the estate have troubled my mother, and I must inform my grandmother. With the assistance of Xiling, Gu Xiling donned a lovely outfit and comfortable shoes. Zhou, hurry with breakfast, she urged. Since my lord is also present, prepare extra of his favorite pastries. Zhou, watching Gu Xiling's lively demeanor with no trace of morning grumpiness, smiled and remarked, "Eager to get out, are we?" "Indeed. While you gentlemen can venture out daily for your duties, what of us women in the inner chambers? We gaze upon high walls, and the sky we see is merely a limited view framed by those walls. You need only wish to go out, and you may do so at any time. My mother is not a strict woman and will not impose excessive restrictions upon you," Zhou pondered. Recognizing that Gu Xiling's vivacious spirit was indeed constrained within the walls of the estate, Gu Xiling shook her head, chuckling softly. "My mother is forgiving, but I must not overstep. To be unconventional may be liberating, but it often invites trouble. I understand the importance of rules. Without sufficient strength, one should refrain from attempting to break them, for the consequences could be dire." Zhou, intrigued, considered the simplicity of the Longning Marquis' household, aware that there were indeed conflicts within the inner chambers. However, he had yet to witness true intrigue. "Then, I shall make it a point to take you out whenever I have the chance. That must suffice, yes?" Zhou resolved to adapt himself rather than alter Gu Xiling. In the past, during his days of leisure, he had attended poetry gatherings with friends or enjoyed excursions in nature. Moving forward, he would endeavor to accompany Gu Xiling during his free time. Gu Xiling's eyes lit up, though they soon dimmed. "I truly appreciate your sentiment, my lord. However, leisure time is scarce, and you have friends, colleagues, and various social obligations. I cannot monopolize your time." Zhou waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. "I am no longer a close minister to the emperor. I am merely a compiler of agricultural texts. Where's the allure in that?" Gu Xiling tilted her head, softly inquiring, "Do you feel a sense of loss, my lord?" As they settled down for breakfast, Zhou shook his head. "Not at all. Rather, I have come to a realization." "What have you realized?" Gu Xiling asked, her curiosity piqued as she took a steaming bun and gently bit into it. "Eat more and write less about sour poetry," Zhou replied without hesitation, his demeanor serious. "Ah!" Gu Xiling exclaimed in astonishment, nearly choking on her food, stifling the urge to laugh. Zhou, serving himself a flaky pastry, glanced at Gu Xiling, wanting to smile. "You may laugh. After all, you have often found amusement at my expense." "Ha!" Gu Xiling swallowed her food and laughed heartily, giving Zhou a thumbs up. "My lord, you are truly remarkable." Hearing her praise, Zhou chuckled awkwardly. "Please do not mock me." Gu Xiling shook her head earnestly. "My lord, you're my husband. How could I ridicule you for striving to improve yourself? My entire future happiness in the Longning Marquis' estate depends on you. Your poetic talents are exceptional. In the future, should inspiration strike, you may still compose poetry, provided it is not forced out of melancholy," she added. Zhou smiled. "Indeed, I have actually composed a poem in recent days." Seeing Zhou's eager expression, Gu Xiling was more than willing to support him. Regardless of the nature of his poetry, its impact on her was minimal. Should he recite it in public, however, there was a risk of misinterpretation. "I am eager to hear it." Gu Xiling nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "My poem is quite splendid, dear wife. Listen closely," Zhou said, his eyes gleaming. "Clouds desire garments, flowers seek beauty. Spring breezes caress the balustrade. The dew is rich. Had I not seen you atop Mount Yu, I would have met you beneath the moonlit Yao platform." This poem is adapted from Li Bai's Qing Ping Diao. Yun Xiang, Yi Xiang Hua, Xiang Rong. Gu Xiling listened attentively, memorizing the lines, utterly astonished. In her previous life, at her current age, she might not have comprehended the poem's significance. However, her experience had enriched her understanding, rendering her well-versed in literature. Such exquisite vocabulary was employed to praise an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This was indeed a fine poem, yet Gu Xiling felt a pang of discontent. She gazed at Zhou Jin with a look of sorrow, her heart heavy. She did not consider herself particularly striking, and the poem and amp. Appo's depiction of beauty felt unattainable. She felt undeserving, and even more so for Gu Shirong, who was less beautiful than she. With a forceful bite into her bun, Gu Xiling glared at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin, perplexed, recalled that she had just expressed a desire to hear his poetry. Why then did she regard him with such fierce eyes upon hearing his ode? At that moment, Zhou Jin felt akin to the bun in Gu Xiling's hand. If you did not appreciate my poetry, I shall refrain from composing any in the future, he said, wishing to avoid further upsetting her. Gu Xiling swallowed her mouth full, her chin slightly raised, and with a hint of annoyance, she declared, I do not dislike your poetry, but I resent the fact that it was written for someone else. Chapter 77. What nonsense is this? Certainly not a compliment to her. Could Gu Xiling contain her anger? Previously, Zhou Jin had embraced her affectionately, professing his admiration, yet now he dared to extol another woman in his poetry. Was he mocking her plain appearance? Zhou Jin, taken aback, exclaimed, This poem was composed for you. You lie. Gu Xiling retorted without hesitation. How could I possibly be as beautiful as you describe in your poem? There must be a more beautiful woman in your heart. Who is she? Zhou Jin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a mix of laughter and tears. With a resigned sigh, he shook his head. Do you think me a fool? Would I praise another woman before you? This time, it was Gu Xiling who was left speechless, her bright eyes filled with skepticism. How could I ever match the beauty depicted in your verses? Your poem speaks of clouds, flowers, jade mountains, and celestial pavilions, all illuminated by moonlight. I am no exquisite beauty worthy of such praise. I possess a clear understanding of my own appearance. While I may be considered somewhat pretty, I am far from the beauty you described. Zhou Jin observed the delightful surprise on Gu Xiling's face, contemplating capturing her expression in a painting alongside the poem. My dear, do not belittle yourself. I find you to be truly beautiful. He leaned slightly forward, whispering gently into her ear. The warmth of his breath, his deep voice, and his handsome visage, coupled with his enchanting words, caused Gu Xiling's ears to flush crimson. Really? She asked, half in disbelief. You're not deceiving me? Zhou Jin nodded vigorously, assuring her, of course, it is true. I care not for others. In my heart, you are the only one. I believe these lines can only describe your beauty. It is merely my lack of talent that prevents me from composing verses that capture your charming personality. Seeing Zhou Jin and Amp, Appo's earnestness, Gu Xiling began to trust that these were indeed verses crafted for her. A secret joy blossomed within her. So she was beautiful after all. Young master, what a splendid poem. Please compose more such verses. I must record them. With that, she set down her bun and wiped her fingers on her handkerchief. Xiaolon quickly ground the ingredients, ensuring that the young couple's spirits remained high. Gu Xiling took a brush and recorded the 4 lines of poetry in her small notebook. Zhou Jin, noticing this, followed her lead. At that moment, Gu Xiling and Appo's handwriting had improved. The characters were not as large and were more orderly, bearing a faint resemblance to delicate small script. Young master, please write the title of the poem for me, she requested, handing him the brush. Such exquisite poetry deserved to be preserved. Perhaps she could even secure a place in history because of it. Zhou Jin smiled softly, accepting the brush and inscribing the title beside the poem. Once the ink dried, he flipped back to the previous pages. To his astonishment, he saw, These are all my poems? Gu Xiling nodded, smiling. Young master, your talent is remarkable. The verses you have penned are exceptional. I have selected a few that are free of taboo, and I plan to compile them into a book for you. None of the poems were bitter. Most were inspired by his reflections on the hardships of farmers while at the manor. Some verses he had already forgotten, yet Gu Xiling had meticulously recorded them and intended to bind them into a book. At this moment, Zhou Jin recalled his mother's words. A virtuous wife brings little misfortune. Gu Xiling was indeed a thoughtful person. Thank you, my dear, Zhou Jin said, grasping Gu Xiling's hand, his affection evident in his eyes. No need for thanks. I am yet to be full, she teased lightly, pulling Zhou Jin back to the dining table, offering him a piece of lotus cake. Young master, this is your favorite. Zhou Jin smiled, returning the favor by offering her a small flaky pastry. Very well, my dear, you must eat as well. Thanks to the poem. Gu Xiling's eyes sparkled with joy, her spirits high. After finishing breakfast, as she rinsed her mouth, Lai Fu rushed in, breathless. Young master, young mistress. Grave news from the estate. Both Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling, buoyed by their earlier mood, exchanged puzzled glances. What could be amiss at the estate? Lai Fu, panting heavily, explained last night, the Marquis stayed at the Orchid Courtyard, reconciling with concubine Bai, and astonishingly, they engaged 4 times. Gu Xiling was momentarily stunned. 4 times? How impressive. Zhou Jin's face flushed slightly. What nonsense is this? He reminded them both to refrain from discussing such matters in broad daylight. Gu Xiling, realizing the implications, felt her cheeks warm. Concubine Bai truly possesses exceptional skills. And then, Lai Fu, displaying urgency, replied, this morning. The Marquis went to the main courtyard and quarreled with the madam before storming off to court. His tone turned serious. Concubine Bai's cunning and now enjoys the Marquis's favor. She has risen again. Young mistress, while your intentions are good, you must tread carefully. Gu Xiling and Zhou Jin exchanged knowing glances. It seemed the Marquis had indeed taken action. Lai Fu, you speak wisely. We must avoid drawing attention, Gu Xiling instructed. Young master, let us pay our respects to mother. Zhou Jin's demeanor shifted from relaxed to cool and aloof. Agreed. They proceeded to the main courtyard, where Songshi was diligently managing the household affairs, her expression as serious as ever. Aren't you, two, headed to the manor? She asked. The hour is getting late. You should hurry. Mother, do not worry. Upon our return, I shall speak with grandmother and have her take charge, Gu Xiling asserted, resolutely defending her mother-in-law. Songshi paused, waving her hand dismissively. There is no need to trouble her with such trifles. She is elderly and should not be burdened. It is merely a passing fancy, one that will not last long, Zhou Jin remarked solemnly. Mother, you still have a son. Songshi smiled. Indeed, I have a son. As long as you two are well, I shall be content. Things will remain as they are. I have grown resilient and know how to navigate my circumstances. The pain and resentment of 3 years past had transformed her. Moreover, the Marquis was not truly enamored with concubine Bai. As Zhou Jin and Gu Xiling climbed into the carriage, their expressions turned grave. They were uncertain of their father's current state. Leaning closer to Zhou Jin, Gu Xiling was about to speak when he pulled her into his embrace. Let me go. I have something to say, she protested, playfully pushing him away. Be serious. Zhou Jin held firm. Do not move. Let me hold you. Sensing Zhou Jin's concern in his tone, Gu Xiling softened, nestling against him and soothingly reassuring him. Father and Appo's visit to Mother and Appo's courtyard this morning indicates that everything is under control. Although Mother appeared disheartened, she is not worried, which shows Father is fine. Zhou Jin frowned. Let us hope so. To have engaged 4 times last night, I must remind Father to exercise restraint for his health and longevity. Gu Xiling stifled a laugh, unable to resist teasing him. Young master, are you envious of the Marquis? Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow, responding with bravado. Have you not heard that the student surpasses the master? Besides, I am still young. Really? Gu Xiling retorted skeptically. Do not push yourself. Noticing her doubt, Zhou Jin felt underestimated. He hoped that today, Song Mama would prepare the wedding chamber. For tonight, he intended to show Gu Xiling his true prowess. Chapter 78. The ability to bow and bend due to the arrival of Lord Huiyun, the esteemed Minister of Agriculture, outside the city. Zhou Jin accompanied Gu Xiling to pay their respects at the carriage of the minister. At 38 years of age, Lord Hua was of similar age to the Marquis of Chongning. However, as the Minister of Agriculture, he frequently traversed between court and fields, resulting in his sun-kissed skin and lean physique. Forgive my intrusion. I beseech the esteemed lady of the air to pardon my presence. Lord Hua addressed Zhou Jin. Being of higher rank, did not require a formal return of greetings. Yet, Gu Xiling, as the lady of the air, though without an official title, held a higher status. Disembarking from his carriage, Lord Hua clasped his hands before Gu Xiling, respectfully greeting the lady of the air. In response, Gu Xiling humbly remarked, Your concern for agricultural matters is indeed a boon for the common folk. It is a stroke of fortune for my husband to serve alongside you. Time is of the essence. Dear husband, please accompany Lord Hua to discuss our cultivation of the new grain, she suggested. I understand, Zhou replied, though his heart lingered on romantic thoughts. He knew the importance of attending to pressing affairs during daylight. Together, Zhou and Lord Hua entered the carriage. Zhou produced the records, noting that every 5 days, new data arrived from the estate, including illustrations of the crop's growth. Lord Hua, within the carriage, remained reticent, meticulously examining the records and the drawn representations of the crop's development. Upon learning that the new grain had reached a height of 3 feet, he expressed astonishment, such growth. Yet no flowering or fruiting. Zhou shook his head, responding, no. According to the merchants, the crop must grow to 6 feet before it develops the necessary tendrils, which will then yield the central ears. Unfamiliar with these terms, Lord Hua nodded thoughtfully, stroking his sparse beard, recognizing that the merchant would not dare to deceive. And patience was essential. After all, the merchant had a vested interest in conducting business in the realm of Kong and must understand the severe consequences of deception. Zhou smiled, noting that the merchant had further mentioned that once the ears were harvested, the remaining stalks could be dried and used as fodder for cattle and sheep. Lord Hua pondered, next we must observe the yield. Should the production prove bountiful and suitable for our needs in Kong, I shall report to His Majesty and recommend a reward for you. Zhou clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hua. However, I propose that if the new grain indeed yields abundantly, we should also inform His Majesty to reward the merchant. This will encourage other merchants to bring forth new varieties suitable for us. What is advantageous for us should be retained, while that which is not does us no harm. Lord Hua's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded. Your proposal is astute. If merchants can receive imperial rewards, or even promotions, others will surely follow suit. Zhou concurred, acknowledging Lord Hua's wisdom. Throughout their journey, Lord Hua engaged Zhou in conversation, discovering that contrary to the prevalent rumors of Zhou being an arrogant poet, he was, in fact, diligent and earnest in his duties at the Ministry of Agriculture. More so than others, he sought knowledge with humility and diligently consulted records. What he initially assumed to be an appointment of a nobleman turned out to be a practical contributor to agricultural literature. Zhou also suggested that should artisans innovate agricultural tools, they ought to be generously rewarded, for it is through substantial incentives that brave individuals emerge. After submitting this proposal, the emperor indeed allocated funds to the Ministry of Agriculture, significantly easing their previously strained resources. It appeared the emperor held Zhou in high regard, dispelling the notion that he was merely a figure of superficiality. Upon arriving at the estate, Zhou and Lord Hua paid their respects to the matriarch before heading to the fields. Xiling, in turn, greeted the matriarch and discreetly shared matters concerning the household. The matriarch, during this period of recuperation at the estate, appeared vibrant and robust, a stark contrast to her previous frailty. It is indeed a turbulent autumn, the matriarch reflected. Having experienced the ebbs and flows of life, she possessed a keen perspective. Yes, grandmother, Xiling agreed. His Majesty has but one son, the crown prince, who is fragile. As the emperor ages, the regional princes are becoming increasingly restless. A shiver ran through the matriarch, for her greatest fear was the transition between the old and the new. For noble families such as theirs, stability outweighed prosperity. As long as the foundations of the Marquisate remained intact, even if one generation faltered, others would rise, with more offspring. Survival was assured. However, the pursuit of power, driven by the desire for merit, often led to ruin. The court was rife with uncertainty, and no one could predict who would ultimately prevail. Who could have foreseen the emperor's ascent to the throne? She mused. Among those who aligned themselves with factions, how many met a favorable end? The bloodshed at the marketplace lasted a month. Though Xiling had not lived through that turmoil, she had learned from the tales of others and accounts in literature, leaving her deeply affected. She remembered dreaming of the fateful day when, due to Xia's treachery, she and her child were dragged out for execution. Unexpectedly, reborn into the house of the Marquis of Chongning, she found herself entangled in similarly precarious circumstances. Alas, whether among the lofty nobility or the common folk, the transition from one era to another posed a perilous threat. The matriarch nodded, recalling the rebellion led by the virtuous king, which besieged the capital. The devastation was profound, with fields destroyed, able-bodied men conscripted, and compounded by natural disasters. The common people suffered greatly. Xiling sighed. I was once displaced amidst that chaos. Having lived among the agrarian community, I understand the hardships faced by the lower classes. This is why I have repeatedly advised the heir to empathize with the plight of the people. One cannot merely create enemies within a court, but must bow and bend to truly grasp the struggles of the common folk, thereby effecting genuine change. Fortunately, the heir possessed a compassionate heart, showing a profound understanding and humility, which allowed him to flourish within the Ministry of Agriculture. Today, Lord Hua praised the heir for his commendable efforts. The matriarch smiled contentedly, grasping Xiling's hand. This is all thanks to you. In your youth, you tempered your aggressive spirit, learned the workings of court politics, and grasped the hardships of the populace, which will enable you to walk a steadier path. Now, I worry less for Jin, but more for the Marquis. The matters concerning concubine are merely a part of a larger scheme. They may have failed this time, yet more insidious tactics will undoubtedly follow. While Xiling had not experienced those events firsthand, she had been greatly impacted by recounts from survivors and literature. She felt relieved that Jin had been a minor official, lacking the clout to become embroiled in such dangerous affairs. Otherwise, given the current state of the Xie family, impoverished and without influence, any involvement would likely lead to a fate of execution and disgrace. Chapter 79. The malice of women and the scheming of men, it is futile to speak of it now, and she certainly cannot divulge future events at this moment. She has no desire to be perceived as a monster. Thus, exercising caution in her words and actions is of utmost importance. Xiling's silence does not imply that Xiling will remain silent. However, Xiling presently believes that what transpired in autumn can be temporarily overlooked. Once she has profited from the medicinal herbs this summer, it will coincide perfectly with autumn, allowing her to devise a significant plan for Jin. Xiling meticulously counts the days on her fingers. With several days of continuous rain, the prices of herbs will inevitably rise. At that moment, Xiujin stormed in, her demeanor irritable. Madam, the general has gone to the main courtyard. Xiling paused slightly, then replied gently, if the general wishes to go, let him. Xiujin pouted, expressing her displeasure. Madam, you are far too kind-hearted. Madame Xie has adorned a filthy trinket as if it were a treasure. While she refrains from purchasing new garments for herself, she ensures that little Dai is suitably dressed. Those who know recognize it as a bought plaything. Those who do not might mistake her for a young lady of the Xie family. Our household is in such dire straits, yet you toil endlessly, while Madame Xie squanders money frivolously. Recalling that day at the treasure pavilion when Xiling could purchase numerous sets of jewelry at will, Xiling felt a pang of frustration. She could only feign the role of a virtuous wife, advocating for frugality, while in truth, she yearned for those extravagant adornments. Let that trinket bask in its fleeting glory. For now, little Dai has yet to commit any inappropriate acts, and Xiling cannot afford to raise a ruckus that might tarnish her reputation for propriety. Xiujin, harboring her own grievances, lamented the lack of silver in their household, which resulted in diminished rewards. Ah, madam, I merely seek to express my grievances on your behalf. Both of you are married, yet Miss Xiling lives in luxury without a care in the world. Xiling, upon hearing this, felt a wave of irritation. Counting the days, she realized that Yinyang had been in the Chongning Marquis' residence for several days now. With the prospect of the Chongning Marquis' downfall approaching, her spirits lifted, and she cheerfully inquired, Xiujin, have you heard any news regarding the Chongning Marquis' household? Has Yinyang made any moves? Xiujin leaned in, speaking with hesitation. The maidservants attending Miss Xiling are rather discerning. Whenever I seek information from them, they demand exorbitant prices. Upon hearing this, Xiling raised an eyebrow. retrieving 5 taels of silver from her box and handing them to Xiojin. Here, a reward for you. Tell them that as long as the information is accurate, I'm willing to spend. Xiojin's face lit up with a smile, for they all knew that the madam was generous and eager to serve her. I have just received a piece of news. Bai Yinyang is indeed formidable. The Marquis scolded Miss Xiling and even the Chongning Marquis' heir for her. The Marquis showed no kindness to the Marquis' wife either, wanting to grant Bai Yinyang a share, but Song Shi refused, leading to an argument, after which the Marquis stormed off. Earlier today, Miss Xiling and the heir went to the estate to complain to the old lady of the Chongning Marquis. Listening to Xiojin's account, Gu Shirong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I thought my sister Ling had some great strategy. Turns out she merely resorts to complaints. Gu Shirong was well aware of Bai Yinyang's prowess. Having been a witness in the past, she knew how formidable Bai Yinyang could be, managing to sway the Chongning Marquis to her will. Just as Gu Shirong reveled in the unfolding drama of the Chongning Marquis' household, Xie Jin stormed in, his expression frosty. Gu Shirong was taken aback, quickly adopting the softest, most melodious tone to greet her husband. What troubles you, my lord? Xie Jin slammed his hand on the table, irate. Who else could it be? I went to pay my respects to mother, and a clumsy maidservant spilled a cup of tea all over me. She had the audacity to claim she was assisting me with a change of clothes. Yet her hands were far too forward. I kicked her under the table. Gu Shirong chided gently. I know well that it was a diversionary tactic prepared by mother for you, filled with music and entertainment. You should have shown some tenderness instead of kicking her. Xie Jin glared at Gu Shirong, then pinched her delicate nose. You ungrateful one. Do you not realize that you occupy my heart entirely? Yet you push me away. Gu Shirong felt as though she had swallowed honey, for Xie Jin genuinely cherished her. She savored the sweetness of affection, realizing that her painstaking efforts to secure their marriage were worthwhile. No wonder Gu Xiling lived so well. It was purely a stroke of luck to marry a husband like Xie Jin. My lord, do not be angry. I acknowledge my fault. Xie Jin grasped Gu Shirong's hand, declaring, as husband and wife, our hearts are intertwined, and you are my worthy companion. I would never allow you to suffer. Since Gu Shirong had begun to exhibit prophetic dreams, Xie Jin was increasingly inclined to indulge her whims. Consequently, Gu Shirong found herself more willing to assist him in his plans. His rapid promotion could largely be attributed to her support. Hearing this, Gu Shirong beamed. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Xie Jin reflected. Thanks to your prior reminders, I was able to make timely arrangements and achieve remarkable feats. Given the current state of the Xie family, relying solely on myself to rise in rank is exceedingly difficult. Has there been any recent prophetic dream from you? Should I attain great success and wealth, I will undoubtedly express my gratitude to you. Gu Shirong's eyes flickered as she refrained from mentioning the Prince of Ning. My lord, I have hesitated to speak in recent days, fearing you might misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Xie Jin perked up. My wife and I are one. Our fortunes are intertwined. How could I ever misunderstand you? I trust you implicitly, no matter the circumstance. Gu Shirong pondered for a moment, striving to articulate her thoughts with clarity and precision. Recently, my lord, you should pay close attention to the Chongning Marquis' household. I have heard from Miss Xiling that the Marquis dotes on his concubine, Bai Yinyang. She is merely a concubine. What sort of turmoil could she possibly create? Xie Jin questioned, his brow furrowed. He had little interest in the affairs of others' households, focusing instead on opportunities for merit within the court. Gu Shirong shook her head. While the affairs of the Chongning Marquis' household may seem trivial, he holds the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, overseeing numerous foreign nations. His every move is scrutinized. This time, the fragments of my dream lacked coherence, revealing only fleeting images, seemingly involving the kingdom of you. I cannot fathom these matters, and fear you might misinterpret my intentions, which is why I have refrained from speaking. Upon realizing this was concerning Gu Shirong's dream, Xie Jin sat up straight, prepared for action. In that case, I shall keep a close watch on the Chongning Marquis' household and the kingdom of you. I am eager to uncover any hidden schemes. Gu Shirong secretly rejoiced, believing that the good days of the Chongning Marquis' household would soon be over. Was Gu Xiling truly so capable? How dare she threaten her? Gu Shirong was eager to witness how Gu Xiling and the Chongning Marquis' household would extricate themselves from their predicament, as she could hardly wait to pave the way for Xie Jin's success at their expense. Chapter 80. Remarkable results from generous rewards. Old man Li sat with several elders from the village at the edge of the field, meticulously examining various plots of land, comparing the growth of sweet potatoes cultivated through different methods and soil qualities. Although they were illiterate, their lifelong relationship with the land allowed them to perceive its secrets through sight, touch, and intuition. Zhou Jin approached to greet them, inquiring oldly, "How are our sweet potatoes faring?" Upon seeing Zhou Jin, Old Man Li hurried over to pay his respects. "Your Grace, I was just about to report to Steward Zhou when you arrived. What discoveries have you made, Old Li?" Zhou Jin asked, quickly retrieving his small notebook and charcoal pencil. Hua Darren was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Jin's earnestness. Despite being of noble birth, he exhibited a down-to-earth demeanor and profound respect for the farmers. Old Man Li chuckled. "A couple of days ago, the wind knocked down 2 plants. I tried feeding the leaves to the pigs. They relished the leaves, but shunned the stems. So I gave the stems to the cattle, who enjoy them." Zhou Jin's eyes brightened at this revelation, as it confirmed some of the merchant's claims. Corn stalks could indeed serve as fodder for cattle and sheep. Excellent discovery. I shall reward you with a tael of silver. I will instruct Steward Zhou to deliver it to you later, he said with a light smile, appreciating those who bravely shared useful information. This was also a suggestion from Gu Xiling. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Grace," Old Man Li beamed. For that tael of silver was equivalent to the harvest from 2 mu of land. Zhou Jin took note and, looking up at Old Man Li, smiled. "You deserve it. The sweet potatoes are thriving, and I have yet to observe any pests or diseases. If any arise later, whoever finds the best method for pest control will also receive a reward." The elders looked at Zhou Jin with hopeful anticipation. "Rest assured, Your Grace. We will tread carefully and ensure the sweet potatoes are unharmed." At that moment, another elder, Old Zhang, approached. "Your Grace, I have made a discovery, though it pertains not to crops, but to pigs. I wonder if you would be interested? Cattle are excellent helpers in tilling the land, and the law forbids the consumption of beef. Thus, pigs are the most common source of meat for the common folk. However, due to their strong taste and texture, they are often referred to disparagingly as inferior meat by officials and nobility." Zhou Jin, being attentive to the welfare of the people, expressed his interest. "Old Zhang, what have you discovered? Speak, and if it is true, you shall be rewarded." It was Old Zhang's first time addressing Zhou Jin, and he felt a bit anxious, his body trembling slightly. Old Man Li encouraged him, playfully scolding, "You, Old Zhang, are usually quite bold, aren't you? His Grace is the kindest. You have committed no crime, so what is there to fear?" Zhou Jin also laughed. "Indeed, Old Zhang, do not be afraid. Under the sun, in broad daylight, there is still a place for reason. Speak your mind." Gathering his courage, Old Zhang chuckled nervously. "Your Grace, I am a butcher, purchasing pigs from the farmers, slaughtering them for meat. Moreover, I have quite a few pigs at home. Last year, one of my pigs in the pen got into a fight, injuring another male pig's testicles. In a panic, I had them removed. I thought the pig would not survive, but it not only lived, but also became less active and grew rapidly, producing more meat. After 1 year, the castrated pig yielded 48 more pounds of meat than the intact ones, primarily fat and with less of the usual gaminess." Zhou Jin was astonished. "As far as I know, a pig typically weighs between 130 to 150 pounds after a year. Are you saying this castrated one nearly reached 200 pounds? Old Zhang nodded, replying, "That pig weighed exactly 202 pounds. Hua Darren was taken aback and could no longer contain himself. "Old Zhang, are you speaking the truth? You must not fabricate tales for the sake of reward." Old Zhang and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. "How could I dare lie? Old Li, you were there when I slaughtered that pig last year. You even asked me how it grew so large." Since he was unsure of the reason at the time, he had refrained from speaking about it. "Earlier this year, my sow gave birth to a litter. I had the testicles removed from 4 of the male piglets. Now, after just 4 months, those castrated piglets are clearly growing faster and better than the intact ones, at least a size larger." Old Man Li, recalling the events, responded, "Indeed. I have seen that 200-pound pig. It was remarkably fatty. I even bought 5 pounds from you." I asked old Zhang how he raised it. He didn't disclose the secret. Hui Darren and Zhou Jin exchanged meaningful glances. Zhou Jin then said to old Zhang, hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Why don't you take us to see those pigs? Old Zhang nodded. As long as your grace and the esteemed gentleman do not mind a bit of mess, I will take you to see them. You will know the truth then. Not only were Zhou Jin and Hui Darren interested, but the village elders were also curious. If this method proved effective, each pig could yield dozens of extra pounds of meat, enhancing their income and providing more food for their families at year's end. They arrived at the pig pen, where the 4 castrated pigs were housed separately. Today, they appeared rounder and less agile compared to the fighting pigs in the adjacent pen, which were leaner and more aggressive. Old Zhang explained, aside from the sow and breeding boar, these are the only piglets from the last litter. However, they're growing distinctly differently, leading me to believe that castrated pigs grow meat faster and of better quality. Having witnessed the evidence, Zhou Jin was convinced. Your discovery is truly remarkable. I shall reward you with 5 taels of silver and an additional 5 taels for further experimentation. If this technique works for boars, could it also apply to sows? In the future, apart from breeding sows, could we apply this process to all other pigs to yield extra pounds of meat? Moreover, as this involves surgery, we must consider how to prevent infections and ensure their survival. Otherwise, while the pigs may be treated, they may not thrive, rendering the effort futile. We must contemplate all aspects and collaborate thoroughly, for I have further rewards in store. With that, Zhou Jin requested 10 taels of silver from Lai Fu and handed them to old Zhang. Overwhelmed with excitement, old Zhang knelt before Zhou Jin, thanking him profusely. I shall fulfill your grace's instructions and conduct further trials. The others looked at old Zhang with envy. 10 taels of silver was a fortune. Even in a bountiful year, a household might only save 3 taels, which was considered exceptional. Old Zhang had just struck gold. Chapter 81. I have a virtuous wife, and I am proud. However, the discovery made by old man Zhang is indeed remarkable. Each pig can gain several dozen additional pounds of meat after a year, and their learning from this will surely benefit them as well. Zhou Jin took out his small notebook and recorded it with charcoal, dedicating a page specifically for old man Zhang, meticulously documenting the details. Xiling had come out to fetch Lai Fu, saying, "The lunch is ready. The young master's wife has asked me to call for the young master and Lord Hui to dine." "Thank you, Sister Xiling." Lai Fu smiled, pleased that their young master had made a good impression in front of Lord Hui today. Zhou Jin returned to the estate with Lord Hui, where 6 dishes were laid out on the table, for vegetarian and 2 meat dishes, accompanied by a bowl of tofu soup. "Lord Hui, the fare here is quite simple, consisting of seasonal vegetables and poultry raised by the villagers. I hope it does not displease you." Lord Hui chuckled, stroking his sparse beard. "Young master, might I have a look at your notebook and pen? It appears quite handy." Zhou Jin presented the palm-sized notebook and the charcoal pencil wrapped in several layers of paper to Lord Hui. "At times, my subordinates have many brilliant ideas, but most fade away in an instant, only to be forgotten. When I finally remember them, it may take a long while, and some are truly lost. This notebook was personally bound by my wife, and the charcoal pencil was a collaborative effort between my wife and me. Although the writing may not compare to that of a wolf hair brush, it excels in portability, eliminating the need for ink grinding." Lord Hui began to peruse from the first page, noting the sparse lines yet abundant content, capturing daily observations. "Young master, you are fortunate to have such a capable wife." Lord Hui praised. "Such a simple item is rare among others. It is evident that your wife, Gu, is a person of great thoughtfulness. The upbringing of the Gu family women from the Duke of Jingyang's household is indeed commendable. Not only is the legitimate daughter who married into the Chongning Marquis's residence so virtuous, but the Gu lady who married into the Xie family is also well regarded." Receiving praise from Xie Jin, hearing Lord Hui's commendation of Gu Xiling, Zhou Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, my lord, I am accustomed to hearing others praise my literary talents, often highlighting the elegance of my wording. Yet my wife, on the other hand, critiques me for composing melancholic verses, claiming I feign sorrow for the sake of crafting new lines. Ah! Lord Hua paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Your wife and Appo's assessment is rather astute. Young master, do not harbor resentment. It is through the pointing out of flaws that one can amend and improve. Zhou chuckled. You speak true, my lord. However, sometimes one's nature is hard to change. With my wife around, she always pulls me back down when I am about to drift away. The once proud Zhou now indulged in self-deprecation. Yet, with a virtuous wife at home, he felt a profound sense of pride. Lord Hua regarded Zhou with admiration, impressed by his ability not only to engage with the villagers, but also to confront his own shortcomings. At Zhou age, and with such a background, such awareness is indeed rare. Even the once renowned Wang Shi, whose talents surpassed many, could hardly compare to the current Zhou. As Lord Hua prepared to depart, he intended to assign Zhou additional responsibilities while offering guidance. Your wealth and influence, combined with your grounded approach to agricultural studies, are indeed beneficial for our agricultural department and academia. The meal, though simple, was delightful. In the afternoon, as they returned to the city, the old matriarch accompanied them back to the capital. Zhou and Lord Hua headed to the agricultural department, where they needed to document today and Appo's pig culling as part of their research project. Xiling returned to the Chongming Marquis and Appo's residence with the old matriarch. From the doorman to the various servants within the estate, all were aware that the young master's wife had invited the old matriarch from the village. The old matriarch immediately instructed, once the Marquis returns, he is to come directly to my side. The servants moved cautiously, walking softly, afraid of incurring the wrath of their superiors. Upon learning that the old matriarch had returned, the maid Xiaoyun hurried to inform Concubine Bai. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Concubine Bai, but recalling the tender moments shared with the Marquis the previous night, she felt a surge of confidence. The old matriarch had not eliminated her back then, and now, with the Marquis's protection, her life was secure. Having established an honest relationship with the Marquis, she believed he would continue to safeguard her. After Xiao entered, she sent Xiaoyun away. Concubine Bai, has the Marquis used the medicine? Concubine Bai composed herself and nodded. Last night, while the Marquis was distracted, I poured the medicine into his tea. I hope he does not suffer its effects too soon, lest he suspect me. Xiao smiled. Although not immediate, symptoms should manifest within 3 days. Concubine Bai subtly probed Xiao, feeling a slight relief. That is good. I hope it allows me to achieve my desires. Xiao eyes glimmered with depth. We shall both have our wishes fulfilled. At that moment, the old matriarch's expression darkened as Song Shi and Xiling accompanied her. All right, you both look fatigued. Return and rest well this evening. Do not come back here. Song Shi raised her gaze to Xiling. Xiling, you should go back. I will stay here with her. Feeling weary, Xiling bowed deeply. Grandmother, mother, Xiling, take her leave. Along the way, Xiaolan appeared elated, frequently stifling giggles. Xiling glanced over, puzzled. Xiaolan, what makes you laugh? Xiaolan looked around, ensuring no one else was present, and whispered, it's a secret. The young master's wife will know soon enough. You little girl, are you playing riddles with me? Xiling chided, poking Xiaolan's forehead. You have been led astray by Lai Fu. Xiaolan shook her head in protest. I am not mischievous. I merely want to surprise the mistress. Well, I did not expect surprises. I just hope not to be startled. Xiling chuckled, shaking her head in amusement, wondering how anyone could be so cheerful when significant matters loomed. Let us hope tonight, once the Marquis returns, he will perform accordingly. Upon arriving at Zhou courtyard, Xiling noticed that the servants were all jubilant, their faces reflecting curiosity. What good fortune had befallen the household? When Yuan Mama saw Xiling enter, she waved her handkerchief and exclaimed, Young master's wife, you have arrived. Zhou, quickly, send for hot water for the young master's wife to bathe and change. Xiling was taken aback, glancing at the sun that had yet to set, questioning the need for a bath in broad daylight. Young master's wife, just look. Yuan Mama opened the door, revealing a scene adorned in festive red, reminiscent of a wedding day. arranged specially by the young master at the old servant's behest. "Are you satisfied, young master's wife?" Gu Xiling stood in stunned silence, recalling her previous conversation with Zhou, where they had not yet exchanged vows nor shared a ceremonial cup, thus not truly husband and wife. Zhou had remembered and was now making amends. Having grown closer to Zhou recently, Gu Xiling was not one to hesitate or dally. She immediately prepared to bathe and change. Meanwhile, Zhou, having completed his tasks, bid farewell to Lord Hua and hurried home. Regardless of the events unfolding at the Changning Marquis's residence, he was determined to celebrate their wedding night. With dragon and phoenix candles illuminating the room and a large red double happiness character adorning the wall, Gu Xiling, donned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, awaited by the bedside. Yuan Mama played the role of the matchmaker, uttering joyful words. Taking a lock of hair from both Zhou and Gu Xiling, she tied them together and placed them into an exquisite red pouch. The couple shared a cup of wine, spicy yet sweet. Gu Xiling's eyes sparkled with affection, while Zhou's gaze radiated joy as their mutual love blossomed in harmony with the universe. As Yuan Mama and Xiaolan gradually withdrew, Zhou's heart raced with excitement, embracing the blushing Gu Xiling and laying her gently upon the bed, just as Zhou lowered the red silk curtain and prepared for their wedding night. A servant in Appo's voice erupted from outside. "Young master, something is amiss. Something is amiss, young master." Chapter 82. Utterly humiliated. The tender and romantic atmosphere, which had been gradually reaching its peak, was abruptly shattered by a loud shout from the servants outside. Zhou jolted, instantly thrown off balance. Leaning against Gu Xiling's neck, he pounded the bed in frustration and anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you blabbering? I'm perfectly fine." Gu Xiling's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with allure as she nestled into Zhou's embrace, feeling a hint of regret. Their wedding night was destined to be disrupted. Yet, witnessing Zhou's vexation brought a smile to her lips, though she feared inciting his wrath. Lai Fu rushed over, delivering a swift kick. "You insolent servant! Do you not realize today is the errand amp? Appo's auspicious day?" The servant, knocked to the ground, stared blankly. "I had no idea." Lai Fu was about to strike again when Xiaolan held him back. "Brother Lai Fu, we're all servants here. If it weren't an amp, Appo's tea in emergency, he wouldn't have rushed over like that. What's going on, Lai Shi?" Lai Fu finally grasped the situation, anxiously inquiring. "Yes, Lai Shi, what is it?" Lai Si, disregarding his pain, scrambled to his feet. "The old lady is furious and has knocked the Marquis unconscious." Lai Fu gasped in shock. He was aware of the old lady and amp, Appo's formidable nature, but he had not anticipated such severity. He thought a mere scolding would suffice. Yet the old lady had resorted to physical action. With the Marquis incapacitated and the air in the bridal chamber, it was indeed inappropriate. Inside, Zhou had overheard Lai Shi's words and paused in surprise. Leaning close to Gu Xiling's ear, he whispered, "Does grandmother know the truth?" Gu Xiling recoiled slightly, dodging Zhou's playful nibble. "Speak, but do not bite my ear." Zhou, reluctant to release the beauty in his arms, felt a surge of resentment towards his father for causing this predicament. "I shall not bite. You may speak." His gaze fell on Gu Xiling's delicate neck, and he pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Gu Xiling, evading him, replied, "Grandmother must also be acting. As for father, we are unaware of how he managed things yesterday or how much of that potion he consumed. Everyone in the household is focused on Lai Shi's arrival at our courtyard. My lord, we must hurry. We cannot allow the Marquis to endure this beating in vain." Zhou, fuming, struck the bed once more, rolling onto the side, his hands gripping tightly. Gu Xiling felt the world spin around her. Zhou's head was buried in the lavish fabric of her attire. Gu Xiling, bemused by Zhou's tantrum, chuckled despite her frustration. My lord." Lai Fu felt compelled to approach the door. "That is the Marquis. Is the heir not concerned about his condition?" Zhou took a few deep breaths, attempting to calm his agitated heart, yet he found no solace. After all, he was aware it was merely a ruse. Grandmother would never truly harm his father. Gu Xiling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You rogue, let go at once." As she spoke, she pressed down on Zhou Jin's arm several times. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Jin's grip loosened, Gu Xiling nimbly leaped from the bed, parting the crimson silk curtains like a playful deer, her form graceful and enchanting. Zhou Jin yearned to gaze upon her, yet she was already out of sight. Gu Xiling hastily donned a nearby garment. "My lord, please rise quickly." Xiaolan swiftly brought in garments for Gu Xiling to change. Lai Fu stood behind the screen, attending to Zhou Jin. Xiaolan meticulously selected a vibrant peach-colored skirt for Gu Xiling, bright and festive. Zhou Jin's outer robe was a deep azure. Xiaolan's skilled hands quickly styled Gu Xiling's hair, adorning it with exquisite red gemstones, exuding elegance and grace. As Zhou Jin awaited outside, he naturally took Gu Xiling and Appo's hand upon her emergence. Though they had not yet consummated their union, their candid encounter had drawn them closer. Zhou Jin held Gu Xiling's soft hand, his spirits soaring, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, the thought of his father being knocked out dampened his joy. To smile in such a situation would be unfilial. Fortunately, the dimming light concealed his expression. Gu Xiling lowered her gaze, suppressing her own smile, and in a hushed tone cautioned, "My lord, you should be in a state of distress right now." Zhou Jin's voice tightened. "I do not know how my father is faring." He hastened towards Songhe courtyard. The old lady and Appo's expression was dark, while Song Shi silently wept. "Grandmother, mother, what has happened to father?" Zhou Jin urgently inquired, the gravity of the situation evident. No wonder Gu Xiling was such a skilled actress. Perhaps all women possess such talents. The old lady scolded. "What is that wretched child doing?" Song Shi, choked with emotion, pointed to the couch where the marquis lay. The old lady merely struck him once, and he fainted. Zhou Jin rushed forward, standing at the foot of the couch. Seeing his father's ashen face, he reached out to check his pulse. Finding it weak and feeble, a chill ran through him. Could it be that his father had truly succumbed to poison? "Father, have you summoned a doctor?" Zhou Jin hastily asked. "Gu Xiling, please have someone fetch a physician." Song Shi replied, "Dr. Su has already been called." Gu Xiling cast a quick glance, but remained silent. If the Marquis of Chongning had been aware of the situation beforehand and still succumbed to poison, Gu Xiling could only conclude that he was incompetent. Dr. Su, a frequently summoned physician for the Marquis of Chongning, arrived promptly, hastening to take the Marquis and Appo's pulse. His medical skills were exceptional. After administering several acupuncture needles, Marquis Zhou should gradually regain consciousness. Song Shi anxiously asked, "Dr. Su, how is the Marquis?" Dr. Su pondered how to convey the news more respectfully. Finally responded, "Madam, the Marquis is not in grave danger. His extremities are cold, his complexion pale, and he appears weak with shortness of breath." Song Shi and the old lady exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this supposed to be a ruse? Why did it sound so genuine? Zhou Jin was astonished. He had read widely since childhood, including medical texts, and recognized the symptoms as indicative of kidney deficiency. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Xiling mentioning that his father had been by Yinyang's side the night before, asking for water 4 times. Just as he was about to inquire further, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning, he found Gu Xiling and Appo's mischievous gaze upon him. Zhou Jin regained his composure instantly. He could not dare to question the physician about his father's potential kidney issues in front of his grandmother and mother, especially while his father was still conscious. At that moment, Marquis Zhou Zhe felt embarrassed. "Dr. Su, please prescribe me some medicine." It was one thing to be humiliated before his mother, but to endure such disgrace in front of his wife was intolerable. With his son and daughter-in-law present, the implications of this situation were dire. He would have no face left to show. He knew his mother would be furious and formidable. He never anticipated that she would strike him so directly. He had never imagined he would feel so weak, his legs giving way, leading him to faint. Desire is a blade that cuts deep, and beauty can be a perilous force. Upon hearing the Marquis and Appo's plea, Dr. Su promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." The old lady was relentless. She had not understood the nature of the ailment. "Dr. Su, do not withhold the medicine. What exactly is wrong with the Marquis?" Dr. Su hesitated. glancing at the Marquis with an awkward expression, finally stammering. The Marquis is merely overworked. Upon hearing this, the old lady recalled her son's indiscretions with Bai Yingyang the previous night, and her anger flared anew. With a piercing gaze, she glared at Marquis Zhou, her words cutting sharply. Wretched child, do you not fear for your life? Chapter 83. Off to the bridal chamber with your rooster. A mother knows her child best. The old lady quickly grasped the underlying issue. It was true that Duke Chongning sought to exploit Lady Bai, and his lust for her was equally genuine. Approaching the age of 40, he still did not cherish his own well-being, having been entirely drained by that Lady Bai. What a disgrace indeed. Duke Chongning Josha was once again beaten. His body swayed as he hurriedly dodged, appearing quite disheveled. Usually, he maintained a polished appearance from head to toe, but now his hair and beard were in disarray, and he stumbled under the pressure of being pursued. Xiling felt a pang in her heart and promptly pulled Zhou Jin away. Although the commotion was entertaining, they could not afford to witness it. Xiling, why are you pulling me away? Zhou Jin protested, attempting to intervene, yet he could not break free from Xiling's grasp. She lowered her voice and warned, my lord, you truly thrive on chaos. Can a mother truly harm her son to the point of death? The old lady is the Duke in Appo's mother. Nurturing a son is her rightful duty. The Duke, having dallied with Lady Bai last night, naturally appears diminished before his legitimate wife. But what of us? You are a son, reveling in your father's misfortune, while I, as your daughter-in-law, witness my father-in-law's antics. Although our intentions to assist may be noble, it is a thankless endeavor. We should keep our distance. In the future, when you are on duty, avoid entanglements that do not concern you, or those that you cannot control. Often, those who engage in brawls emerge unscathed, while the innocent bystanders suffer the consequences. Zhou Jin paused, ceasing his struggle, and began to follow Xiling away. Upon reflection, her words held great wisdom. My dear, though you are younger than I, and perhaps not as well read, how do you possess such profound understanding? He mused. Had he insisted on staying to intervene, despite his good intentions, he was certain his father would have regretted it immensely and sought to reprimand him later. Xiling chuckled softly, recalling a childhood incident involving a friend who had witnessed two roosters fiercely battling. Amused, she had cheered them on, only for the roosters to turn on her and attack. Her voice drifted, reminiscent of the past. Ah, no wonder it said that reading 1,000 books cannot compare to traveling 1,000 miles. It seems you too have had your share of being chased by a rooster. Zhou Jin laughed lightly, envisioning the whimsical scene. Xiling, feigning annoyance, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I merely mention a friend, not myself. Is this a case of conjuring friends from thin air? Zhou Jin teased, sensing her irritation. So tell me, what became of your friend? Did she end up in tears from the rooster and Appo's pecking? Xiling raised an eyebrow, playfully scaring Zhou Jin. Fine, I confess. That person was indeed me, but I was fierce and would never let a rooster peck me. Instead, I wrung their necks, plucked their feathers, and roasted them for dinner. Zhou Jin gazed at Xiling with admiration, charmed by her playful yet assertive demeanor. Though her past had been arduous, it had shaped her into a fascinating and resilient individual. Under the cloak of night, Zhou Jin boldly embraced Xiling, holding her tightly, and whispered in her ear, my dear, let us catch a chicken from the kitchen and roast it for dinner. Feeling her ears flush at his embrace, Xiling was taken aback, initially thinking Zhou Jin was hinting at something more intimate. To her dismay, he had shifted the conversation back to her childhood misadventures, silently grinding her teeth. She wondered how he managed to achieve scholarly success. Before she could respond, Zhou Jin had already led her to the kitchen. The cook, startled by the arrival of the young master, exclaimed, Young master, what brings you to this greasy domain? You could simply send a maid to convey your wishes. Zhou Jin replied, Do you have any roosters? Slaughter one for roasting. The cook hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing the young master's presence, quickly acquiesced. Young master, young mistress, please return. I shall prepare a chicken for roasting right away. As they exited the kitchen, Zhou Jin expressed a hint of regret. When we have the time, let's visit the countryside. Beneath the blue sky and green grass, We can roast chicken and fish by the river. It would be a delightful experience. Though Xiling was not particularly hungry at the moment, she patiently indulged Zhou and Amp Oppo's enthusiasm. His eyes sparkling with excitement, Zhou asked, "Can you share stories of your past?" Xiling was taken aback, glancing at him with reluctance. "You desire roasted chicken, but I do not. The night grows late, and I am quite tired. I need to rest." With that, she firmly closed the door, leaving Zhou outside. "Open the door, my dear," he called, knocking. Xiling rolled her eyes. "Fool, I am already asleep. Stop knocking." Zhou scratched his nose, so he won into Amp Oppo's tea consummate our marriage tonight? Xiling nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "Go consummate with your rooster." At that moment, Zhou epitomized the essence of being utterly clueless. Xiling, watching from the side, struggled to contain her laughter, hardly able to comprehend how such an astute scholar could be so oblivious to romantic nuances. Lai Fu had just returned from the storeroom with a selection of fine herbs intended for Dr. Su. The Duke was not in any serious trouble, which meant it would not affect the young masteress' nuptials. Tonight was of utmost importance for Zhou, and after finishing his errands, Lai Fu hurried back. Upon arrival, he found Zhou being denied entry by Xiling. Not daring to inquire directly, Lai Fu exchanged glances with Xiling. They withdrew to the side, and Lai Fu asked Xiling, "What has come over the young mistress?" Xiling, barely suppressing her amusement, replied, "The moonlight tonight is perfect for romance, a time for tender confessions." Yet, our young master, upon learning of the young mistress and Amp Oppo's childhood tales, whimsically rushed to the kitchen to have a chicken roasted. Lai Fu, upon hearing this, smacked his thigh. "Oh my lord, what a deserved fate! It is not as if he hasn't into Oppo's. He had dinner. Why roast a chicken now?" In Zhou eyes, it was a whimsical jest, but for Xiling, it was a recollection of her challenging childhood. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Xiling asked, "How can such a clever young master be so lacking in romantic understanding?" Lai Fu shook his head, chuckling. "Being intelligent does not equate to being emotionally astute. Growing up in the Duke and Oppo's residence, surrounded by luxury and praise, while he possesses a kind heart, he cannot empathize with the struggles of others." Xiling pondered. "I ascend and Amp Oppo's tea. It's similar to the saying, and Amp Oppo's. Why not eat porridge? And Amp Oppo's." Lai Fu grimaced. "Exactly." It seemed the day of Zhou and Oppo's marital consummation was still far off. However, Lai Fu felt no sympathy for him. He only hoped that the young master would soon find a way to appease his young mistress. Chapter 84. In an instant, enlightened, Zhou was destined to find solace only in the study. He was in a foul mood, his expression dark, finding fault with everything around him. In his discontent, he began to compose poetry. However, upon completion, he discarded each piece. Lai Fu, casting a furtive glance at the paper, was nearly overwhelmed by the sourness of the verses. As the moon reached its zenith, Lai Fu, exhausted from a day of running about, stifled a yawn he could no longer suppress. He would rather face the wrath of his master than succumb to this state of misery. "Young master, you have penned so many fine poems. Why not allow me to organize them for you and present them to Lady Zhou tomorrow?" "Absolutely not," Zhou retorted hastily, casting the offensive poems into the incense burner to be reduced to ashes. He could not bear the thought of them being seen, especially by Xiling. They would surely provoke laughter. "It is getting late. You should retire for the night. Tomorrow, you have matters to attend to at the yamen," Lai Fu urged, his annoyance growing with Zhou and Oppo's brooding temperament. Zhou, setting down his brush, summoned the courage to inquire of Lai Fu. "Despite my thorough preparations and my father and Amp Oppo's lack of objections, upon returning to Zhou Garden, I found myself locked out by my wife. What is the reason for this?" Lai Fu lowered his gaze, hesitant to meet his master's eyes, fearful that Zhou might detect the mocking glint within. He gestured toward the plate of roasted chicken, saying, "Blame on that." Zhou scratched his nose. "I merely found what Xiling said rather amusing. I suddenly have a craving for roasted chicken." "My lord, while you find it amusing, Lady Zhou was in a dire situation, desperately trying to escape. Otherwise, she would have been hurt. Lai Fu decided to challenge Zhou Jin's self-satisfaction, internally grumbling. What use is a clever mind? What value is there in crafting beautiful verses? He could only consider matters from his own perspective. And it was no wonder that Lady Zhou was upset. Zhou Jin paused, taken aback. Hurt, but his wife claimed to have wrung the neck of the rooster and roasted it for a meal. She was formidable, was she not? Lai Fu remained unconvinced. If someone had cared for her, would she have needed to be so strong? Was it not the case that she had to rely on herself to endure hardships, to become resilient enough to survive until now? You are her husband, her support. On this day of joy, does she truly desire your roasted chicken? Does she wish for you to make light of the life and death struggles she faced in her youth? Zhou Jin was momentarily speechless, taken aback by this revelation. After a long silence, he finally responded, "But I see no signs that she cares. Scars may fade, but do they erase the pain of the past?" Lai Fu queried, clearly indicating that they do not. The healing of a wound does not negate the suffering endured. While you believe Lady Zhou to be strong, consider this. At that time, she was merely a child. Could she have been any taller than a rooster? And was it not two aggressive roosters? They could have pecked and harmed her, perhaps even blinded her. My lord, reflect on this. Lady Zhou was not raised in luxury. Her current strength is a testament to the hardships she has overcome, which required immense perseverance to reach this point. You cannot merely enjoy the kindness she bestows upon you without cherishing and understanding her. Lai Fu and Appo's urgency was palpable, as he genuinely did not comprehend why Zhou Jin was sulking. Zhou Jin and Appo's expression shifted, and a vision crossed his mind of a young girl, about the same height as the rooster, being chased and pecked by two fierce roosters. The roosters were relentless, injuring the little girl's arm and drawing blood, and then striking her forehead, nearly blinding her. He recalled that Xiling bore a small unevenness on her forehead. Could it truly have been inflicted by a rooster? Zhou Jin inhaled sharply, feeling as if his heart had been seized, a blend of anguish and regret enveloping him. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Lai Fu, asking, Lai Fu, I know you are clever and astute, but we grew up together. How do you comprehend so much? How do you think so deeply? Recognizing Zhou Jin's inquiry, Lai Fu decided to be forthright. Meeting Zhou Jin and Appo's gaze, he confessed, My lord, there were 16 of us who entered the manor together. Yet I alone remain by your side. It is not due to my appearance, but rather my keen intellect and perceptiveness. The madam and the old lady once remarked that my eyes were not particularly large, yet I can see what others overlook and think what others do not. This selection was merely a beginning. Had I faltered, I would have been replaced. Many are aware that serving you means one may rise to become the chief steward. Thus many have their eyes on me. To avoid mistakes, I am meticulous, recounting daily and past events before sleep and planning for the future. I engage with various individuals, noting the characteristics and preferences of important figures, discerning their intentions, and providing you with necessary information and strategies. Just now, I cannot bear to see you sulking in the study. Hence, I dare to speak up. If I have overstepped, I beg your forgiveness. Zhou Jin listened intently to Lai Fu and Appo's words, his eyes glinting with understanding. Rising, he placed a hand on Lai Fu and Appo's shoulder. Lai Fu, your insights have illuminated my path. I see now that my previous life was devoid of worries and challenges, rendering me incapable of grasping the subtleties of human emotion. Lai Fu found himself admiring Zhou Jin anew. He spoke in circles to avoid inciting his master's ire, yet Zhou Jin had pinpointed the crux of matter. It was no wonder that scholars extolled Zhou Jin's remarkable insight, for he grasped the essence with acute clarity. Zhou Jin chuckled lightly now. Consider what I should do to appease Xiling. Lady Zhou is not truly angry with you. Perhaps she simply feels this evening is not suitable, Lai Fu explained, gesturing toward the direction of Song He Courtyard. It is likely that the old lady has reprimanded the Marquis, creating an uneasy atmosphere in the manor. As long as you continue to treat Lady Zhou with your customary kindness, all will be well. After contemplating Lai Fu and Appo's words, Zhou Jin acknowledged their validity. Lai Fu, you often converse with Xiao. Please inquire about Xiling's situation and report back to me promptly. Lai Fu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my lord. I will keep a vigilant watch. If Lady Zhou is sulking, indulge her. She will come to appreciate your kindness. Zhou Jin wholeheartedly agreed, and the following morning, he made a special trip to see Xiling. Upon finding her dressed elegantly and adorned with delicate makeup, he inquired, My lady, were you not intending to indulge in a morning nap? Upon hearing his words, Xiling and Appo's previously suppressed grievances evaporated. A husband who accepted her penchant for sleeping in was indeed a treasure. Yet, this was not the moment for jest. She leaned closer to Zhou Jin. My lord, you are not yet aware of the events that transpired in the manor last night, are you? Chapter 85. Prosperous Husband. Prosperous home, Xiling could perceive the subtle transformation in Zhou Jin. Though minor, over time, these changes would accumulate significantly. I'm grateful that the heir has me in his thoughts, she mused. You are my wife. How can I not think of you? Zhou Jin, under the earnest guidance of Lai Fu, began to exhibit a deeper understanding of emotions. But, my dear, what has transpired in the household? Xiling lowered her voice. Speaking solemnly, last night, as we departed from Songha courtyard, the old matriarch not only struck the marquis, but also administered 10 lashes to Aunt Bai. The marquis, feeling unwell today, has taken leave from the yamen to recuperate at home. Zhou Jin was taken aback. Grandmother is formidable. Xiling nodded quickly. Let's pay our respects to grandmother, mother, and father-in-law. With the turmoil at home, I cannot afford to sleep in. Having initiated this chapter of their lives, Xiling was determined to emerge victorious. Otherwise, the Marquisate of Chongning would never know tranquility. Upon arriving at Songha courtyard, they found the old matriarch taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, supported by a maid. This habit had been cultivated during her time in the countryside. She would walk a few laps unless it rained. Jean and Appo's. You have witnessed your father getting into trouble at his age. If I can discipline him, how much more so you? Should you fail to uphold propriety, even if Xiling is reluctant to strike you? My cane is not merely for show and will be used without hesitation. Zhou Jin quickly bowed in reverence, acknowledging, Grandmother speaks wisely. I will heed your words. Xiling gazed at the old matriarch with gratitude. Grandmother, you are the steadfast anchor of our marquisate. Please do not be upset. Your granddaughter-in-law and the heir wish you longevity. The old matriarch's eyes shone with kindness, recognizing Xiling and Appo's perceptiveness in detecting the household and Appo's crisis. Furthermore, she noted this child. Xiling is exceedingly astute. Had it been anyone else, they might have consummated their marriage last night. However, the circumstances in the marquisate were indeed unsuitable. Understanding her grandson well, the old matriarch realized that Zhou Jin was unable to act, as Xiling had effectively intervened, leaving him without any retort. With Xiling in the household, the old matriarch felt a sense of peace, even if she were to close her eyes for eternity. Very well, I shall strive to live longer. Your mother must be distressed. Go and comfort her. Yes, grandmother, Xiling replied, leading Zhou Jin to the main courtyard. Madame Song appeared unwell and did not allow Xiling to speak much, ushering her out. Xiling and Zhou Jin paid their respects to the Marquis of Chongning, but were unable to see him, as he was too embarrassed after being struck down by his mother and slapped twice, leaving his face swollen and marked by 5 fingerprints on each side. He secretly felt relieved that his son and daughter-in-law were absent, for otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. During breakfast, Zhou Jin expressed his gratitude. Xiling, I am thankful you pulled me away yesterday. My lord, hurry to your duties. Do not worry about the affairs at home. I will keep an eye on everything. Xiling reassured him with a light laugh. Now that Lord Hua values you, it proves that you are indeed a man of promise. You possess the ability to compose elegant poetry and create beautiful prose, as well as to experience the vibrancy of life. Indeed, my dear, Zhou Jin replied, feeling invigorated. He suddenly recognized his potential for greatness and boundless prospects. The previously indifferent Grand Minister Hua had changed his demeanor, now showing significant regard for him. Zhou Jin grew increasingly interested in compiling agricultural texts, striding into the morning light with renewed vigor, determined to achieve remarkable accomplishments. Not only to honor his family, but also to ensure that Xiling sees him as an ambitious and worthy partner for life. Lai Fu observed the heir's exuberance and could not help but reflect on how eloquently the heiress' wife spoke, with just a few simple words. She transformed him entirely. It was no wonder that both the old matriarch and the lady had invested great effort in bringing her into their family, for she not only possessed a favorable destiny, but also brought prosperity to her husband and home. After Zhou Jin departed, Xiling returned to Zizhu courtyard. Gu Mama approached her, saying, "Madam, the news has reached the Xie residence." Xiling nodded, her expression one of approval. "Well done. In the future, when I wish for you to relay messages to Sister Rome, you shall do so. Without explicit instructions, do not divulge anything. If they inquire about information from their side, and you are uncertain, feel free to consult me and relay my answers back. Exchanging information can be profitable and is one of the ways the servants can earn money." Since she offered generous rewards, her servants were inclined to convey various messages according to her wishes. Xiling, being financially constrained and rather harsh, penalized her servants severely for even minor mistakes. Lightly, they would lose their monthly wages, and severely, they would face corporal punishment. Thus, under Xiling and Appo's guidance, Gu Mama spent a small sum and managed to gather extensive information regarding Xiling. "Madam, I have acquired some intelligence concerning a noble, but I am unsure if it is appropriate to share." Xiling paused, recalling Xiling and Appo's style of conduct, and nodded softly. "Mama, speak to me quietly. Let this remain between us." "Yes, madam," Gu Mama replied, leaning in close to whisper, carefully covering Xiling's mouth with her hand. Xiaozhan had vaguely heard Miss Xiling discussing Prince Ning with General Xie, urging him to keep an eye on both Prince Ning and the Marquis of Chongning. However, she did not catch the reason for the connection between the two. Xiling's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. How could Xiling let this opportunity to ensnare Prince Ning slip away? "Gu Mama, reward Xiaozhan with 5 taels of silver and instruct her to remain discreet. If Sister Rong finds out, her life would be in jeopardy." Gu Mama nodded, assuring her, "Rest easy, madam. I had already cautioned her." Xiaozhan was clever and understood the gravity of the situation. Additionally, Xiaozhan wished to request a favor from the heiress' wife. "Oh," Xiling replied, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Xiaozhan was Sister Rong and Appo's maid. Why would she seek a favor from me? Gu Mama sighed, explaining, "Miss Xiling is not one to tolerate her maid rising in status. Moreover, General Xie is quite fond of Miss Xiling, leaving no room for others. Not even the slender horse bought by Madame Xie from Yangzhou could capture his attention. Xiaozhan has earned a considerable sum and wishes to redeem herself to become a respectable woman, no longer wanting to serve as a maid. If she were to bring this up, Miss Xiling might even eliminate her." Xiling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then I certainly cannot intervene. Xiaozhan is Sister Rong and Appo's trusted maid. If I were to request her, she might not survive leaving the Xie residence." Gu Mama continued, "Xiaozhan observed how you cleverly maneuvered to retrieve Xiaozhu and Xiaolan from Miss Xiling, realizing your intelligence. She is willing to pledge her loyalty to you in exchange for your assistance in regaining her freedom." Xiling's fingers lightly drummed on the table as her brow furrowed in contemplation, replaying this game in her mind. After a considerable pause, her eyes brightened and a smile emerged. "Gu Mama, inform Xiaozhan that within 2 years I shall grant her freedom. Perhaps it will be even sooner. Let her exercise caution and await favorable news." Chapter 86. Rusty Locks and Broken Keys, a Deadlock. Gu Momo was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lifting to meet Xiling and Appo's. She had not anticipated that Xiling would truly agree. "Madam, this endeavor is quite arduous. Are you certain you can accomplish it?" Gu Momo could not help but inquire, her heart suspecting that perhaps this was merely a ruse by the young lady to placate Xiaozhan. Xiling could discern the thoughts of Gu Momo and Xiaolan. "Indeed, when I speak, I do not deceive, especially not those who labor for me. Just as I once brought Xiaozhu here, fully aware of her restless nature. Gu Momo and Xiao pondered this. The young lady had never placed undue burdens upon Zhou, even during tumultuous times in her relationship with the young master. Zhou had unabashedly tempted him, yet the young lady neither intervened nor expressed anger. However, the young master was unlike others. He harbored a profound disdain for maidservants who pursued him, having even ordered that Zhou receive 20 lashes. Though she healed, the shifting weather would cause her lower body to ache and swell. Despite the young master's somewhat naive nature in matters of romance, he remained a paragon of virtue, which explained why the young lady was willing to strategize for him. Xiao expressed her admiration. "Madam, your word is as good as gold. To have a master like you is a blessing earned from a previous life." Gu Xiling smiled gently. "We stand as master and servant. One cannot expect unwavering loyalty from a servant merely due to a contract of servitude. It is my duty as a mistress to ensure your well-being and prospects, thus fostering your willingness to serve. If I were to be untrustworthy, filled with deceit, and capricious in my treatment of you, true loyalty would be unattainable. To wield both kindness and authority, rewarding merit and punishing errors, is the true path of governance. As you accompany me, in due time, you shall comprehend this." Gu Momo's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. At her age, considerations for retirement were becoming paramount. This old servant is now 43. To have a mistress like you promises a secure future. Gu Xiling chuckled. "In my estates, there will be ample provisions for your comfort. Choose as you wish." Gu Momo expressed her gratitude profusely, committing herself even more diligently to her duties, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. Aware of the young lady's interest in the affairs of the Xie family, Gu Momo adeptly utilized the funds provided by Gu Xiling. She not only won over the maidservants around Xie, but also those in the service of Madame Xie. The parsimonious Madame Xie, by nature a harsh individual, could hardly treat her subordinates with kindness. Servants, being human, often found themselves in dire straits, selling themselves into servitude merely to survive. Yet, some masters expected unwavering loyalty from their servants while offering nothing but meager sustenance. In June, the weather changed as swiftly as a child's face. On a day when the sun shone brilliantly, dark clouds suddenly gathered, unleashing torrential rain. The oppressive clouds loomed over the capital, and Gu Xiling gazed upward, sensing the turmoil returning, heralding an era of chaos. Xiao entered with an umbrella, noticing the vacant gaze of the young lady, seemingly capable of seeing through the void. "Madam, the Marquis is suffering from severe swelling and pain, afflicted by a strange illness. This news has spread throughout the residence, and even Dr. Su is at a loss." Gu Xiling was momentarily stunned, then resolved to visit the main courtyard. Xiao and Apos. S' expression was fraught with concern as she added, "The Marquis is not in the main courtyard, but rather in Lady Bai's orchid courtyard." "That." Gu Xiling hesitated, then decisively stated, "Let us proceed to the orchid courtyard." However, upon her arrival, umbrella in hand and wooden clogs on her feet, she was met by the formidable figure of the old matriarch storming out. "Xiling, you are forbidden from entering. If they're so attached, let them remain together. A rusty lock and a broken key lead only to a deadlock, ensuring they do not harm others." Madame Song fell silent. "Xiling, return. If persuasion fails, do not press further. As long as they confine themselves to the orchid courtyard and do not venture forth to vex us, it shall suffice. Grandmother, mother, please take care of your health." "But what of my father and Amp?" "Amp, Appo's condition?" Gu Xiling inquired. The old matriarch clenched her teeth. "He will not die. Return, all of you. No one is permitted here. If they wish to live their lives in seclusion, then let them perish together. From now on, they shall enter and exit through the northwest corner gate and not sully my sight." Once the matriarch and her mother had departed, Gu Xiling cast a lingering glance at the orchid courtyard before turning back, braving the rain as she returned to the Zizhu courtyard. Yuan Momo, filled with worry, asked, "Madam, are you not at all concerned?" "I do worry, but it is not for me to intervene." Gu Xiling raised her gaze, reflecting on the recent return of the Marquis to the orchid courtyard, indicating preparations were well underway. Yuan Momo lowered her voice, remarking, "One must admit, Lady Bai possesses remarkable skill. Though her methods may lack decorum, there is no harm in learning how to manage men." Xiling smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Momo. Your efforts are appreciated." Recognizing her words as an acknowledgement, Yuan Momo felt encouraged, though it remained inappropriate for a daughter-in-law to pry into her father-in-law's affairs. "Indeed, madam. May you flourish in every endeavor," Yuan Momo replied, secretly hoping to glean more insights to aid the young lady in the future. The Marquis currently favors the young lady. But who can say what lies ahead? A man's heart, much like the fickle sky, is seldom constant. Meanwhile, within the orchid courtyard, heavy clouds hung low, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Lightning cleaved the sky, and torrential rain poured down, drenching the stone floor. Marquis Zhou lay in bed, racked with pain and swelling. Lady Bai knelt beside him, clutching his hand tightly, her voice filled with urgency. "My lord, what has befallen you?" With great difficulty, Zhou shook his head, his fingers lightly brushing Lady Bai's palm. "I have contracted a strange illness, and the doctor knows not how to cure it. I may not survive." Lady Bai, quick-witted as she was, instantly recognized the charade and continued to play her part. "My lord, do not leave me. I shall implore the matriarch to find another physician. We must ensure your recovery. You must persevere. I have no one but you to rely on. If you were to perish, I would not wish to live." Just then, a maidservant entered, bearing tea. It was the unremarkable Xiao, who stealthily approached. Observing Zhou with keen eyes, her heart swelled with relief. The symptoms were unmistakably those of the poison she had administered. This marked the third mission she had undertaken. Rendering her intimately familiar with the signs of poisoning, there could be no mistake. Confident in her collaboration with Bai Yulan, Xiao felt assured. Zhou was now firmly in her grasp, ready to be utilized as she saw fit. Setting the tray down on the table, she approached the bed, her eyes glinting with a mixture of triumph and mockery. "Marquis, would you like to know what peculiar ailment you're suffering from?" Chapter 87. The Long Ning Marquis and Amp. Oppos. S solution impudent. The Long Ning Marquis, Zhou shouted vehemently, glaring at the maid, Xiao. "Where did this maid come from? She knows neither rank nor propriety. 20 strokes of the rod." Madame Bai, with her back to the Long Ning Marquis and facing Xiao, reprimanded her while signaling discreetly. "Fool! What are you, a mere maid, no? Get out at once." Xiao understood. Madame Bai clearly wished to conceal her betrayal from the Long Ning Marquis and did not intend to expose her. After all, she would still need Madame Bai and Amp, Oppos, support in the future. "Long Ning Marquis, I have poisoned you. You're not suffering from an illness, but rather from poisoning." Zhou and Amp, Oppos, pupils constricted as he struggled to sit up. Who are you? Why have you poisoned me?" "You need not know who I am. I possess the antidote. Consume it, and you will be freed from the poison in your body." With the confidence of previous successful experiences, Xiao spoke lightly, assuredly. The Long Ning Marquis and Amp, Oppos, gaze shifted towards Madame Bai. "Yulan, is this your maid? Have you betrayed me as well?" Bai Yulan shook her head vehemently in denial. "My lord, please believe me. Yulan is loyal to you and would never betray you." "Xiao, I have treated you well. Why do you choose to betray me? You are merely a tool for me to approach the Long Ning Marquis." Xiao retorted, her eyes growing increasingly cold. "Long Ning Marquis, my ability to reach you proves my antidote's efficacy. Otherwise, as a mere maid, how could I have left your residence?" The Long Ning Marquis and Oppos' expression was complex as he hesitated, asking, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in poisoning me?" Xiao replied gravely, "You do not deserve to know who I am. You are the Minister of Rights, and the state of you admires the Celestial Empire, seeking an alliance with the state of Kong. You are from you?" Zhou feigned pain, his expression twisted. Cough. Xiao chuckled lightly. "I suppose so. Promise me, and I shall provide you with the antidote." "Are you not afraid that I will take the antidote and refuse to do your bidding?" The Long Ning Marquis inquired cautiously. Xiao raised an eyebrow, her previously indifferent expression now tinged with cold mockery. "The dosage of the antidote is insufficient to completely neutralize the poison. It can only alleviate it. If you do not take the antidote promptly, you will remain in your current state. I am not afraid that you will refuse to comply." With that, Xiao Chui presented a small vial. Bai Yulan, her eyes filled with concern, took the vial. "My lord, please do not endure any longer. Agree to her request. Even if you do not think of yourself, think of me. I hope for your well-being." The Long Ning Marquis pondered. "Allow me to consider it overnight." "Very well. Consider this vial of antidote as my gift to you, Long Ning Marquis," Xiao Chui said with a smile. "I shall not disturb you and Madame Bai any longer." Once Xiao Chui departed, Madame Bai collapsed onto the floor. "My lord, thankfully." "Speak cautiously," the Long Ning Marquis replied, taking the porcelain vial. "Bring me some tea." As he poured out the antidote, he adjusted his position to appear as though he had consumed it from the window and amp. Oppose as perspective. Medicine carries its own poison. The Long Ning Marquis would not dare to ingest it. Seeing that the Long Ning Marquis had taken the antidote, Xiao Chui finally felt reassured enough to leave. At that moment, a figure clad in gray descended from the beam. The Long Ning Marquis handed over the vial. "Administer it to the condemned prisoner swiftly and observe the symptoms." "Yes, my lord," the gray-clad figure replied, taking the vial and leaping through the window, disappearing into the torrential rain. The Long Ning Marquis continued to feign concern with Madame Bai, keeping her in a state of complacency. Meanwhile, the gray figure headed towards the royal palace, arriving at the location of the Jinlin Guard. The Emperor Kong Ping was reviewing memorials when he received a secret report from the Jinlin Guard. He set down his vermilion brush and commanded, "Summon." Before long, Su Cheng, the deputy commander of the Jinlin Guard, entered. "I, Su Cheng, pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor raised his hand. "Be at ease. What is the secret report?" Su Cheng responded, "This report comes from the Long Ning Marquis, Zhou, who claims that someone has bribed his concubine to poison him, but he has seen through it." "An alliance with you?" The emperor furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Did I not refuse? Are they still unwilling to relent? Resorting to poison to control Zhou, the Minister of Rights?" "Indeed, your majesty," Su Cheng confirmed. "The Long Ning Marquis oversees the affairs of numerous states surrounding Kong. Their intentions are certainly more than mere alliance." The emperor and Appo's expression darkened as he paced back and forth, stroking his beard before suddenly halting. This incident underscores the Long Ning Marquis and Appo's unwavering loyalty. Su Cheng, deploy more personnel to follow him closely. Coordinating with the Long Ning Marquis and Appo's maneuvers to uncover the mastermind behind this plot. They aim to control the court and Appo's key ministers through poisoning, turning those who obstruct them into their allies, compelling them to serve their interests. Investigate any ministers exhibiting suspicious behavior. I suspect the Long Ning Marquis is neither the first nor the last to encounter this. Su Cheng bowed respectfully. "Yes, your majesty." As Su Cheng was about to exit, the emperor intoned, "Ensure the safety of the Long Ning Marquis and his residents." "Yes, your majesty," Su Cheng replied, respectfully departing. The Jinlin Guard serves solely at the emperor's command, and Su Cheng, as the deputy commander, is their public face. When court officials have leads or reports, they can bring them directly to him. The Long Ning Marquis reported this matter to him, and, as of today, Su Cheng is convinced that the situation is not merely about an alliance with you. There is undoubtedly a deeper conspiracy at play. Holding the initiative, cooperating with the Long Ning Marquis could lead to significant achievements. The Emperor Kong Ping stood alone before the topographical map of the Kong state, lost in thought. His gaze fell upon you, and upon glancing upward, he saw Jingzhou. The Prince Ning? The prince was confined for the alleged offense of teasing a palace maid. Under his watchful eye, could the prince still dare to rebel? The emperor and Appo's expression hardened, his gaze deepening, yet some aspects remained perplexing. Huang Bing, noticing the emperor and Appo's prolonged silence before the map, approached respectfully. "Your Majesty, please do not stand for so long. Take a moment to sit and rest." The emperor did not sit, but turned to Huang Bing, inquiring, "What is the current status of Zhou Jin at the Agricultural Bureau?" Huang Bing was taken aback, uncertain why the emperor suddenly asked about Zhou Jin, but maintained his composure. "Your Majesty, The esteemed Zhou is highly regarded by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Lord Hua, and has received much praise. Just a few days ago, Lord Hua accompanied him to the estate to inspect the growth of the millet. The emperor's previously solemn expression softened slightly at this news. Excellent. The emperor's attention to Zhou Jin is, in fact, a means of nurturing capable individuals for the crown prince. When the crown prince ascends, these individuals will serve as critical support to balance the power of the imperial relatives and must not be incompetent. As the Xiling Guard's investigation progressed, Su Cheng discovered that matters were far more intricate than he had anticipated. He had yet to identify the mastermind behind Xiao Chui's actions, but he had stumbled upon Xie Jin. Xie Jin was not a significant concern, yet recently, the duke had shown considerable favor towards him, promoting him twice for rapid advancement. Su Cheng, wary of underestimating the situation, intensified surveillance. This scrutiny sent a chill down Su Cheng's spine. Xie Jin was conspiring with Duke Li to mention the Longning Marquis's residence and the state of Yu. What if Duke Li colluded with Yu to usurp the throne? Such occurrences were not unheard of, as there have been instances of imperial relatives rising to power and attempting to seize the throne. This matter was not something he could take lightly. Su Cheng promptly reported to the emperor, who found himself shaken, unable to remain seated. Chapter 88, Trouble. The crown prince has been attacked. The emperor of Kongping took a moment to compose himself, his expression darkening. Su Cheng, do not alarm the snake by striking the grass. Investigate further. I wish to see how many phantoms can emerge. Su Cheng responded with utmost respect. Yes, your majesty. Li Guojiu was domineering in the court, engaging in political machinations, yet the emperor turned a blind eye for the sake of the crown prince. The art of kingship lies in the delicate balance of power. However, the emperor could not allow Li Guojiu to conspire with foreign forces to undermine the imperial authority of Kong. After the condemned prisoner was administered the antidote the next day, the swelling and pain vanished, and the Duke of Chongning also seemed to have recovered. Xiao Cui appeared like a specter in Lanyuan. My lord, do you now believe in the efficacy of the antidote I provided? If you wish to avoid enduring excruciating agony again, you must follow my instructions. Duke Zhou of Chongning feigned despondency. Was this merely